What do you mean? Hill stopped his hand on the key and asked in confusion. Just tell me where it is. Thinking of Louis's previous transmission, Hill immediately understood the truth. Without hesitation, he told Louis the location of the aerospace carrier. The Avengers will assemble on the aerospace carrier, and there is no need to go to the shield headquarters. Lui got the specific location of the aerospace carrier, but he didn't waste any more time. He gently tapped the window with his hand, and a magic circle appeared under the SUV. The magic circle flashed, and the SUV disappeared from the spot, and in a flash appeared outside a densely guarded dock. On this dock, there were no dense containers, nor were there endless ships coming and going. There was only a huge aircraft carrier with 4 turbines docked there, not far from the dock. All the people on the dock were working around the aircraft carrier, constantly moving all kinds of supplies onto vehicles, and all kinds of people were constantly coming in and out. The people on the dock were like hardworking ants, preparing for the voyage of the aerospace carrier. On the dock not far from the aircraft carrier, there were a large number of armed guards. They seemed to be the encirclement force of the aerospace carrier, protecting the aerospace carrier and guarding the entry and exit of other people. As soon as Louis and Hill's SUV appeared, they were noticed by them. No matter how incredible its appearance was, they raised their weapons and surrounded the SUV. This is your territory, I leave it to you. Louis didn't plan to care about it, nor did he have any intention of getting off the car. He quietly waited for Hill to deal with it. Hill did not disappoint Louis. He pushed open the car door and began to coordinate with the armed men. The armed men knew Hill's identity. Her identity was very useful. Soon all the armed men retreated and returned to their respective positions, as if everything before was an illusion. Seeing Hill handle everything, Louis did not stay in the car any longer. He disappeared in the car with a phantom. Huh? Where are the people? Hill dispersed all the armed guards and returned to the car window, ready to let Louis get off. But unfortunately she did not see Louis. Louis had already left. Hill did not think that anyone could take Louis away quietly. It must be Louis who left on his own. Hill could not help but frown, and ordered someone to help her drive the car away and park it, and then hurried to the command room of the aerospace aircraft carrier. Commander, you're finally here. Hill had just arrived at the command room, and before she could issue the order to find Louis, a subordinate who was responsible for debugging the data of the aerospace carrier ran over with an anxious look on his face. This time, Hill finally realized that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the command room of the entire aerospace carrier was too tense. Everyone was silent, as if they were afraid of something. Hill couldn't help but look at his subordinate, hoping that he could help him explain why this was the case. Hill's subordinate was about to explain, but when he saw Hill looking at him, he quickly said, We. He opened his mouth, but in the end he still couldn't explain clearly, and even his words were not fluent. Commander, you better come with me and take a look. I think no matter how well I explain it, it's not as good as you seeing it yourself. Hearing this, Hill didn't say anything. Her subordinate has always given people the impression of being mature and steady. There must be a reason for his panic now. Hill didn't blame him. He followed him to a corner of the command room and happened to see Louis sitting in the corner and a pile of debris on the ground. Lui was sitting in the blind spot of Hill's sight, so he didn't notice it at the first time. Now he found out in an instant. Hill understood what was going on. It must be Louis who suddenly used teleportation to come here. The people in the command room were not fighting factions. They were frightened by Louis' sudden appearance, and then the current scene happened. Of course, they must have resisted. After all, they are agents. Even if they are not militant, they have certain combat capabilities, but such resistance should have been subdued in an instant. The fragments on the ground are proof that they once resisted. Although the fragments on the ground have been twisted and deformed, and some have been twisted into a knot by a powerful force, the general shape can still be seen. They're all gun parts. It is estimated that after seeing Louis appear, they used the guns for emergency use. However, before they could do anything with these guns, they were snatched away and destroyed by Louis in an instant. He glanced at Louis, and then at the people around him. Louis' eyes were full of his terrified subordinates. To be honest, Hill was quite grateful. Fortunately, Louis did not take action against his subordinates, otherwise none of them might be able to survive. They are all indispensable talents for opening an aerospace carrier. Without these talents, it will take at least another month or 2 to prepare for the aerospace carrier to take off. They have backup candidates, but these backup candidates also need time to master the aerospace carrier. But after a month or 2, it's all too late. Fortunately, nothing happened. After secretly rejoicing, Hill came behind Louis. Hill noticed that Louis's hands were jumping on the keyboard like flying. Although it might be she couldn't stop Louis, but she was still eager to know what Louis was doing. She approached Louis, saw Louis, and also saw the dialogue boxes that kept appearing and disappearing on the computer screen in front of Louis. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Lui actually used hacking techniques to invade the system in front of them without paying attention to anyone else. What was going on? Hill opened her mouth and wanted to stop Louis, but nothing came out. Even though she understood what Louis was doing, she still didn't dare to do anything. Louis was not an ordinary person. If she angered Louis, the consequences would probably be more troublesome than Louis's current invasion of the system. All of you go down. Don't come near here for now. Helplessly, Hill could only say to the others. After all the people in the command room retreated under Hill's order, only Hill and Louis were left in the entire command room. In the command room, except for the sound of Louis typing on the keyboard. It was as quiet as a ghost cave. Hill just stood behind Louis and looked at Louis in the silence. Although he couldn't stop Louis, Hill couldn't give up. It was necessary to find out what Louis was going to do behind Louis. Even if Louis really did something, as long as it could be discovered, it could be modified as soon as possible in the future. However, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Hill wanted to find out what Louis was doing, but then she sadly discovered that she had thought too much. Her hacking skills were not maxed out, so she could understand the general hacking methods. But she was confused and had no idea what Louis was doing. The constantly appearing dialogue boxes and the constantly typing keyboards made Hill feel sad that she was still helpless. We must find a professional talent to do this. Gopsy, come in. After thinking for a while, Hill sat on a seat and turned on the call button. Although Hill asked everyone to leave the command room, these people did not go too far away in the face of the enemy. They were waiting anxiously at the door of the command room, ready to rush in at any time. Gopsy was naturally one of them. Now he heard Hill's call and did not waste time. Under the cherishing eyes of the people around him, he walked into the command room quickly. Don't talk. Look at what he is doing. As soon as he walked into the command room and walked to Hill's side, Hill said before Gopsy could speak. Gopsy was stunned at first, but he didn't say anything afterwards. He turned his head and locked his eyes on Louis's computer screen. In an instant, he couldn't help but shudder all over because he was too nervous before. He had never seen what Louis did. Now he finally saw it and immediately understood what Louis did. The dialogue box that kept flashing on Louis's computer screen. Others might not know what it was, but as the leading computer expert and system maintainer on the aerospace carrier, how could he not know or understand what Louis had done? Louis invaded the system of the aerospace carrier and searched in the system, as if he was looking for something. What did he do? Looking at Gorvisi's face turning very heavy, Hill hurriedly asked in a low voice. He hacked into the system of the aerospace carrier. How far has the invasion progressed? Hill frowned slightly and asked. The invasion has been completed. Gorvisi said with a sad face. This is really not a good thing to say. It means that the result of their hard work for so many years was directly cracked in tens of seconds, or even faster today. Doesn't this mean that they are incompetent? Sure enough, Hill said with a doubtful look. Are you sure? Hill doubted the truth of Gorvisi's words, and also doubted the ability of Gorvisi and some other computer experts. Hill's doubts are multifaceted. Gorvisi is very clear about this, but he knows even more that one of the doubts must be doubting his and their abilities. I am sure. With a sad face, Gorvisi had to admit, what should we do? Observe carefully to make sure he has done something. After he has done this, he will definitely leave, and then you should fill the loophole as soon as possible. Hill's face was as dark as water, and his expression was very ugly. What's wrong? In fact, I already know what he does. What did he do? He is now using his hack permissions to look up some information about our aerospace carrier. Upon hearing this, Hill was silent. Gorvisi was just a scientific researcher who didn't know much. He had no idea what was hidden in this aerospace carrier. Hill knew all this, so she was silent. Although she didn't show it, Hill really wanted to replace all the computer technicians on the aerospace carrier. Years of hard work couldn't stop Lu Yi's attack. What were they doing keeping them? Eating for free? Inexplicably, Hill thought of Sky, Coulson's subordinate. She knew very well that Sky had invaded Alexander Pierce's personal computer, and Sky solved it quickly. Such a hacker master was a real hacker master. Perhaps, after this time, she could be transferred over. Thinking so in her heart, Hill didn't show it on her face. After thinking about it, watching the dialogue box on Lu Yi's computer screen become more and more content, Hill finally made a decision. Lu Yi, please stop what you are doing. Hill gritted his teeth and walked forward, saying to Lu Yi, what's wrong? All you see are the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. I know, but what does it matter? Do you think your S.H.I.E.L.D. still has any secrets for me? The words are rough, but the logic is not. S.H.I.E.L.D. is really like a naked girl in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi wants to know something and cannot know it. The ability of Lu Yi's eyes and ears is almost an open secret in S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how cautious they are, it is useless. Hill did not have any intention of refuting Lu Yi's words. This is very normal. However, normal is normal. Even if he knew this, Hill still felt lucky in his heart. There is always a loophole in 100 precautions. Who knows if Lu Yi really got all the secrets before that? What's more, if Lu Yi really knew everything, what was he looking for? Bored? Hill didn't know that at this moment. She really guessed right. Lu Yi was really bored. So he came here to search the system of the aerospace aircraft carrier to see if there was anything he wanted. Having said that, my duty does not allow me to watch you do this. Otherwise, how about I arrange a room for you to rest? Hill suggested. Not for the time being. Lu Yi refused without hesitation. To be honest, Hill was already used to Lu Yi's stubbornness. Seeing Lu Yi being stubborn again, Hill strangely did not feel angry. She just thought for a while, turned around and walked out of the command room with Govesi. After leaving the command room, Govesi glanced at his curious colleagues and asked Hill, Commander, what should we do? It's cool. Everyone listen to my orders. From now on, everyone will find their own computers, use your hacking skills and aerospace carrier privileges to block the aerospace carrier system and the data within the system. Hill said without hesitation. Lu Yi is not easy to mess with, but she is so hot. Since Lu Yi wants to play, then she will play with Lu Yi. It's not that she doesn't give Lu Yi face, but Lu Yi doesn't want her to give it. Let's see whose means are more clever. Hill said in his heart. As for whether Lu Yi will be angry and embarrassed during this process, Hill is actually not worried at all. Let's not talk about what will happen in the end. In this process, Hill will definitely stop when he sees the good and control the degree. In this way, even if something goes wrong in the end, Lu Yi will have nowhere to vent his anger. She was really forced into a corner by Lu Yi, otherwise she would never have this reaction. The aerospace aircraft carrier may not be like the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., which has secrets that are enough to cause turmoil in the world, but relatively speaking, the aerospace aircraft carrier also has some things that are not allowed to see the light. Some of the things on it are not suitable for exposure, especially in front of Lu Yi. Hill doesn't know whether Lu Yi knows these, but since there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, then naturally she has to insist that Lu Yi cannot get these secrets. This is her responsibility. Govesi, you are responsible for coordinating this blockade. Pay attention to coordinating with your colleagues. After Hill arranged the task, he turned to Hill and said, Commander, isn't it a bit inappropriate to give this task to me? Gorvisi said a little nervously. From Hill's solemn expression, Gorvisi could realize the seriousness of the problem. How could a small staff member like him preside over such a matter? This matter must be handed over to you. I am not particularly proficient in hacking technology. Compared to me, you are a professional. It is the right thing to hand it over to you. Besides, I also need to find some external help. Where's the external help? Govesi was quite curious about the external help Hill mentioned, but he was smart enough not to ask. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not allow low-level agents to overstep their authority and ask questions that are not in line with their level. In other words, talk less and do more. You will know what you should know, and you will never know what you should not know. Why worry about it? Okay, I understand, Commander. Thinking this in his heart, Govesi reluctantly chose to agree. After clapping his hands to attract the attention of his colleagues, he began to order them to take their positions and block all the information. Govesi was busy, and so was Hill. After Govesi confirmed that she had accepted the order, she took out the communicator and contacted Coulson. Sir, what's the matter with you contacting me? Coulson asked curiously after seeing the message displayed on the communicator. At this moment, he was carrying out the task of recruiting Iron Man to become an Avenger, and the progress was still good. But he never expected Hill to call him suddenly. He didn't think Hill would contact him for no reason, so he could only temporarily throw the stinky Tony Stark aside and contact Hill curiously. Lu Yi has come to the aerospace aircraft carrier. Coulson was silent for a moment after hearing this. The two words Lu Yi had magical power. As soon as these two words came out, Coulson lost the ability to speak. How did he get to the aerospace carrier? Did he do anything to the aerospace carrier? Coulson was silent for a few seconds before asking worriedly. The director thought that Lu Yi could provide some help to the Avengers, just like he helped you before, so he asked me to invite him. Although he didn't agree to help the Avengers in the end, he still came to the aerospace aircraft carrier and started to make trouble. He occupied a computer on the aerospace aircraft carrier, invaded the system of the aerospace aircraft carrier through this computer, and was checking the information of the aerospace aircraft carrier. Then why are you looking for me? Because I don't have that much face, and I don't have that much ability to stop him. Coulson said dryly, of course I know, but you don't. Your subordinate Sky and Tony Stark beside you do. I need you to order your subordinate Sky to persuade Tony Stark to use their respective abilities and our authority to block all the data on the aerospace carrier. Are you playing such a big game? This is simple, but Lu Yi, the person Coulson is most worried about now is Lu Yi, a stubborn and very powerful guy. When he gets angry, no one can stop him. Leave this to me. You just need to complete my task. Okay, I know what to do. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Coulson did not waste time talking to Hill. After disconnecting the contact, he immediately contacted Sky and ordered her to find a computer nearby and use her authority to help block the information on the aerospace carrier. Sky became an official S.H.I.E.L.D. agent because she had previously hacked into Alexander Pierce's computer. Now she is in high spirits and eager for more tasks, to be promoted to a higher level agent, and to find her parents. Now the mission has come, and she did not ask the reason. She used the series of numbers Coulson had just given her, used Coulson's authority, and directly competed with Lu Yi. Sky's hacking skills are already at the forefront of the world, and now with Coulson's authority, she is even more powerful. In the system of the aerospace carrier, she is like a wild horse that has run away from her reins, galloping around. Every time she passes by, she will leave a heavy blockade in the place she passes by, and all the bands will be turned into garbled code. In the command room of the aerospace aircraft carrier, there was silence. Only the sound of crackling was heard. Lu Yi's hands danced on the keyboard continuously, causing the crackling sound to appear. Such a sound should have lasted for a long time, but suddenly, the crackling sound stopped, and stopped after a sound of surprise, so abruptly. Interesting. Looking at the garbled code in front of him, Lu Yi showed an interested look in his eyes and smiled. Just now, when Lu Yi was looking up the information on the aerospace aircraft carrier as before, the contents of all the dialog boxes suddenly became like this. All the dialog boxes were piled with garbled codes, and the images, texts, and numbers disappeared without a trace, replaced by garbled codes. Lu Yi knew that someone had finally started to stop him, but the means were quite gentle, as if they were afraid of him and did not seize control of his computer. Is this Hill's work? Besides her, Lu Yi really couldn't guess who else could have done this. But it's a good opportunity to test my hacking skills. Lu Yi's hacking skills came very easily. He read dozens of books about hacking knowledge, studied the system carefully, and then he got it done. It was so simple with Lu Yi's brainpower. Although he had the current hacking skills, Lu Yi himself didn't know how far his hacking skills had reached. It was a good opportunity to give it a try. Lu Yi could clearly feel that this person's hacking skills were very advanced. I wonder who was the one who was trying to stop me. The smile on Lu Yi's face flashed for a moment, and then quickly turned serious. He moved the 10 fingers of his hands and turned them into phantoms on the keyboard. Countless codes flew out from Lu Yi's fingertips, and in less than a second, they densely covered the computer screen, forming a special program. With a light sound, Lu Yi's finger tapped on the enter key, and the program started. At the moment when the program written by Lu Yi started, the garbled codes on the computer screen also twisted rapidly, were broken up again, and then combined, and once again became The original appearance. What's going on? Just when Lu Yi had just reached this point, Govasi outside the command room also made an unbelievable sound. Just now, all their computers had lost control. It seemed that there was no problem, but it just couldn't have any effect on the computer. The computer was like a decoration. Sir, we are in trouble. Our methods are not effective at all. I know, Govasi said with sweat on his forehead. While the others were trying to regain control of the computer, he was also trying, but he couldn't do it no matter what. This was really a huge insult to him and them. They were all experts and computer masters. Please restore control of my computer to me. Yes, sir, said Gavasi's colleague with a sad face. Although he wanted to say that they really couldn't do it, and that they lost control of the computer in an instant, and the two were not at the same level at all, they really had no way to say it. On the one hand, this was a mission, and on the other hand, they didn't want to admit that they were really weaker than others. It's just that sometimes they can't do it just because they want to. They tried hard to do it, but in the end they still couldn't do it. The computer in front of them was like a model. No matter what they did, they couldn't restore control of it. Except for looking at the computer screen, they couldn't do anything else. That it's not just them who have this phenomenon. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., thousands of miles away, a computer also has the same problem. But the same person has different fates, or it can be said that they are all people, but their abilities are different. Previously, this computer, like the computer on the aerospace aircraft carrier, lost control and became like a model. But then, because the owner of this computer was very capable, the computer returned to normal and regained control. Amazing. I almost capsized in the gutter. Sky, the person who restored control of the computer, looked at the normal computer in front of her, patted her towering chest, and said with relief, Lu Yi's counterattack was too fast. She had just finished the code and hadn't reacted yet when Lu Yi's counterattack arrived. She didn't have any time to react. Fortunately, the program written by Lu Yi didn't destroy her computer immediately. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have time to restore control of the computer. How did my opponent do it? Did he prepare a counterattack in advance? Or is he simply an artificial intelligence? Sky never dreamed that there would be a bug like Lu Yi in this world, who could actually write a program in 1 second to counterattack against her public attack. It's okay not to think of this. The unknown is the most attractive. Sky, who wanted to figure out who or what the other party was, glowed with infinite fighting spirit, her fingers flying on the keyboard, writing code and launching attacks at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. But before her attack was launched, something unexpected happened. Lu Yi's attack appeared again. This time, he did not take control of her computer. Why so fast? Sky's face changed, and she immediately began to check the system, looking for problems. But before she could find the problem, suddenly, the computer screen flickered, and her panicked face appeared on the computer screen. Sky subconsciously wanted to cut off the power supply, and her hacker identity could not be exposed. But then she stopped again. She realized that she was no longer the hacker of the previous Tide organization. She now has an official identity, a glorious shield. Agent. What is there for her to be afraid of? What is there for her to be afraid of? Who are you? You have committed a crime. Stop your actions immediately. Otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Sky quickly regained his composure and said righteously. Bang. A mouse placed in front of Lu Yi was crushed by Lu Yi. This little wildcat really can't be left alone. How long has it been since he dared to show his teeth to me? Looking at the image of Sky on the computer screen and listening to Sky's threatening words, Lu Yi said with a deep look. After speaking, Lu Yi tapped a few times on the keyboard, and a smaller video interface appeared in the upper right corner of the computer screen at the same time. On Sky's computer screen, the video interface with her face flashed to the upper right corner, and the video interface with Lu Yi occupied the original position. Looking at Lu Yi, who suddenly appeared in front of her, Sky jumped up and fried out what's going on. Why did Lu Yi show up? She finally got a few days of leisure, and finally didn't have to look at Lu Yi's face anymore, let alone be spanked by Lu Yi. But now, Lu Yi has appeared again. Although there may be thousands of mountains and rivers between them, she still has no sense of security. The moment she jumped up, she subconsciously covered her key parts. She was really scared of being beaten. Looking at her actions, Lu Yi couldn't help laughing. Okay, you're still afraid. What's the matter with you? Seeing Lu Yi laughing, Sky couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if Lu Yi laughed at her. She had been laughed at since she was a child, and it didn't matter if there was one more Lu Yi. However, if Lu Yi got angry, it would be really bad. Who knows how Lu Yi would punish her, and now is undoubtedly the best time. If I don't say something when I'm threatened by someone, won't I be looked down upon by others? Do you think so? Lu Yi leaned back in his chair, glanced at Sky, and said in a rather sarcastic tone. Haha, I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't dare to show my teeth to you even if I ate a bear heart and a leopard's courage. Sky cursed Coulson in her heart and laughed dryly. If it wasn't Coulson, she would never have provoked Lu Yi. Maybe she would be drinking coffee leisurely in the lounge now, and she wouldn't be caught by Lu Yi like now.my leisurely life might end today. It sounds nice to say, and you still dare to show your teeth to me even if you know it, as long as you don't get caught by me, am I right? Yes, I've had enough of you a long time ago. If I can beat you, I will definitely pin you to the ground and rub you. Sky wanted to say this, but when the words came to her lips, she changed her mind. How could it be? Master, my loyalty to you is evident to all. I just show my teeth to others. As the master's maid, it is normal to have this temper, isn't it? It is normal indeed. But what happened again? Sky almost cried. It's nothing, but you still threaten me. This can't just be let go. There must be a punishment. Lu Yi thought for a while and said, Master, how are you going to punish me? Sky looked at Lu Yi with her big pitiful eyes, tears in her eyes, hoping that her pity could make Lu Yi change his mind. But her plan was obviously overthinking. Lu Yi simply ignored her performance and was immune to it. Just follow the usual punishment method. The usual punishment method? Sky's face flushed red. This daily punishment method is not a good punishment method. Every time it is experienced, it can be said to be full of humiliation. I've been quite busy lately, so I'll just write this down for now and talk about it later. That's better. Sky breathed a sigh of relief. Sky, huh? Lu Yi wanted to say something else, but before he could open his mouth, he found that he had lost control of his computer, just like he had taken control of the computers of the computer experts on the aerospace carrier in an instant. Not only was the connection with Sky interrupted, but there was no way to browse the information in the aerospace carrier. Something has taken control of my computer. Lu Yi did not feel any anger when his computer control was taken away. On the contrary, he was very calm, calmer than he could imagine. He did not even have the intention to take back control of his computer. The reason for this was that Lu Yi did not want to put up a meaningless resistance. Although Lu Yi did not test it, through the fact that his computer control was taken away just now, Lu Yi also realized that the person on the other side was definitely not a human, but an artificial intelligence. Since Lu Yi could easily take control of the computer of Sky, one of the world's top hackers, his hacking skills can be imagined. At least, it is beyond the norm, only slightly worse than artificial intelligence or superpowers. Now his computer control was taken away in an instant. The other party is either artificial intelligence or superpower. It's not that S.H.I.E.L.D. does not have superpowers. On the contrary, they supervise many of them, but they are just supervisors. The relationship between the two is not good. Let's not talk about whether they will help or not. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself does not have the time to react. It takes a long time for them to communicate with those superpowers. Since it is impossible to be a superpower, then it is easy to imagine what it is. The other party is artificial intelligence. That Lu Yi basically guessed which artificial intelligence it was. It should be Jarvis.at this time. Coulson was in Tony Stark's house. With the relationship between Coulson and Tony Stark, and the relationship between Lu Yi and Tony Stark, it was normal for him to help him cheat himself, who asked Lu Yi to cheat him of billions. After the truth was revealed in an instant, Lu Yi naturally had no intention of competing with Jarvis. If artificial intelligence is a god in the network, then Jarvis is a high-level god among gods, destined not to be resisted by mortals. And now Lu Yi is just a powerful mortal in the network. It is difficult to defeat Jarvis. There is nothing wrong with Lu Yi admitting this. Anyway, he doesn't pay attention to this aspect. It's a pity that it ends now. I wanted to get more information out, Lu Yi said, pushing the keyboard aside. After finishing reading the information, Lu Yi stood up from his seat, moved his eyes, stretched his waist, but did not leave immediately, but stood in the command room. In the empty command room, Louis closed his eyes. All the information that flashed before Louis's eyes appeared in Louis's mind one by one, and was summarized and integrated by Louis, and listed together with the previous knowledge. Do you really think that Louis is wasting time? Of course not. He is collecting the scientific and technological achievements on the aerospace aircraft carrier. Every time the information flashed in front of him, he memorized it in his mind and became his own. If Jarvis had not cut off his computer control later, he would probably have memorized all the technologies on the aerospace aircraft carrier. In order to protect the weapon information obtained from the research of the Cosmic Cube, these data were loaded onto the aerospace aircraft carrier. On the aerospace aircraft carrier, there are also some weapons made with the energy of the Cosmic Cube, which are specially used to deal with Loki and others. Most of these things now belong to Louis, especially the basic part. And the content of these basic parts is the most important to Louis. Louis raised his hand, palm facing outwards, and with a flash of thought, a strange-looking weapon, at least half a meter long, called a gun, but actually more like a cannon, appeared in front of Louis's palm. This weapon was exactly the result of Nick Fury's work over the past period of time. Now Louis held it in his hand and examined it. Louis's examination was not ordinary. Everything about the weapon was exposed to Louis's hands without reservation, and was also memorized in his mind. The part of Louis's memory about the aerospace aircraft carrier that was missing the most was the design of these finished products. The vital information about the energy storage of the weapon had long been stored in Louis's mind. The design of the weapon, the power conversion of the weapon, etc. will also be obtained from these finished products. Do you really think that cutting off Louis's connection with the computer will be enough? Louis has many ways to get something. Direct search is just one of Louis's relatively simple methods. There are many more troublesome but useful methods. Buzz. Louis suddenly pulled the trigger. A beam of light rushed out from the muzzle and hit a chair. Puff. With a special sound, Louis took the chair as his target and shattered it directly, turning it into powder and flying in the command room. Louis was quite satisfied with the power of this weapon. The Cosmic Cube's ability to destroy objects was absolutely guaranteed. However, Louis did not show much joy. He raised the weapon in his hand, pointed the muzzle at another chair, and pulled the trigger again. Buzz. With another buzzing sound, the chair was also shattered directly, and the powder flew and dissipated in the command room. There is no problem with energy conversion. Louis fired 2 shots in a row, not without purpose, for nothing else but energy conversion. He fired energy beams twice, and the energy conversion in the weapon has now been memorized by Louis. After memorizing these, Louis took a look at the weapon in his hand, and suddenly slapped it. Bang. The weapon in Louis's hand disintegrated directly, and the weapon scattered in all directions. The densely packed weapon parts scattered around like flowers scattered by fairies. Seeing that these weapon parts were about to hit the surrounding areas, Louis's mind suddenly released, and all the weapon parts were restrained by Louis in the air. Without any contact with the surroundings, Louis's eyes condensed, and all the weapon parts were collected, except for a matchbox-sized object emitting azure light gathered in front of Louis and turned into a sphere. As soon as the sphere was formed, a red flame suddenly rose up, turning all the parts into liquid substances. Louis looked at the liquid substance in front of him and clenched his right hand violently. Bang! Sparks flew, and a red light instantly enveloped the command room. When the light faded, the liquid substance that was originally the size of a human head became the size of 2 fists. Just with that grab by Louis, all the impurities were removed. The sparks that were scattered before were impurities. After removing all the impurities, Louis did not stop there. The liquid substance in Louis pulled the trigger, and a perfectly formed, seamless, and scorching hot pistol appeared in Louis's hand. The pistol was very hot, but it had no effect on Louis's hand. The hot temperature was like nothing. After taking a closer look at the pistol in his hand and making sure it was fine, Louis placed his other hand on the pistol. Then, a small magic circle appeared in Louis's palm. Crack, crack, crack. Ice appeared under the influence of the magic circle and instantly froze the pistol in Louis's hand. Swish, white mist floated out of the pistol, and finally, the last step of quenching is completed. This time, the appearance of the pistol is finally revealed. The dark gun body and the dense and complicated patterns are all in front of Louis's eyes, holding the pistol in his hand. Louis made a move towards the still floating energy storage device extracted from the Cosmic Cube. The space ripples around the storage device flashed, and the storage device disappeared out of thin air. With a slight click, the storage device was installed in the reserve gap of the pistol. After the energy storage device was placed, Louis pulled the trigger without stopping. Buzz, a buzzing sound that was stronger than before sounded, and a beam of azure light shot out directly, and a table and everything on the table were turned into powder. Just barely enough. If Nick Fury heard this, he would probably be furious. His men spent so much effort but failed to make the weapon so powerful while shrinking it to this extent. But Nick Fury couldn't hear. Louis filled with the pistol, and the magic power in his body rushed out and went into the pistol along his arm. The pattern on the surface of the pistol seemed to come alive at this moment, and a small magic circle appeared at the muzzle. A beam of azure light wrapped around an orange-red beam of light and shot towards a full metal wall. Just as it was about to hit the wall, a man suddenly jumped out and blocked the 2 beams of light without fear of death. The 2 beams of light were entangled with each other. One beam came from the energy of the Cosmic Cube, which had the characteristics of destruction. The other beam came from Louis's magic power and the pattern of the gun body, which contained the effects of penetration and explosion. Although the 2 beams of light did not affect each other and were clearly separated, they were only entangled with each other during the period. But at the moment of explosion, they would definitely bring about a huge chemical reaction. However, just when the 2 were about to hit a full metal wall and explode, a burly standard American jumped out of the door of the command room. The moment of seeing the entangled beams of light, his figure flashed and rushed towards the target of the beam of light without fear of death. His speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, and he was very close to the full metal wall used for Louis's experiment. When the beam of light was about to hit the wall, he was just in time to be caught by her. He reached out and pulled from behind, and a shield was held in his hand. Then he stepped out with one foot, bent his thigh, leaned forward, and blocked the shield in front of him. This time, the beam of light just hit. Buzz, buzz, bang, bang. 2 entangled beams of light hit the shield, and a huge shock wave generated by the beams of light directly turned into huge kinetic energy. However, this huge kinetic energy did not hurt him, and even affected him. The kinetic energy circulated on the shield, carrying the 2 beams of light back, changing the direction of the 2 beams of light, and making the 2 beams of light rush towards the direction of the command room window. Bang! With a sound, a piece of glass on the command room window that ordinary shells could not penetrate was shattered, and the 2 beams of light drew a beautiful trajectory in the sky and disappeared into the sky. Then, due to the continuous loss of power in the sky, they gradually disappeared. Looking at the gradually disappearing beams of light, and looking at the person who was still holding the shield, Louis was helpless. This is probably the consequence of experimenting with products on other people's territory. Someone might come out to stop it. Now it's Captain America, and maybe it will be the Hulk in a while. Captain America? Yes, you read it right. It's Captain America. The guy who came to stop Louis is Captain America. Although he was not wearing a uniform, the shield in his hand undoubtedly proved this point in the entire Marvel world. Only his shield is so special that it can block all attacks. Not only will he not be injured, but it will not even have any impact. After watching him receive the 2 beams of light he fired without being affected at all, Louis guessed it. Shields can be faked, but the effect of shields will not be. Actually, your shield is pretty good. Can you show it to me? Louis asked. No, Captain America refused. Captain America Steve Rogers had no idea whether Louis was an enemy or a friend, so he naturally couldn't give the shield to Louis easily. But if he didn't give it to him, would Louis not look at it? Of course not. After Captain America refused, Louis pushed his feet on the ground slightly and appeared in front of Captain America in an instant. Before Captain America could react, Louis came in front of him. Captain America's pupils shrank subconsciously, and then he was about to step back. But at this time, Louis's hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the shield directly. Captain America Steve Rogers stopped. It's not that he wanted to stop, but he couldn't stop. The shield caught by Louis was like being pressed under a mountain. Even though Steve had used all his strength, it still didn't move. That Steve's face flushed red, and the muscles in his arms were tangled. Obviously, he had used all his strength. Let go. Louis let out a light shout, and his hand shook. Steve's hand that was grabbing the shield was like being bitten by a poisonous snake, and he could no longer hold his shield. The powerful force even pushed Steve to the wall. Boom, a muffled sound was heard, and his body came into close contact with the wall and hit the wall. From the sound alone, one could almost tell how fierce it was. Steve almost stuck to the wall for a few seconds before slowly sliding down from the wall. Looking at the wall again. The wall had been concave in the middle. He no longer paid attention to these things. He took the shield in his hand and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a while, Louis said, "It's a good thing, but it's a pity that it can't be copied after all." Shaking his head and laughing twice. Louis didn't pay attention to these anymore, but shifted his attention to another thing. This shield is said to be able to withstand all attacks. I wonder if it is true. Louis grabbed both sides of the shield and began to exert force little by little. 0.1% of the force. The shield did not change. 5% of the force. The shield did not change. Louis thought about it, and the strength was directly increased to 50%. Louis's arm muscles bulged slightly, but the problem was that the shield had not changed at all. Not even a slight deformation occurred. Louis thought about it again, and the strength was directly increased to 100%, and 70,000 tons of basic force burst out. But this was still useless. The shield did not change at all. Even 70,000 tons of force can't do anything to this thing. Is it really very durable? I wonder if magic is the same. Louis couldn't help but ask. Louis retracted his power, and with a thought, the shield floated in front of him. He raised his two hands, palms facing inward. Facing the shield point, two magic circles appeared in the palms of his two hands. Orange-red flames and pale blue ice emerged from the two magic circles respectively, lingering on the left and right sides of the shield. The entire command room instantly turned into a world of ice and fire. The left side was as hot as a sea of fire, and the right side was as cold as the polar regions. The cold and heat intertwined together. The entire command room had a huge impact. Steve saw all this and was anxious. He ignored the pain in his chest and rushed towards Louis. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. He watched him rush towards him. A wave of thought flashed out and turned into a heavy hammer in the air, hitting him. With another muffled sound, he was directly knocked away and crashed out of the door of the command room. Bang! The automatic metal door of the command room was smashed by Captain America Steve, and the fragments scattered everywhere. The shield people outside the door were shocked by the fragments, and Steve, Captain America, who was so heroic just now, actually came out in this way. Although they had expected it, those who grew up listening to the stories of Captain America could not believe it at all. "Captain, are you okay?" Finally, Gorvisi came to his senses and walked over to Captain America Steve, whose face was red with anger or shame, and helped him up. "I'm fine." Poof. Captain America Steve just said this. His face suddenly changed, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Gorvisi was too close to Captain America Steve and was directly sprayed with blood. However, Gorvisi did not dare and could not blame Captain America. He wiped the blood on his face and quickly asked someone to take Captain America Steve to the hospital for treatment. However, Captain America Steve refused. "No need." Steve pushed Gorvisi aside and stood up. His physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary people. After the mouthful of blood spurted out, his injuries had healed a lot, and the feeling of suffocation was gone. "Captain, you need treatment," Gorvisi said with a wry smile. "No, I don't need it. Send someone to prepare some firefighting supplies right now, and notify Commander Hill immediately, saying that an unexpected incident has occurred here and she needs to handle it as soon as possible." "But you," I said. "I'm fine. Do as I said." "Yes, Captain." In principle, Captain America Steve did not have the authority to order these people, but in reality it was not the case. Captain America's seniority allowed him to do so. All the people present did not think it was a big deal, and gladly accepted the order and began to do as he said and to prepare. Captain America Steve was not idle either, and regardless of whether his body had fully recovered, he walked into the command room again with a solemn expression. But just as he took a step inside, a strong force once again hit his aching chest, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, hitting the wall behind him, and was hung on the wall again. Lui did not intend to let him enter the command room again, seeing that he had just taken a step inside and was knocked away again. "Captain, are you okay?" Gopsy, who didn't have time to leave, carefully walked to the side of Captain America who had just fallen from the wall and asked. Puff. Steve spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. The blood spots on the shiny floor looked so exaggerated. Captain America with blood on his mouth looked so miserable. The people around him who had not yet left looked much paler, and their eyes were filled with great worry. This time, something is wrong. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Steve couldn't help but cough. Every time he coughed, some blood would come out. Steve covered his mouth and nose with his hands, barely blocking the blood from his mouth and nose. "Then I'll have someone send you for treatment." "No need for that. Just sit here. I'm worried about this place." "But your body. I can hold on. Just do what I said before." Captain America Steve said firmly. "Yes, Captain." Gopsy felt the determination of Captain Steve, and he didn't say anything more. He trotted all the way to inform Hill he was just an ordinary person. He couldn't deal with Louis. Staying would only be a burden. It would be better to go find someone quickly. After Gopsy left, Captain Steve didn't force himself to enter the command room again. He just sat there, looking at the command room and waiting for Hill's arrival. However, Hill didn't wait, but he waited for a black shadow that flew out of the door of the command room. The black shadow's target seemed to be him, and it was heading towards him. The shadow flew towards him. He was seriously injured now and couldn't dodge at all. The shadow hit the metal wall beside him. Clang. There was a sound of metal collision, and the shadow sank into the metal wall beside him, only 1 centimeter away from his flesh and blood body. If the shadow moved 1 centimeter towards him, it would not be the wall beside him that the shadow sank into, but his flesh and blood body. If that was the case, his flesh and blood body would at least have broken bones and tendons. Steve's cold sweat flowed down. He was also a human being, and he would be afraid. "The shield is returned to you." Just when he was afraid, Louis' voice suddenly came from the command room. "Shield." Steve subconsciously turned his head to look at the black shadow next to him. Sure enough, it was not a shield, or something else. It's just that a shield has undergone some special changes now. It's not that it is deformed, but that all the paint on the shield has been baked off, basically returning to its original appearance. Steve reached out to the shield, wanting to hold the shield in his hand, which would give him a little sense of security. His hand just touched the shield, and a burning feeling came, and his fingers made a hissing sound as if they were placed on a red-hot pot. The temperature of his shield is very high. Steve directly retracted his hand and never dared to touch his shield again. "Don't worry, it's just heated up. It will be fine after cooling down for a while." Louis walked out of the command room without knowing when, and said to Steve condescendingly, "What on earth do you want to do?" Steve asked in confusion. Louis' attitude changed so quickly that he couldn't figure out what Louis wanted to do, and whether he was an enemy or a friend. "Scientific research." "What? Scientific research? Don't you understand?" "I understand," Steve said with a strange look on his face. He suddenly felt that he had suffered a great loss. Perhaps Louis had never thought about what to do. Just when Steve felt regretful, a voice came from far away. "What's going on here? Life is full of surprises." First, Steve suddenly appeared. Although his purpose was not good, since he came, he would naturally gain something. The shield was one of them. Lui did not need a shield, but he could still study it. What he got was more useful than the shield. Now another one appeared, and this one was more useful than Steve. Through him, Lui got something better, and this person was none other than the Hulk, whom Lui had fought before. What happened here? Bruce Banner, the Hulk in human form, appeared at the door of the command room and made a puzzled voice. To be honest, the Hulk in human form is not as wild as before. With curly hair, elegant face, and wise eyes, he looks like a scientist instead of the rude and arrogant Hulk. In fact, it is not necessarily wrong to say that he is a scientist instead of the rude and arrogant Hulk. After all, his situation is a bit special. He has split personality. There is no problem in saying that Bruce Banner and Hulk are two people. Nothing big happened. I just did some scientific research, and then it became like this. Louis looked at Bruce Banner with a burning gaze and smiled. This is a perfect opportunity to extract treasures. Louis's robots are not as good as him. Louis can be said to value him very much. He couldn't help laughing when he saw him appear. Really, Bruce Banner's voice was full of doubt, but this doubt did not last long. He was attracted by another thing. He suddenly found that Louis looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "Have we met somewhere before?" Bruce Banner looked at Louis and asked doubtfully. "Of course I have. We had a good fight not long ago, and you were fighting a big guy at that time. Is it you?" Bruce Banner finally remembered Louis, and then subconsciously took a step back. Lui had left a deep impression on him at the time, even though he was not very conscious at the time. Don't be afraid. Although we had some conflicts before, I won't kill you. Killing you won't do me any good. I will keep you and beat you up from time to time. Louis added this sentence in his heart. After adding this sentence, Louis looked at Bruce Banner with a deeper smile in his eyes, and there was a hint of unpredictable look in his eyes. You won't kill me? Why do I feel so uncomfortable when you talk to me? Bruce Banner looked very strange and was really annoyed by Louis's words and eyes. Is it awkward? Louis looked at Steve. A little bit. Steve was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. Huh. Louis's eyes narrowed and he stared at Steve. Who did I offend to deserve this? Steve smiled helplessly but had to change his words. No. The situation is stronger than people. See, no. Bruce Banner was speechless. Who were you trying to fool? Even if you wanted to lie, you shouldn't do it like this. Doing this in front of me. Is that really okay? Good. What? I said yes. Louis said again, can you hear my voice? What you think is written on your face? If you are blind, you may not be able to see it. Bruce Banner was helpless. It was not easy to meet someone like Louis. It was really infuriating. Although there is a difference between being angry and being angry, they are not without any commonality. His heartbeat speed increased a lot. During this period of time, he practiced yoga and had a good control over his anger so that he would not be affected too much. You have good control over your emotions. Looking at Bruce Banner, who was still calm and composed, Louis praised him. But Louis's praise did not make Bruce Banner feel any favor. Instead, he became wary of Louis. Louis's praise was very inappropriate. Saying it at this time made Bruce Banner feel that Louis did not doubt his good intentions. His situation was very special. Anger was the source of his power and transformation. Many people knew about this. He was in such a place, so he couldn't help but think more about it. Of course, there was nothing wrong with his overthinking. It was very correct. Louis really had ulterior motives. The reaction is quite fast, but that's it. There's a long way to go. Today is a bit inappropriate, but there will always be opportunities in the future. After Louis said this, he ignored Bruce Banner, who was more alert, and turned to look at Hill, who hurried over. Hill, didn't you just say you would prepare a room for me? Where's the room? Louis asked Hill. We are ready. Looking at his subordinates who were not missing any limbs or in any trouble, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, this is the seaside. Is there a seafood dinner? Yes, Hill said straightforwardly. Originally, there was none, but as long as they could hold Louis back, they would have one. Anyway, it was not a difficult task for them. That's good. Prepare a seafood feast for me. I haven't eaten it yet. Go back to your room first. It will be delivered to your room soon. You can eat in your room then. Hill just wanted Louis to stay in the room and not come out. Okay, seeing Louis agreed, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. After asking Gavasai beside her to take Louis back to the room, she began to deal with the mess left by Louis. The aerospace aircraft carrier is about to take off, and the mess left by Louis must be dealt with. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for the aerospace aircraft carrier to take off. Maybe there will be an air crash, which will be embarrassing. Hill had just sent Louis away, and before she could do anything, one of her men came over with a strange look on his face and said, Commander Hill, you'd better come and take a look. Hill was very anxious and angry. He listened to his subordinates and rushed into the command room without caring about anything else. Everything in the command room was imprinted in Hill's eyes that I in the command room. It can really be said that there is no change at all. Yes, there is no change at all. Are you sure that a fight really took place just now and that you detected any abnormalities? Hill finally understood why his subordinate had such a strange expression just now. It was not because everything was destroyed, but because everything was intact. Steve was seriously injured, and the abnormalities in the command room could be felt outside, but he was still intact. His expression couldn't help but be strange. Of course, in the brief moment just now, there was a huge energy reaction in the command room, and also an abnormal temperature contrast. Unusual temperature contrast. Just now, a situation of ice and fire appeared in the command room. In some local areas, the temperature on one side suddenly rose, reaching tens of thousands of degrees, while the temperature on the other side suddenly dropped, reaching several hundred degrees below zero. Such a big temperature difference? Then why is there no change here? Everything in the command room is full of high-precision instruments. Not to mention the temperature difference of tens of thousands of degrees or hundreds of degrees below zero. Even the most ordinary temperature difference may cause problems with the instruments, but now there is no change in the instruments. At least there is no change on the surface. This is really hard for Hill to believe that in fact, not only Hill himself didn't believe it, but Hill's subordinates were also a little bit unconvinced. With such a big temperature difference, there was no change at all. How is it possible? Suddenly, Hill seemed to think of something and looked at the automatic door of the command room. The automatic door of the command room was still broken and distorted, and outside the distorted door, Steve was still sitting on the ground. Hill didn't care about these. He cared about the things on the door of the command room. She found something abnormal. Hill walked quickly to the distorted door, squatted down, and observed it carefully. Commander, look here. Hill pointed to a mark on the twisted door. Is this the trace of being melted at high temperature and then quickly frozen? Hill's men asked uncertainly. Yes, that's the trace. Such traces generally do not appear. To have such traces, a temperature difference of at least 1,000 degrees must be reached immediately. This can prove that the previous temperature difference really existed, but in the end, all traces were erased. Hill's men said excitedly. It's not appropriate to say that it was erased. It should be said that everything was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Hill said thoughtfully that Hill's words were like a revelation, and her subordinate woke up instantly. Yes, that's right. It means everything is back to the way it was. Absolutely. Commander, please give me a few days so that I can study this place with all my heart. I will definitely work out the principle and give you a satisfactory answer. Hill's subordinate looked around, with madness flashing in his eyes, and he was eager to study this place, and no matter how Louis did it. There must be some traces left in the command room. Since there are traces here, it is possible to work out the principle. He can now almost imagine that he will become famous after studying this kind of power. His agent level will be promoted, and he will reach the pinnacle of his life. Thinking of this, he looked at Hill with anticipation. It is not a simple matter to study the traces left in the command room. It requires Hill's support, but he doesn't think it is difficult. This technology is very potential, and Hill will support him. Now it's just a formality. It's good that you have this thought, but when it comes to Hill's subordinate's face turns very bad. At this time, he is afraid of the turn. According to the conventional routine, once you say but, it means that the next word is a rejection. However, the aerospace carrier will be launched soon. We don't have that much time to give you. Let's just forget it. It is indeed the case. Hill's subordinate's face became even uglier. But we can't just let it go like this. No need to say more. It's decided. Go out and ask the maintenance department to come and fix the door. Yes, sir. Hill's subordinate had a bewildered look on his face. He had no idea why Hill had such a reaction. He walked out of the command room with confusion about Hill's behavior and went to find someone from the maintenance department. After Hill saw her subordinate leave, she did not leave, but just stood in the command room, with the regret in her eyes not concealed at all. Hill actually had a lot of ideas about studying here. The only problem is that this cannot be done. Louis was on the aerospace aircraft carrier, studying Louis's power under Louis's nose. This is something that only a very greedy person would do. He didn't want the aerospace aircraft carrier to be dismantled by Louis just after it took off, so he could only choose to refuse with great pain. It's such a pity. Hill knew about Louis's ability to repair items. Louis used this ability to repair an entire block of houses. This ability is very useful and has great potential. With this ability, you can imagine how many things can be repaired without worrying about damage. And the most important thing is that Louis's ability is magic. To put it bluntly, magic is the study and application of energy. Taking this opportunity, maybe they can study the secrets of magic, which can strengthen themselves. Now, not only have they lost the opportunity, but they have also lost the opportunity to control the secrets of magic. Sighing helplessly, it didn't continue to feel sorry. People have to look forward and can't stay in the past. Hill turned and left the command room to help Louis prepare a seafood dinner. You're smart, Louis said while sitting in his room. After that, he stopped paying attention, withdrew his gaze, and waited for his seafood dinner. With Hill's personal attention, the seafood feast was soon served in Lu Yi's room. The charming aroma filled Lu Yi's room. Lu Yi's room was full of the aroma of seafood. I don't know if Hill wanted to use the food to delay time, wanting Lu Yi to eat for a while longer. So he stayed in his room. Lu Yi's current seafood feast can really be called a big seafood feast. It really shouldn't be too big. A room of more than 20 square meters was mostly filled with seafood, fried, stir-fried, and deep-fried, countless. In the end, Louis couldn't even get in or out, and was surrounded by seafood. This won't do. The smell is too strong. Taking a deep breath, Louis said helplessly. After thinking for a while, Louis took another look at the seafood feast in front of him and the all-metal ceiling in the room, snapped his fingers, and walked towards the deck of the aerospace aircraft carrier step by step with the neatly floating seafood feast. In the room, the densely packed seafood was like an army in neat rows, following Louis and walking towards the deck of the aerospace aircraft carrier. When the idle people of S.H.I.E.L.D. on the aerospace aircraft carrier saw this scene, they all opened their mouths wide, completely confused about what Louis was doing. And the road to the deck of the aerospace aircraft carrier was full of the smell of food. What is he doing? Hill also noticed Louis and said with a headache. This really affected their normal work. The air is circulating. The aroma of food in the aisle spread throughout the aerospace aircraft carrier along with the circulating air. Most people couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and a small number of people's stomachs even growled. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Hill's face became more and more ugly. I shouldn't have asked such a good chef to make him a seafood feast. Hill muttered to himself, feeling the hunger coming from his stomach. After muttering, Hill simply ordered his men to turn on the ventilation system to clear out all the aromas. Louis also felt the opening of the ventilation system. A large amount of fresh air with a fishy smell rushed towards him, causing Louis to speed up his pace. This fresh air with a fishy smell is not bad, but compared to the aroma of a seafood feast, there is really no comparison. Louis, who was used to the aroma of a seafood feast, can't stand it at all. Quickly arriving at the deck of the aerospace aircraft carrier, Louis snapped his fingers again, and the aerospace aircraft carrier in addition, a cubic meter of seawater, under the control of an invisible force, slowly floated in front of Louis under the unbelievable eyes of the staff on the deck. Then, under the influence of Louis's thoughts, it quickly deformed and turned into a long table that fell on the deck. Finally, all the seafood fell on the water table, neatly arranged. After doing all this, Louis did not use knives, forks, or chopsticks. With a flash of thought, he ate the seafood feast in front of him with relish. All kinds of seafood that were cooked to perfection were automatically peeled off their shells, revealing the edible parts inside, and slowly floated into Louis's mouth like a line. It's so comfortable. Louis stretched his body and lay back, as if there was an invisible bed behind him, holding his body up and floating in the air, lying down and eating seafood at the same time. This kind of life is simply too comfortable. And this kind of comfort soon aroused the envy and jealousy of others. It's true that people have different fates, but they are the same. Bruce Banner looked at Louis, who was feasting on a seafood feast not far away, and then looked at the hamburger in his hand, and said helplessly, the gap between people is really big. Louis was invited, and he was also invited. But in the end, the difference in food became what it is now. One is a hamburger, and the other is a seafood feast. The hamburger, which was originally quite delicious, immediately became tasteless. Bruce Banner took a bite, and it tasted like chewing wax. Extremely dry, and he couldn't swallow it at all. The burger is not tasty. Are you interested in trying a seafood feast together? Just when Bruce Banner's face was full of bitterness, Louis's voice reached his ears, of course. Bruce Banner said without hesitation. After such a long time on the run, Bruce Banner deeply understood a truth. That is, when a sugar-coated bullet is fired, the bullet must be fired back. But the sugar coating can also be eaten. Anyway, it doesn't matter much. Louis obviously didn't have good intentions. Since he didn't have good intentions, he naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity and eat all the sugar coating. Louis didn't know what Bruce Banner was thinking. And he was not too surprised that Bruce Banner agreed to his request so straightforwardly. Americans are like this, and they don't have the implicitness of Orientals in accepting other people's invitations. Seafood feast tastes good, right? Louis asked Bruce Banner, who was eating king crab leisurely. Not bad. Very good. Your treatment is really good. We were both invited here. Why is there such a big difference? Bruce Banner asked with a puzzled look on his face. That's because I'm very strong and can control myself. You and I, one is a strong man, the other is a strong beast. Beasts are scary, but in the end they're just beasts. They can be subdued and killed. People should be the masters. People are more terrifying and wise. They can't be dominated or killed easily. They will be more afraid. Although he was compared to a beast, Bruce Banner didn't seem angry. Instead, he put the king crab in his hand on the water table and fell into deep thought. He could understand that Louis was right. He was a beast, and Louis was a man. It seems that you have understood a little bit. Are you interested in transforming into a human? Transformed into a human? How do you say that? Bruce Banner was shocked and asked quickly. Do you know how your second personality was formed? It was because you were too repressed. You never thought about releasing your emotions. These emotions were suppressed more and more in your heart. Combined with the previous changes, your second personality appeared. More often, people are like springs. The more they are suppressed, the tighter the springs become. However, a spring is a spring after all. It is impossible to suppress it infinitely. When you suppress the spring to a limit, you will find that the spring will rebound. Why do people have mental illness? It is because there are too many emotions and too much pressure. The spring is suppressed to the limit and rebounds. The rebound of the spring is to release all the previous repression. Some people with good character and good luck may burst out like nothing happened, but others are different. They have no way out, and various mental illnesses appear, and Bruce Banner is one of those people who did not walk out. His childhood experience has made him very depressed, and the spring has been suppressed a lot. After a baptism of gamma rays, the spring rebounded and formed a new personality, Hulk. He does not appear at ordinary times, but once Bruce Banner's anger reaches an extreme, he will appear. Moreover, the power that should have belonged to him has been mastered by his new personality Hulk. In fact, Hulk is not the only one in Marvel. Many people in Marvel are like this. However, they are not the ones to be focused on now. Louis does not have the time for this. He needs to deal with Bruce Banner first. I think you must have read a lot of psychology books, right? Louis smiled at the thoughtful Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner nodded subconsciously. He had spent a lot of effort to suppress his unlucky personality. While studying how to remove his abilities, he also read a lot of psychology books. Of course, he did not do this to resolve his personality, but to regulate his emotions and suppress it when he was angry. Since you have read books on psychology, you should know why mental illness occurs. Yes, Bruce Banner nodded. So does what I said make sense? That makes sense, but not all mentally ill patients can recover by releasing their emotions. Most of them can't, but you are an exception. You can release your previous emotions, and you will become calmer and calmer, while Hulk will become weaker and weaker. When you and Hulk can reach a balance, then accept Hulk and integrate it into your own personality, you can return to normal, and the ability will not disappear. Bruce Banner was silent. What Louis said made a lot of sense, but he didn't know if Louis had other purposes, so he didn't dare to say anything rashly. Have concerns? That's normal. Then let's stop talking and continue eating. Louis didn't say anything, just smiled and pointed at the big meal on the table. Louis didn't think he would succeed today. Anyway, he had plenty of time, so he just played slowly. There would always be a day when he would agree, and then the chance to make a perfect draw would come. Do you really think Louis is bored by doing this? Of course not. Louis did this for a purpose, and the purpose was quite simple, which was to let Bruce Banner burst out his abilities on his own and help him make a perfect draw on his own. Louis also knew that it was not so easy to keep provoking Bruce Banner's emotions. He was a man who could run and jump, and after the transformation, he was even more powerful. Louis couldn't keep provoking Bruce Banner's emotions, so he could only let him cooperate with him, which would be simple. And now Louis has completed half of it as planted a seed in Bruce Banner's heart, and now it's just a matter of waiting for the seed to take root and sprout. Louis was floating in the air in a half-lying position, looking at Bruce Banner, who had no appetite. With a bright smile on his face, Louis enjoyed the sumptuous seafood dinner very much. Louis almost ate for 3 hours, and the dinner ended only when the aerospace aircraft carrier was about to take off. After debugging all the instruments and finding that there were no problems, He'll chose to let the aerospace aircraft carrier take off in order to prevent Louis from coming to the command room to make trouble again. In this way, she would have a reason to ask Louis to stop making trouble in the command room. And Louis should also consider the overall situation and not make trouble. This led to Louis eating a seafood dinner. According to the safety regulations of the aerospace aircraft carrier, when the aerospace aircraft carrier is launched, no one is allowed to stay in the air. On the deck of the aerospace aircraft carrier, after the aerospace aircraft carrier takes off, the air on the deck surface will become very thin, and the air currents in the sky will also blow the deck, making the deck very dangerous. Louis is naturally not afraid of danger, but when in Rome, he follows the local customs. In addition, 3 hours for a meal is a bit long, so he did not refuse, packed up all his things, and returned to his room. Not long after Louis returned to his room, the aerospace aircraft carrier shook as a whole, and a large amount of water vapor appeared from both sides of the aerospace aircraft carrier, and then the aerospace aircraft carrier quickly took off. Watching the aerospace aircraft carrier take off, Louis couldn't help but smile. The meaning of this is not simple. It means that the plot of the Avengers has developed again, and soon, the Avengers will be gathered. After that, the first collision between the Avengers and Loki will begin, and Loki will be locked in a cage. And the next day, Hawkeye will lead people to raid the aerospace carrier. Of course, Louis does not intend to help in this process. If he helps, everything will be clear. With this in mind, Louis did not behave in this way. He spent the whole day sunbathing, eating, drinking, and having fun. He was very comfortable. After the aerospace carrier was launched, he was the most idle person in the entire aerospace carrier. Even Bruce Banner was dragged by Nick Fury to find the cosmic cube. Lui's state of being idle and having nothing to do and being able to play around is undoubtedly enviable. I don't know how many people envy and hate him. This is not an invited employee, but an invited uncle. In the next few days, another uncle appeared. He was even more powerful than Louis. He took the initiative and regarded himself as the owner of the aerospace carrier. The new uncle is not an ordinary person. It is Tony Stark, the wild Avenger besides the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D. This guy is finally here. The playboy in the past, now Iron Man Tony Stark, finally finished his own business and arrived at the aerospace aircraft carrier smoothly today. Who doesn't know what kind of person this guy is? He loves face, likes to show off, and looks down on others. Today he showed all of this. He didn't take the usual path. He put on the iron battlesuit and entered the aerospace aircraft carrier under the promotion of the iron battlesuit. Then he took over the master and pointed fingers at the people on the aerospace aircraft carrier as soon as he came up, as if he was the owner of the aerospace aircraft carrier. Finally, he came to the command room and occupied Nick Fury's position in the command room. He saw all of this and was really full of sympathy for Nick Fury. It was okay to have someone like him who made him uncomfortable, but now there is another one that I don't know what Nick Fury feels now. Whether he will regret recruiting both himself and Tony Stark. Of course, it was too late for Nick Fury to regret now that it is said that it is easy to invite gods, but difficult to send them away. Since people have been invited, it is not easy to ask them to leave. Take Louis for example. Louis did not intend to leave anyway, at least not before defeating the Avengers and the army brought by Loki. With this plan, Louis once again began his idle daily life, eating, drinking, playing, and having fun all day long, not caring about anything. Until one day, on this day, the face recognition system on the aerospace aircraft carrier found a familiar face at a party, and the Avengers began to gather to catch the other party. Originally, this was not Louis's business. After all, it was the Avengers who gathered, and they were not dealing with Louis himself, so Nick Fury did not notify Louis. However, Louis still shifted his attention to them, not because they were Avengers, but because the person with a familiar face they were dealing with was Loki. In the original plot, Loki had such a move to fall into the trap, but he succeeded in saving himself later. But now it's a little different. Although the plot inertia is still there, after all, there is an additional variable like himself. It is really unknown whether he can save himself successfully. It doesn't matter whether he dies or not. Louis doesn't care. Louis cares that after his death, the Chijiri army can't come to the Earth. This is really bad for Louis. Louis must ensure that Loki will not die before bringing the army. By the way, Thor should be here by now, right? Louis sat in his room, his eyes fixed on Tony Stark and the others, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. He had tortured Thor a lot last time. If Thor hadn't run fast, he might have died by now. This meeting will definitely be very exciting. I guess Thor will run away as soon as he sees me. I wonder if Loki will do the same. Louis did not leave a good impression on Thor. He almost killed Thor at the beginning. Louis could almost guarantee that Thor would never face Louis as usual. He might even run away directly. With curiosity in his heart, Louis walked out of his room and came to the deck of the aerospace carrier, waiting for their arrival. Knowing that there was a good show to watch, how could Louis miss it? He came here without hesitation, waiting for the show to start. Tony Stark and his team were still very fast. They easily caught the waterproof Loki, and then took him to the aerospace carrier. Although there was a problem with Thor, Thor's sudden arrival delayed the time, and had a small fight with Tony Stark, but it was not a big deal. With the intervention of the injured Captain America Steve, they quickly restrained their temper, ended the fight, and continued to fly towards the aerospace carrier. In the end, they quickly came to Louis. After spending a little time to land the fighter, they walked out of the fighter and met Louis. Long time no see. Louis said to Thor and Loki with an extremely happy smile on his face. Louis was very happy, but Thor and Loki felt quite horrified. They could not feel any friendliness in the smile on Louis's face. They only felt a chill rising from their spines, and they subconsciously wanted to run away. But in the end, both of them held back with great willpower. Thor did not want to lose face for Asgard in front of so many people, and Loki had a plan and was determined not to run away. However, the two of them were not so happy at the moment. Their faces unconsciously showed some bitterness, and their eyes were full of desolation, which made people who saw them unconsciously raise the 4 words, brothers in distress, in their hearts. Long time no see, Thor said with forced calmness. Captain America and Tony Stark were completely confused about the situation. They looked at Louis and then at Thor. They didn't think the two of them had any connection. After all, one was an alien and the other was an Earthling. Only Natasha, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., knew the secrets between the 3 of them and couldn't help but feel a headache. She completely ignored this point. Thinking of the scene of the 3 fighting, Natasha couldn't help but feel a tingling scalp. Do you think we should go in and talk? Natasha almost gritted her teeth and interrupted the two of them. Okay, Louis did not disappoint Natasha's hard work and agreed to her words if Louis did not refuse. Then Thor and Loki would not refuse either. They did not want to fight with Louis. The scene was strangely quiet for a while, and then it recovered when Louis turned around and walked into the aerospace aircraft carrier. At least there was no fight. I hope there will be no fight next time, otherwise it will be too bad. Natasha, who was walking at the back, looked at the backs of several people and smiled bitterly in her heart. In a blink of an eye, the group of people came to the holding room of the Hulk prepared by Nick Fury. Nick Fury had been waiting for them here for a long time. Nick Fury did not care why Louis appeared among them and asked them to temporarily imprison Loki in this glass cage to prevent him from escaping. Except for Loki, no one present refused. Then, under the joint escort of Thor and Tony Stark, Loki was imprisoned in this glass cage. It may be to show how dangerous this glass cage is and how impossible it is to break free, so that Loki would be cautious and keep quiet. In this process, Nick Fury showed everyone present how dangerous this glass cage is. Nick Fury manipulated the baffle under the glass cage to open. The whistling wind blew out from under the baffle, and Loki instantly stood in the air above a height of tens of thousands of meters, with only a layer of glass blocking his feet. Telling of the danger, that is, Bruce Banner did not come. If Bruce Banner came and saw this scene, he would definitely make the decision to transform into a human very quickly. For him, such a cage is not dangerous, but it is definitely humiliating. The people have been imprisoned here, and they are safe for the time being. You go and have a rest first. I want to personally interrogate the location of the cosmic cube here. After showing everything, Nick Fury temporarily shifted his attention from Loki to the Avengers and Louis and said to them, the Avengers were naturally not without reason. Most of them could fight, but they were not good at interrogation, and they had no curiosity about interrogation. Instead of participating in it, they might as well take a good rest, including Thor. Yes, he's Loki's brother, but the cosmic cube is really a matter of great importance. He can't watch the cosmic cube being used to open the space gate to invade the Earth. He had tried to use family affection to let Loki let go and take out the cosmic cube, but Loki was not moved. His family affection offensive was useless, so he simply handed Loki over to Nick Fury. Since they had no objections, Loki, who was watching the show, naturally had no objections. The group of people said nothing and left the imprisoned Loki. Nick Fury walked out slowly and walked towards their special lounge under the leadership of Tony Stark. Natasha originally planned to stay, but no one knew what Nick Fury was thinking in the end, and he quietly signaled Natasha to follow with his eyes. Natasha had no choice but to follow to the lounge. In the lounge dedicated to the Avengers of the Aerospace Aircraft Carrier, such a group of people quickly gathered, making the lounge that originally looked empty become full. It is worth mentioning that Bruce Banner also came. In other words, in such a small lounge, almost all the Avengers of the early Avengers Alliance gathered in such a short time, except for Hawkeye, who didn't know where he was floating. There were so many people gathered in the lounge, but unexpectedly, the lounge was very quiet. Everyone sat in their respective seats without saying a word. Do you want something to drink? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more weird, Natasha finally couldn't help but speak. Now she finally understood why Nick Fury wanted him to come with him. It turned out that this was his idea, to adjust the mood of the Avengers, especially Loki, to prevent them from going in a bad direction. Someone was willing to break the silence, and she was the only woman among the crowd. Everyone gave her face and didn't act too unkind. They each ordered a drink. Thor and Tony Stark, two guys who couldn't live without alcohol, and Steve, who couldn't get drunk, ordered wine. Loki and Bruce Banner ordered coffee, and Natasha brought a glass of water, with Natasha as an interrupter. The atmosphere suddenly became much better. Meeting is fate. Let's put aside the past unhappiness, introduce ourselves again, and establish a friendship from the heart. What do you say? Natasha said again. I have no objection. My name is Steve, Captain America. You can call me Captain. Steve spoke first after looking at Louis. He was incredibly naive. After seeing Louis restore everything in the command room and return his shield, he no longer had much hatred for Louis. Now that Natasha said this, he was going to erase the unpleasantness with Louis. So can I. I'm Thor, the god of thunder, the prince of Asgard. You can call me Thor. My friends all call me that. The person who spoke right after Steve was none other than the arrogant god of thunder, which made everyone present couldn't help but look at him in surprise. What the people present didn't know was that Thor was indeed very arrogant, but he also had the necessary respect for the strong, and the Asgard's culture of respecting the strong had already influenced him, and Louis was a strong man. Although he had a strong enough background to ensure that he didn't need to be afraid of Louis due to this culture from Asgard, he didn't want to have an inexplicable hatred with Louis. To be more specific, he didn't want to provoke a strong enemy, an irresistible enemy. So he spoke second. The only one who was more troublesome. Everyone has spoken, and the next thing is simple. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, who have basically no intersection with others and don't have much hatred, also spoke one after another. Soon, Louis was the only one who didn't speak. All the Avengers in the lounge looked at Louis, hoping that Louis could give up the previous complicated relationships and establish new friendships. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Louis suddenly realized that he had done a lot since he traveled through time. The people present had some relationship with him in some way, either hatred or resentment, which really made Louis feel that his popularity was not very good. The corners of his mouth subconsciously outlined a faint smile. In the lounge, everyone's eyes were focused on Louis. Just now, everyone agreed to put aside the past and establish a new friendship. Only Louis had not yet expressed his opinion. They all wanted to know Louis's answer, but Louis seemed not to notice, sitting on a chair, with a faint smile on his face with clear contours, as if he was not welcoming everyone's attention, but warm sunshine, with waves in his eyes. No one knew what Louis was thinking at the moment. What do you mean? Thor, who was a little impatient, asked. There is no meaning. I just quietly watched you ease the conflict. Louis said lightly with a smile on his face. The subtext is that I have no intention of easing the conflict with you. You are you, and I am me, and we have never been a whole. Because of the system, Louis's relationship with these people, whether now or in the future, will never be considered very good. Being provoked and beaten for no reason is unbearable even if the personality is good. In this case, why should Louis improve his relationship with these people? Instead of improving the relationship now and breaking it again later and being regarded as a two-faced villain, it is better to be a real man with a beginning and an end now. This is undoubtedly the best. Louis's subtext. The words were not particularly profound. There were basically no fools among the people present. They easily understood them and then frowned. In their eyes, Louis was now representative of a not-so-positive character. He was so stubborn and unwilling to contact them to ease the conflict. Was he looking down on them? Or was he despising their group? Almost all of their thoughts were reflected on their faces, forcing Louis to discover them. Oh, Louis said, don't get me wrong. I neither look down on you nor despise you. All of you here are precious resources in my heart. I value you all very much. This sentence is the truth. They are all indispensable for Louis to draw, but to the ears of the listeners, it just doesn't sound good. What is precious resources? This sentence doesn't sound like describing a person at all, but describing something. How could they listen to it happily? Even if Louis added that I value you all very much, it was still the same. There was no agreement at all, but it seemed that he treated them as things and goods that could be taken at will. In addition to being smart people, the people present were also arrogant. How could they listen to such words? In addition to feeling that their kindness was taken for granted, waves of nameless fire appeared in their hearts. Natasha also felt this way, but she was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. after all, and didn't want to push everything to the bad side. So she immediately adjusted her mood and spoke. I don't think it's a big deal. Everyone has their own ideas. There's no need to criticize them. Just keep your relationship to yourself. Steve, who was as innocent as a saint, saw Natasha speak up and didn't want to ruin a good party, so he came out to smooth things over. I think what Natasha said is right. We should just keep our own friends. We won't force Louis to disagree. As the saying goes, meeting is fate. Let's have a drink. After saying that, Steve raised the beer bottle in his hand. The others cooperated very well. Steve's personal charm was still very strong, but when Steve's personal charm met Louis again, it seemed to have lost its effect. Everyone in the lounge raised their glasses, except Louis. This is a bit embarrassing. The atmosphere became weird again. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Natasha were okay. They just had some bitter smiles on their faces. Especially Natasha. It was like eating bitter melon. Louis used his actions to refresh the level of Louis in her mind. These are still the three of them. Steve and Thor's faces have turned into liver color. Especially Steve's face is the darkest. Strictly speaking, Steve is an honest man, but the more honest he is, the more terrifying he is when he gets angry, and then his face exceeds that of Thor, a prince of a country. Louis, raise your glass. Natasha looked at the increasingly ugly faces of the two and whispered to Louis, raise a glass. No, no need. Louis smiled at the people present, then turned and left. Snap. Snap. In the lounge, two crisp sounds rang out in succession, and the beer bottles in Thor and Steve's hands were directly crushed by the two of them. The beer in the bottle splashed out, soaking their lapels, but they didn't even care. Their faces became extremely gloomy, as if they could explode at any time. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's drink our own wine. We are the same people. We are the Avengers, and he is not. After a long time, Steve forced a smile and said to the people present, right, let's drink it ourselves. Thor followed Steve. As the crown prince of Asgard, he couldn't stand the cold response from Louis. He could only use words to resolve his embarrassment and anger. The two of them took two more bottles of beer from the refrigerator in the lounge and raised their glasses again, but this time something unexpected happened. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner didn't raise their glasses. What's going on? Thor's expression changed dramatically. It's nothing. I just think that we may not be on the same path. My purpose of coming here is just to provide some help, and I have no intention of joining the Avengers. Bruce Banner said, what about you? Thor took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and turned to Tony Stark and asked, I have similar ideas to the big guy. We are not the same kind of people. When we first met, we had a fight because of your sudden attack. Tony Stark said, and without caring about Thor's expression, he stood up and left like Louis. Tony Stark stood up and left just like Louis, looking cool and handsome, which seemed to have aroused Bruce Banner's emotions. Like Tony Stark and Louis, he stood up and left without saying a word, leaving only Steve, Thor, and Natasha at the scene. Steve and Thor continued to look very wonderful, but Natasha looked a little confused. She seemed to have never thought about how things would develop to this point suddenly. This shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. According to the original plot, although there would be some friction, it would be presented in another way. Everyone was arguing. Finally, with the intervention of Nick Fury and the urging of the death of Coulson, a common friend of the Avengers, they ended their quarrel and formally established friendship. But now it is no longer in the plot. Now there is an extra Louis. Any slight change may lead to another result, let alone a living person die in addition. This kind of thing also involves Loki and the Mind Gem, and everything is heading towards the unknown. Loki and the Mind Gem? Yes, you read it right. It is Loki and the Mind Stone. Just like in the plot, Loki would use the Mind Stone to influence these Avengers. He did so in reality, and it did affect these Avengers. The conflict that triggered their quarrel changed from S.H.I.E.L.D. taking the Cosmic Cube to research weapons to a living person like Louis. This is actually Loki's bad intention. At the beginning, through the Destroyer, Loki knew very well that Louis was not a person who was easy to provoke. With Louis there, and Louis was willing to take action, the probability of his plan failing would be 100%. He would not succeed at all. How could he accept this? So, when he saw Louis was also on the aerospace aircraft carrier, he changed his strategy at the first time, turned the trigger that triggered the emotions of the Avengers into Louis, and increased the intensity. This is why Steve and Thor were so impatient. Everyone's tolerance for the power of the Mind Stone is different, and their attitude towards Louis is also different. The relationship between them and Louis is very bad, which directly led to the two of them becoming what they are now. The two of them were the most serious ones. The others were also affected to varying degrees, but they just didn't show it. If there was anyone who was not affected at all, it was Louis. The attitude that Louis showed was all from himself, and was not the result of the influence of the Mind Stone at all. The Mind Stone was very strong. That was true. However, when it was held by someone, it might not be able to exert its full power, and Loki, as its current holder, was undoubtedly the kind that could not burst out its full power, although he was proficient in mind magic. In comparison, he was not that powerful. He was not as good as Jason, the master of fantasy, in terms of playing with people between their metacarpal bones, even with the amplification of the Mind Stone. Therefore, when Loki was being interrogated and using the power of the Mind Stone to affect them, Louis discovered it at the first time, but he did not disclose it at the time, but pretended not to know it. Louis knew very well that he had to pretend not to know this time. Otherwise, Loki really had no way to escape. The Avengers who worked together were simply not comparable to those he assimilated. No matter how strong Hawkeye's archery is, he can only beat a few people. Louis therefore ignored him and let everything develop according to Loki's script, but his emotions were indeed real, and his performance was exactly what he wanted to do. That if you don't believe it, just look at what Louis is doing now. After leaving the lounge, Louis did not return to his room immediately, but came to the laboratory specially prepared for Bruce Banner on the aerospace aircraft carrier. Here, Louis picked up Loki's scepter inlaid with the Mind Gem. That if Louis was really influenced by Loki, would he let Louis do this? Obviously not. The Mind Gem is also very important to him, more important than the Cosmic Cube. He has no way to control the power of the Cosmic Cube, but he can if it weren't for attracting the Chijiri army. He wouldn't even touch the Cosmic Cube. No matter how much energy he has, he can't use it anyway. On the contrary, the controllable power of the Mind Gem is what he needs and cherishes, and he will embed the Mind Gem in the scepter. It is precisely because of this that he would never let Louis touch the Mind Stone. He had seen Louis use magic through the Destroyer, but he could not be sure whether Louis knew mind magic. Letting Louis touch the Mind Stone would undoubtedly be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, which would never come back. Everything Louis did now was out of his own will and was not affected. Holding the scepter in his hand, Louis did not use mind magic and mental power at first, and did not feel anything special. It was just like an ordinary metal scepter, but as Louis separated a strand of his thoughts, that is, mental power, and poured it into the Mind Stone, everything changed in an instant. Boom! It was like a bomb exploded in Louis's mind. Through that strand of mental power, Louis felt that the whole world had become clear. He could see everything within 100 miles, and easily sense the thoughts, kindness, and malice of all creatures within 100 miles. Nothing could escape his perception. Louis couldn't help but moan. This feeling was so wonderful, even better than taking drugs, and this was just a ray of mental power. If Louis could put more mental power into it, he would be able to see more, and even control the will of everyone on the planet in a flash. This is the power of the Mind Stone. It's so strong that Louis looked at the Mind Stone in front of him, and he couldn't help but have a desire to take it for himself. This powerful feeling was really wonderful and addictive. The Mind Gem is indeed a world-class secret treasure. The increase it brings is powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that Louis can easily decide the life and death of people on the entire planet. Life and death. Everything is up to you. Faced with such a powerful, Louis did not have any idea of accepting it, and put the scepter inlaid with the Mind Gem back on the shelf on the table. Although the Mind Gem is good, it is an external object after all. What Louis needs is his own strength. Relying on external objects is not what Louis needs. Louis only needs to use the power of the system to continuously make himself stronger. There is really no need to care about external objects. With this idea in mind, Louis finally gave up the Mind Gem, not because the Mind Gem is not good, but because Louis does not need it. After putting the Mind Gem on the shelf, Louis did not continue to stay in the laboratory, and walked out of the laboratory quickly. The Mind Gem is very powerful and has a lot of temptation. Louis does not need it, but the temptation is still there. The addictive feeling before urged Louis to pick it up again and infuse all his mental power into it. Louis can hold on for a moment or two, it doesn't matter, but as time goes by, there will come a time when Louis can't stand its temptation. Don't say that Louis's character is not good enough. He can give up the Mind Stone, which means that Louis's character is very good. It's really that the temptation of the Mind Stone is too strong. Those who have experienced it will leave an indelible mark in their hearts. After experiencing the power of this thing, it will become like the supreme Lord of the Rings. It's amazing that Louis gave it up now. After leaving Bruce Banner's laboratory, Louis returned to his residence. However, after returning to his room, before Louis had time to rest or do anything else, the door was knocked bang. Who is it? Louis opened the door helplessly. As soon as the door opened, Tony Stark appeared in front of Louis. Why is it you? Louis asked in surprise. The only two times Louis and Tony Stark had met was when he tricked Tony Stark twice in a row, and each time he got something worth billions. Logically speaking, the relationship between the two was not very good, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was sad. Why don't you invite me in and sit down? Tony Stark ignored Louis' surprise and said to Louis, the room is too small, so there is no need for that. Besides, how can a grown man like you enter my room? Louis said to Tony Stark without hiding his disgust. That's fine. Tony Stark actually hated entering a grown man's room, so he just went with the flow. The two of them quickly came to the deck of the aerospace carrier and stopped near the turbine. What do you want to talk to me about? After standing still, Louis didn't want to waste time and asked directly. I put some small things in the command room and got some information from them. Tony Stark said straight to the point. So what? Louis roughly guessed what Tony Stark wanted to say and followed his words. I found out that S.H.I.E.L.D. is hiding something from us. I just wanted to ask if you know something. S.H.I.E.L.D. may be hiding it from us, but it won't be hiding it from you. You mean using the Cosmic Cube to research weapons? You really know it. Tony Stark's eyes flashed with surprise, and he looked at Louis with joy unconsciously on his face. This is natural. S.H.I.E.L.D. can lie to you, but they will never lie to me because they dare not. That's right. With your strength, he really wouldn't dare to deceive you. In that case, can you tell me in detail about the weapons that S.H.I.E.L.D. is researching? A detailed introduction? Louis didn't have the idea of a detailed introduction. After thinking for a while, an idea flashed in his mind. A light flashed in front of him, and a half-meter-long weapon appeared in Louis's hand. Here you go. After saying that, Louis threw the weapon in his hand to Tony Stark. Tony Stark was stunned when he saw the weapon suddenly appearing in Louis's hand. Louis threw the weapon to him, but he didn't react at all and was knocked down by the weapon weighing dozens of kilograms. Shit. Tony Stark couldn't help but curse out loud. A few dozen kilograms of objects suddenly fell on him. How could a delicate playboy like him bear it? A few dozen kilograms of weapons pressed on his body, making his face red and looking extremely embarrassed. Seriously, you should exercise your body. With your body as weak as a chicken, without the iron armor, you may not even have the strength to resist an ordinary person. It's not that exaggerated, right? After finally pushing the weapon away and standing up, Tony Stark said with a red face before he could even take a breath, "No, just pretend you don't have it. This weapon is the evidence that S.H.I.E.L.D. used the Cosmic Cube to research weapons. Take it to Nick Fury, and with what you found, he won't be able to deny it even if he wants to." Tony Stark also knew this, and after talking to Louis for a few more words, he walked towards the aerospace carrier with the weapon in his arms with some difficulty. Have I filled the gap? Have I made the reality develop according to the plot? Louis looked at Tony Stark's gradually receding figure and murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Until now, Louis had decided that the plot's correction power was really strong. Everything had gone off the track, but now it has returned to the original track. Louis now doubted whether Hawkeye would come to rescue Loki in a while. As Louis doubted this, a fighter plane in the sky turned into a black spot that got closer and closer due to the distance, gradually getting bigger and closer to the aerospace aircraft carrier. Louis saw all this and couldn't help but be speechless. It was really true that if you mentioned the devil will appear. The plot's correction power was really strong. Louis couldn't help but sigh. Hawkeye was very familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactics. He and several of his men drove fighter planes and easily approached the aerospace carrier. When S.H.I.E.L.D. found the problem and wanted to stop it, it was too late. The fighter plane he drove had already arrived around the aerospace carrier and was circling around it. Louis stood on the deck of the aerospace carrier and easily saw Hawkeye squatting at the door of the cabin, holding his bow and arrow, pulling a half full, ready to shoot at any time. Whoosh! A sound of piercing the air sounded. Under Louis' sight, the arrow in Hawkeye's hand drew a beautiful half arc, and then with a ding, the arrow penetrated a piece of iron plate on the turbine, and then the arrow body popped out of several brackets and fixed firmly on the iron plate. Louis used his super perspective eyes to look at the inside of the arrow and found that it was not solid. There was a high-intensity substance in the whole arrow. Louis had seen the substance in the information he got from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a dangerous substance that was flammable and explosive. Although it was expensive, it was extremely powerful, dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than ordinary black powder. With such an arrow appearing here, it was easy to imagine what Hawkeye wanted to do. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the turbine fixed by the arrow was surrounded by a sudden burst of flames at this moment. Accompanied by the shockwave generated by the flames, sweeping everything. One of the 4 turbines was severely damaged in an instant and lost its ability to operate. The aerospace aircraft carrier shook as a whole, the hull began to tilt, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and staff in the cabin were overturned, and they were not the most unlucky. The most unlucky ones were the Avengers. I don't know if it was fate or Hawkeye's calculation. The place where the explosion occurred was not far from where the Avengers were now. The explosion that just occurred directly pitted them. The strong shockwave and flames generated by the explosion directly destroyed the glass of the cabin where they were. If they hadn't acted quickly, discovered it early, and jumped out of the room, I'm afraid some Avengers would have been burned to death. It can really be said that they died before they could accomplish their mission. Fortunately, this didn't happen. Louis saw all of this. In addition to feeling that the plot correction power was really strong, the biggest feeling was that the protagonists of these people were really lucky. They didn't kill any of them, not to mention killing. Not even one was injured. Even because of this explosion, the quarrel they had just had over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s use of the Cosmic Cube to research weapons disappeared. They began to deal with their own affairs. Of course, Louis was not idle either. He glanced at the direction of the explosion and walked leisurely towards the interior of the aerospace aircraft carrier. As he walked, Louis tore off the S-shaped necklace on his neck and changed into his own equipment. There was a big battle to fight next, so he couldn't be careless. He chose to be fully armed at the first time. Louis continued to walk inside the aerospace carrier. He was surrounded by panicked S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and staff. From time to time, he could hear faint gunshots and screams. The entire aerospace carrier was in chaos. The aerospace carrier would be breached from the outside shortly after it took off. All the exercises were useless. The people inside the aerospace carrier were in a panic. They had no idea what to do and had lost their backbone. This situation reached its peak with a roar. Hulk. This extremely angry roar seemed to echo in their ears, and the personnel inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. aerospace carrier couldn't help but feel a buzzing in their heads. They didn't know what to do in the first place, and they didn't know what to do anymore. The fear on their faces was not concealed at all. In the entire aerospace carrier, if there was anyone who could still stay awake, it was undoubtedly Louis. Whether it was before the roar appeared, or now that a green big guy broke through the metal wall and appeared in front of him under the leadership of Natasha, there was no panic on Louis' face, and he was extremely sober, which formed a sharp contrast with the panicked personnel around him. "Louis, help me." Natasha saw Louis standing out from the crowd at a glance. After rolling over and dodging a wall torn off by the big guy, she begged for help from Louis. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Louis didn't even look at Natasha, but looked directly at the big green guy and said to Natasha. Hearing Louis' words, Natasha subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. With Louis here, she was not afraid of him. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the big green guy suddenly accelerated and quickly came to Natasha's side, grabbing her with a palm as big as a sandbag. This time it was very fast, and the wind pressure formed by the sandbag-sized palm blew her hair flying. She wanted to dodge, but the distance was too close and her body had no time to react. My life is over. These 4 words appeared in her heart. It is human instinct to be afraid of death, but at this moment of life and death, Natasha was surprisingly calm. She raised her arms as quickly as possible, trying to use her arms to fight for herself. A glimmer of hope. Louis was not far from him. As long as she could survive this attack, she would be able to survive. The green guy was about to grab Natasha with his sandbag-like hand, and Natasha was ready to fight to the death. At this moment, buzz. 2 red beams of light suddenly hit the green guy from far to near, knocking it directly away and crashing into a metal wall, leaving a huge human-shaped dent on the metal wall, as if it was embedded in the wall. Natasha was saved. Natasha looked in the direction of the beam of light, but saw Lou. He maintaining the beam of light with his eyes in a stalemate with the green guy. Before Natasha could thank Louis, Louis suddenly retracted the beam of light, spoke to the green guy, and greeted him. "Long time no see, Hulk." The big green guy, the Hulk, seemed to recognize Louis, but he didn't have any intention of greeting Louis, but instead let out a roar. Hulk. The Hulk roared, and the rolling sound waves came from far away, blowing towards Louis with a strong wind. Even though the cabin was not big to begin with, it was directly filled with rolling sound waves. In this cabin, the sound waves even rebounded because of the barrier of the walls, and the power became even greater. All the staff in this cabin suffered. Although they covered their ears in time, the terrifying sound waves still caused serious damage to their eardrums. Blood was already flowing out between the fingers of their hands covering their ears in the entire cabin. Except for Louis, there was only the strength, and Natasha was better off, and her eardrums were not seriously damaged. However, she was not feeling well either. Her head was buzzing. She had a strong desire to vomit, and she had mild deafness. She could only see the person but not the voice. Just a roar made the people present become like this. Natasha also realized that the 2 were really terrifying. So, Natasha shouted to Louis. "Louis, you can't fight with Banner here. There are too many people here. You must take Banner outside the aerospace aircraft carrier. It would be best if you can throw it off the aerospace aircraft carrier. I know what to do. You don't need to teach me." Louis didn't care about what Natasha said, and ignored her. He stared at the Hulk with burning eyes, and calculated in his mind what kind of drawing opportunity he could get next. Natasha couldn't hear what Louis said, but she saw Louis' lips moving up and down, but she knew that this was Louis' answer. Although she didn't approve of Louis' character, and didn't think Louis would definitely consider the overall situation, but at this time, she had no choice but to believe in Louis. Without any extra nonsense, she walked quickly to the person who was most seriously injured, and regardless of her struggle, she carried him out of the cabin. The power of example is infinite. Seeing this, other people who were less seriously injured also staggered and followed closely. The Hulk's attention was all on Louis at the moment. He had recognized Louis and had no intention of stopping him, so he let them leave. Compared to them, beating Lu Yi up was more important. Hulk. Another roar. The Hulk grunted twice, grabbed an instrument the size of an office desk on the ground, and threw it at Lu Yi. The Hulk has always been a representative of tyranny. Skills are basically insulated to him. Smashing, throwing, bumping, kicking, in other words, are his way of attack. Just like now, the instrument the size of an office desk whizzed towards Lu Yi like a cannonball. This kind of attack method is naturally a burden for ordinary people, and it is just a waste of energy in vain. But it is undoubtedly great for a guy like the Hulk who is tireless and has infinite strength. That Lu Yi has experienced this from the beginning. But Lu Yi is actually not bad. He is a similar person at certain times. He also believes that strength is king, just like now. Looking at the desk-sized instrument whizzing like a cannonball rushing towards him, Lu Yi punched the device and smashed it directly. The scattered parts flew around like bullets, hitting the metal wall with countless electric sparks and making a sharp sound. When the first hit failed, the Hulk came with a second, third, and fourth hit. He grabbed everything that was close to him and threw it at Lu Yi with speed, strength, and accuracy. After throwing all these things, the Hulk himself was not willing to be lonely. He kicked the ground with his feet and rushed towards Lu Yi. His huge feet stepped on the all-metal floor, and each foot could leave a deep footprint on the ground. Even because of his own weight, it was also because of his terrifying strength. The things that were thrown were feints, and he himself was the main real attack. The things that were thrown in himself formed an attack network, and Lu Yi was covered by this attack network. As he learned to be smart, a playful look flashed in Lu Yi's eyes, and he soared into the air, and in a flash, he bypassed all the things that Hulk threw at him in a zigzag shape, and suddenly attacked him. Then, regardless of his surprise, he grabbed the fist that had been ready to hit him, and with the impact of Hulk's own body and his own speed, he threw it in the direction of the things he threw. Hulk turned into a green light and shadow, instantly surpassing the things he had thrown before, leading the way. It crashed into the all-metal wall opposite. Bang, bang, bang. First it was the Hulk, then the things that the Hulk threw at him. All of them fell on the wall, making loud noises, either smashing through the wall or dying together with the wall. That was more. After the Hulk smashed through the wall, it fell on the Hulk's body, turning into a suicide attack, breaking on the spot, and the remaining force acted on the Hulk, pushing him to keep smashing through the wall. One side, two sides, three sides. It broke through the whole wall. The 7 walls barely embedded half of his body into the wall, leaving his face on the wall before stopping. In the middle of this, there was also a shield and a Hydra who were hit by the Hulk. It was like being hit by a plane. The torso was turned into meat paste, and the limbs were turned into stumps. This shows how terrifying it was this time. However, the Hulk was still like nothing happened. He pulled himself out of the metal wall and rushed to the cabin where Lu Yi was again. The Hulk had thick skin and flesh. Ordinary attacks were ineffective against him. Instead, they would only stimulate his ferocity and make him stronger. If you want to defeat him, you can only make him unconscious or die. Apart from that, it is difficult to defeat him. Although Lu Yi has the upper hand now, it is just the beginning. As the Hulk's anger increases, his strength will continue to grow, and there is still a fight. Thinking so in his heart, looking at the Hulk rushing over, Lu Yi did not hesitate much. He kicked hard and rushed towards the Hulk along the path he hit. Boom! Lu Yi and the Hulk collided with each other, and a muffled sound was heard. The two of them were in a stalemate for a moment, and at this moment, the metal ground under their feet suddenly sank. The power of the two was transmitted to their feet through their bodies, causing the metal ground under their feet to sag and even be destroyed. The two fell directly from this floor to the next floor, and then they retreated backwards under the force of each other, breaking through the walls and machinery behind them. Hulk was embedded in the wall again, and Lu Yi was pushed into a pile of mechanical fragments. Bang! Bang! Lu Yi pushed with both hands to push away the parts that were squeezing and pressing on him. Hulk shook his limbs and broke free from the embedded wall. The two did not hesitate and rushed towards each other again. This time, they did not suffer any harm, and the battle still had to continue. Looking at the Hulk who was rushing towards him, Lu Yi did not choose to fight hard this time. Not because he could not fight, but because it would be endless if he continued like this. When Hulk was only an arm's length away from him, his body moved 3 steps to the left with a whoosh, avoiding Hulk's palm that suddenly changed from fist to grab. Then, before Hulk had time to turn around, he went behind him, leaned forward slightly, raised his fist high, aimed at the back of the Hulk, and flew up at the highest speed of 27 times the speed of sound, rushing towards his back. Boom! In an instant, Lu Yi's fist landed on Hulk's back, and the dull sound rang out again. Roar! Hulk cooperated very well and roared, and even green blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. But this was not the end. Lu Yi's speed did not change at all, and he still maintained such a high speed. His fist was against Hulk's back, pushing him to continue rushing forward. Bang! The first wall in front of Hulk was broken, and a large hole appeared on the all-metal wall that could be passed by 2 people. In the next less than 1/100th of a second, there were 13 consecutive bangs. Each time a wall was broken by the Hulk, 13 times means 13 walls. After 13 walls, it was not that Lu Yi did not want to continue, or that his strength was completely exhausted, but that the two of them had already appeared outside the aerospace aircraft carrier. The consequence of breaking through 13 walls was that the two rushed out of the aerospace aircraft carrier. The aerospace aircraft carrier was so small, and Lu Yi's speed was so fast. How long could they stay in the aerospace aircraft carrier? Now it was the most normal thing. After rushing out of the aerospace aircraft carrier, Lu Yi's fist suddenly turned into a palm. One hand grabbed Hulk's shoulder, and the other hand grabbed Hulk's neck. Regardless of Hulk's fierce struggle, Lu Yi turned around and pushed him to fly into the sky at full speed. During this period, the Hulk did not think about struggling, but on the one hand, Lu Yi's strength was too strong, and it was difficult for him to break free. On the other hand, breaking through the sound barrier brought by 27 times the speed of sound was not so easy to ignore. This directly led to him having almost no room to resist when facing Lu Yi's move, and he could only passively endure the pain. I don't think it's fun to withstand the impact of 27 times the speed of sound. Hulk has to endure the tearing of the body caused by the impact and the pressure from Lu Yi's palms and fists every moment. All this made Hulk furious. The intense pain triggered strong anger, which almost turned Hulk's anger into substance. If Lu Yi could look at Hulk's eyes at this moment, Lu Yi would find that Hulk's eyes were red at this moment, and there was a terrifying murderous intent. Roar! A loud roar came from Hulk's mouth, shaking the 9 heavens. Lu Yi was also startled. This roar was much stronger than before. Before Lu Yi realized that something was wrong, he felt Hulk's body suddenly tremble. As if it was inflated, Lu Yi saw Hulk's body swell a little. Originally, Hulk was a muscular beast with a horse running on his shoulders, and any muscle on his body was almost as thick as an average person's thigh. After this time, it was even more so. One of his forearms was thicker than Lu Yi's waist, and the tangled muscles on his body were like cast steel, shining with the special luster of metal. Seeing after learning all this, Lu Yi finally realized that because of his efforts, Hulk's anger value finally exploded for the first time. Anger gave birth to strength, which strengthened Hulk's strength, as if to prove Lu Yi's idea. The moment Lu Yi's idea came into being, a huge force appeared in Hulk's body. In midair, he suddenly broke free from his control by relying on the force generated by twisting his body, and relied on inertia to face Lu Yi. And this is just the beginning. Without waiting for Lu Yi to think about it, the Hulk, at the moment he twisted his body to face Lu Yi, took advantage of his height and punched Lu Yi from top to bottom. Hulk the fist was now bigger than Lu Yi's head. As soon as the punch was thrown, it immediately helped Lu Yi block the light above his head. All Lu Yi saw was a fist that was getting bigger and bigger. The distance was too close. It would be inappropriate to dodge or defend at this time. Louis did not even think about dodging or defending. Seeing that the Hulk's fist was getting bigger and bigger, Louis suddenly twisted his body and kicked out with a whip kick, kicking towards the waist of the Hulk. Size can make or break a person. Under the same conditions, the smaller ones have more or less advantages over the larger ones. This time, Louis also took advantage, although he was the last to strike. But because the Hulk was so big, before the Hulk's fist could touch his body, Louis's whip kick had already arrived and successfully kicked the Hulk in the waist. The incident happened in a hurry, and he didn't have time to use all his strength. This whip kick did not cause any damage to the strengthened Hulk. Hulk's face twisted slightly and then returned to normal, but this was enough. What Louis cared about was not the damage. This whip kick was more or less powerful. Under this force, Hulk's body retreated uncontrollably, and his fist brushed Louis's nose and fell into the air. The Hulk was kicked away by Louis's hasty whip kick, and finally lost his inertia bit by bit. Under the influence of the gravity of the center of gravity and his own gravity, he finally slowed down his upward momentum. Roar! The Hulk roared repeatedly, using both feet to swing in the sky. However, the roar and the swing of his hands and feet could not stop his upward momentum from falling. Instead, he looked like a clown. It's tragic, isn't it? This is the consequence of a person who can't fly facing a person who can fly. Louis said with a smile to the Hulk who was flapping his wings in the sky. If he was on the ground or at a low altitude near the ground, the Hulk would not be so powerless. His powerful strength and terrifying muscle density gave him super jumping ability. He is the king on the ground, barely at low altitude, but definitely not at high altitude. He is even very restricted because he can't fly. However, even if you want to kill him at high altitude, it is not a simple matter. This guy is not so easy to kill. Looking at the Hulk whose upward momentum was gradually approaching zero and was about to start falling, Louis had no intention of sitting back and enjoying the success. He opened fire at full speed and rushed towards the Hulk at the highest speed. Hulk, seeing Louis rushing over, the Hulk let out a roar of surprise, and his hands, which had become as big as sacks, were placed on the path that Louis had to take, waiting for Louis to fall into his trap. Louis had to admit that the Hulk had more than just muscles in his head, but also a little bit of brains. That it's just that this brain was really a little too little. He knew how to let Louis fall into his trap, but he didn't know that Louis could actually dodge or change the direction of attack. He shouldn't be ready to let Louis fall into his trap now. He should pretend nothing happened and then take action when necessary. Although this way, there is a possibility that he will be stopped. The hope is a little greater, but the Hulk will not think these things through, nor will he understand these. Most of his brain is now made up of muscles, and it is already good to have such a little bit of brain now. Louis's body quickly flew in front of the Hulk, but when he was still some distance away from the Hulk, he suddenly flashed away and circled around the Hulk. After, the Hulk's brain, which was already full of muscles, had never thought that Louis could do this. He wanted to turn around and grab Louis, but it was too late. He only felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body flew forward uncontrollably. It's not over yet. Before he could recover, he felt a sharp pain in his back like a storm, and the powerful force pushed him to fly forward continuously. Although he couldn't see it, he could still feel that Louis's hands and feet were constantly attacking his back as fast as lightning, making him keep moving forward. The powerful impact pushed his body forward, making it impossible for him to turn around, and making it almost impossible for him to resist. He could only passively bear it. More and more attacks fell on him, and Louis did not hold back at all in these increasing attacks. Finally, even he couldn't stand it anymore. Big mouthfuls of blood spurted out like money, and were blown away in the air and dissipated in the sky, and he could only become a human target. Hulk, the breath he held from being beaten turned into rage, and he let out an extremely angry roar. As his rage increased, his strength was improved once again. But this time, his body did not swell again, but only increased in strength and strengthened in body defense. This time, he directly felt that the damage caused to him by Louis's power was constantly decreasing, and the severe pain gradually turned into mild pain. Louis himself also discovered it. Louis used all his strength in every attack, but Louis was very keen to find out with Hulk's roar again. The touch became harder and harder after the attack. This was obviously evidence of Hulk getting stronger. Louis was really speechless about Hulk, who became stronger and stronger as he was beaten. Although he had expected it a long time ago, but now that it was really in front of him, Louis couldn't help feeling a little cheated. Sure enough, I should have knocked him out in an instant, and it would have been over. Louis shrugged helplessly and did not continue. He quickly retreated and left the battle. Louis did not end the battle immediately. Before ending the battle, Louis had something to ask the system first. System, if I end the battle now, can I get a perfect chance to extract the treasure? After working so hard for so long, Louis doesn't want to work in vain. According to the system's evaluation, if the host can end the battle immediately, even if it is just to knock the target unconscious, he can get a perfect chance to extract. The opponent's strength has reached the level of getting a perfect chance to extract. The system's words echoed in Louis's mind, making Louis happy. That would be easy. Louis has many special methods to deal with the Hulk. In addition to some methods that will kill him, there are many others. He had not used them before because he was worried about how strong the Hulk would be to give him a chance to extract. Now it seems that it is time to use them. After confirming that he could get a perfect chance to extract, Louis snapped his fingers at the Hulk and activated all his magic power. Swish! Dozens of huge magic arrays appeared in the air about 1 kilometer below the Hulk, and then after dozens of lights flashed, dozens of huge magic arrays suddenly started. The magic circles were parallel to each other, 1,000 meters apart. The magic circle's effect could affect the gravity of 1,000 meters above. The gravity of tens of thousands of meters below the Hulk was all affected, and they promoted each other, and the gravity was raised to a very terrifying level. Before the Hulk could react, he felt an irresistible force pulling him down quickly, and he broke through the speed of sound in an instant. After that, the speed continued to increase. He had not fallen halfway from the height of tens of thousands of meters, but his speed had reached 30 times the speed of sound. At this moment, the Hulk had become like a meteor. To be honest, the Hulk was really miserable as a meteorite. His body was controlled in a fixed channel. The terrible gravity made him feel like he was pressed by a mountain. The surface of his body had to endure the pain caused by friction with the air. Although his defense was very strong, he could not withstand such torment. Endless pain overwhelmed his reason, and his face was replaced by madness. However, this was of no use. His falling speed was constantly increasing. 30 times the speed of sound was just the beginning. After that, 30 times the speed of sound continued to increase. When it was close to the ground, it had reached 70 times the speed of sound. Then, he hit the ground heavily. The Hulk's landing point was quiet at first, and the soil on the ground shrank a little. Then, a loud noise appeared at his landing point. Along with the appearance of this loud noise, a mushroom cloud also appeared. The soil turned into fine sand and dust and rose from the ground. On the ground, there were ripples like waves. The hard ground became like the surface of water at this moment, which was terrifying. That is to say, there are no signs of human presence around here, and it is an uninhabited area. Otherwise, countless people would be injured or even killed. After waiting for a long time until everything calmed down, the dust between the sky and the earth calmed down, and the waves on the ground disappeared. Louis flew to the center of the landing point, where the Hulk landed, in a deep pit. The originally flat land has disappeared and replaced by such a deep pit, which is the size of 3 standard football fields and more than 20 meters deep. At this time, the temperature in the deep pit is still very high, and it is charred in sight, but this is not enough to affect Louis. Louis landed in the deep pit and soon found the figure of the Hulk. It's really miserable. He looked at the Hulk who was lying at the bottom of the deep pit and had recovered from his coma. His clothes had completely disappeared. Even the pants that were strong enough for him to transform without being torn were melted by the high temperature. Louis could withstand the high temperature in the deep pit, but Bruce Banner, who had recovered, could not. The high temperature in the pit burned his whole body black. His skin was cracked, and his hair had completely disappeared. It was because of his strong recovery ability that he was able to survive. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death by the high temperature. I don't know whether it is your luck or misfortune to meet me. After saying this, Louis did not continue to stay in the deep pit. He used his mind to hold up the body of the Hulk and took him out of the deep pit. The Hulk could not die yet. He was already alive, and only by being alive could he be beaten by Louis again. Poor Bruce Banner. Because of the Hulk in his body, he could only suffer, but Louis would not care about these trivial matters. Lui took Bruce Banner away, but left the deep pit on the ground that was smashed by the Hulk. This was also captured by the military satellites that were aimed at this place, and they played a role in the countries they belonged to. Before, a Hulk with a long flaming tail falling from the sky had attracted the attention of all countries, and they immediately ordered the satellite to move to him. Although it was still a little late, it captured the pit on the ground. Countries around the world were in an uproar. Fuck, what's going on? Why is the meteor human-shaped? If it weren't for the fact that the meteor was so big, I would have believed it was a human. Human? Are you crazy? How could a human be like this? They would have been killed by the friction of the air long ago. Horrible. Fortunately, the meteorite did not land in our country, but in the United States. Now, you Hollywood have made so many blockbusters about destroying the world and saving the world. You have received retribution. Don't say that. How can the United States be punished? It's obviously God's wrath and people's resentment. The United States really doesn't have much of a good reputation among countries. Now that they see such a meteorite is about to land on its territory, it's inevitable that they will happily make fun of it. It's a pleasure to hear and see. They are happily making fun of it. As the nominal head of state of the country hit by the meteorite, Asterisk is losing his temper with the space agency. Are all the people in your space agency raised on shit? You didn't even notice a meteorite appeared in the sky above our country. Asterisk, he started by scolding the other person. President, this is really none of our space agency's business. That meteorite did not appear from outer space, and none of our satellites detected any meteorite falling. Oh, really? So you want to tell me that meteorites appear from inside the planet, right? Asterisk, suppressing his anger, he said, yes, although I don't know the exact reason. Fuck, bitch, son of a bitch. Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think so many people in the United States are fools? Hurry up and find out where the meteorite fell from and where the loophole is. If something related happens again, you'll be out of the fucking job. After saying this, Asterisk directly hung up the phone, leaving the director of the space agency disheveled in the wind. No one believes the truth these days. Is there still justice? Is there still humanity? Don't let me do this anymore. America is really finished with a stupid president like you, and you were the one who should quit. He was so upset in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. He pretended to look for loopholes. How could he not know that there was no problem here? The meteorite did not appear from outer space, but appeared out of thin air at a specific point, and when it appeared, there were some special things underneath it, which should be the reason, but he can't say it now, otherwise he will be scolded to death. And maybe he will be criticized to the end. The appearance of a meteorite attracted the hearts of countless people, but this meteorite, and Louis did not have this awareness, and came to an open space without any cover. Coming to such an open space, Bruce Banner's injuries have recovered. His charred body and cracked skin have completely recovered. Even the hair that was completely curled and condensed on his scalp due to the high temperature began to stretch again and turn into long curly hair. This recovery ability is only slightly different from Wolverine, but this is exactly what Louis wants to see. With this recovery ability, he can continue to fight. Every time Bruce Banner sleeps and rests, he can recover completely. He can fight endlessly. System, I should have 3 chances to extract the perfect number, right? Standing next to Bruce Banner, Louis did not wake him up immediately, but said to the system, that's right. With all the previous draw opportunities converted into perfect draw opportunities, and the perfect draw opportunity obtained this time, the host does have 3 perfect draw opportunities. In addition, the host has 1 more optimized draw. 3 perfect draw opportunities and 1 optimized draw opportunity? Yes, I really can. Louis couldn't help but reveal a deep smile. Not to mention the optimized draw opportunity. The 3 perfect draw opportunities are precious, and any one of them can bring Louis powerful power. There are 3 perfect draw opportunities. Should I use one? Louis touched his chin and thought, it's okay for the host to use it once. After all, even if the host stays with the perfect extraction opportunity, he can't have children. The host will soon experience a war. If he doesn't make some preparations, he might capsize in the gutter. As an army under Thanos, the Chijiri army is naturally not a simple one. It has not yet fully appeared in the plot. It was just the vanguard, and it once suppressed the Avengers to the point where they could not resist. If Natasha hadn't closed the space gate later, it would be uncertain who would win or lose. Maybe the Avengers would be killed directly, so the system would say so. Although Louis is conceited, facing such a huge interstellar army, he has to be more cautious when hearing the system's warning. Then let's use the perfect extraction opportunity. Louis thought for a moment and said, the system did not hesitate to hear this and started the perfect extraction. After a few seconds of waiting, the voice of the system appeared again in Louis's mind. Congratulations to the host for extracting Gilgamesh, the heroic spirit from the Holy Grail War period on the Type Moon plane. Golden Shining? How did I get this guy? Louis couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Louis was dumbfounded not because Golden Shining was not strong enough. The strength of Golden Shining in the heroic spirit state was beyond doubt, but Louis didn't expect it to be this guy. You know, this guy can really be said to be the #1 in the pretentious world. All his abilities are gorgeous and look golden, so he has the nickname of Golden Shining. Thinking that he will become Golden Shining in the future, Louis really has a special feeling the host is extracting everything from him. Extracted. Louis curled his lips. It was already extracted anyway, so how could he not extract it? At most, he could become a Golden Flash in the future. As Louis's voice fell, a very wonderful power appeared in his body. Under the baptism of this power, every cell in Louis's body made a joyful cry, showing an extremely strong vitality. Louis could clearly feel that his body and his genes had been specially transformed by this power, as if they had evolved. Before Louis could feel what was going on, along with this power, Gilgamesh's life memory appeared in Louis's mind. Louis once again experienced the pain he had often experienced before, and the blue veins on his forehead burst out directly after a few seconds. After Louis digested the memories in his mind, this situation was barely over, and the blue veins slowly faded away. This time, Louis finally had time to feel the changes in his body. The perception magic was used by Louis to bless his perception, and Louis began to carefully perceive the changes in his body. In an instant, Louis was overjoyed, and the surprise on his face was not concealed at all. What's going on? Louis couldn't help but ask the system. Just now, Louis found that his body was not just evolving, but actually evolving. Under the influence of the previous power, it really evolved. After the evolution, Louis clearly felt that his body's efficiency in absorbing solar radiation had increased, and some changes in his body that he was not aware of had also occurred. All this happened too fast, so fast that Louis couldn't react at all. The host's abilities have evolved. I know it has evolved, but I want to ask why it has evolved. What is the specific reason? The reason is Gilgamesh. The host has obtained Gilgamesh's memory, so he should have a complete understanding of his life. The host can recall it, and then the host will know it. Hearing this, Louis couldn't help but began to recall that Gilgamesh's true identity is the 5th king of Uruk, a city-state of the Sumerian dynasty in ancient Mesopotamia, the protagonist of the oldest epic of mankind, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the oldest hero king. These are nothing special, except that they are a little ancient, and it is impossible for their abilities to evolve. If identity is not the reason for evolution, then perhaps it is something else. Gilgamesh has the divinity of 2/3 God and 1/3 human. Is it because of this reason? God can be called a higher-level life form. Gilgamesh is a demigod, and there is divinity in his body. Could it be because divinity? That's right, it's divinity. The host has obtained everything from Gilgamesh, and divinity is naturally injected into the host's body. The divinity combines with the host's abilities, promoting the evolution of the host's abilities. Begin to enter immortality. Golden Super. Divinity is a very special thing, which has a very special promoting effect on living things. Any creature with divinity or a creature that obtains divinity will inevitably have its ability strengthened. God, as a high-level life form, naturally has divinity that is not that simple, and Louis is definitely not an exception. Most Western fantasy novels have such a plot, where the protagonist plunders divinity from some divine creatures, allowing his bloodline and abilities to evolve, and eventually become a god. Louis is not becoming a god now, but stepping into immortality, moving towards a higher level, the Golden Super Evolution, which can also be regarded as an alternative way of becoming a god. The host is too happy too early. The system poured cold water on him. What do you mean? Louis was slightly stunned and asked back. The host has just set foot on immortality and has taken such a small step on the road to immortality. If the host wants to achieve immortality and evolve into a golden superhero, it will take a lot of divinity and a lot of time. Gilgamesh used to have the highest level of divine aptitude among the heroes. His divinity even surpassed Hercules, the son of Zeus, the main god of Greece, who became a god after his death. But because Gilgamesh himself hated the gods who always caused him trouble, such as killing his friend Enkidu and letting the bull of heaven ride on the earth, his level was lowered. The divinity level changed from A+ to B. Divinity was not enough to make Louis evolve too much. He just took a small step towards immortality. He still needed to work harder to evolve into a golden superhero. Can you quantify it for me? Express it in numerical terms. Louis also realized this and said, yes, all the divinity in the host is used to evolve the genes of Superman, which promotes the improvement of Superman's ability. According to the stage division of Superman known to the host, Superman's ability can be divided into Bronze Age Superman, Silver Age Superman, Golden Age Superman, Golden Superman, Thinking Superman, etc. The host has obtained the ability of Golden Age Superman. The host is currently evolving towards Silver Age Superman and Golden Superman. Can you please get to the point? Louis couldn't stand the system's chattering anymore, so he said the Silver Age Superman is 82%, and the Golden Age Superman's evolution degree is 2%. The two are not contradictory. The Silver Age Superman is the previous stage of evolution to the Golden Age Superman, and the Silver Age Superman host is the next stage of the host as soon as possible. 82%? 2%? Why is there such a big difference? The difference between the two is really too big, a difference of 50 times, which makes Louis very puzzled. This is because the host had previously optimized and eliminated the weaknesses of the Golden Age Superman, thus obtaining a portion of the evolution of the Silver Age Superman. Now it has reached 82% directly through divinity, partially realizing the evolution from the Golden Age Superman to the Silver Age Superman. Then why is Golden Super's evolution level so low? Why is it so little? The system did not answer, but asked directly. Lui was choked for a moment. Why is the evolution of Golden Superman so little? This is not simple. Because it is Golden Superman. Golden Superman is so powerful and terrifying. How could it be so easy for Louis to achieve it? Gilgamesh can make Louis have 2% of the evolution, and it is really wishful thinking to want more. Knowing that he asked a stupid question, Louis did not continue to mention it, and turned to ask another question that he was very concerned about. How much divinity do I need to completely complete the evolution of Golden Super? According to Gilgamesh's divinity, the host needs at least 50. If calculated according to the orthodox gods, the host may need about 10. So many? Not much left. Host, don't forget the power of Golden Superman. He is an immortal and invincible being that can play with the timeline. If the host really thinks it's a lot, maybe the host can try it and go to the center of the sun to try it. I'd be stupid to go there. Going to the center of the sun sounds good, but that's the center of the sun. If you really go there, no one knows what will happen. Maybe you won't be able to evolve into Golden Superman, but will be killed directly. There is no way to evolve into Golden Superman for the time being. Lui has no choice but to ignore it for the time being and look at his consolation prize, 82% of the evolution of Silver Age Superman. The degree of evolution does not have to be 100% to take effect. As long as there is an evolution degree, there will be an effect. 82% of the Silver Age Supermen have almost completed their evolution. The Silver Age Supermen have opened up about 80% of their abilities to Louis. Whether it is the efficiency of absorbing and converting solar radiation or other abilities, they have begun to show. In other words, Louis's current strength is not particularly strong. If he is strong enough, he will be almost the same as the Silver Age Supermen. The abilities of the Silver Age Supermen have no limits, but they also need strength to support them. They must have enough strength to show them, and what Louis needs now is strength, and it is very simple to gain strength. Just bask in the sun, especially at close range. It's a pity that Louis doesn't have time for the time being. Otherwise, he will definitely go to the sun to bask in it. Lui temporarily gave up his plan, ended the call with the system, and shifted his attention to Bruce Banner on the ground. It's time to wake him up. You're sleeping so soundly. Louis looked at Bruce Banner's sleeping posture and suddenly raised his hand, and a magic circle appeared on his body. A large amount of ice water flowed out of the magic circle and poured on Bruce Banner's body. Ouch. Bruce Banner wailed, and then he suddenly jumped up, more than 3 feet high, and then kept rubbing his body, trying to get the ice water out of his body, without even Louis's care. The temperature of the ice water that Louis prepared for Bruce Banner was at least 0 degrees. When his body temperature had not completely dropped due to the high temperature just now, it was no less than suddenly throwing a red-hot iron into the ice water. The drastic temperature difference and intense pain made him unbearable. Bruce Banner felt that he had never been so unlucky in his life. First, he accidentally turned into the Hulk because of his high anger value. Before he could destroy it, Louis took the opportunity to beat him up and fell from tens of thousands of meters in the air like a meteor. That's fine. It was his own fault. Who told him to transform casually? But then, something even worse happened. He finally lost consciousness and fell asleep. He never expected that a large amount of ice water suddenly fell from the sky and covered his whole body. Large chunks of ice mixed in the freezing water made him start to doubt his life. God knows why such a portion of ice water has such great power. As soon as this portion of ice water touched his body, it made his body feel like a needle, and there was a burning flame burning in his body, which made him suffer. He had no idea what was going on. He could only shake off all the ice water on his body as much as possible and rub his body to restore his body temperature as soon as possible, but it's true. After rubbing for a while, his body temperature rose a lot. Although the burning sensation in his body still did not disappear, the stinging sensation on his skin was reduced a lot. He rubbed more vigorously. Seeing the endless Bruce Banner, Louis was helpless. He was such a living person and was ignored for so long. That's enough, Louis said helplessly. Bruce Banner finally found Louis's location, then turned around and ran away. That's right, he ran away, turning around and running away, leaving Louis dumbfounded. Am I that scary? Louis shook his head helplessly. The space behind him rippled. A golden chain extended from the space and grabbed his feet like lightning, tying him up like a zombie. Don't you think it's rude to run away as soon as you meet someone? Louis slowly walked to the front of Bruce Banner, who was tied up like a dumpling, and squatted down, saying to him with a slightly panicked face. He was very clear about how Louis abused him after he transformed, and his panic in front of Louis can be imagined. He couldn't beat Louis when he transformed, and was severely abused by Louis. Now it is even more so. He can only be abused by Louis, and he can't help but panic. What do you want? Bruce Banner said calmly. What do you want? I don't want anything. I have no grudge against you. This time I am mainly here to save you, so that you won't really die. Real. Do I need to lie to you? Bruce Banner couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. Louis really didn't need to lie to him. It wouldn't be difficult for Louis to kill him now. Can you let me go? Bruce Banner relaxed without the danger of his life. Seeing Louis's panic dissipated a lot, he hoped that Louis could let him go. It was very shameful. In a wilderness, naked body was locked by a man with a golden chain. If you didn't know, you would think he was doing something. Louis seemed to realize this. With a flash of thought, the chain that bound Bruce Banner disintegrated instantly, turning into countless golden sands that dissipated between heaven and earth. The sound and light effects were amazing. Bruce Banner subconsciously reached out and grabbed some golden sands, but found that the golden sands did not disappear, but remained in his hand. Is this real gold? Bruce Banner said in astonishment. Rich man. Bruce Banner said subconsciously. Bruce Banner really didn't expect Louis to do this, to tie him up with a chain made of pure gold, and there was no intention of recycling it. The previous chain alone was estimated to be worth millions of dollars. Millions of dollars were thrown away casually, and money cannot be wasted like this. Louis would definitely not waste it casually. But the problem now is that he has to waste it. Who would have thought that this chain was actually a disposable chain-shaped treasure, which would collapse and disintegrate directly after use? Gilgamesh never remembered these things. He never lacked money or treasures. Whether it was disposable or not had no meaning to him. And then Louis had no memory. Such a chain-shaped treasure that could tie people up just disappeared like this. It should have been used in a better place. Fortunately, there are still many such chains. Otherwise Louis would really curse out loud. However, there's one thing Louis must admit. That is, the feeling of throwing it away after use is really refreshing. The golden sands shining with a faint light in the sun are blown away by the wind. Lu Yi stands in the golden sands, with a handsome face and a faint kingly aura brought by the memory of Gilgamesh. It's so beautiful. With their background, Lu Yi's charm is simply off the charts. That it is no exaggeration to say that if there are a few girls standing here at this time, they will definitely be able to scream out. The title of Golden Glittering will probably belong to Lu Yi in the future. Ahem, these are all off-topic. Lu Yi quickly adjusted himself and said to Bruce Banner, "Don't talk nonsense. I think you should know that your transformation this time has caused a lot of damage." "I know, but don't think about looking away. You also have a share." Bruce Banner said, "You bear the main responsibility." Glancing at Bruce Banner, Lu Yi said, "And I always kill whoever I want to kill. Even if I am involved, I have no psychological burden. But can you do it? Can you? Of course not. Bruce Banner is just a scientist. If he could really bear the psychological burden of killing innocent people, would he still be like this now? He would have already dealt with everything long ago. What do you want to say? It's time for you to make a change. A beast is just a beast after all. You must evolve into a human." "Evolved into a human? Again, what is your purpose? Do you need to care? Isn't it enough for you to just know that I can make you more normal? So what is your answer? Please." Bruce Banner has long been fed up with his life of transforming at any time, and each transformation will cause great destruction. He has been looking for a solution. He once learned yoga to control his anger, and tried to use chemical and physical methods to suppress the genes in his body. But all these ended in failure. At the beginning, Louis said that he could get him out of his current situation, and he really couldn't help but want to agree, but he didn't know what Louis was thinking, and he had never agreed and was resisting Louis. However, he had already agreed in his heart. He was afraid that Louis wanted to use the Hulk in his body to do something. So, he only agreed in his heart. This time, because of what happened before, he chose to agree. It was not because he believed in Louis, but because he felt very guilty. The previous transformation caused great damage to the aerospace aircraft carrier and accidentally killed many people. He felt very guilty about these things, and he finally planned to grasp the hope that Louis gave him, even if it was just a little hope. He didn't plan to give up. "You will never regret your decision today." After snapping his fingers and getting Bruce Banner a set of suitable clothes from a clothing store, Louis said to him, "I hope so." Bruce Banner was obviously not in a good mood. He said this without much interest and put on the clothes that Louis got for him. "What are we going to do next?" Putting on his clothes, Bruce Banner asked Louis, "Let's deal with the Chijiri army first." "The Chijiri army?" Bruce Banner asked with some confusion. "These are the interstellar invaders that Loki wants to lure out. You actually know the name of the invader he's going to lure in." Bruce Banner looked at Louis deeply and said, "Don't look at me like that. Not only do I know the names of the invaders he's trying to lure out, I also know their exact location and what their specific purpose is." "Specific purpose?" "Knowing the specific location is nothing. As long as he is given time, he can guess it. But what is the specific purpose? Isn't it to invade the Earth? Why does it sound like the specific purpose is not to invade the Earth? Because their goal is not the Earth at all, but the things on the Earth." Louis saw what Bruce Banner was thinking and said directly, "What's so special about the Earth itself? No, really not. There are countless planets in the universe, and the Earth itself is not even a drop in the ocean. Is it really worth it for a hegemon level figure like Thanos to personally inquire about it? Of course not. There are so many planets like the Earth, and there are so many planets like the Earth controlled by Thanos. He doesn't care about these at all. He only cares about things on the Earth, such as the 6 Infinity Stones. The other powerful people outside the Earth who covet the Earth are basically the same. What they covet are basically things on the Earth and the meaning of the Earth." Bruce Banner didn't know this. He was very curious about what Louis said. He wanted to know what exactly attracted their attention. "What is it? Infinity gems? Huh? Do you know the nature of the cosmic cube?" Louis asked Bruce Banner. "I don't know." Bruce Banner said honestly. He really didn't know. Not to mention him. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been studying the cosmic cube for a long time, didn't know. They knew what it was, but didn't know why. They only knew how to use it, but didn't know the specific principles. "You were honest enough. The essence of the cosmic cube is the space stone, one of the infinity stones. Infinite energy is just a byproduct. The real meaning lies in itself. It is one of the only 6 infinity stones in the universe. One of the only 6 infinity stones in the universe." Bruce Banner couldn't help but be amazed. Although Bruce Banner didn't know what the infinity stones specifically represented, since there were only 6 infinity stones in the universe, and the ability of the cosmic cube as one of the infinity stones was infinite energy, its preciousness could be imagined. Then it was coveted. Well, it's really easy to understand. If you think about it carefully, there is nothing strange about it. It is normal for one of the only 6 infinity stones in the universe to be coveted. So the invasion of the Earth is just a byproduct. Their real goal is the cosmic cube, which is really a bit unbelievable. Yes, a little, but it's true. That's it. Come with me and let's deal with these invaders first. Okay. Bruce Banner had no psychological burden in dealing with the intruders. No matter how many he killed, it was not too much. When he heard Louis say that he wanted to deal with the intruders again, he agreed without hesitation. Seeing Bruce Banner's choice of agreement, Louis did not stay where he was. A magic circle appeared out of thin air under his feet. The magic circle flashed with light, and the two disappeared directly from the spot. When the two appeared again, they had already appeared in the newly completed Stark building. "It's actually here." Bruce Banner showed an expression of sudden enlightenment after seeing the Stark logo on the building. In order for the cosmic cube to work and open the space door, a huge amount of energy is needed to heat the cosmic cube, and there seems to be no better place than here. Not only is there sufficient energy, but it is also dark under the lamp, so there is basically no need to worry about being discovered. Shouldn't we go up and stop them now? From what I've seen, they haven't activated the device to open the space gate yet. Bruce Banner asked in confusion, watching Louis eating a Mexican chicken roll that he got from nowhere, with no intention of taking action. "I know. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Louis raised the Mexican chicken roll in his hand and said, "Come on." He had been hungry for a long time. Eating was the most important thing in the world. No matter what, he would eat first. After all, if the sky fell, there was always a tall man like Louis to hold it up. After finishing 3 Mexican chicken burritos, a big hamburger, and a large cup of Coke, Bruce Banner finally realized that Louis had no intention of stopping Loki now. He was waiting for Loki to summon the Chijiri army. Although Bruce Banner didn't know what Louis wanted to do, he had the idea that there would be tall people to support the sky when it fell. But now, Bruce Banner was still confused. What Louis did was really a bit disappointing. "Aren't you afraid that Loki will call in the Chijiri army, which will eventually cause great loss of life, and the entire New York population will be in danger?" Bruce Banner asked in confusion. "There will certainly be necessary casualties, but at the same time, the Chijiri people will know how powerful our Earth is. In the universe, any etiquette is useless. Only by letting the other party know how powerful the Earth is, will they be afraid and dare not continue to invade." Louis gave Bruce Banner a very good reason. Once this reason came out, Bruce Banner's confusion disappeared a lot, but he was still a little hesitant. He also knew that the universe believed in the naked law of the jungle. The strong preyed on the weak were slaves, and the strong were kings. No one in the universe would have mercy. But isn't this unfair to ordinary people in New York? This was Bruce Banner's final hesitation. There is definitely some unfairness, but this is a sacrifice that has to be made. Louis looked at Bruce Banner and said lightly, "Sacrificing so many ordinary people just for such a goal? Although it is exchanging a minority for the safety of the majority, it is really extremely unfair to these innocent minorities." "Unfair? It is indeed unfair. But so what? Louis had to do this in order to get a chance." But Louis had to admit that he still underestimated Bruce Banner's kindness and soft-heartedness. After giving him an excuse, he still had many concerns. He should not have brought him here in the first place. However, it's too late now. "Do you have any way to prevent or minimize the harm to ordinary people in New York when the Chijiri army arrives?" Bruce Banner thought for a while and asked, "How come I suddenly realized that bringing you here was a huge mistake? What's the meaning? You're wasting a lot of my time. I was planning to make it quick and decisive." Louis said helplessly. "How to say? Doesn't it take time to protect everyone around here? Do you have any solution? Are you kidding me? I have no way to deal with it." Louis not only has superhuman abilities, but also magic and the current ability of the heroic spirit Gilgamesh. These abilities can protect ordinary people. However, these abilities take time to activate, which is completely different from Louis's quick decision. "That's right. What are you going to do?" Bruce Banner knew that Louis had great magical powers, so he had no doubts about what Louis said. He was just curious about what Louis was going to do. You will know then. After saying this, Louis ignored Bruce Banner and looked up at the sky. Bruce Banner looked at Louis, who suddenly looked up, and he also looked up, but he happened to see a fighter plane with the shield logo. Bruce Banner couldn't help but frown. Bruce Banner and Louis used teleportation to quickly arrive, and only realized that the space gate was opened in the start building when they arrived. He didn't think that the Avengers had such a fast reaction time. So it can be imagined that the person in this fighter plane is almost 100% likely to be Loki. If you had fired 2 rays from your eyes just now, everything would have been over. Bruce Banner couldn't help but speak. But there is no end to the Chijiri army. Maybe the next invasion will not be through the space gate opened by the cosmic cube, but a full-scale invasion. That will be much more troublesome than now. If they invade through the space gate, there is still room for maneuver. In the end, everything will be over when the space gate is closed. But if it is a full-scale invasion, there will be no way. If you want to drive them away, you must have enough strength. And the Earth currently does not have it. That's true. Let's wait and see what happens. Bruce Banner knew this clearly. After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He looked at the start building and Louis and fell into silence. I don't know what he was thinking. He didn't speak, and Louis was happy to be idle. He got a chair, and regardless of the eyes of the people around him, he sat there, waiting for Loki to open the space door and summon the Chijiri army. Time passed slowly, and finally Loki built the device, and Tony Stark, wearing a tattered iron battle suit, also came. Everything is about to begin. Is it about to start? Bruce Banner also saw the trend of starting. It's about to start. After saying this, a golden hourglass suddenly appeared behind Louis and fell into Louis's hand with a whoosh. This hourglass is called the barrier hourglass. It is a very special barrier treasure. When you turn it upside down, the golden sand flows from one end to the other, and it will release a barrier where it is. Although this barrier does not have any attack power, it is very strong. Ordinary people can't break it. You can use it to save the innocent people you mentioned. Really? Louis threw the hourglass to Bruce Banner and said, "Of course, don't you want to save people? I'll give you this chance. Take this treasure and make sure it is not broken or re-erected. Then you can save people." Bruce Banner finally took the treasure in his hand, and before he could say anything to Louis, hearing Louis's words, he tightly grasped the treasure in his hand and looked around nervously, as if he was a thief. "Go, use the hourglass." Louis didn't bother to pay attention to him. After saying this, he flew directly to the top of the start building, leaving only Bruce Banner, who was full of confidence and intended to open the barrier, alone. Louis soared into the sky, and just at this moment, a beam of light suddenly came out from the top floor of the start building, stopped in the sky, and a space door was opened. It was pitch black inside the space door, with only a little light. But this could not bring any sense of security to people. Instead, the space door seemed even darker and more dangerous. The open space door was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, as if it could bite down at any time, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Bruce Banner looked at the space door that suddenly opened in the sky, and his hands that were nervously holding the hourglass turned white because of excessive force. It was just that the quality of the hourglass was not bad. Otherwise, the hourglass might be destroyed by him before he could open the barrier. It's time. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Bruce Banner strode through the pedestrians who were pointing at the space gate in the sky and ran towards the start building. He was still some distance away from the start building. Opening the barrier now would undoubtedly trap too many ordinary people in the barrier. After running forward for more than 30 meters and coming to the front of the start building, he made sure that there were not many people here, and then turned the barrier hourglass in his hand over. Sha, sha, sha. The golden sand began to flow down little by little along the small glass tube, and golden sand began to appear under the hourglass. Ding. The golden sand that appeared in the hourglass triggered the power of the barrier hourglass. After a ding, a golden magic circle appeared under Bruce Banner's feet. Then, before he could react, the barrier hourglass in his hand suddenly burst out with a strong golden light, and the light was injected into the magic circle under his feet. The magic circle expanded rapidly, instantly covering the entire start building in the middle. This is too exaggerated. Bruce Banner hurriedly tried to cover the light on the hourglass of the barrier. Such light was extremely dazzling during the day. Wasn't it obvious that the key to exposing the magic circle was here? Bruce Banner had just used his clothes to cover the light of the hourglass of the barrier. The next second, the magic circle covering the entire start building burst out with an even stronger light. A circular protective shield emerged from the edge of the magic circle and expanded upwards little by little. Not long after, it covered the entire start building, including the space gate in the sky. The entire start building was bound in the barrier. Bruce Banner looked at the barrier around him. Before he could find a safe place to hide, Tony Stark's voice came from above his head. "What's going on?" Bruce Banner looked up, only to see Tony Stark in a new iron suit who had appeared above his head at some point. Tony Stark's face was also hidden in the new iron suit, so Bruce Banner couldn't see his expression. But Bruce Banner thought that his expression must be very interesting now, as he was shocked by the sudden scene. As both are Avengers, Bruce Banner did not hide it from Tony Stark. "I got a special hourglass from Louis and released such a barrier. And then it became like this. Enchantment. I don't know the details. You just need to know that this is an energy field designed to prevent the Chijiri army from invading New York at will. And this is the core." Patting the hourglass covered by his clothes, Bruce Banner said to Tony Stark, "That's good. But since it's the core, it shouldn't be able to break, right?" "That's right. I'm worried about this now. You know my situation. I am no different from ordinary people in my normal state. But after I transform, it's easy for me to confuse friend with friend. It's very dangerous to have such an hourglass here. So you're going to give it to me?" "Yes. It's a good idea, but I don't have time. I want to deal with the bastard who threw me off the building." After saying that, without giving Bruce Banner any time to react, 2 flames spurted out from his feet, carrying him into the sky. Bruce Banner had no choice but to take the hourglass and hide in the start building. As he said before, he was an ordinary person before he transformed, and he couldn't tell friend from foe after he transformed. It was too dangerous. If he didn't find a safe place to hide, it would be a big problem if he was discovered by any Chijiri soldier. Bruce Banner had just hidden in the start building, and on the other side, outside the space gate, Louis was already in place. Louis did not go directly to find trouble with Loki, but after giving the Chijiri army on the other side time to react, he flew to outside the space gate. They planned to wait for the arrival of the Chijiri army. Giving the Chijiri army enough time to react, the Chijiri army naturally did not let Louis wait. The soldiers of the army came out first in the aircraft and passed through the space gate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soldiers of the Chijiri army, like locusts, fell from the sky like dumplings, and were madly invading New York and attacking anything they saw. But they obviously did not realize the appearance of the surrounding barrier. Nor did they realize that Louis was waiting for them in front of the space gate. When they saw the barrier and Louis, they were subconsciously stunned. It was because of this subconscious stun moment that they suffered a devastating disaster. King's treasure. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, all kinds of golden weapons appeared out of thin air from behind Louis and rushed towards the stunned Chijiri army soldiers like sharp arrows. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, the sharp edges of various weapons pierced the bodies of all the vanguard troops, and they were all dead and could not die again. King's treasure appeared in Marvel for the first time, and as soon as it appeared, it cleared out hundreds of Chijiri army soldiers, and this was only because there were not many Chijiri army soldiers coming. If there were more would be killed, and the speed of harvesting lives was even faster than Louis's ability to use Superman. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every moment, strange-looking Chijiri soldiers came out of the space gate, making a whooshing sound. However, before they could do anything, or even see what the scenery outside the space gate was like, all kinds of weapons in Louis's King's treasure would mercilessly penetrate their bodies and kill them, without any exceptions, without any loss. The space gate was always empty, without any Chijiri life forms. The speed at which Louis used the King's treasure to harvest lives far exceeded the speed at which the Chijiri army soldiers passed through the space gate, resulting in a window period outside the space gate. For Louis, there was really no sense of accomplishment in abusing the soldiers. While mechanically opening the King's treasure to kill the Chijiri soldiers who kept appearing, Louis looked to the other side of the space gate, and an idea began to slowly take shape in his mind. It might be a good idea to take the initiative and go to the opponent's territory to fight in the wild. As soon as this idea took shape, it immediately took root in Louis's heart like a weed, pondered for a while, and made sure there was no big problem. Lu opened the king's treasure for the last time to clear all the Shigur soldiers next to the space gate, and left the space coordinate on the Stark building. Lu flashed, turned on his maximum speed, and rushed to the space gate. 27 times the speed of sound took Lu into a red light and shadow, and in the blink of an eye he passed through the space gate and came to the other side of the space gate, a dark universe. The universe should be a lonely place. Everything you see is dark, and the only light source is the various stars. However, it is different in this dark universe. It is not lonely. What you see is all hideous steel behemoths, countless, and you can't even forget them at a glance. Compared with these hideous steel behemoths, the Shigur soldiers killed by Lu are not even a drop in the ocean. However, these steel behemoths are not the largest and most terrifying. In the middle of these steel behemoths, there is a huge steel monster. Compared with all the steel behemoths, it is like the difference between an elephant and an ant. Seeing this, Lu couldn't help but fall into shock. If you haven't seen the scene on this side of the space gate with your own eyes, you will never be able to imagine how terrifying this Chijiri army is. This is the power of technology. After finally calming down, Lu expressed his feelings. Although Lu pursues his own strength, he can't help but have such feelings when he sees such a terrifying interstellar fleet. Lu sighed like this. But the Chijiri army did not stop its invasion because of Lu Yi's sigh. A large number of soldiers were sent to the Earth on the other side of the space gate, vowing to capture the Earth. Of course, they did not forget to besiege and kill Lu Yi. The Chijiri army used a special connection method. All the soldiers and all the steel behemoths were connected to the huge steel monster. The last images they saw were all transmitted to the huge steel monster through this connection method. They already knew that Lu Yi had entered their territory. Because of the space, the door is too small, and their army cannot enter the Earth in large numbers. Now that Lu Yi has taken the initiative to come to their territory, they naturally cannot let Lu Yi go. The large number of soldiers closest to Lu Yi, 5 huge steel beasts suddenly turned and surrounded Lu Yi. Then, without any nonsense, a large number of lasers, some thick and some thin, with a diameter of several meters, and some thin, with a diameter of several centimeters, were fired silently from them, targeting Lu Yi. Lu Yi also had to be cautious. He flashed and moved around in the lasers, avoiding all the lasers, and took this opportunity to come in front of a steel beast. Lu Yi had a face-to-face encounter with this ferocious steel beast. That Chigiri's weapon is very interesting. It should be regarded as a kind of biological weapon. This ferocious steel beast has an inner. It is a real giant beast, wearing special armor on its body, and it also has its own consciousness. When it saw Lu Yi coming in front of it, it seemed to have the idea of attacking itself. It showed a contemptuous look at the first time, and then opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and bit Lu Yi, who was not enough to fill his teeth. Looking at the ferocious steel giant beast rushing over, Lu Yi's face did not change at all. He raised one hand and hit the steel giant beast that was close at hand, hitting it right on its sharp teeth. Because it was in the universe, no sound was heard, but the sharp tooth hit by Lu Yi was directly broken. The power brought by Lu Yi's fist was poured into the sharp tooth, and the sharp tooth became like a cannonball. It passed through the throat of the giant beast, entered the body of the giant beast, and finally at the tail end of the giant beast. Breaking through the armor covering the flesh and skin, the beast let out a silent roar, struggled feebly in the air for a few times, and finally died. After killing such a beast, Lu Yi did not let go of the other beasts. He jumped onto a beast, squatted down, and punched the armor on the back of the beast. The armor shattered, and countless fragments penetrated the body of the beast and drilled out from the lower abdomen of the beast. Countless blood flowed out, and another one died. However, this one had just died, and before Lu Yi could shift his target to the third beast, a beam of light with a diameter of 5 meters suddenly shot from behind Lu Yi. In an instant, it covered the bodies of Lu Yi and the steel beast. The terrifying energy reaction instantly vaporized the body of the steel beast, and even the steel on its body was no exception. If there was anything left, it was Lu Yi. In the beam, Lu Yi was intact. Not even a hair was hurt. The energy of the beam only blew Lu Yi's cloak, making Lu Yi's cloak stand vertically. Apart from this, there is nothing else. Fortunately, I changed my uniform. Otherwise, my clothes might really be evaporated now. Standing in the beam, Lu Yi said with a little relief. The beam of light continued for a long time, penetrating the entire dark universe. Lu Yi relied on his own flying speed to remain still in this beam of light. If it weren't for Lu Yi's flying ability, even if Lu Yi would not be hurt by the beam, he would be blown away to an unknown place. Sometimes, the ability to fly is really a great ability. On the basis of maintaining the current flying speed, Lu Yi finally had time to see who fired such a beam of light at him. No matter what it was, Lu Yi didn't intend to let it go. Following the source of the beam, Lu Yi soon saw the thing that fired the beam. It was another steel behemoth, but this steel behemoth was somewhat different from the other steel behemoths. Although ordinary steel behemoths were covered with special armor, that was all. Most of the space on both sides of the body was reserved for people. This one was different. Its sides were replaced by a special device, and there was a gun muzzle in front of its forehead. The beam that hit Lu Yi came from here. A new species. Seeing the source clearly, Lu Yi did not waste time and used teleportation to disappear on the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the edge of the muzzle in front of the forehead of the special steel behemoth. Then, without waiting for it to react, Lu Yi pushed the muzzle and moved its entire body. The muzzle moved, and the light beam emitted from the muzzle was naturally no exception. The light beam that penetrated this dark universe was like a long whip, and under Lu Yi's control, it was whipped towards the center of the group of steel behemoths. By the time the steel behemoth reacted, it was too late. In an instant, more than 30 steel behemoths were swept and began to vaporize from various parts of their bodies. More than 30 steel behemoths died and could not die anymore. What a pity. If you hadn't reacted so quickly, you could have killed more. Lu Yi said to the steel beast that was struggling violently and trying to bite him to death. After that, Lu Yi did not spare the steel beast. He stood on the device and slapped it from top to bottom. The device shattered directly, and the steel beast was torn to pieces by the power of the broken device. Lu Yi was almost covered in blood. Lu Yi killed nearly 40 steel beasts. Strictly speaking, this number is not a lot, but in the case of being killed by one person, it still attracted the attention of the high-level officials of the Chijiri army. Dense beams of light and light beams came towards Lu Yi from all directions. Lu Yi couldn't even dodge, and then he was hit by the dense rain of attacks. His body was carried by the attacks from all directions and kept spinning in the air. There were too many directions of attack. These attacks combined together and turned into disordered attacks. Lu Yi couldn't use flying to control his direction in the first place. He was carried flying in the universe for a long time. Finally, Lu Yi felt a little dizzy, but the attack still showed no sign of stopping. While flying in one direction again, Lu Yi waved his hands, and a golden spear appeared in Lu Yi's hands. And then the whole person disappeared in the dense attacks. Lu Yi appeared on the top of a steel behemoth, stabbed the golden spear in his hand into the steel behemoth's head, and then used both arms to pick it up. The steel behemoth was picked up and flew to another steel behemoth nearby. The two steel behemoths collided with each other, like two rotten tomatoes smashed together, and the equipment on their bodies was shattered. The armor was so fragile that it shattered instantly at the place where the two steel behemoths collided. The flesh and blood inside the armor blurred and turned into minced meat. Lu Yi did not stop there. The spear in his hand glowed with golden light and burst out with the strongest power. Like a god, he directly killed those steel behemoths, silently, but in an instant, a steel behemoth was split in half. Turning around, the spear danced, and another steel behemoth was cut in half. This time, those steel behemoths finally reacted and vented their attacks to where Lu Yi was now. Intensive attacks appeared again. Seeing the attack coming, Lu Yi did not linger in the fight. He used teleportation to disappear again. Lu Yi disappeared, but the attack did not disappear. Some of the steel behemoths behind Lu Yi did not disappear either. The attack continued and fell on him. The steel beasts behind him were directly vaporized. Some of the top leaders of Chijiri were furious at this situation. They finally found Lu Yi, but found that Lu Yi had come to the side of other steel beasts. The long spear in his hand was shining with golden light. Every time he waved it, a steel beast would be killed by the golden light or the long spear itself. From time to time, blood would burst, or fragments would burst. Metal fragments flashed in countless electric lights with blood, and the scene was horrible. The top leaders of Chijiri saw it, but they had no way to do anything. Louis didn't want to fight at all. Every time they attacked where Louis was, before the attack really fell on Louis had disappeared. Instead, their attacks fell on their own steel beasts. Although they had many steel beasts, they couldn't withstand such consumption. It had only been a short time, and no less than 300 or 400 had died. Wouldn't they be killed by Louis sooner or later if they continued like this? Finally, they decided that they couldn't go on like this any longer. A special signal that could only be received by Shigura's soldiers was sent out. After receiving the message, all the soldiers and all the steel beasts returned to the huge and terrifying steel monster and entered its body. Although Louis took this opportunity to kill many, he was ultimately unable to kill them all, and most of them returned to the body of the steel monster. What are they doing? Louis put away his spear and muttered to himself in confusion. Lui's muttering soon had an answer. A faint light shield suddenly appeared on the steel monster, and then countless gun muzzles began to appear on its body. Nima. Louis didn't want to swear, but sometimes he had to. Damn it. These Chijiri executives are really crazy. They actually use weapons against the main ship and the planet against themselves. All the weapons on the terrifying steel monster were revealed. The smallest diameter of the thick muzzle was basically at least dozens of meters, which was extremely terrifying. These were all used to deal with the main ship of the Star Fleet or even the planet. I didn't expect that they would be used against me now. Lui had no doubt that any of them could hurt him. This steel monster was similar to the main ship of the Star Fleet. Its weapons and equipment were all powerful, otherwise it would not be able to deal with the same main ship of the Star Fleet. Although it is not said that the bigger the thing, the more powerful it is, but here it is true that big means that the power is strong enough. After all, the main ship is the main ship. All the weapons on the steel monster in the dark universe in front of Louis were activated, the gun barrels were shining, and the attack was brewing. Facing these weapons, Louis had no idea of escaping. His face was straight, and his body disappeared again. Louis wanted to teleport to the body of the steel monster and destroy all its weapons. Don't you want to kill me with your weapon? Well, I will destroy your weapon first. I want to see whether you kill me first or I destroy you first. Lui used teleportation to teleport to its weapon, but some problems occurred before he teleported there. When Louis was about to reach the place, a problem occurred. An inexplicable wave stopped him and made him deviate from the target. He stopped in front of the protective shield on the steel monster and appeared here. There is actually interference. Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Lui previously thought that it would only set up a protective shield to prevent him from getting close, but now it seems that it is not just that. The more purpose is to prevent him from teleporting close to here. Its protective shield is a high-frequency energy field, which has a huge impact on the use of teleportation. Lui stretched out his hand and pressed on the protective shield. The place where Louis pressed the protective shield instantly did it, but Louis found that this protective shield was tougher than he imagined. Give it a try. Without any special means for the time being, Louis floated in front of the protective shield, put his left hand in front of him, moved his right hand back, and suddenly punched out. Lui's fist collided with the protective shield. Wherever Lui's fist collided with the protective shield, it instantly dented inwards, and a huge dent appeared on the protective shield. However, this was not very useful. The dent appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The protective shield quickly returned to its original shape, as if nothing had happened. It's really useless. Louis showed an expression that had been like this for a long time, and muttered to himself. While Louis was muttering to himself, the senior officials of the Chijiri army in the command room were looking down on him. They had locked onto Louis from the beginning, and everything Louis did was exposed to them without reservation. Seeing that Louis actually tried to use his own power to break the protective shield and did such a stupid thing, they all showed their contempt to Louis without reservation. It is useless for the natives to have powerful power. They are so stupid and uncivilized that they actually tried to compete with the energy of a main battleship with one person's power. Such thoughts appeared in the minds of all of them, and they were full of contempt for Louis. Such contempt reached its peak when Louis touched the protective shield with one hand. Idiot, you actually thought this would work. Indigenous people are indigenous people. Such people should not occupy such a planet. They should become slaves and earn a lot of resources for us. It seems that this native is the representative of the people on this planet. Although he possesses some powerful powers, he is absolutely stupid and does not pose any threat at all. That can't be said. His strength is still good. If there are more people with such strong power on this planet, we will be in trouble. Trouble? I think it's an opportunity. The more powerful people they have, the better. We can capture them and sell them at a higher price. Just when these Chijiri people were despising Louis' hand also touched the protective shield. A ray of light flashed, and a magic circle that could dissolve energy appeared on the protective shield. In an instant, a passage for people to pass through was dissolved on the protective shield. The passage for people to pass through this protective shield appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. It was restored in just a moment, and this was enough for Louis. Louis flashed and penetrated the protective shield at this moment, and disappeared in the protective shield. Through the surveillance, all the faces of the people in the command room turned green. What is this? Why does my face feel so painful and swollen? Not good. Just when everyone's face turned green, the Chijiri suddenly jumped up. At this time, the people present finally realized that Louis had entered the protective shield, and the main ship was no longer defenseless to him. Before they could react or do anything, a piercing alarm sounded, and a weapon on the wing that was accumulating energy was destroyed, causing an explosion, which had an impact on the wing. Quick, release all the energy and send out the emergency fleet. The supreme commander of the main ship hastily issued a remedial order. All the weapons on the steel monster were de-energized, and the side hatches opened immediately. An unknown number of ships rushed out from inside, gliding on the side of the steel monster to find Louis' trace and kill him. They wanted to kill Louis, but Louis was not so easy to kill. In a place they could not see, the golden spear that Louis had put away before appeared again. Then, Louis appeared behind these things with a spear in his hand. The spear came out like a dragon, golden light shone, and violent explosions continued to occur. Louis waved the spear in the universe, killing countless emergency fleets in front of him. He really felt like he was going to overturn the world. The spear glowed. The golden light surged, bursting in the universe, colliding with those strange things. The scene was extremely shocking. Countless strange things, like melting ice and snow, disappeared and were eroded by the golden light. Louis was like a god who suppressed the world, with brilliant golden light all over his body. Every time the golden light bloomed, something would disappear, and every time the spear was waved, something would be cut in half. Humph. Louis, who killed the enemy, snorted coldly, with a sneer on his lips, and he approached the other enemies with the momentum of countless armies. Poor trash and bugs. The purpose of your existence is to be killed by me. All of you go to hell. There is no air in the universe, and sound cannot be transmitted, but Louis did not use the usual way to transmit sound, but used magic. The sound was poured into the ears of all the things present, and then poured into the minds of the Chijiri high-level officials in the command room through the secret connection method. All the Chijiri high-level officials changed their color. In the past, they only despised the natives, but they did not expect that now one by one, they have become the object of contempt and are regarded as trash and bugs. Do you really think they have no way to deal with Louis? In the universe, all kinds of strong people are absolutely beyond your imagination. Since they, the Chijiri people, can dominate one side and become the lackeys of Thanos, how could they not have any way to deal with the strong? Compared with the strong people in the universe they faced, Louis was just average. There were many more powerful and weird ones than Louis. What happened to them in the end? All died. Not one was left. All dead. Will Louis have an accident? No, this is the voice of all the Chijiri high-level officials in the command room. It's a pity that the big men of the dark cult are not here. Otherwise we could kill a small native in a snap. How could he still be so arrogant here? What if the adults are not here? We can kill him easily. A small native can still turn the tables. Who will go? Chijiri is good at biotechnology. As the top leaders of Chijiri, these people have been transformed more and more. The technology used for transformation is the highest scientific and technological achievement of Chijiri. This results in their strength not being much. Although they are not as strong as those of the dark cult, they are not weak either. They can barely be called strong in the universe. I'll go. A militant Chijeri leader stood up and said cruelly to the others, I will kill him and crush him into pieces. Very good. That's a beautiful thing to say. All the senior executives of Chijeri present were infected by his words, with cruel smiles on their faces, and agreed to his plan to fight. After getting the consent, he naturally did not waste time. He disconnected the special equipment connecting his brain and nerves behind him, walked out of the command room, and came to a cabin next to the command room. From this cabin, he put on a gorgeous armor that flashed some special light on his body and connected his nerves and brain. Then he followed a special passage in the cabin and stepped into the universe. Driven by the two thrusters behind him, he flew towards Lu Yi's location. The location information of Lu Yi has been presented in his mind, and he has obtained a god's perspective. Lu Yi's location can't be hidden from him at all, and even Lu Yi's means of killing the enemy are very clear. While flying towards Lu Yi, he was also analyzing Lu Yi's attack method, and he must kill Lu Yi with one blow. The stronger he is, the better position he can get. He wanted to prove his strength through a second kill and lay the foundation for his higher status. I will use your blood to lay the foundation for my position, so you can die in peace. As he said this, he approached the area where Lu Yi was. He could already see Lu Yi with his naked eyes, and Lu Yi could also see him with his naked eyes. However, Lu Yi just glanced at him, and then paid no attention to him. As if he was not worthy of attention, Lu Yi's attitude really hurt his proud heart, and after his face turned blue, the thrusters behind him exerted their maximum power under other controls, pushing him quickly towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi had already discovered him a long time ago, and now his rapid approach to him could not conceal his presence. The cold light in Lu Yi's eyes was not concealed at all, and the golden light in his hand was so strong that the spear in his hand was like a dragon, wrapped in golden light, and pushed at him at the full speed of Lu Yi. Seeing this, he also, without any hesitation, the light in his hand became brighter, like a small sun in an instant. The spear and the small sun collided with each other, like two stars colliding with each other, and the energy exploded, submerging the two people. All people could see was a dazzling light. The figures of Lu Yi and the Chijeri executive all disappeared in this dazzling light and were obscured. After a short while of the collision, the two separated, and the dazzling light barely dimmed, and the figures of the two appeared again. The Chijeri executive had countless cracks on his arm, and blood was dripping from his arm bit by bit. I tell you, he was much more normal. Except for the collapse of the spear in his hand, there were basically no major problems. Ha ha ha, your weapons are broken. Let's see what you can do. The arrogant and ignorant voice of the Chijeri executives on the opposite side entered Lu Yi's mind. Judging others by himself, he relied on equipment and naturally thought that Lu Yi's strength came from the weapons in his hands. Now that he saw Lu Yi's weapons were destroyed, his happiness was really off the charts. Lu Yi was really speechless about this. He said that he relied on weapons. Where did he get such confidence? The weapon in Lu Yi's hand has always been a sea-level treasure. Lu Yi has always relied on his own strength, and the treasure is only auxiliary. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not use the spear, but start using another weapon. For the heroic spirit, the noble phantasm is part of the heroic spirit's strength. Therefore, when Lu Yi obtained Gilgamesh through the extraction, he also obtained Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, which is the king's treasure, the star of separation. This is an EX-level noble phantasm. This is not comparable to an ordinary sea-level noble phantasm. If Lu Yi really needed to rely on the power of the treasure, he would only use such a sea-level spear instead of the star of separation. The reason why he did not use it was simply because Lu Yi felt that it was not necessary, and these people could rely on their own strength. Do you really think I'll die if I leave my weapon? Lu Yi said with a mocking smile. Is not it? Of course not. Unlike you Chijeri people, I rely on my own strength. Weapons are just means to me. After saying that, Lu Yi raised his right hand horizontally as if to capture a spear, first the spearhead, then the spear body. And another spear shining with golden light slowly appeared from behind Lu Yi and was caught in Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi proved this with his actions. When the senior executive of Chijeri opposite Lu Yi saw Lu Yi's proof, he felt terrible. He now began to regret why he took on such a bad task. He has now begun to wonder whether he should escape. One of Lu Yi's spears almost crippled one of his arms. If Lu Yi had more than 5 spears, it would be enough to kill him. He wanted to show off his bravery to get a chance for promotion, but it didn't mean he wanted to die. He wants to live. Before he could make a decision, Lu Yi moved. The spear in Lu Yi's hand emitted thousands of rays of light, which radiated in all directions and formed all kinds of strange phenomena in the sky. Around Lu Yi, a phoenix flew across the sky, with flames billowing and bright wings clearly visible. Before the senior executive of Chijeri could react, the phoenix phenomenon around Lu Yi suddenly raised its head, and a dazzling cold light flashed in its phoenix eyes. The phoenix phenomenon suddenly opened its mouth and uttered a silent phoenix cry. Immediately, the phoenix phenomenon rushed towards the senior executive of Chijeri on the opposite side. Seeing the phoenix phenomenon coming, the senior executive of Chijeri did not bother to think about whether he should escape. He immediately raised his intact arm and hastily condensed a part of it. He used all his strength and started the thrusters behind him at full power, hitting the phoenix vision. The bravest of two will win. At this moment, any distraction will lead to his defeat and death. He dare not have any more distractions. All his attention is focused on the phoenix vision. The phoenix vision marched through the universe and collided with Chijeri's senior executive again. Chijeri's senior executive's fist hit the beak of the phoenix vision. The fist was in a stalemate with the beak of the phoenix vision for a second, and then the Chijeri senior executive was like being hit by a real phoenix. He vomited blood, his arm collapsed into flesh and blood, and his body flew backwards. Then there was another silent cry. The speed of the phoenix vision, which was reduced by the impact, increased again and rushed towards the Chijeri executive. The beak of the phoenix vision hit the chest of the Chijeri executive. The vision drilled into the body of the Chijeri executive and then exploded. The dazzling light filled the entire universe. The Chijeri executive whose body was drilled by the phoenix vision was eroded by the energy of the explosion and disappeared. The light dissipated, leaving only Lu Yi in a special armor. Lu Yi held a golden spear in his hand, and the body of the spear pierced into the armor, picking up the armor on the spear. The armor was peculiar and difficult to destroy, but it was preserved. Seeing this scene, the Chijeri executives in the command room went crazy. This is impossible. How could a mere native kill one of our generals? No, I don't believe it. It must be fake. Yes, it must be fake. Someone hacked into our system. Hurry up and find the loophole and find the problem for me. Find out? What are you looking for? Do you still not understand what is going on? He killed one of our generals with his own strength, but he's just a native. That's right, he is just a native. But don't forget what he did just now. He created a powerful vision, which means that the other party has mastered a very powerful way of utilizing energy, which is enough to kill one of our generals. The words of this Chijeri senior executive made everyone present fall into deep thought. The power of technology is indeed strong, but the power of technology is not absolute. There are many powerful people with terrifying power in the universe, and they can destroy stars at will. Their master, Thanos, is the most prominent one among them. With a single power that dominates the universe. Lu Yi has mastered a powerful way of utilizing energy, which is enough to kill any of them. What should we do next? Is it just a matter of evacuating? After a moment of silence, a senior executive of Chijeri asked, evacuation is definitely not an option. Our mission is not yet complete. What should we do then? He is too close, and the weapons on the main ship can't hurt him at all. Ignore him. What? Ignore him. Let him destroy it. Can he destroy our main ship by himself? A Chijeri senior executive said after biting his tongue. Coincidentally, at this moment, Lu Yi's contemptuous voice appeared in their ears. Who else? Seeing that the Chijeri people were still silent, Lu Yi retracted his spear, put his armor into the king's treasure, and used the power of magic to shout in the minds of those Chijeri soldiers through a secret connection. Lu Yi's words reached the ears of those Chijeri leaders and were heard by them. In an instant, Lu Yi's voice disappeared completely, and all the Chijeri leaders made the decision to eliminate Lu Yi with a grim look on their faces. A mere native dared to talk to them like this, which greatly hurt their self-esteem and hypocritical arrogance. Don't be afraid of damaging the main ship. Charge quickly and kill him. It's not that the weapons on the main ship can't be aimed at close range to attack close range objects, but because of the angle problem, it is difficult to retract them when attacking, and there is no measure at all. Once an attack is made, It is very likely to damage the main ship. Strictly speaking, the damage caused by Lu Yi's attack on the main ship is not that great. The main ship is too huge, and Lu Yi is so small that he is not even in it. The damage caused by the main ship's weapons hitting the main ship is so strong that it is simply not comparable to the sum of the damage Lu Yi can cause. Originally, they did not intend to use the main ship's weapons to attack the main ship, but Lu Yi, such a small, humble native, a bug, dared to despise them so much. Even if Lu Yi is very powerful and has been recognized by them, he should still be a target to be killed. And the kind that cannot be spared for a moment. Various weapons on the main ship began to recharge, and then, under the control of the central intelligent brain, they locked onto Lu Yi one after another. It was at this moment that Lu Yi's magic engraved on his uniform appeared. The magic array began to frantically warn Lu Yi of danger. It had predicted danger before, but it had never been as exaggerated as it was now. It was as if it could collapse at any time. Lu Yi really didn't expect that he would encounter such a warning one day. Lu Yi subconsciously used teleportation to disappear from the spot. At the same time that Lu Yi disappeared, several colorful beams of light covered the place where Lu Yi was standing. The beams of light passed through the universe and fell on the wreckage of some steel behemoths before, and they were all evaporated in an instant. Lu Yi appeared in another place and happened to see the scene. However, before he could take a closer look, the magic array began to frantically warn again. Lu Yi disappeared again, and the moment he disappeared, the place where he was standing was covered by beams again. Every time after that, no matter where Lu Yi appeared, a beam of light would appear in the next second and cover the place where he was standing before. Lu Yi could only use teleportation to move around and avoid various attacks. After avoiding 4 such frequent attacks, Lu Yi flashed to the edge of a main ship's laser cannon and disappeared in the next second. The beam once again covered this place. A violent explosion occurred, and flames rose from the laser cannon. The laser cannon was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Along with the explosion, the piercing alarm sounded again in the command room of Chi Jerry, and all the Chi Jerry senior officials looked at the alarm with twitching faces. But the strange thing was that none of the senior officials of the Chi Jerry army spoke to stop the attack, but instead gritted their teeth and pretended not to hear or see. The attack continued. Every time Lu Yi flashed, he would destroy a weapon. Although there were many weapons on the main ship and the size was large, after Lu Yi's multiple flashes, it still caused considerable losses, and about 1,000th of the place was damaged. You are not small for this 1,000th. The main ship is so huge, and the corresponding 1,000th is already very large. It is really quite unacceptable to destroy this 1,000th of the place with the power of a single person. But even if he did this, Lu Yi did not have any happy thoughts. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard. So how can he be happy? Besides, the speed is too slow now. If it continues like this, the space gate will close, and it is not certain how much of the main ship of the Chi Jerry army can be destroyed. Lu Yi now needs something with great destructive power. I remember that the World Security Council used a nuclear bomb when it saw that the Chi Jerry invasion was unstoppable. According to the time calculation, it is almost now. Maybe we can use it. Lu Yi attracted the attention of the Chi Jerry army, forcing them to shrink their forces. But before that, many steel behemoths and Chi Jerry soldiers entered the earth. These steel behemoths and Chi Jerry soldiers were enough for the World Security Council to launch nuclear bombs. And now the only barrier preventing the nuclear bomb from entering here is the barrier hourglass left by Lu Yi before, because of its existence. It is a bit troublesome for the nuclear bomb to enter here first, and it is more likely to explode directly outside. Maybe I should go there myself. After saying this, Lu Yi triggered the connection with the mark left on the start building and teleported to the top of the start building. At this moment, the start building has been completely changed. Although it still retains its original appearance, all that should be broken is broken. The surroundings of the start building are full of Chiggery soldiers and steel behemoths. They keep attacking the barrier and fighting with the half-wasted Iron Man Tony Stark. Because of the barrier hourglass, no Chiggery soldiers and steel behemoths walked out of the barrier. The outside of the start building was unusually calm. Many people who were extremely brave were watching not far from the barrier. The same is also due to the barrier. No Avengers have entered the barrier. Currently, there are only Tony Stark and the Hulk Bruce Banner in the barrier. Bruce Banner cannot transform yet and must protect the barrier hourglass. This results in Tony Stark having to face all the Chigger army alone. His Iron Man suit is not strong enough to face all enemies. With all the weapons used up, the suit is half damaged and is now half useless. When Lu Yi returned to Earth, Tony Stark was already in danger. He was surrounded by a large group of Chigger soldiers and attacked with lasers. It seemed that his life could be in danger at any time. Lu Yi, you're finally back. Help. Lu Yi saw Tony Stark, and Tony Stark also saw Lu Yi, and quickly asked Lu Yi for help. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Lu Yi's attention was now on the flying nuclear bomb. Although he did not ignore Tony Stark's request for help, he did not care too much. He just used his eyes to emit 2 red beams of light to save Tony Stark from danger, and then disappeared from the start building and appeared outside the barrier. Lu Yi attracted everyone's attention from the moment he appeared, and even more so when he appeared outside the barrier. Everyone subconsciously turned their attention to Lu Yi. The Avengers who had been outside for a long time and could only watch anxiously in the barrier were even more so. They quickly came to Lu Yi. You finally showed up. Quickly remove the barrier. Natasha said anxiously as soon as she came up. During the time they were waiting outside, the Avengers used various methods to try to enter the barrier, but the barrier was too strong. Their methods were useless, and they could only stand outside the barrier and watch Tony Stark desperately fighting with the Chigger soldiers and the steel behemoths. And the most critical thing is not just this. Just now, Nick Fury sent a message to tell them that the World Security Council launched a nuclear bomb, and the target was here. The best solution Nick Fury gave was to guide the nuclear bomb into the space gate, and then close the space gate when the nuclear bomb exploded. But they couldn't even get close to the space gate. The barrier blocked them. Tony Stark was busy dealing with the Chigger army, and Bruce Banner couldn't find him at all. The barrier couldn't be lifted. Fortunately, Lu Yi finally showed up at this time. Through the communication with Tony Stark just now, they knew that although the barrier was held by Bruce Banner, it came from Lu Yi, and Lu Yi might have a way. The hourglass of the barrier is in Banner's hand. If you want to remove it, go find him. Lu Yi's focus now is on the nuclear bomb. He doesn't bother to pay attention to Natasha. He said to Natasha, the key is that we have no way to find him. He is hiding in the start building to protect the hourglass barrier from being destroyed. We can't even enter the barrier. Natasha smiled helplessly. That's fine. Brute force cracking. Lu Yi said to these Avengers while casting his eyes to the horizon. We tried, and it didn't work. That was just now, but it can be broken now. The barrier hourglass is not really unbreakable. It also has its limits, and when it reaches its limit, it will break. After the impact of the Chigger soldiers and the steel behemoth just now, plus the efforts of these Avengers. Although the barrier still exists, it is already at the end of its strength. Use some strength, and it will soon break. The barrier hourglass is not a powerful treasure, and it is good enough to have lasted until now. Attack with all your strength, and the barrier will be broken soon. Lu Yi casually said to Natasha again, and his body soared into the sky, rushing towards the nuclear bomb, flying towards this side at the highest speed. The nuclear bomb launched by the World Security Council finally came, and Lu Yi was not going to let it go. So he flew towards it. Lu Yi quickly approached the nuclear bomb launched by the World Security Council, but after approaching, Lu Yi did not capture it at the first time, but turned around and maintained the same speed as the nuclear bomb. Before capturing it, Lu Yi came to the side of the nuclear bomb, stretched out his hand to grab the warhead of the nuclear bomb, and disappeared with it in an instant. He appeared in the original place in the universe, and then let go. Lu Yi had maintained the speed of the nuclear bomb before, and now he let go. Under the push of the thruster, the speed of the nuclear bomb did not change at all, and it rushed straight to the command room on the opposite side, which was not far away. The senior executives of Chi Jerry in the command room saw this scene. But they also knew that there was something wrong with this thing, and they immediately began to intercept it. A beam of light shot out from the main ship, covering the nuclear bomb. The covered nuclear bomb was bound by an invisible force, unable to move forward, and stopped in the universe in front of the command room. You actually want to use this primitive technology against us? How foolish and naive. A senior executive of Chi Jerry said with a face full of sarcasm. His words were recognized by other senior executives of Chi Jerry, and they all looked at Lu Yi in front of them. They wanted to know what Lu Yi's expression was at the moment, but to their surprise, there was no expression on Lu Yi's face, but a strong mockery in his eyes. This made the senior executives of Chi couldn't help but shudder in their hearts, and subconsciously looked at the nuclear bomb, wondering if there was any problem. However, the next problem really happened. The bound nuclear bomb suddenly exploded, and countless cracks appeared on the shell of the nuclear bomb, and then it turned into countless fragments. A small sun appeared in the center of the nuclear bomb. After the energy shrank, it exploded at a very fast speed. In the center of the nuclear bomb, where the energy exploded, the space was distorted. It was too late for the senior executives of Chi to do anything. The energy of the explosion instantly surrounded the command room where they were, and the piercing alarm almost ruptured their eardrums. They were devastated by the energy of the nuclear bomb explosion. But Lu Yi had already come to the edge of the start building, and a flash came to Lo next to Ji. After violently snatching the scepter from his hand, another flash appeared on the roof, inserted the scepter into the device, and began to close the space gate. The terrifying energy of the nuclear bomb poured out from the space gate, falling from the sky like a waterfall above the nine heavens. Just when the energy was about to touch the start building, Lu Yi successfully closed the space gate completely, and the energy was cut off. Although the energy that burst out still existed, it was not enough to destroy the start building. The energy only produced something like a storm, blowing over some things around the start building, and also blowing over the bodies of the Shigur soldiers inside and outside the start building who should have been barely standing under the support of the building. The Shigur soldiers are very special. They are biological weapons. The control comes from the main ship. Once the connection with the main ship is disconnected, they will definitely die. When Lu Yi closed the space gate, the connection was already broken, so death must come, and then they are all really dead. The invasion of the Shigur army was perfectly resolved in this way, even more perfect than in the plot. The most prominent thing is that the number of casualties this time is infinitely close to zero. Thanks to the hourglass of the barrier, all the battles were bound to the start building, and there was no impact on the surrounding areas, and there was no spread. You mean the staff working for Tony Stark in the start building, for safety and to avoid accidents? Loki's men arrested all the staff when they were preparing the equipment on the roof of the start building and sent them to the bottom of the start building for centralized detention. And this just saved these people. When Shiguri's army arrived, they saw only an empty shell, and no one working for Tony Stark was affected. As for those unlucky people who didn't have time to run away and were trapped by the barrier, they didn't have too much problem because of Tony Stark's protection. Except that they were a little scared. If we say who suffered the most losses in this incident, it must be Tony Stark, who suffered the most losses. An entire building was directly destroyed beyond recognition. Although the outline is still there, it can no longer be used. Tony Stark can only rebuild the building next, just like he did in the plot. After talking about the losses, let's talk about the gains. The one who gained the most this time was undoubtedly Lu Yi. First, there was a perfect extraction opportunity, and then there were these in front of him, the Cosmic Cube, the Mind Stone, and the equipment of the Chi people on the ground. Lu Yi didn't need the Cosmic Cube and the Mind Stone, but he could use them for collection. Collection is a good way to deal with it. With Gilgamesh, Lu Yi now has some ideas about collection. As for the equipment of the Chi people on the ground, Lu Yi can use it for research. Lu Yi is actually quite interested in the connection method of the Chi people. All three things are useful, and Lu Yi's huge gains can be imagined. Other people, such as Shield, Thor, Loki, etc., all made wedding clothes for Lu Yi, and did not get any benefits from beginning to end. Among them, Loki can be said to be the most miserable. Originally, he thought he could gain a lot and become the god king of Asgard with the help of Chi and the power behind them. However, everything has become an unattainable dream. He is now captured by the Avengers who have broken through the barrier, and he's the kind of captured and opposed. If he wasn't the most miserable, who else could he be? Looking at the captured Loki, Lu Yi smiled and didn't continue to pay attention. The king's treasure is activated. A huge suction force came from above Lu Yi's head, and the area where the start building was located was within the range of the suction force. But the strange thing is that this huge suction force has no effect on ordinary people or objects. That is, the equipment on the corpses on the ground, the Cosmic Cube, and the Mind Gem in Lu Yi's hand are the targets of the suction. The moment the suction force was generated, all these things flew up uncontrollably, and above Lu Yi's head, ripples were created and then disappeared, as if they had never appeared. It is impossible to avoid being discovered with such a big noise. At this moment, all the Avengers looked at Lu Yi. Natasha and Hawkeye, the Avengers from S.H.I.E.L.D., were calm, just looking at Lu Yi, without any special actions. They also knew that Nick Fury would definitely want to study the corpses and technology of the Chi people, but they were all smart people and knew what to do and what not to do. It's really not worth it to anger Lu Yi because of some technology. It's better to give up. Besides, there were still corpses of Chi people and some technological products on the ground, which could be further studied, compared with the rational ones. There was another irrational one among the Avengers, and that person was Thor. After seeing Lu Yi taking all these things away, he swung the Thor's hammer in his hand and flew towards Lu Yi. Others could not stop him even if they wanted to. Hand over the thing. It's not yours. Thor flew to Lu Yi and said hastily. Of course, what Thor was talking about here was not the equipment of the Chi people. He didn't think highly of the Chi people's things. What he wanted was the Cosmic Cube. One of the goals of his coming here. He always believed that the Cosmic Cube should not be controlled by the Earthlings, but should be taken back to Asgard. Now that he saw Lu Yi taking the Cosmic Cube away, how could he be willing? It's just that he is not a qualified lobbyist, nor even a smart man. He is just a warrior with a brain full of muscles. In fact, Natasha and Hawkeye did a good job on this point. Are they blind? Didn't they see Lu Yi taking the Cosmic Cube? Of course not. They just pretended not to see it. Anyway, after today, the Cosmic Cube could not continue to stay in their hands. Asgard would never allow it, so they just let Lu Yi take it away. At least the Cosmic Cube remained on Earth. Thor is still far from Natasha and Hawkeye after all. In fact, your father shouldn't have chosen you as the crown prince. A crown prince like you is good at fighting, but you are a jerk when it comes to handling domestic and foreign affairs. Sooner or later, Asgard will collapse in your hands. Thor's tone was very bad, and Lu Yi's tone was also bad. This is none of your business. Hand over the Cosmic Cube. It doesn't belong to you. The same words are said to you. This is also not your business. Since the Tesseract appeared on Earth, it naturally belongs to the Earth. You, an Asgardian, have no right to interfere. The Cosmic Cube originally belonged to Asgard. Really? If you call it, will it respond? Don't say these useless things. The Cosmic Cube belongs to the Earth, and how to deal with it is also the Earth's internal affairs. This will never be allowed. Whenever our Earth wants to do something, it needs your Asgard's consent. Even your Odin is not qualified to do so. If you don't believe it, go ask Odin. I don't care about that. I just know that you took something from Asgard. It doesn't belong to you. Hand it over to me. The world is bustling with people all for the sake of profit, and the world is bustling with people all for the sake of profit that if possible, Odin would never give up the fat meat at his lips, but would control the Earth in his own hands. The Earth is a pretty good place that he used to do so, and the Earth was his territory. But then, the gods intervened. The gods used the Earth as a testing ground, and they did not allow other people to interfere with the progress of their experiments. They fought back many so-called gods, including Odin. Odin was very taboo about this matter, and few people knew about it. Thor was also one of those who didn't know about it. He didn't believe a word of what Lu Yi said before. He just wanted to get the Cosmic Cube back, and it couldn't fall into the hands of the Earthlings, especially Lu Yi. What if I refuse to hand it over? Lu Yi said with a smile, that is it possible to spit out what you have got? Then I can only force you to hand it over. As he said this, Thor raised the hammer in his hand and pointed it at Lu Yi, with determination in his eyes not concealed at all. You still dare to threaten me? Who gave you the confidence? Lu Yi's face suddenly changed, and he punched out directly. Bang! Lu Yi's fist landed on Thor's hammer, which Thor raised hastily. With a loud bang, Thor flew backwards with the hammer in his hand and hit the wall behind him. Boom! In an instant, a big hole appeared in the wall, and Thor disappeared into the hole, but Lu Yi really didn't know where Thor got the courage from. He actually dared to force himself to hand over the Cosmic Cube. Doesn't he know that he is not Lu Yi's opponent at all? Lu Yi really can't figure out Thor sometimes. Is there water in his brain? Otherwise, how could he make such a move? Whoosh! With a sound piercing the air, Thor's figure cut through the sky and appeared in front of Lu Yi. He raised the hammer in his hand high and smashed it down at Lu Yi. Bang! Lu Yi dodged, and the hammer fell at Lu Yi's feet. With the place where Thor's hammer fell as the center, Tony Stark's Stark building erupted with a powerful force. Countless cracks appeared, and the top floor was shattered. Thor helped Tony Stark with the demolition, which saved Tony Stark a lot of trouble. Thor seemed to think that this was not enough. Looking at Lu-E, who was only 2 or 3 steps away from him, he raised Thor's hammer in his hand and summoned lightning. The sky quickly became gloomy, and countless lightning bolts were brewing in it, and it seemed that they could erupt at any time. Boom, with a loud bang. A bolt of lightning struck first, and then, like overturning a domino, countless lightning bolts struck in the same way. In just a moment. The entire Stark building was surrounded by lightning, and dense lightning covered the top floor of the Stark building like rain. My building. Tony Stark was not worried about Lu-E, but wailed about his own building, which was already badly damaged. He was a rich man, but he couldn't waste things like that. Not to mention that there were still a lot of documents and some hardware in the company, which recorded a lot of things. No matter how badly the building was damaged before, it was still possible to restore the things inside. But now, there was no possibility at all. Tony Stark felt sorry for the things in his building, but Hawkeye and Natasha were also worried. They didn't care whether Thor was arrogant or stupid. They didn't care. They only cared whether Thor would die here and trigger a Sarajevo incident. Today a crown prince of Asgard died on Earth, and tomorrow the battle between Asgard and Earth would begin. They are worried. However, their worries cannot affect Lu-E and Thor who are fighting. The dense lightning is still striking, and the entire roof of the Stark building is covered by dense lightning, and it is dazzling. The lightning obscured the vision of everyone present, and they could not see everything in the lightning clearly. They could only watch, and even if their eyes were pierced by the lightning and their eyes were full of tears, they did not want to turn their heads for fear of missing something important. However, before the lightning really dissipated, a figure flew out from the dazzling lightning. It was Thor's figure. He seemed to be knocked out, and he let out a muffled groan. Before they could react, Lu-E's figure appeared again at the edge of the lightning. He flew out of the lightning, leaving an illusory shadow in the air. Then, he appeared beside Thor in the air in a flash. When Lu-E appeared beside Thor, the people who were watching the fight between the two finally discovered that a golden spear appeared in Lu-E's hand. There were countless runes on the spear, which looked very delicate. Hawkeye and Natasha had never seen Lu-E use weapons before. They looked at each other and could see worry in each other's eyes that no matter what weapon, it can increase the lethality to a certain extent. Lu-E has no intention of giving Thor a chance to live. Thinking of this, the two turned their eyes to Lu-E and Thor again. Hiss, hiss. This time, when they cast their eyes on Lu-E and Thor, they couldn't help but gasp. The exquisite spear in Lu-E's hand was left with only a golden rune after Lu-E danced with it. Light and shadow. Thor didn't even have the ability to use Thor's hammer to resist. The golden light and shadow transformed by the spear flashed on Thor's body one after another. Every time, it would leave a blood mark on his body, and a blood flower would burst out. In less than a second, Thor's clothes were stained red by the blood light. This was the result of Thor's best efforts to resist. Natasha and Hawkeye saw that the golden light and shadow transformed by Lu-E's spear in Thor's hand gestured many times at Thor's vital points, and each time, Thor narrowly avoided it. It is no exaggeration to say that if Thor was a little lax during this process, he would be dead, and what awaited him was definitely a shot through the vital points. Natasha and Hawkeye could see the worry in each other's eyes. However, in the next step, their worries came true. The golden light and shadow flashed, and blood was sprinkled in the sky. The spear in Lu-E's hand turned into a ray of light. When Thor's old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet been born, and Thor's hammer had just been thrown out, and he had not had time to retract it, the spear was thrust forward. Puff, with a light sound, the spear pierced Thor's chest, and hot blood filled the sky. The thing that Natasha and Hawkeye were most worried about still happened. They only felt a black screen in front of their eyes, and they almost fainted. Next, before they could say anything, Lu-E grabbed the spear piercing Thor's chest and kicked Thor in the chest. Thor was kicked away, and the spear was not taken away by Thor because it was caught by Lu-E. The spear left Thor's chest, and there was another ray of blood, and more blood spurted out of Thor's chest. It was better when the spear was in Thor's chest. At least it could stop the blood from flowing out, but when it was pulled out, the blood could not be stopped immediately, and it flowed out desperately. Thor also suffered secondary injuries for this reason. He could hardly support himself and couldn't even fly, falling from the sky. Bang. No one had time to rescue him, and Thor fell to the ground with a loud noise. That is to say, the physical fitness of the Asgardians is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Otherwise, the height from which he fell from the sky would be enough to kill him. Thor fell to the ground, but Lu-E did not let him go. The spear in his hand shook, and the spear once again turned into golden light and pierced into Thor's lower abdomen, nailing him to the ground. This time, the others finally came to Thor's side. They can watch Thor fight Lu-E, but you can let Lu-E kill Thor like this. Thor's identity prevents them from watching him die in front of them. Lu-E, please stop for a moment. Natasha stood in front of Thor and said to Lu-E. Thor looked very miserable at this moment. His clothes were torn and bloody. There was a blood hole on his chest that was bleeding like a spring, and there was a half-broken spear nailed to his abdomen. After that, blood flowed out of his mouth and nose, making his handsome face full of blood. Before seeing him like this, it would be hard for anyone to believe that he would be the crown prince of a huge country. You want to stop me? Lu-E ignored all this and said to Natasha, that's right. Natasha gritted her teeth and said, Lu-E is terrible, but Thor can't die either. Give me a reason. Lu-E landed in front of Natasha and the others, looking straight at them with a blank expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing Lu-E like this, Natasha and the others felt uneasy. None of them knew what was waiting for them next. Was it thunder's wrath? Or gentle breeze and drizzle? No one knew. They only hoped that Lu-E could be more rational and think more about the Earth, so that they would not have to bear so much anger. The reason is very simple. For the safety of the 7 billion human beings on Earth, Thor must not die. We cannot bear the wrath of Asgard. Natasha gave Lu-E a reason and a shackle. She actually tried to use moral kidnapping to make Lu-E give up the idea of killing Thor. She was so brave. Lu-E looked at Natasha, and some inexplicable meaning emerged in his eyes. Natasha felt uncomfortable being looked at, as if she was stared at by a ferocious beast. She finally opened her mouth and said, what are you thinking about? Nothing. I just wondered if I should kill you. Lu-E said calmly. Lu-E said it calmly, but Natasha couldn't listen calmly. Her face turned pale and her whole body trembled like a sieve. She knew from Lu-E's tone that Lu-E really planned to do so. In other words, Lu-E really planned to kill her. Natasha now really had the urge to slap her mouth. Why did she say those words just now? At this time, Natasha finally reacted. She used the wrong method. Moral kidnapping was useful for ordinary people, but it was of no use to Lu-E. Instead, it would make Lu-E feel. She felt like this was a threat to him. After all, Lu-E was not an ordinary person. He was not threatened, and moral kidnapping was of no use to him. She only hoped that Lu-E would let her go because of their past friendship. Perhaps some mysterious being heard her wishes and helped her realize them. Lu-E did not kill her in the end. He just ignored her and walked past her to Thor behind her. Watching Lu-E walk away, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that her life was saved. However, when she saw Lu-E walking towards Thor again, the breath of relief she had just breathed back was sucked back by her. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She had managed to save her life with great difficulty. If she dared to say anything at this time, she would surely die. She watched Lu-E approach Thor. The people around her, such as Captain America, wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Hawkeye. Natasha, who was friends with Lu-E, ended up like this after she spoke. Not to mention Captain America, who had a conflict with Lu-E. Once Captain America tried to stop him, the biggest possibility was that he would be killed by Lu-E. The death of Thor was enough, and it was not worth it to sacrifice. Captain America. No one stopped Lu-E. He approached Thor smoothly and came in front of Thor. Just when everyone thought that Lu-E was going to kill Thor, Lu-E grabbed the spear and pulled it out from Thor's lower abdomen. And then, nothing happened. Lu-E did not really kill Thor. After pulling out the spear in his hand, he put it into the king's treasure, turned around and left. Everyone was stunned. Damn, we took off our pants and you showed me these things? What about the killing? They're still good. Natasha's face turned green. She almost lost her life for such a thing. You can't cheat people like this. Is this the end? Looking at Lu-E's departing back, Natasha felt more and more grieved. She couldn't help but ask, it's over. I didn't want to kill Thor at first, because his words were arrogant, but it's in my best interest for him to be alive. Thor's father is not easy to mess with, and the forces behind him are not easy to mess with either. If I don't kill Thor, I can just lure people to fight with me bit by bit and get the chance to draw. But if I kill Thor, I can't do that. Anger will induce them to lose their minds and fight with Louis desperately. Louis can't stand them jumping up. Killing Thor is not good. Very and extremely not good. So Thor is alive, although seriously injured, but still alive. So what did I do just now? Did I do something good with bad intentions? Or was I just meddling in other people's business? I think it's more like a dog meddling in other people's business. Natasha, sometimes don't be too smart. Being too smart can kill you. Louis said without turning his head. There was no murderous intent in Louis' words, and there was nothing wrong with his tone. However, when Natasha heard it, she felt like she was struck by lightning, and a look of panic appeared on her face. Natasha knew that she was on Louis' blacklist. After Louis finished speaking, he didn't care what Natasha thought, and left without giving Natasha any time to react. Louis did not go home immediately after he left, but walked into the Stark building, found Bruce Banner hiding in it, and took him away. After teleporting Bruce Banner back to his house, Louis said to Bruce Banner, "This is my home. You will live here in the future. Here? Are you sure?" Looking at the grasslands around him, Bruce Banner said uncertainly, "Confirmed. This is not the real grassland, but a place I built with magic, and it is also a real house. Look there," Louis said, pointing his finger in the direction of the grassland. Looking in the direction of Louis' finger, Bruce Banner just happened to vaguely see a door fixed in the air. At this time, Bruce Banner reluctantly believed this. "Do you believe it?" "Kind of. I'm more curious about whether all this is real. The sunshine, the grass. It's all real. The sunlight is because the roof of my house is one-sided and translucent, and the grass is a magical construction. You can experience it slowly by yourself. Anyway, you will live here temporarily for a while." "Okay." Bruce Banner nodded, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Is there anything I should pay attention to when living with you?" Everyone has their own privacy. Bruce Banner didn't want to fall out with Louis just because of this, so he just asked directly and remembered not to offend him in the future. "Precautions? There is one thing. If you live in my house, you will inevitably come into contact with my things. Some of my things cannot be touched. They are very dangerous." Danger. Bruce Banner grasped the key point of Louis' words. "I'm a magician, and some magicians' things are always dangerous. For example, I have set up many magic traps in my home." Without waiting for Bruce Banner to say anything, Louis said, "You don't have to worry. These things generally won't be activated. Only if you are dangerous. As long as you don't move around, there will basically be no danger. So, can you tell me what that special thing is?" "Of course you can, Dark God." Louis was about to tell Bruce Banner what he should be careful about, but before he could finish, he stopped abruptly. "What happened?" Bruce Banner looked at Louis in confusion. Louis did not answer. His eyes narrowed, and a golden spear flashed in his hand. His figure flashed away. Before Bruce Banner could figure out what was going on, Louis appeared again. However, when he appeared again, the golden spear in his hand had already picked up a struggling person in strange clothes. "Who is he?" Bruce Banner asked curiously. Louis suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared with such a thing, which made Bruce Banner very strange, and he couldn't figure out the situation at all. "Actually, what you asked is exactly what I want to ask. Who are you?" Louis' last sentence was said to the man who was picked up by the golden spear. In order to know the identity of this man who was sneaking in front of his door and trying to use magic to crack his arrangement, Louis did not kill him. The spear only pierced his shoulder, and he was still alive. The shoulder of this living guy had been pierced by Louis, and the severe pain made him unbearable. Without Louis' interrogation, he told everything about himself. It turned out that this was an evil wizard who should have only existed in novels and movies. It was also the kind of evil existence that looked very weird and could summon demons or evil creatures to help him do things. Once, he summoned a lower-level demon as usual to deal with the troubles he encountered, but by coincidence he came from here. He got a very interesting piece of news from a lower-level demon. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, offered a reward for a creature from the dimension and planet he belonged to, and the reward was also unusually generous. At first, he didn't think much of it and just listened to it as an interesting story, but later, by coincidence, he noticed Louis. Comparing Louis with the person Mephisto offered a reward for, well, they're exactly the same. The reward offered by Mephisto was very high, and all he asked for was a specific location of Louis. After thinking it over, he came here. He planned to first find out whether it was really Louis, and then send a message to Mephisto, but he never expected that he would be discovered just after he came to scout the place, and then he was caught. It was so miserable. So that's what happened. But having said that, you are really amazing. You can even provoke Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, Bruce Banner said with a strange look on his face. Bruce Banner did not show much resistance to the appearance of Mephisto, and naturally accepted the setting that Mephisto actually existed. Before, the god of thunder in Western European mythology appeared and was beaten to death. Aliens have already attacked the Earth, and it is no big deal for Mephisto to appear. Even if God appears now, Bruce Banner will not feel anything. He can even say hello to God, chat with God, and make friends with God. In recent times, his nerves have been exercised a bit. If there is anything that Bruce Banner feels unacceptable now, it is the grudge between Louis and Mephisto. It is easier to understand that Louis has a grudge with Thor, the god of thunder, because of some conflicts of interest. But what is the grudge between him and Mephisto? It is also a conflict of interest. Where are there so many conflicts of interest? Besides, Mephisto is the Lord of Hell, the top figure, basically at the same level as God. What kind of conflict of interest can make them two enemies? Bruce Banner wants to know why all this happened. If you are a person who is always in the world, you will inevitably get hurt. For someone like me who often walks at night, you never know when you will encounter a ghost. So you met Mephisto? Well, some time ago, an American general provoked me and even released a nuclear bomb to kill me. Naturally, I couldn't let him go, so I immediately went to his military base and killed everyone. How does this relate to Mephisto? Listen to me, the following is the key point. At that time, I killed too many people, and the resentment attracted a meddling subordinate of Mephisto, and I killed him. So there was a grudge between you. No, even though Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, was labeled with all kinds of negative words, he still had some tolerance and some tolerance. We didn't have any grudges at that time. The key is later. Having said this, he glanced at the curious Bruce Banner and the wizard on the ground who stopped wailing and acted as a loyal audience before continuing to speak. Mephisto is very interested in my strength and wants to turn me into a powerful demon, so he wants to sign a devil's contract with me. Gudong. Gudong. Two swallowing sounds came from the throats of the two people. This can really be said to be a bit shocking. The Lord of Hell actually wants to sign a devil's contract with an ordinary human, and it seems that the ordinary human has rejected it. No wonder they have become enemies. Devil's contract? Is this the reason you two are enemies? Bruce Banner asked, a little incredulous. Of course not. No, the wizard and Bruce Banner almost died. What do you mean by that? What is going on? Mephisto wants to make a deal with me. The price is my soul and body. After I die, everything belongs to him. He will give me the identity of a demon and let me live in another form. What I will get are various magic books. Bruce Banner has no idea about these devil-related things. He doesn't think much of it and doesn't seem particularly shocked, but the wizard couldn't do that. His professional knowledge told him that Mephisto was very fond of Louis and even turned Louis into a demon. He almost jumped up, but in the end, because of the restraint of the spear on his shoulder, he had to stop with a pale face and sweat dripping from his temples. It was too painful. However, when he stopped, his face was full of regret, implying that he shouldn't be here. Just tell me what happened next. Bruce Banner was too lazy to continue guessing what happened and said directly to Louis. The next step was naturally for me to hack Mephisto. I pretended to sign a contract with Mephisto, but I didn't really have that intention. After getting the magic book, I immediately sent Mephisto back to hell. Louis spoke very well, with great emotion, but Bruce Banner and the wizard were not good listeners. The moment they heard Louis say that he hacked Mephisto, they were stunned and could not listen to the rest of his words. Hack Mephisto? I guess only you can do that. No wonder you were rewarded by Mephisto. You deserve it. You really deserve it. Mephisto did not kill you out of hell, but only rewarded your location. It is already your good fortune. Wait, that's not right. There is a question here. How did you send Mephisto back to hell? The wizard no longer felt like a prisoner and asked Louis. Bruce Banner was also curious about this and looked at Louis, hoping that Louis could give an explanation. Mephisto usually walks in the world as just a projection, and he doesn't have much power to begin with. It's naturally very easy to send him back to hell. If that's the case, it can be explained. But why does Mephisto need Louis' address again? Does Andy know that when he walks on Earth, he is just a projection, and strictly speaking, he doesn't have much power? How is it possible? Unless he has a way. Bruce Banner frowned, and the wizard's face turned pale. The wizard found that if everything was really like this, then he would definitely die. Louis would not allow a person who knew his whereabouts and might betray him at any time to exist. In fact, it's not just Louis. Many people are like this, and they don't want such people to exist. The road ahead of him, except death, is death. As if to verify his guess, just as he thought so, Louis put his hand on the spear, and the power had begun to erupt. Wait, don't kill me yet. I have something to say. The wizard did not intend to sit and wait for death. He quickly spoke up and saved himself. Louis wanted to kill the wizard, but after hearing what the wizard said, he was no longer in a hurry. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so he just listened to what he wanted to say. Louis was not bragging, just based on him. It was impossible for him to stir up some waves in his hands. What do you want to say? Louis said indifferently, letting go of the hand that was holding the gun. Seeing Louis let go, the wizard couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to hesitate at all and said directly and concisely, I have a way to keep you alive under the attention of Mephisto. Oh. Louis showed an interested expression on his face, and it seemed that he was curious about his method. Seeing this expression on Louis's face, the wizard let out the last breath he had been holding back. Under this expression, he felt that he was saved. However, he still did not dare to hesitate, for fear that any change in Louis's expression would change his attention. There is a powerful magician on this planet. Her power is so strong that neither Mephisto nor Dormammu can ignore her. She has established a special magic organization to protect this planet from invasion by all foreign magical creatures and supernatural life. Anyone who enters the organization can also be protected by her. The wizard spoke passionately, but before he could finish, Louis said 5 words that choked him, and he could not say anything else. The Priory of Mages. Yes, that's right. It was these 5 words. The power of these 5 words was also very great, making the wizard look as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. He also guessed that Louis might know about this organization. After all, Louis mastered the power of magic, and the spear pierced on his shoulder was also a very powerful magic weapon. Louis was at least a magician with a complete heritage, and he should not be unaware of the Priory of Mages. He was completely gambling that Louis didn't know, but he didn't expect that he actually lost the bet. This is so embarrassing. So you also know about the Priory of Mages. That's right. The Priory of Mages is not a secret to ordinary mages, but the location of the Priory of Mages is unknown to ordinary mages. However, I know it. Camartage, New York, London, Hong Kong. Louis spoke again, saying a few words, repeating the words of the wizard. Bruce Banner was listening in confusion, not knowing what it meant, but the wizard's face changed. He knew very well what these meant. So you know the location, and I also know some of their information, which is very helpful to you. You can cater to their interests and get there. Ancient One, Mordo. Louis interrupted him again and said a lot of names, all of which were the names of wizards from the Priory of Mages. The wizard was angry. Louis didn't give him a chance to live. He kept interrupting him and didn't even try to make him any merit. He was angry for only a moment, and then he became depressed again. What's the use of being angry? He was at the mercy of others. His life was in Louis's hands. What could he do? He should think about whether there was anything new that could make him meritorious. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Got it. I can bring the people from the Priory of Mages here. If the people from the Priory of Mages don't want to see you, you won't be able to see them at all. I can help you and make them come to you on their own. Do you mean to lure them in with evil magic? Yes, the wizard said with a sad face. Louis really didn't give him a way out. Louis knew everything. He was almost desperate. However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. The Mage Hermitage does not like evil magic. If they knew you used evil magic, would they accept you? I can help you attract people from the Mage Hermitage. This was his last glimmer of hope. After saying this, he looked at Louis. He was really afraid that Louis would say something else. Then, just as he worried, Louis really said something again. The suggestion is really good, but hearing the first half of the sentence, the wizard's heart was jumping with joy, and the whole person was like eating a ginseng fruit. All the pores in the body opened up, and the heart was flying, and the heart was chilled. But when he heard just these 2 words, all the pores closed instantly, as if falling into an ice cave, and the whole person was not the same. At this moment, he wondered if Louis did it on purpose. Just what? The wizard asked, but you have already done it. The people from the Mage Hermitage are standing outside my door now. They want to know why there are frequent magical fluctuations in this place. How so? It's all because of you. The Mage Hermitage monitors this planet, and anyone using magic will be discovered. Ever since Louis gained the ability to use magic, he has consciously controlled the fluctuations of magic he releases. And the Mage Hermitage does not focus on technology and still maintains the old way of life. Although the Magic Hermitage has been vaguely aware of some traces through monitoring, they have not discovered it completely. And just regard this place as a special place and pay special attention to it. This time the wizard had no scruples to break the magic in front of his door, and the magic fluctuations had already spread. Combined with some obscure traces found before, they finally showed up. Now they are breaking the magic left by Louis at the door. The wizard learned the whole story, and before he could say anything to ease the embarrassing situation, Louis grabbed the spear and stabbed it into his throat again. You just killed him like that. What else? After causing me so much trouble, how could I let him go? Is the Mage Hermitage so difficult to deal with? The Priory of Mages is not difficult to deal with, but the Ancient One of the Priory of Mages is difficult to deal with. This is a tricky person who keeps Dormammu and Mephisto out, and I don't want to be trapped in time. Trapped in time? What does that mean? Is Louis weaker than Ancient One? Maybe he was weaker in the past, but now Louis is definitely stronger than Ancient One. Just considering his own strength, it is not a very difficult thing to kill Ancient One. However, sometimes it is not as simple as considering one's own strength. Ancient One holds the time stone in her hand, and she is also proficient in time magic. Louis can kill her, but he may also be trapped in time by her, just like Doctor Strange trapped Dormammu who wanted to devour the earth. The time magic mastered by Louis cannot break free. In this process, Louis can kill Ancient One countless times, but this is not of much use. This is also the reason why Ancient One is difficult to deal with. Being trapped in time means exactly what it says. You will live in a cycle over and over again for a period of time, and it is difficult to break free unless the other party releases you. So powerful. Bruce Banner was a little dumbfounded. Time has always been a very powerful thing. No one can resist the power of time. Even though Bruce Banner didn't have much knowledge of magic, he knew the power of time. That's why I say she is difficult. So what are you going to do? It depends on the situation. If the people of the Mage Hermitage can be more sensible, it will be fine. But if they are not, then don't blame me. Gui is very powerful. Louis has no way to break the time magic for the time being. However, it is not difficult to kill her before Gui casts the time magic. Louis' strength ensures that he can do this. Didn't you say that the other party has the power of time? Why don't you care about it now? Bruce Banner didn't know what Louis was thinking, and his face was full of doubts. In this regard, I can only say that the power of time is indeed very strong, but it is useless if it cannot be used. Well, Bruce Banner probably understood Louis' plan and expressed his sympathy to Gui sincerely. Let's go and see those people from the Mage's Hermitage. Oh. Bruce Banner was also very curious about the people from the Priory of Mages. He answered and followed Louis towards the door. Strictly speaking, they were not far from the door. It took them about a minute to reach the door, open it, and walk out. Everything outside the door was instantly displayed in front of the 2 of them. 5 mages from the Priory of Mages, wearing combat uniforms and red cloaks and emitting extremely obvious magical fluctuations, stood in front of Louis' door. They had solemn expressions and there was no sign of relaxation on their faces. What's wrong with them? You can't break the magic outside my door. You're scared. After saying this to Bruce Banner, Louis turned around and looked at the people from the Mage Hermitage. After being looked at by Louis, the 5 people from the Mage Hermitage inevitably became nervous, although Louis did not show any strength and just looked at them. Through the magic circle in front of Louis' door before, they also knew that Louis was not easy to mess with, but they were not afraid. With the name of Ancient One, all the magicians on Earth had to look up to them and respect them. Ancient One alone supported the Mage Hermitage. In their opinion, there was no need for them to be afraid. Were you the one who used magic recklessly before? Andy, the leading mage among the Mage Hermitage who came this time, stood up and said bluntly, I'm not wrong. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? You actually admitted it? Very good. As a member of the Mage Hermitage, I need to warn you here that your wanton use of magic has affected the laws of nature. Please stop this behavior immediately, otherwise we will take necessary measures. Although Andy's words were polite, they really didn't sound polite at all. He was so domineering that it seemed like disobeying his orders was a crime. Not to mention Louis. Even Bruce Banner couldn't stand it. He originally thought that the Mage Hermitage was a pretty good positive organization, but now it seems that it is just SOSO. It's like a small person who becomes arrogant when he succeeds, and he doesn't have the bearing of a wizard at all. See clearly, no organization is necessarily as it appears. That's right. Louis and Bruce Banner talked as if no one was around, without any consideration for the people from the Mage Hermitage standing in front of them. The 5 people from the Mage Hermitage looked so ugly when they heard what they said, and they looked at Louis and Bruce Banner and wished they could teach them a lesson. Thinking of this, they also looked at Andy. He had to make the decision on what to do next. Andy saw that everyone around him was looking at him, and he didn't say anything. He put his hands together and pulled, and a whip made of magic appeared in his hands. Andy's plan was self-evident, and the others followed suit. Various weapons made of magic appeared in their hands. They stared at Louis, and Bruce Banner. Because of what he said just now, he also became a target. Don't look at me. This is none of my business. Bruce Banner complained helplessly. They won't care. As if to verify Louis's words, the moment Louis finished speaking, a wizard next to Andy was the first to attack. Waving the fan-like weapon in his hand, red light flashed under his feet, and he stepped on the air several times, and rushed towards Bruce Banner next to Louis. The weak ones are picked on. In the eyes of the people of the Mage Hermitage, Bruce Banner is a soft persimmon. Who else can be picked if not him? The wizard of the Mage Hermitage rushed towards Bruce Banner, but Bruce Banner couldn't help but be startled. It was too late to do anything. He had already arrived in front of him. The fan-like weapon slashed towards his throat, and Bruce Banner's hair stood up. His life was seriously threatened, and his skin could feel the sharp blades, which made Bruce Banner's heart beat violently, and a touch of green appeared in his pupils. Anger is the source of his strength, but when his heart beats to a certain level, his adrenaline rises sharply, and he can also simulate the feeling of anger and transform, just like now. This is why the Hulk is so difficult to kill. When his life is seriously threatened, he will transform. How to kill him? Seeing that he was about to complete the transformation, Bruce Banner suddenly felt a huge force coming from the back of his collar, and his body uncontrollably stepped back half a step. The fan-like weapon slashed in front of him. A slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. A slight difference. Bruce Banner's life was guaranteed. Bruce Banner's face froze, and the green that was supposed to spread to his body suddenly stopped, and the transformation was curved at this moment. Control yourself. At this time, Louis's voice ported to Bruce Banner's ears. Bruce Banner felt as if he had stepped into ice water. Stimulated by the ice water, his heart beat much slower. Bruce Banner breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't want to transform like this. After the transformation, he couldn't help but feel too bad. After looking at Louis, Bruce Banner closed his eyes, began to breathe rapidly, adjusted his heart rate, and controlled himself not to transform. He didn't want to see anything now, especially those from the Mage Hermitage. He was afraid that he would get angry by accident and couldn't control his transformation. Bruce Banner's move attracted the attention of the Mage Hermitage. They were confused and had no idea what Bruce Banner was doing. What is he doing? You must be scared. An ordinary person, suddenly seeing such means and being used against him, would definitely be frightened. He deserves it for daring to speak ill of us. I was planning to teach him a lesson, and now there is only one left. As he said this, the members of the Mage Hermitage turned their eyes to Louis. He was the next person who should be taught a lesson. Teach him a lesson. Andy said to the man holding the fan as a weapon. The wizard holding the fan as a weapon did not hesitate. The red light under his feet stepped on the air, as if he was stepping on a real object, and jumped in front of Louis, slashing the fan-shaped weapon in his hand towards Louis. Louis is not Bruce Banner. He was just an ordinary person before he transformed. Looking at the oncoming fan, he slapped it with one palm. With a click, with a sound, the fan was directly shattered, and the fan turned into the most primitive magic power and dissipated in the sky. The man in front of Louis didn't seem to react at all. His face froze, and he just stood there in a daze in front of Louis. Because of the angle, the wizards of the Wizard Hermitage behind him didn't see what Louis did. They only saw that he suddenly stopped and was full of doubts about it. Hank, what are you doing? Do it. Even Hank can't let down the reputation of our Mage Hermitage. Get started. Hank, the wizard holding the fan, was the strongest among them except Andy. They believed that even if Hank was not Louis's opponent, he would not be defeated easily, let alone in an instant. They did not think there was anything fishy about it. However, at this moment, Hank suddenly turned his head and showed them a bitter smile. This smile made their hearts jump. Before they could react, Hank in front of them turned into a cannonball, smashed through the middle of their bodies, and hit the wall behind them. Pa! Just like mud being thrown on the wall, Hank's body turned into a pool of mud on the wall, with flesh and broken bones mixed together, bloody and terrifying. All the mages of the Mage Hermitage turned extremely pale, looked at the flesh mud on the wall, and then looked at Louis, and at this time, they just saw Louis's hand slowly retracted. Associated with the flesh mud on the wall, they also understood what was going on. Louis did not use any magic, but directly used strength to slap one of his hands into mud. Run. Regardless of the magic, Louis's terrifying power alone was not something they could resist. Andy, the leader, subconsciously shouted these two words. Then, his hands began to spin, trying to open the space door and teleport back. But how could Louis give him this time? He stepped in front of Andy, grinned at him, raised his palm and touched his chin. Whoosh! Andy, who wanted to open the space door, turned into a sharp arrow in an instant, pierced the air, and flew into the sky. The eyes of the remaining 3 members of the Mage Hermitage were about to pop out. Regardless of any stop, they found 3 directions and then fled separately. Louis naturally would not give them this opportunity. He appeared beside them in a flash. The terrifying speed generated a strong wind pressure, and the 3 were directly killed. The strong wind pressure caused them to lose their balance, and Louis punched each of the 3 of them lightly. And no matter how light Louis's punch was, it was not something that 3 mortals could resist. He killed the 3 of them with 3 light punches. It sounds slow, but it was actually very fast. From the time Louis killed Hank to now, except for these 3 people, only 1 second had passed. Bruce Banner had just closed his eyes when the battle was over. After the battle, Louis did not clean up the battlefield immediately. Instead, he came to the place where he had just knocked Andy away. He grabbed Andy, who was falling from the sky with a shattered jaw, in his hand. At this moment, Andy was already on his deathbed and could take his last breath and die at any time. Next, Louis had to move faster. Soul stealing and mind reading. Louis's thoughts instantly penetrated into Andy's mind, and a large amount of information in Andy's mind appeared in Louis's mind without reservation. Everything, from Andy's childhood to the present, was like this. People will forget everything in their past, but the human brain will not. You think you have forgotten the things stored in your mind, but you have not forgotten them. They exist in your mind, and now all these things have been obtained by Louis. Of course, what Louis cares about is not Andy's memory of what he has done since he was a child, but his memory of Kamartaj. Skimming through Andy's memories from childhood to adulthood, Louis quickly found what he wanted to find in Andy's mind. Everything Andy did and saw after entering Kamartaj, frame by frame, scene by scene, all appeared in Louis's mind, especially those he had seen before. The magic book of Ancient One and the magic taught by Ancient One appeared in front of Louis little by little and were absorbed by Louis. If you understand one magic, you will understand all magics in his mind. There are the memories of 3 powerful people who were quite knowledgeable about magic. With his own exaggerated brain power, now looking at these relatively not so profound magics, Louis understood everything in an instant. This terrifying speed of magic practice can only be achieved by Louis. Louis's brain power is really too terrifying. All the magic in Andy's mind was pulled out from his memory, and Andy finally took his last breath and died. With Andy's death, Louis also lost his goal of soul reading, and everything was over. Because he got what he wanted, Louis did not continue. After throwing Andy's body to the ground, Louis closed his eyes and began to recall himself. Magic in the mind. It took Louis a few seconds to open his eyes. After opening his eyes, Louis did not say anything. He simulated Andy's magic characteristics, raised his hands, drew circles in the air, golden sparks shone, and a space gate appeared in front of him. The space gate is circular, and there are still golden sparks shining on the edge of the space gate. The space gate is the same, with no changes on this side. The other side of the space gate has become a world full of ice and snow. The cold wind blew along the space gate, mixed with snowflakes, as sharp as a knife, enough to make it difficult for ordinary people to open their eyes. Looking at the world of ice and snow in front of him, Louis nodded with satisfaction. His mind flashed, and the space gate in front of him closed. Then another space gate opened. On the other side of the space gate, it was no longer a world of ice and snow, but a world of magma. The rolling magma exuded scorching heat, and the pungent smell of sulfur came to Louis along the space gate and squeezed into Louis's nasal cavity. Looking at the other side of the space gate, Louis glanced at the 4 complete bodies and 1 shapeless body on the ground. With a flash of thought, an invisible force dragged these bodies and threw them into the lava on the other side of the space gate. In an instant, all the bodies were burned to charcoal, and the fire surge. Louis didn't have the habit of watching the burning bodies. He closed the space gate and turned his attention to Bruce Banner. This guy has not controlled his emotions so far, and it is still possible to transform at any time. This is where Louis's house is. Louis didn't want to fight with him here. After a helpless smile, he walked to Bruce Banner and began to help him calm down. Just as he helped Bruce Banner calm down, Kamartaj on the other side suddenly fell into panic. Just now, the life signs of the 5 people they sent disappeared. They died in a mission that seemed to have no waves. The mage hermitage has been supported by the Ancient One for so many years. Although there have been some casualties, this only happens every few years. This time, 5 mages died at once, and they couldn't even send out a distress signal. This was enough to cause a shock to the entire Kamartaj. What is going on? Mordo, one of Ancient One's favorite disciples, stood in front of a mage who was responsible for issuing tasks with a serious face and asked him, "We don't know either. We just sent people to check what the recent fluctuations in magic power were, but they died not long after they arrived, with no signs of life. And there's no information at all. Was there no unusual fluctuation of magic power during the process?" Mordo's face became serious. No, they were all fluctuations of magic that belonged to us alone. The opponent seemed to have completely concealed his own magic fluctuations. He was a magician who was at least a titled magician. Your guess is not unreasonable. Did you notice that our wizard used magic before his death? Yes, before Andy died, we detected some traces of him using magic, as if he wanted to open a space door to escape. But the strange thing is that after Andy died, there were also Andy's magic fluctuations, and he opened 2 more space doors. Everyone has his own magic characteristics and habits, which leads to different magic casts by each person. But now, this difference is broken here. After a person died, he used magic again. This made the wizard puzzled. He could never imagine that someone could simulate a person's magic fluctuations like Louis, and get the person's habit of using magic from his mind, and copy the previous magic. This should be due to a little error in the detection. The detection system covering the entire planet, unless it focuses on one point, it is normal to have some errors. Andy must have used this magic before his death, but it was delayed because of the error. Moda couldn't guess that there would be such a thing. After thinking about it, he gave a reasonable explanation. That should be the case. Tell me the address where Andy and the others died and where the last 2 space gates lead to. I want to go check it out myself. Mordo got Louis's address from the wizard, and then without any stop, he opened the portal and came to such a place. The death of the 5 wizards must be explained. Mordo is not the Baron Mordo in the future, and he has not yet turned evil. He regards the Ancient One as a belief, and will help the Ancient One deal with all the troubles. And now Louis is the trouble. This should be the place. Mordo said uncertainly while standing near Louis's house, with the specific address, and the fact that he could sense the traces of magic left after the battle. This operation should seem easy. However, it was not the case. He came to this place, but the strange thing was that there was not a single trace of magic left here, no matter how he sensed it. In fact, according to his perception, there was no special place around here. First, there was no magic fluctuation left after the battle, and second, he did not sense any special place. If he was not 100% sure that this was the place, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Otherwise, how to explain all this? After trying for more than a dozen times and not being able to sense anything, Mordo looked at the densely packed buildings in front of him. His face was filled with astonishment. His face changed to be very cautious. He had sensed so many times but found nothing. Either nothing happened here, or the opponent's strength was stronger than his and blocked everything. It was impossible that nothing happened. Then everything was about to be revealed. The opponent's strength was very strong, stronger than his. Faced with such a situation, Mordo couldn't help but frown tightly, looked around, and began to think about how to force Louis out. Although Mordo knew that Louis's strength was definitely stronger than his, he did not return to look for Ancient One. He was already a titled wizard, not an apprentice who needed to look for his teacher for everything. What's more, he was very confident in himself. It was not like he had not encountered various stronger enemies before, and he was the only one without exception. He has won every battle. He has encountered all kinds of evil creatures, including demons, vampires, and evil spirits. It is not his style to retreat without a fight. After pondering for a long time, he finally thought of a solution that was not a solution. He searched inch by inch to force Louis out. This method was very time-consuming, but he believed that he could force Louis out. He had figured out the solution, and he was so confident that he did not waste any more time, starting from where he was standing, and searched the building in front of him inch by inch. In front of him were rows of residential houses, arranged very neatly, but there were too many people in them. Mordo's inch by inch search would inevitably require him to check these people one by one to monitor whether there was any magical fluctuation in them. Under Mordo's inspection, each family in the residential house was searched one by one. Passing by, these people were doing all kinds of things: eating, going to the toilet, taking a shower, watching TV, picking their feet. It really refreshed his horizons. He almost vomited after seeing so much. Only those who have seen it with their own eyes will know how unbearable these people's behavior is. All kinds of beings fell into Mordo's eyes. It was not easy to see the people in half of the buildings on the scene. When he wanted to see an ordinary-looking house, he finally found the problem. He couldn't see anything, and this was the problem. He was sensing everything around him, and the walls of the house couldn't stop him at all. This was the norm, but when he locked his perception on the seemingly ordinary house, his perception was blocked, as if there was an invisible barrier in front of him. This is it. A look of surprise flashed across Mordo's eyes, and he was about to head for the house that blocked his perception. But before he could take action, Louis's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him. He looked at Louis warily, his whole body tense, and looked at Louis. "I said you were too persistent, aren't you? I have already changed the magic circle outside my house, but you still won't give in and search bit by bit." Louis said without waiting for him to speak. In order to prevent these magicians from discovering the problem with his house, Louis later modified the magic circle outside his house to make it no different from an ordinary house. To this end, Louis also modified the memories of the surrounding neighbors to let them remember the existence of his house, because before, Louis had abused the Hulk and the Abomination in this neighborhood and saved many people's lives in disguise and was grateful to many people. Louis used oblivion to wash away these people's memories of his house and everything about himself. This time, Louis once again returned their memories to them, but the memory of the previous events was still not restored. Louis felt that he had done enough to be perfect, but he didn't expect that Mordo would search this place so carefully bit by bit, without letting go of every household. Then, Louis's house was exposed. Louis's house naturally seemed to have no problems on the surface, but the inside was not an ordinary house at all, and problems could be discovered once perceived. As a last resort, Louis could only appear. "You should be called Imodu, right?" Without shouting and killing right away, Louis asked Imodu. "Yes, I am Mordo. You killed 5 of our members." "That's right. Why?" "They wanted to teach me and my friends a lesson, and then I just couldn't stand it, so I killed them. Just because of this reason. That's why. You were such a devil. Those are 5 lives. You killed them just for this reason." Mordo said with an ugly expression. 5 lives means you are a demon? Your concept of demons is too superficial. Is it shallow? Then how many people do you think someone has to kill to be considered a demon? At least wait until I kill all the Priory of Mages. You are calling me a demon. The Priory of Mages is the hard work of the Ancient One. The Ancient One is Mordo's teacher, his spiritual guide, and the only thing he believes in. The disguised Priory of Mages is also a very important thing to Mordo. Now hearing Louis say that he wants to kill all the Priory of Mages, even if it is just a metaphor, he can't stand it and can't help but raise his hands and put them on his chest. This is the opening move of his magic. He already wants to attack Louis. The fluctuations of magic power on his body are extremely strong. Louis can feel what he is going to do just from the fluctuations of magic power on his body. However, Louis is also a skilled and courageous person. Facing Mordo, who can release magic at any time, he has no intention of being on guard at all and just stands there with his whole body relaxed. The more Louis did this, the more Mordo hesitated. He couldn't figure out why Louis didn't take him seriously. He thought that Louis had prepared something to kill him and didn't dare to burst out his own power. Why don't you do it? Don't you dare. Facing his action, Louis said lightly. Louis's words stimulated Mordo severely, and Mordo subconsciously released the magic he had prepared. In front of Mordo, between the palms of his hands, flames were born, emitting scorching temperatures. After brewing for a moment, 9 twisted fireballs that rose to the air erupted from between his palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 consecutive sounds. 9 fireballs with extremely strong penetrating power were connected in a row, and under the pressure of the power between his hands, they rushed towards Louis. Facing the oncoming fireball, Louis raised one of his hands, and the magic power in his palm gushed out, forming a magic barrier in front of his palm. Boom, boom, boom. 9 more sounds in a row. 9 fireballs hit the magic barrier. The magic barrier blocked the 9 fireballs. All 9 fireballs were bounced off, fell in all directions, and penetrated many walls in all directions. That is to say, the area behind Louis remained intact. Seeing this scene, Mordo's face became cautious. It's really hard to deal with. Thinking of this, Mordo did not stop the action of his hands. With a wave of his hands, a magic circle emitting powerful magic fluctuations appeared under his feet, and Louis was also within the range of his magic circle. Interesting. Louis stomped lightly on the ground, and his body began to drift backwards. At this moment, Mordo suddenly swung his arms violently. Bang! A magic power suddenly burst out, radiating light. And a terrifying force appeared under his feet with the explosion of magic power. Louis was within the coverage of the magic circle, and he deeply felt this power. He couldn't help but show a cautious look on his face, and a magic barrier appeared under his feet. Boom! The terrifying force hit the magic barrier, and violent ripples appeared on the magic barrier under Louis's feet. And this is not over yet. After this collision, Mordo swung his arms violently again, and another magic power burst out. The terrifying force once again shook the magic barrier under Louis's feet. Boom! Another violent ripple. However, after this time, the magic circle under Mordo's feet was finally broken, and this wave of attacks ended. It's a very strong attack, but since you practiced attacking me twice, I should also attack you once, so that it's fair. Watch this. Louis bent his legs slightly, stepped hard on the ground, and his body bounced off the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After 3 consecutive buzzing sounds, a blue magic circle, a red magic circle, and a purple magic circle appeared in the sky. The 3 magic circles were lined up in a row, and the blue, red, and purple lights were mixed together. Mordo looked at the 3 magic circles in the sky, and the expression on his face was more than just cautious. The magic fluctuations on the 3 magic circles were extremely strong. He didn't know what kind of magic it was, but he knew it must be a very powerful magic. Sure enough, just as he thought, the next second the 3-color magic circle appeared. The magic circle burst out with a powerful light, and countless 3-colored needles composed of magic power fell from the sky like a violent storm. Mordo's face changed, and then he began to retreat quickly. Swish, swish, swish. Mordo retreated a step too late, and the terrifying 3-colored needles almost pierced his body into a hedgehog. His back below the waist was full of long needles, which pierced into his body for at least 10 centimeters. Looking at the place where Mordo had stood before, it was already filled with densely packed long needles, and all he could see was a sea of magic needles. And this was just the beginning. Louis in the air had no intention of letting Mordo go. He used his magic power to adjust the direction of the 3-colored magic circle in the sky, heading towards. Mordo fell to the ground. Dense needles kept falling, and Mordo was constantly chased by the 3-color magic circle. First, Mordo didn't think it was a big deal. Although it was difficult, he could dodge all the magic needles. But as time passed, he suddenly found that it was getting more and more difficult. It was not because of a loss of physical strength, nor because his legs were pierced by the magic needles, but because of the magic needles in his body. As time passed, he suddenly realized that those magic needles in his body had once again transformed into magic power, flowing into his body along the meridians in his body. If this was good magic, it would naturally be nothing. The red magic needles fired by the magic circle emitted a burning power, burning the magic in his body's meridians. The blue magic needles fired by the blue magic circle emitted an icy power, freezing his limbs and slowing his movements. The purple magic needles fired by the purple magic circle emitted a cursed power. The power of pain and fear disturbed his mind, making him unable to cast magic. The 3-color magic needles had a serious impact on his body and mind. He couldn't even dodge the magic needles fired by the magic circle. His body began to stagger. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his body was covered with magic needles. Can't handle one move? Looking at Mordo, who had almost turned into a hedgehog, Louis said with a smile. This sentence deeply hurt Mordo's heart. With his last bit of strength, the space behind him suddenly turned into a glass-like texture. Then, he fell backwards and crashed into that space. Mirror space? Are you planning to compete with me for the power of space? Louis raised his eyebrows and said lightly, the most famous and sharpest magic of the Mage Hermitage is this mirror space. The mirror space is a special space independent of the space where the Earth is located. It has no connection with the space of the Earth. No matter what magic is cast in it, it will not affect the reality. Once the mirror space appears, combined with their space magic, repeating the heaven and earth, folding the space, it will have a huge impact on the enemy, or even kill directly. It is true that the mirror space has no connection with the space where the Earth is located, but there is no problem in killing a person in it. However, Louis had no awareness of this at all and stepped directly into the mirror space. A slight space fluctuation appeared, and Louis came to the mirror space and came to a row of residential buildings. If there is any connection between the mirror space and reality, then it is the current one. Strictly speaking, the mirror space is a derivative of the space where the Earth is located. Although it is independent of the space where the Earth is located, except that there are no people, all the buildings are modeled after the space of the Earth. Now in front of Louis were all familiar residential buildings. And in the middle of the residential buildings, there was a house of Louis, vaguely visible. In addition to the silence in the space, there were no living creatures. And there was no difference at all. Lu even saw a trace he had left on the ground not long ago. However, before Louis could continue to pay attention, the sky and the earth suddenly turned, and the land under Louis's feet stood up, and Louis was lifted up with it. The whole space turned sideways, and this was just the beginning. With the transformation of the whole world, the residential building in front of Louis rolled up, trying to roll up Louis, who lost balance. Countless residential buildings were like a huge mechanical factory. Under remote control, they changed freely. The residential buildings became roller shutters that could roll freely. It brought a strong visual impact, and this was just the beginning. With the beginning of all this, a building next to Louis suddenly broke away from the other buildings, and after the space folded, it smashed towards the direction where Louis was. Good. Facing the oncoming building, Louis had no intention of using force to smash it directly. He raised his hands with his palms facing outward, and touched his index fingers and thumbs together, forming a triangle between his index fingers and thumbs. Then, magic power began to gush. In front of Louis's hands, a magic circle emerged. And above the magic circle, a ray of light shone. With a light pop, a cannonball burst out after brewing on the magic circle. The cannonball rushed towards the building with a long tail and collided with the building. There was no sound, and the place where the cannonball touched the building was strangely quiet. The light of the cannonball first shrank, then became stronger and surrounded the entire building. The light slowly dissipated, but the building had disappeared, turning into countless particles falling from the sky, falling to the ground like dust. A small mushroom cloud rose, and a wall made of dust appeared around the mushroom cloud, expanding to the surroundings. The destruction of a building was not enough to make Mordo give up. The building volume at the same time, countless buildings fell behind the fold of space and squeezed towards the direction where Louis was. Louis didn't feel anything special about it. He slipped and dodged a building that wanted to attack him. He fired a magic shell at the building in front of him with both palms, and then fired the same shell at other buildings. Countless dust appeared. The dust caused by the particles of the broken buildings covered the sky, making the sky gray. Now breathing here is more serious than breathing in those big cities. The large amount of particles is enough to fill a person's lungs. Faced with such an environment, Louis couldn't help but frown. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept in all directions, and all the dust was blown back. The dust dissipated, and Mordo's figure appeared in front of Louis in the dust. Mordo used to hide behind the building, but too many buildings were destroyed by Louis, and his figure was exposed under the dust. Now he appeared in front of Louis. Can't hide anymore? Humph. Now it's just the beginning. Moto snorted coldly, grabbed a corner of a building next to him, and turned his hand. The world changed again. Louis was now in the air and began to fall down, while Moto had grabbed the corner of the building in advance and had no intention of falling. While Louis was falling, Modu, who had not fallen, used his remaining hand to rotate in front of himself. And a space door connected to the sky appeared under Louis. Obviously, Moto wanted to kill Louis, and Moto could almost see the scene of Louis falling to death. The strength of a magician's body is stronger than that of an ordinary person. Louis basically has not used the power of his physical body. He naturally thinks that Louis is a pure magician. Louis's body kept falling, and Moto was constantly happy. When Louis was only a palm away from the space door, his happiness reached its peak. Seeing that Louis was about to fall to the other side of the space door, Louis's body suddenly stopped, just like that, in front of the space door. How is it? Are you disappointed? Louis said to Mordo, whose smile suddenly stopped, with a malicious look. Disappointed? Of course I am disappointed. But so what? The battle still has to go on. There are also flying magicians, and we can't just surrender because of this. Quickly adjusting his mentality, Mordo looked at Louis again. Mordo glanced at Louis, thought for a moment, raised his free hand, closed the space door, and then waved it to the left and right on each side of Louis. A building appeared due to the folding of space, surrounding Louis and the building. Then, the buildings on both sides suddenly pressed towards the middle. Bang! The two buildings merged together, and Louis was also squeezed into the building. Mordo saw the scene and showed a weird smile on his face. He really didn't think that this attack would have any use, but it really worked. Louis was squeezed in by two buildings, which really made him unbelievable. However, it was unbelievable. Since Louis was trapped in the building, he naturally couldn't let him go so easily. The previous three-color magic needle was really a bit of a pit. His body and spirit were already unable to hold on. It was just right to take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Louis. Mordo released his hand that was holding onto a corner of the building, and let his body fall under the influence of gravity. The moment he arrived next to the building where Louis was trapped, he folded the space and folded a corner of the building so that it appeared under his feet. Bang! Mordo landed on a corner of the building he had folded. And regardless of the pain caused by the collision, he put his hands on the building, and the magic power on his body began to erupt. Whoosh, 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 for special sounds were heard, and a ball of orange-red flame appeared in each of the four corners of the southeast, northwest, and northeast where the two buildings were combined. A full 4 balls of orange-red flame burned violently, each of which was 2 meters high and rushed straight up. These 4 balls of flame seemed to have a very magical power. With the appearance of these 4 balls of flame, the two huge buildings began to shrink and reinforce violently. After shrinking, the buildings were directly condensed and continuously reinforced. In just a few dozen seconds, the two huge buildings became the size of bricks. Very wonderful magic. Is it a ceiling magic? Moda had just finished all this, and before he could show the slightest bit of happiness, a voice appeared behind him. He was very familiar with this voice. It was Louis's voice before. Moda turned his head stiffly, but found Louis standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. I knew it wasn't that simple, but how did you escape? After seeing that it was really Louis, Mordo said angrily. How could Mordo not understand that he was fooled by Louis? You can open the space door and use space magic skillfully, so can I master a little bit of space magic? Louis said with a smile. That's true, but everything won't end so easily. Mordo waved his hand, and the two buildings in front of him that had shrunk to the size of bricks were suddenly pushed by a force and smashed towards Louis on the opposite side. This was his last resort. The magic just now had caused the 3-color magic power belonging to Louis in his body to burst out. After this attack, he was already at the end of his strength. If this attack could not produce any effect, he could only sit and wait for death. This attack could be said to have placed all his hopes on it. He watched the attack rushing towards Louis, getting closer and closer to Louis, but Louis had no intention of dodging. His heart jumped to his throat. Looking at Louis, his face was full of anticipation. He was eager to see the scene of the brick hitting Louis's face. The brick was getting closer and closer to Louis, and Mordo's heart beat faster and faster. Seeing that the brick was only a few feet away from Louis, Mordo's mind was completely focused on Louis. Mordo's heart beat violently. At this pace, the possibility of Louis being hit was almost 100%. Magicians don't have such a terrifying body to withstand such a heavy brick, nor do they have the physical fitness to quickly dodge such a close-range attack. Seeing that everything was about to end here, under his gaze, something unexpected finally happened. As a magician, Louis suddenly stretched out. As he stretched out his hand and grabbed the brick, when it was about to hit him, it was as if the brick in front of him was a real brick, not two buildings. And the most important thing is that all this is too easy. The brick is like nothing in Louis's hand. He weighs it in Louis's hand, and there is no weight at all. Even an ordinary brick should not be like this. If this brick was not created by him, and every time the brick rises and falls in Louis's hand, countless cracks will appear under Louis's feet, and now the cracks have spread to his feet. He almost thought he was hallucinating. Do you think you were hallucinating? Louis saw what Modu was thinking and smiled at him. That's right. Modu did not deny it. Then you can try it yourself to see if you were really hallucinating. After saying that, Louis threw the brick in his hand at Mordo without waiting for him to say anything. Mordo was already at the end of his strength, and it was not so easy for him to dodge. He could only watch the brick hit him. The force of the brick was very strong. Before the brick hit Mordo, the whirring sound of the brick told him that he would definitely not be able to dodge it, and he would definitely die. The brick was approaching Mordo little by little, and Mordo's face turned pale little by little. When the brick reached Mordo's eyes, he was already pale. Mordo closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, and waited quietly for death to come. He waited for a long time, but the expected severe pain still did not come. How can death be painless? Mordo slowly opened his eyes, but what he saw was not his own corpse, but a figure in a robe confronting Louis. Teacher. He couldn't help but scream. Teacher. Mordo screamed, but the two people involved didn't have time to care about these things. Their eyes were all on each other. Mordo's teacher looked at Louis, and Louis was also looking at his teacher, a bald woman. There was no need to guess the identity of this bald woman. She was the ancient one that Louis was afraid of. Maybe because Louis traveled through the movie version of Marvel, the current ancient one was not the one in the comics, but the one in the adapted movie. Although this one died not long after appearing in the movie. And the title of Supreme Sorcerer was given to Doctor Strange. Her strength is still unquestionable. Louis felt it from the first time he saw her. As soon as she appeared, she transferred Mordo to her side, and also did not hit the brick that was close at hand. She saved Mordo from Louis's hands. It was right that Louis did not use his full strength, and she also did not use her full strength. Although it is impossible to say who is stronger or weaker between the two, there is no doubt that the strength of the ancient one is indeed very strong. Not to mention that Louis still felt her body affected by the powerful magic fluctuations, eyes that are wise enough to see through people's hearts, powerful magic fluctuations, and robes that exude a strong magical atmosphere. Everything fully proves that she is not an ordinary strong person. However, these are not the eye-catching places. The most eye-catching place is Louis's head. A big bald head appeared in front of him without reservation. Here, Louis had to complain. It seems that all bald heads are not simple. Is it really true that I'm bald? So I'm also stronger. Can a bald head make strength stronger? Looking at Louis's bald head, Louis couldn't help but complain. Gue didn't know Louis's complaints, and she didn't care. She was now focusing only on Louis. The magic power in Louis's body is extremely pure. It seems very calm, but in fact it is like an active volcano under suppression. There is nothing special on the surface. Once it erupts, it will bring great harm. And she also found that there is something in Louis's eyes that she also has. It is the vicissitudes of life, and it is also the wisdom of mastering everything in the world and proficient in magic. Such a person is not easy to deal with. Teacher, it was he who killed our 5 mages. Gue focused his attention on Louis and hesitated to take action. Mordo could not help but said to Gue, Mordo could not kill Louis himself, so he could only hope that Gue would kill Louis. Mordo thought that after learning that Louis killed their 5 mages, Gue should be angry, and at the very least he should take action immediately. But in fact, it was not the case. I already know. Just a few words, and then nothing else. The two continued to stare at each other, neither of them showing any intention to make a move. Teacher, Mordo couldn't help but speak again. But before he could finish his words, Ancient One interrupted him. No need to say more. I know what to do. Yes, teacher. Out of respect for his teacher, Mordo did not want to say more even if he was aggrieved. He closed his mouth helplessly and looked at Gui, hoping to know what she was going to do. Gui did not disappoint him. After a long silence, she said to Louis, you need to give me an explanation for this matter. The deaths of the 5 mages must be explained, otherwise people's hearts will inevitably be scattered, and the team will become difficult to lead, whether it is for the consideration of better leading the team or other considerations. It cannot be easily ended. Louis must explain the deaths of the 5 mages. What explanation do you want? Killing someone means paying with your life. Before Gui could say anything, Mordo could not help but speak. The words were rough, but the logic was not. Mordo's words did not seem to be very good, but Gui did not deny it. If there was no inside story, then she must kill Louis. Kill someone and pay with your life? That's a good idea, but the problem is that I don't intend to pay with my life. What do you think I should do? Louis said with a smile. Make myself pay with my life. If Louis had to pay with his life for every person he killed, then no matter how many lives he had, it would not be enough to kill. This is not up to you. Mordo interrupted again. I'm talking to your teacher. Why are you, a half-useless person, butting in? This Mordo is enough, just interrupting casually, not treating himself as an outsider at all. I interrupted because I am my teacher's apprentice, and the 5 mages you killed were also my companions who I spent every day with. Could it be that I cannot speak up? It's very well said, but do you believe it yourself? Don't look for any high-sounding reasons. The dark side hidden in your heart has begun to emerge because of what happened today. Don't think that Mordo is so good. He is a person who should be in the dark. It's just that because of the relationship with Ancient One, he has never shown it and has been suppressed. And because of what happened today, the suppressed dark side in his heart emerged and targeted Louis. Mordo himself didn't have any feelings about this. He always thought he was a good person, but Ancient One knew that she had always known the dark side hidden in the heart of her disciple. In the plot, she was willing to pass the position of the Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange, but Mordo was very telling. Now after hearing what Louis said, she looked at Mordo with her worried eyes, and then looked at Louis again. She didn't plan to waste any more time. Mordo is doing well now, and she can't let Mordo's dark side emerge. Kill Louis and solve everything. Having made the decision, Ancient One raised his palm and began to attack Louis. Is it finally starting? A cautious expression appeared on Louis's face. He dodged the buildings that rolled over one after another and rushed towards Gui at full speed. Louis used his physical strength right from the start and did not intend to give Gui any chance to use time magic. Louis's full speed was undoubtedly amazing. The wind pressure around him was so strong that the broken buildings were even more broken. Countless particles were blown away. Behind Louis, a gray wave of more than 10 meters high rose. The huge wave rushed past. Gui didn't even have time to react. Louis came in front of her and punched her head. Louis didn't leave any room for this punch and used all his strength. Although Gui was shocked by Louis's strength, hundreds of years of experience made her experience too much. There were some people like Louis who were not panicked by Louis's actions, and their faces did not change. The mind flashed, and the skill was no longer skilled. It even turned into instinct and subconscious magic, and was used in a moment, and no matter how fast the speed is, sometimes it is not as fast as instinct or subconscious action. When Louis's fist was about to fall on Gui's head, Gui and Mordo beside her disappeared on the spot, replaced by an illusory figure. This illusory figure was not any other figure, but the illusory figure of Ancient One. This illusory figure was hit by Louis's fist, just like hitting a wooden prosthesis. With a dull sound, the illusory figure was shattered and turned into magic again. This time, more than 100 meters away, the figures of Ancient One and Mordo appeared again, just like when they disappeared before, without any signs. It turned out to be here. Seeing the figure that appeared again after Gui and Mordo disappeared, Louis did not stop at all. He flashed and changed direction, and rushed towards Gui again. Gui witnessed the strength of Louis's physical body. Seeing Louis rushing towards him again, he did not dare to let Louis get close to him again. He used space magic that was many times more proficient than Mordo. The space folded again. Before Louis and Gui could see, buildings fell down one by one, trying to use these to stop Louis. Do you want to stop me with these? Louis showed a sarcastic smile on his face. He rushed straight towards Gui opposite him, without any intention of slowing down. Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying speed did not hinder him at all, and directly penetrated the walls of all the buildings. The buildings controlled by Gui to block Louis did not play the slightest role. Seeing this, Gui did not even have the opportunity to make other reactions. Louis came in front of Gui with terrifying speed. Gui could only cast magic once again, with the distance between Gui and Louis as the central axis. The entire mirror space was folded. The mirror space was like a folded paper in the middle, and Louis and Gui appeared on their respective sides. Awesome. Louis had to admit this. Ancient One was Ancient One, even though she died in a very pitiful way in the plot, and didn't look like a powerful mage at all, but here she definitely acted like a powerful mage. But this is not enough. Still without any intention of using any magic, Louis suddenly jumped up, adjusted his direction in the air, aimed at his feet, and flew to the place where he had just stood without reservation. Bang! A loud bang occurred at the place where Louis had just stood, and Louis hit his fist at the place where he had just stood. The place where Louis had just stood was instantly shattered by Louis himself. The soil flew, the earth shattered. Louis passed through the land that was not particularly thick, because of the folded space just now, and Louis appeared on the other side of the folded space. Gui thought that Louis could come over, but she really didn't expect it to be so fast, and in this way. Before she knew it, when she found the place where Louis came out, she and Mordo were also shocked by Louis's powerful force and flew into the sky. That is to say, they are not ordinary mages. If they are ordinary mages, their physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, otherwise they would probably be dead now. While they were flying into the sky, Louis did not stop there. Without any change in speed, he smashed all the rocks in front of him and rushed towards the two people in the sky. Too much defense will lead to loss. Gui understood this truth deeply. Looking at Louis rushing over again, she did not defend herself this time. Gui's power burst out, and a golden magic circle appeared above Louis's head. The power of the golden magic circle was very powerful, and a powerful shockwave fell from the sky. Louis felt the power of Gui for the first time. The magic circle burst out, and the shockwave hit Louis's body. Louis's rising power was directly and forcibly curbed. Sure enough, it's strong enough. Faced with this situation, Louis didn't have any intention of being discouraged. His fighting spirit was even higher. A magic circle appeared under his feet. He stepped hard, and the power burst out. The rising power brought by the terrifying power and his own speed directly broke through the containment of Gui's shockwave. But this is not enough. Louis shouted loudly, and his body approached the Ancient One in the sky. Boom! Louis's fist landed on the body of the Ancient One in the sky. Louis's face was happy at first, but then it changed again. The texture was different, and it didn't look like a human body was hit at all. In the next second, the Ancient One in the air exploded again, and the figure of the Ancient One appeared beside Mordo. The Ancient One brought Mordo to the ground. However, they also knew that they would be in greater danger in the air, so they simply chose to give up fighting in the sky. It's the same move again. In that case, you can try my move too. After Louis finished speaking, dense golden weapons appeared behind him behind a blank space ripple, and then fired out like sharp arrows. He had never expected this to happen, and his face changed. He wanted to dodge, but found that the air was full of golden weapons, so he could only use his fake body again. The illusory figure belonging to Gui appeared again, but after this appearance, she was instantly pierced into a hedgehog, and her real body appeared again. But it was at this time that Louis rushed towards the reappearing Gui. Gui spent hundreds of years to cultivate all magic into instinctive and subconscious actions, but in the end it is still magic. Magic obtained through practice. This kind of magic will inevitably have a certain degree of cooling time. which may be very short, so short that it can be almost ignored. But even if it is a short and negligible time, it is still time. For ordinary people, such time is of no use, but it is enough for Louis. In just a few hundred meters, Louis did not waste even a thousandth of a second and then came in front of Gui and punched her. Maybe it was because there really was a cooling time that could be almost ignored, or maybe it was because of some other reason. This time she did not use a fake body. I in front of Louis's fist. Gui set up a golden magic circle, and the magic circle blocked Louis's fist. Boom, the fist collided with the magic circle, making a loud noise. But immediately afterwards, after a bang, the magic circle shattered, and Louis's fist passed through the magic circle and hit Gui's body. Gui flew in response and spit out several mouthfuls of blood in the air. Teacher. Mordo happened to see all this and let out a shrill howl. Ancient One was hit by this punch and spit out blood. Mordo thought his teacher was dead. Mordo thought so, but Louis and Ancient One did not think so. Ancient One was his own man, and he knew the situation well. Lui's strength was extremely strong because of the previous magic circle. The previous magic circle removed most of his power, but after this time, the power hitting Ancient One was not enough to kill him. Ancient One is Ancient One. Louis wants to kill Ancient One, but it is not something that can be done with one or two punches. I'm fine. As expected, just as Louis thought, Gui quickly stabilized her body and stopped a few hundred meters in front of Louis, saying these three words to Mordo. After that, she couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even though Louis's strength was greatly reduced, Louis's fist was not so easy to receive. It was very normal to be seriously injured. She was lucky not to die, but Gui was Gui after all, not Mordo, nor any other wizard. After being seriously injured, she waved her hand, and a golden magic circle appeared under her feet. A golden transparent light shield appeared on the golden magic circle, and she was shrouded in the transparent light shield. The golden light overflowed, and her injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pale face also became rosy, as if she was not injured. Healing magic. Louis was startled, but he couldn't let her go on, so he changed direction and rushed towards Gui on the opposite side. Gui seemed to have anticipated it. Just when Louis rushed towards her, a magic circle appeared under her feet again, and the golden light on this magic circle was even stronger. However, this golden magic circle was not a gain-type magic circle, but a lost-type magic circle, and it was aimed at Louis's lost-type magic circle. The magic circle was arranged with Gui as the center. When Louis stepped into this magic circle, his speed was instantly reduced by half. When Louis mobilized his magic power to destroy the magic circle under his feet and rushed to Gui, Gui had enough time to react. Puff. A golden beam of light came out in front of Gui, hitting Louis's chest, who had just destroyed the magic circle under his feet. Lui's body was directly pushed back quickly by the collision, and after retreating dozens of meters, he stopped at his own speed. Gui's attack was really strong enough. After one blow, Louis's chest actually hurt. Louis could only feel such pain in the Hulk and steel, but they are from the power system, while Gui is from the magic system, and the most important thing is that they use their strongest power, but Gui did not. Gui's strongest power is not the current magic radiation, but her time magic. Her time magic is the killer. I'm afraid she will need to use her time magic next. In such a battle, although neither Louis nor Gui took the absolute initiative. Louis injured her, and she recovered, and she also beat Louis back. There is no difference between the two in essence, but Louis had injured her seriously after all. Even if she has recovered from her serious injury now, she was seriously injured before, which means that Louis can kill her directly at some point. The longer the battle drags on, the more dangerous it is for her. She must resolve the battle quickly. Although every use of time magic may lead to more serious consequences, time cannot be fooled, but at the necessary moment, she knows what to do. Thinking. So in his heart, Louis also approached Gui after bearing the beam of light released by Gui, and was even close at hand. There's no need to continue fighting like this. Looking at Louis, who was already close at hand, Gui suddenly said, "What are you going to do? Stop fighting, come back with me to accept punishment, be imprisoned for 5 years to wash away your sins, and all this will be over." Gui felt that she had compromised. She no longer planned to kill Louis, but to imprison Louis for 5 years. 5 years is not a short time for a person, but not for Louis. Louis's physical fitness ensured that he could live for a long time. She felt that everything she had done was lenient enough, but in order not to use time magic and cause a huge impact, she had no choice but to compromise. She thought she was compromising, but Louis didn't think so. Being imprisoned for 5 years? What a joke. 5 ant-like characters need to spend 5 years of their own time. Isn't it just using time magic? Come and try it, and see if I can force you to remove the time magic. Do you really think I have no way to deal with your time magic? 5 years? What a joke. How can you be so qualified to imprison me for 5 years? You are full of shit, Louis said calmly. With Louis's words full of shit, the atmosphere at the scene became extremely awkward. Even Gui, who was a man of great temperament, couldn't help but blush. He was so angry that he couldn't control himself. "I've already given in enough. You are just being ungrateful." Gui's face flushed red as he said angrily, "Don't know how to appreciate a favor? Well, I don't know how to appreciate a favor. What can you do to me? Well, wait and see what I can do to you." After saying this, Gui raised one of his hands and placed the other hand on top of his own hand, concentrating all his magic power on this hand. Seeing this, Louis did not act immediately, but stared at Gui's hands closely. There was a small magic circle hidden in the depths of each of his eyes. The magic circle was very delicate and mysterious. Just one look at it would make people feel deeply trapped in it. That Gui's entire body and mind were basically focused on his hands, and on being wary of Louis's approach. He did not notice the strangeness in Louis's eyes, and just completed his magic on his hands. He has always been concerned about Louis. Mordo and Ancient One saw all of this, and he instinctively felt something was wrong. Louis's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. When the corner of Louis's eye swept over him, he felt that all his secrets were exposed in Louis's eyes. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. He subconsciously wanted his teacher to be careful, but before he let go, Ancient One's magic was completed. A green thing appeared on Ancient One's wrist, and was then hidden by Ancient One. Everything was over. This time, the magic circle in Louis's eyes also disappeared, and he closed his eyes. "You can come back with me now and accept 5 years of imprisonment to atone your sins. I won't take your life." The thing on Gui's wrist seemed to give Gui strong confidence, allowing Gui to regain his calm, and said to Louis. Louis did not answer. Gui thought Louis was thinking about it, and did not interrupt. On the contrary, Mordo's face was even more confused. He was wondering what was going on with Louis. Everything Louis did was too weird. Mordo just looked at Louis straight, summoning his last strength and activating his perception ability. He wanted to find out what Louis was doing. His perception slowly moved forward and fell on Louis. But at the first moment when the perception fell on Louis's eyes suddenly opened, and his dark pupils exuded a dangerous breath. A wailing sound came from Mordo's mouth, and then Mordo spit out a large mouthful of blood with a puff, and the blood slid through the sky like mist. Along with Mordo's spitting out this mouthful of blood, Mordo's body softened, and he fell to the ground and fainted. He suffered the backlash of the perception magic, and his mind was severely damaged. "You've gone too far." Gui quickly came to Mordo's side, checked that Mordo was not in danger of life, and said to Louis with a gloomy face he beat his disciple in front of him, and now he was seriously injured. His mind was severely damaged. It was estimated that there would be serious sequelae after recovery, and he couldn't even use spells. This was a bit difficult for her to accept. She simply ignored the fact that it was her disciple who first used the perception ability to sense Louis. She no longer had much resistance to killing Louis, and her concerns were much less. Gui turned her wrist in the air, and the green thing appeared on her wrist again. Rotating with the rotation of her hand, a magical force appeared in the original place, and Louis could not resist the onslaught of this force. After a trance, he returned to normal. This time, Louis felt that someone had put the perception on himself, and suddenly opened his eyes and fought back with his powerful mental power. Then at this time, when Louis's mental power was about to counterattack the opposite side, a person suddenly jumped out and blocked his mental power. "Ancient One, you dare to hurt me." That's right. The person who stood in front of Lu Yi's power was Gu Yi in order to save her apprentice. She flashed in front of. Her apprentice blocked Lu Yi's spiritual power and saved Mordo. However, facing this scene, Lu Yi felt weird and couldn't even say what he wanted to say. All this has happened before. Lu Yi suddenly said, Gu Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, as if he didn't expect Lu Yi to say such a thing. It's time magic. You use time magic to save your disciple. Lu Yi's eyes flashed. He remembered everything. Ancient One used time magic on Lu Yi and the world. The time ability is very special. It can't be stopped by ordinary methods. You can't even find it. Only by using the same time ability can you prevent it and break through. Lu Yi also mastered some time magic, coupled with his own superhuman ability in the Silver Age, which has a very strong resistance to time ability. So Lu Yi realized that something was wrong and reacted at the first time. Lu Yi had already expected that Ancient One would eventually use time magic, but he really didn't expect that the first thing he did with time magic was not to kill Lu Yi, but to save his own disciples. Time healed the severe injuries suffered by his disciples and reduced the damage to his disciples. Any change in time may lead to a huge accident. You fool time, and time will fool you in the future. This is your theory, but I didn't expect that you actually use time magic for your disciples today and fool time. Lu Yi shook his head and said with contempt that Lu Yi really looked down on Gu Yi's behavior of only allowing the state officials to set fires and not allowing the people to light lamps. This kind of person who says one thing and does another. TSK. Lu Yi did not hide the contempt on his face. Before Gu Yi did anything, Mo himself couldn't stand it. In his opinion, all this was his fault. If it weren't for him, his teacher would not use it. Looking at Ancient One and Mordo in front of him, Lu Yi had no intention of taking action immediately. Now that the time magic had been used, it would not be so easy to end it next. At this time, even if Lu Yi killed Ancient One, it would be useless. Ancient One would definitely use time magic to adjust everything. Lu Yi needed to remove the time magic in advance. Fortunately, Ancient One did not carry the time gem, so it was still possible to remove the time magic. Ring. As Lu Yi thought, he did it. As he made the decision, a magic circle appeared under his feet. This magic circle was different from other magic circles. As soon as this magic circle appeared, a dial-like thing appeared in the sky. A white chassis with scales, golden hour hand, minute hand, and second hand, all of these combined together to dominate the time of this world. Is this also time magic? Gu Yi said solemnly. How is it possible? Gu Yi's expression was solemn, and Mordo's expression was no different, equally solemn, and even with some shock that was difficult to conceal. Time magic is different from other magics. It is extremely precious. And there is not much time magic in Kamartosh. Lu Yi's mastery of time magic obviously shocked him. Moreover, even if he had not practiced time magic, he could see how powerful this time magic was. I'm afraid that this time magic is at least at the same level as his teacher's time magic. Once such a powerful time magic is used, its power is definitely not that simple. As he guessed, as the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand on the dial in the air moved, the time of the whole world was different, and time passed according to the rotation of the second hand on the dial. His magic has controlled time. I don't know what will happen next. Go back immediately and get the Eye of Agamotto. This may be the last chance. Ancient One said solemnly. Ancient One can use time magic without relying on the Eye of Agamotto, but relatively speaking, using the Eye of Agamotto to use time magic is more powerful. Who said that the Eye of Agamotto contains a powerful prop such as the time stone? Yes, teacher. Mordo also knew the seriousness of the moment and did not dare to stop at all. He mustered his mental strength, used up his last magic power, and opened a space gate. Seeing that Mordo was about to leave, Lu Yi was about to stop him. Lu Yi also knew how troublesome the Eye of Agamotto was. Lu Yi stepped hard on the ground. And with the reaction force, he rushed towards Mordo, who was about to step into the space gate. Before Lu Yi got close, the figure of Gu Yi appeared in front of him, acting as a roadblock and trying to stop Lu Yi. Looking at Gu Yi who was blocking him, Lu Yi had no intention of slowing down. He quickly approached Gu Yi and smashed the Gu Yi in front of him with one punch, and rushed towards Mordo without changing his momentum. But at this time, it was too late. Mordo stepped into the space gate and closed the space gate, but Gu Yi still stopped Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned his head and looked at Gu Yi who appeared on the other side. You succeeded. Lu Yi said to Gu Yi. He used a fake body to stop himself and let his disciples go back to get the Eye of Agamotto. It's not completely successful yet. I need to subdue you next. Just you. As for me, after I get the Eye of Agamotto, I will travel through time, go to the past, and kill you. Gu Yi did not hide his purpose and said solemnly. Well, Lu Yi had to admit that Ancient One's plan really shocked Lu Yi. Traveling through the timeline to kill himself, Lu Yi really didn't know whether Ancient One could do it. The time stone was too powerful, and Ancient One's reputation was too great. The possibility that it was true was very high. This made Lu Yi worried. Lu Yi's superhuman abilities had fully evolved to the Silver Age, making him immune to the time paradox of going back to the past to erase himself. But he had not yet fully evolved to this level. This was quite embarrassing, as he was just one step away from the last point. He didn't know if he could now be completely immune to the paradox. If not, it would be embarrassing, and maybe he would have problems. Lu Yi traveled through time, but after traveling through time, his body belonged to this world and grew up in this world. It was really hard to say what would happen if his body was erased. Lu Yi was very skeptical about this now. It seems that I can't keep you here. Lu Yi didn't dare to joke with himself, and a golden spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. Kill. Lu Yi shouted loudly, and his figure flashed, killing Gu Yi on the opposite side. Seeing this, Gu Yi couldn't help but be shocked. Lu Yi actually started to use magic weapons, although she didn't know how powerful the magic weapons used by Lu Yi were. According to Lu Yi's own strength, coupled with such a magic spear, the power must be very strong, just as she imagined. The next moment Lu Yi picked up the spear. Lu Yi appeared in front of her, and the spear in his hand emitted a golden light and shadow, nailing her. It should be because of the increase brought by the magic spear. Lu Yi's speed is even more terrifying. Gu Yi finally just used a substitute reluctantly to replace his position here. She dodged Lu Yi's attack. The golden light and shadow fell on her fake body, and her fake body collapsed directly, and she herself had to appear dozens of meters away. Her figure was exposed again. Lu Yi's attack appeared again, and the spear followed like a shadow and stabbed at her. In a hurry, she set up a magic circle in front of her, trying to block Lu Yi's spear, but the result was not as simple as imagined. There was a sharp sound where the spear collided with the magic circle, and the magic circle was pierced. The spear in Lu Yi's hand pierced Gu Yi's shoulder blade in an instant. Gu Yi, whose shoulder blade was pierced, had no power to resist and was nailed to the ground by the spear. With time magic, you can't really kill me. Nailed to the ground. Gu Yi was sweating profusely and said with difficulty. Really? Look down at yourself before you say that. Gu Yi followed Lu Yi's words and looked down at himself, only to see that what was under him was not an ordinary system, nor anything else, but a magic circle. It was the magic circle that Lu Yi had used to release the time magic. You think that you can be invincible with time magic? I can never really kill you. You ignore some things, such as whether I can really kill you. Lu Yi's voice reached Gu Yi's ears, making Gu Yi sweat more. She really ignored this point. She used time magic to fight Mephisto, and she also used time magic to fight Dormammu. They all returned in defeat. Lu Yi's power was not as good as Mephisto and Dormammu. She was too confident in her time magic when facing Lu Yi. When she saw Lu Yi casting time magic, she did not have any doubts. After Lu Yi's time magic was used, her time magic had no effect. She instinctively thought that there was no interference between the two. Lu Yi's time magic had other uses, and it might also be to ensure that he would never kill her, so she would use the time paradox to kill Gu Yi. But now it seems that this is not the case. Lu Yi's time magic is not to ensure that she will not be really killed, but it has other uses, and now is the beginning of this use. She would never make a mistake, but she actually made the most basic experience mistake on Lu Yi. What are you going to do next? Gu Yi no longer had the confidence he had before and asked Lu Yi, you will know soon. After Lu Yi finished speaking, he took out 3 spears and nailed them to Gu Yi's other shoulder blade and legs, forming a big letter shape. The severe pain made Gu Yi suffer a lot, but she did try to use the time magic fixed on her wrist, but she sadly found that she had no way to use it. All her attempts were like a drop in the ocean, and there was no trace. The time magic on her wrist was as if it did not exist. Next, I will really kill you. Lu Yi said to Gu Yi condescendingly. Really? I admit that I underestimated you before and made the most basic mistakes based on experience, but don't treat me as a fool. It's not that easy for you to really kill me, otherwise you would have killed me long ago. Am I right? Right? Of course. If you want to break a time magic, you need to use another time magic. His time magic can theoretically break the time magic of Ancient One. But this is only in theory. The actual operation is much more difficult than the theory. It requires huge magic power and an environment that cannot be disturbed. You won't have to worry about that. After saying this, Louis took out a golden dagger and used his mind to control the dagger to carve a bloody magic circle on Gui's forehead and wrists. After doing all this, Louis raised one of his hands and pointed at Gui in the distance. Taboo ghost of time, please listen to my prayer. Lost in the cracks of time, please respond to my request and follow the established rules. Time cannot be fooled. In the name of the guardian of time, I ask you to respond to my request, punish the existence that fools time in front of me, and defend the sanctity of time. The chanting of hundreds of words was compressed into more than 10 seconds by Louis. The most taboo thing about chanting is being disturbed. There is a mortal who may appear again at any time here, and Louis can only do this. After finishing the chanting with great difficulty, he raised his other hand. Eye in the sky. The dial that was facing the magic circle under Gui suddenly removed its disguise, and the dial turned into nothingness. And a huge hole appeared in the sky. Gui was lying on the ground and saw the hole in the sky, but she couldn't help but shudder when she saw it. There was a pair of cold and ruthless eyes in the hole, and these eyes were staring at her, as if she was a sinner with heinous crimes, until this moment, she finally knew what kind of time magic Louis's time magic was. This is a magic circle that summons time. The eyes in the hole are not real eyes, but eyes manifested by time. She, who has a deep understanding of time magic, discovered this truth at the first time. This magic can help Louis use the power of time to do things such as reversing, advancing, and stopping time, but it can also help Louis fight against the users of time. Such as her, what Louis's chanting transformed was not the ghost of time, nor the real lost person, but time itself. The ghost of time and the lost person are just things evolved from time. Next, she was in trouble, as if to verify her idea, just after her idea came into being, a being wearing a black cloak, carrying an hourglass tied with X-shaped chains. And an invisible face appeared from the hole in the sky and fell from the sky. This is Gui cooperated and showed a shocked expression. With the shocked expression, the existence passed by Louis, whose magic power was almost exhausted, and came to Gui, facing his face that he could not see clearly. Gui finally saw its face at this time. This is a rotten face. Gui has seen faces that are more terrifying than this, burnt, full of scratches, etc. But facing this face, she still couldn't help but shudder. This is an instinctive fear that cannot be avoided. Gui was afraid, but it didn't care. It raised its rotten hand and grabbed Gui's wrist that used time magic. Snap! With a slight sound, the green ring representing Gui's time magic was broken, but this was not the end. When Gui's face became paler, it moved its face closer to Gui's face and sucked Gui wildly through the air. Countless gray things with countless light and shadows flew out from Gui's face and were sucked into the mouth of the cloaked being. Gui also thought about resisting, but her resistance was doomed to be ineffective. The 4 spears that Louis pierced into Gui's body all had some magic banning effects. With the 4 spears pierced into Gui's body together, Gui could no longer use magic. Since struggling was useless, she could only passively endure the severe pain brought to her by that being. Countless light and shadows ran out of her body, and she felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker. This weakness did not come from physical or mental weakness, but from weakness in life. Some important things were being madly extracted. A fatal weakness was brewing in her body. Teacher! A loud shout suddenly came from a distance. Gui was delighted, but Louis's expression could not help but change. The thing they were most looking forward to and worried about had happened. Mordo returned from Kamartaj, and he brought a few helpers with him. Hurry, attack him, Gui said weakly while lying on the magic circle. Gui also knew very well that the summoning ceremony was not so easy to preside over. Even a slight impact could cause problems with the magic circle. When Mordo and the others heard what Gui said, they immediately took action. The golden whips and sticks all fell on Louis's back. Bang, bang, bang. Louis was not hurt, but all the weapons that hit Louis's back were bounced away. The knuckles of Mordo and the others' hands holding the weapons had begun to tremble violently. Don't attack like this. His body is extremely strong. You can't interfere with him at all. Use your most powerful attack. Ancient One became even weaker and said, such attacks from Mordo and the others were not even a tickle to Louis, let alone an impact. The ceremony was still going on, and Ancient One became even weaker. Seeing Ancient One's weak expression, Mordo and the others were all anxious. After hearing her words, there was no hesitation. Except for Mordo, who could not use powerful attacks. The others all used their most powerful skills. 3 magic circles appeared under Louis's feet, and 2 magic circles appeared behind Louis, and suddenly a huge force broke out. Even Louis couldn't help being pushed by this force. At this moment, Louis's ceremony came to an end. With a snap, the ground the magic circle was shattered, and countless cracks appeared. The magic circle could disintegrate at any time, and the hole in the sky also collapsed. The existence let out a roar, and unwillingly gave up Ancient One on the ground, and flew towards the somewhat collapsed hole in the sky. In a blink of an eye, it entered the hole, and as it entered the hole in the collapsed magic circle on the ground completely collapsed and disintegrated. Ancient One was finally safe, and Mordo and the others were finally relieved. Because of the backlash, Louis's blood flowed backwards, and his magic power was shaking, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is because Louis's body is really strong. If it were someone else, he would probably have been blown to pieces by the shaking magic power. Haha, it seems that you have won this time, but all this is just the beginning. You have lost the time magic. Do you think you are still my opponent? Ignoring Mordo and the others, Louis said lightly to the still weakened Ancient One. Upon hearing this, Ancient One's face, which had originally looked much better, turned ugly again. Yes, Louis's magic ritual was interrupted, but she also suffered terrible injuries, and this kind of injury could not be cured by healing magic, and the situation was even more difficult. If this goes on, she and her disciples will not be able to escape, and they will all die in Louis's hands. Mordo also realized this, and his face changed immediately. When Louis ignored him, he slowly approached Ancient One. Louis deliberately ignored Mordo and the others, but it did not mean that Louis could not detect their actions. Mordo's behavior of covering his ears and stealing the bell was simply wishful thinking to deceive Louis. Looking at Mordo, Louis suddenly, he remembered the reason why Mordo disappeared before, and he went to get the Eye of Agamotto. Thinking of this, Louis flashed and appeared in front of Mordo, and his hand was clamped on Mordo's neck like a pair of pliers. Then, Louis turned on the super perspective eye to look for the Eye of Agamotto. Because of the backlash, Louis could not use magic for the time being, and could only use superhuman abilities. With the super perspective eye turned on, everything on Mordo was visible, but the strange thing is that Mordo did not have anything on his body that looked like the Eye of Agamotto. And the Eye of Agamotto was not on him. He seemed to have thought of something, and looked back at the Ancient One lying on the ground, but found that the other people had come to the Ancient One. And a fat Chinese man had handed the Eye of Agamotto to the Ancient One. You were really devoted to your teacher. You even used your own life as bait just to give the Eye of Agamotto to your teacher. At this point, how could Louis not understand what was going on? He subconsciously began to exert force. This guy caused him to not get the Eye of Agamotto. He really deserved to die. Please stop. Just when Louis was about to kill him, Gui's voice came. Is there something wrong? Louis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Please let him go. If you are willing, everything will be over. Gui took the Eye of Agamotto and slowly stood up under the treatment of several of her disciples. She said to Louis, do you think it's so easy to end this now? Louis said, loosening his grip on Mordo's neck slightly. No matter how things develop, there will always be room for easing. It just depends on how much you pay. Let Mordo go, and let bygones be bygones. You may not win if you continue fighting. After saying this, Gui put the Eye of Agamotto around his neck and released a strong magical fluctuation. Feeling the powerful magic fluctuations from Ancient One, Louis did not show any fear. No matter how well she performed, she could not hide her weakness from the life level. Even with the Eye of Agamotto, she could not use time magic now, and she was afraid that she could not use powerful magic. It was a bit of a spent force, but it was still possible to say that she was in a difficult situation. The strength she showed was all for the purpose of being able to dominate in the future, but she obviously underestimated Louis. Louis knew her strength from the beginning. What do you think? I don't think so. Although you seem to be more powerful, we both know the truth. If you can't kill me, I can find a chance to kill you. Who has the advantage? Don't you think this is meaningless? It's meaningless. But if I try my best, even using some forbidden techniques, I may be able to kill you. Oh, really? Louis said without comment. Lue never doubted that Gui mastered forbidden techniques. It was not surprising that she mastered many forbidden techniques after living for who knows how long. However, forbidden techniques were not so easy to use. Every use required a price. It would be better if it had not turned out like this. The price paid was not too much, but it is different now. Once she uses forbidden techniques to travel to the past, it is hard to say whether she can kill Louis, but she will definitely die. Gui did not say that she was afraid of death, but she was not ready for death. She had not yet determined the new Supreme Sorcerer. She really might not do something that she knew would kill her. Everything I said is true, and I will definitely do it. Really? Have you found a new Sorcerer Supreme? You know? Everyone in the magic world knows the inheritance of the Supreme Sorcerer. Will you take action before finding a new Supreme Sorcerer? If I have to, I will. Besides, I have already found the successor of the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One said seriously. Louis really didn't expect this to happen. If what Ancient One said was true, then Dr. Strange should have appeared in Camartage by now. Otherwise, Ancient One would not have said that, and his face would not have such an expression. Lue was not the one who was most shocked. The ones who were most shocked were Mordo and the people around Ancient One who were captured by Louis. The title of Supreme Sorcerer is a very important title, and it is also a title they all wanted to get. The meaning of this title is extraordinary. They really want to know who will inherit this title, and whether it is one of them. Although it is not a good time now, the relationship between them has become much more subtle. Ancient One saw all this and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. She had already known this would happen, so even though she had recently confirmed the successor to the Supreme Sorcerer, she didn't say it out loud, but kept it in her heart silently as a secret. But she didn't expect that it would be announced now, and the relationship between them became quite subtle. Ancient One had no way to deal with this. She knew very well how much the title of Supreme Sorcerer meant to them, and she couldn't even tell them that the successor to the title of Supreme Sorcerer was not one of them. She wanted to keep the secret deep in her heart until the moment of her death. As for what would happen after that, it all depended on the successor himself. This was also a test. Agree, I don't want to go this far, Gui said to Louis. Then, without waiting for Louis to speak, she continued. Also, one thing I need to explain in advance is that if you need to continue fighting, I will definitely try my best to go back to the past and kill you in the past, even if it causes some unpredictable consequences. This is an unchangeable fact. Is this a threat? Louis said without comment. It's not a threat. It's a statement of fact. What's your choice? Gui's face was full of solemnity, and he didn't mean to lie at all. My choice is not to agree. Louis said something that Gui could hardly believe with a smile on his face. Lue is a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. The more you say this, the more I disagree. What can you do to me? I really don't believe that you will kill me at the cost of your own life. This time is more troublesome than before the successor to the title of Supreme Sorcerer was found. A traitor appeared among Gui's disciples, trying to summon Dormammu. The degree of danger is definitely more serious than Louis. Gui did not seem to be lying on the surface, but in fact, only she knew in her heart. Are you just so persistent? I bet you don't dare to fight with me at this time. This time it was Gui's turn to be speechless. Does Gui dare? Strictly speaking, she really dares, but this needs to be prefixed, that is, not during this period. Since it is at this time, then she really doesn't dare. The traitor among her disciples is not easy to worry about. She really doesn't dare. She thought she could deceive Louis before, but in the end she found out that she couldn't. She couldn't deceive Louis. Okay, you win. Tell me, how can you win this? Gui retracted his momentum and said to Louis, it's very simple. I have only one request, and that is I want the Eye of Agamotto. Louis stated his request, but he was rejected by Gui as soon as he said it. This is impossible. Ancient One refused. The Eye of Agamotto was the last resort to fight against Louis and protect the Earth. It must not be handed over. What if Louis violated their agreement later? Or if a huge crisis occurred on Earth? What should they do? The Eye of Agamotto must not be given to Louis. Other requests are possible. Then lend me the Eye of Agamotto for 2 days. The one about the Eye of Agamotto won't work. Let's try something else. Then give me all your magic books on Camartage. People are all mean-spirited. If they are not taught a lesson, they will never be able to put themselves in the right place and never know how to make choices. Gui and his disciples are the most prominent ones. They're all mean-spirited. They can't put themselves in the right place. They think they are right, and any behavior that accommodates others is a great reward. After a lesson, they finally realize this and put themselves in the right place. They know what they should do, but they have not completely given up their reserve. All the magic books of Camartage cannot be given to you. Some forbidden books must never be passed on to others. Putting himself in the right position, Ancient One made his last struggle. Although the magic books of Camartage are open to all the wizards of Camartage, and Ancient One does not hold any prejudice. The same applies to the forbidden books if the conditions are met. But Louis is not from Camartage. Moreover, Louis is not only not from Camartage, but also an enemy of Camartage. How can he be allowed to get those forbidden books? The forbidden books of Camartage are extraordinary. They contain everything, and they are all the most dangerous magic. Time magic is one of them, and the magic of summoning Dormammu is also one of them. Do you think ordinary magic has any meaning to me? I'll tell you honestly, I have never cared about the ordinary magic of Camartage. I definitely have more magic than you have in Camartage. The memories of the 3 magicians' lives, the amount of magic that Louis has mastered really exceeds the magic in Camartage, and the grade is also higher than those ordinary magics in Camartage. What Louis wants is those taboo magics, those forbidden books. This. Gui hesitated. It didn't matter whether Louis' words were right or wrong. She only cared about the meaning of Louis' words and his determination to get the forbidden book. If you don't agree, we can only continue. Ordinary magic is meaningless to me. What else could Ancient One do after saying this? She could only nod in agreement under the unwilling eyes of her disciples. Ancient One nodded, and Louis did not continue to hold Mordo's neck. Under his aggrieved eyes, he threw into Ancient One. Ancient One finally caught Mordo and said to Louis, when do you plan to receive those magic books? Let's do it now. Louis thought for a moment and said, this kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. If it's too late, who knows what will happen? If we go now, we won't give Gui time to react and prepare. It's not that Louis doesn't believe in Gui's character. It's that Louis doesn't believe in the character of Gui's disciples. Who knows if they will put away some forbidden books and Gui pretends not to see them, or simply persuade Gui to prepare a big formation to trap himself. Facts have proved that this is not the time to talk about credibility. As long as they can get rid of Louis, a scourge like this, then anything can be done. No? Okay. Gui didn't know what Louis was thinking, and she didn't comment on Louis' decision to accept the magic book. She nodded in agreement. Then she opened a space gate connected to Camartage, and was the first to walk into the space gate. Her disciples followed closely behind, and Louis was the last to enter. After walking through the space gate, Louis came to Camartage and saw everything inside Camartage. Wow, so many people are here to greet me, Louis said, looking at the hundreds of people in front of him. Louis appeared in the square of Camartage. At this time, they were practicing magic, and then Louis appeared in front of them. There were hundreds of people who looked at him together, their eyes full of curiosity, but they were also a group of people who didn't know the truth. For the dignity of Ancient One, Mordo concealed from these people the fact that Ancient One had always been at a disadvantage in the battle with Louis. These people were very ignorant and didn't know what had happened. They were just curious about why Louis suddenly appeared with Ancient One and the others. They all looked at Louis, and the previous scene happened to happen. Louis didn't care about their curiosity at all. He looked at the hundreds of people in the field with a scrutinizing gaze, looking for the figure of Doctor Strange among them. And soon, Louis found the figure of Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, strictly speaking, it wasn't particularly hard to find him. His shaking hands and the very obvious beard on his face were enough to prove his identity. Even if he was standing among hundreds of people, he could be easily spotted by Louis. Discovering the existence of Doctor Strange really made Louis couldn't help but smile. Louis smiled. Doctor Strange and Ancient One noticed Louis' gaze, but they didn't show any intention of smiling. Doctor Strange was wondering if he knew Louis, and was curious why Louis smiled at him, with a head full of question marks. Ancient One couldn't help but feel a little nervous. There were hundreds of people, and Louis couldn't look at anyone else but Doctor Strange, and he especially smiled at him. What did this mean? It was impossible for Doctor Strange to know Louis. Didn't he see the question marks on Doctor Strange's head? Ancient One was worried that Louis had seen something. Otherwise, why would he only look at Doctor Strange and not look at others? We should move faster and solve it sooner so that we can both have less worries. It's not easy to find an heir. How can we let Louis target us like this? He quickly changed the subject. Okay, Louis said, looking at Ancient One meaningfully. After being looked at by Louis, Ancient One immediately realized that Louis might have really guessed it, and he didn't dare to let Louis continue to stay in the square. He took Louis to the place where the magic books were collected. The people in Kamartaj could not figure out what was going on, nor were they qualified to know what was going on. Under the order of Mordo, the disciple left by Ancient One, they continued to practice magic. These people had to obey Mordo's orders, and according to Mordo's orders, they forgot what happened before and practiced magic again. Only Dr. Strange was confused. On the way to the library of Kamartaj, Louis and Gui walked quietly, one in front and one behind. Have you guessed something? Finally, when the two were about to reach the library, Gui broke the silence. How do you say that? Louis raised his eyebrows, looking confused. Don't pretend. We are all smart people. There is no point in pretending to know nothing. Then what do you think I know? The bewildered look on Louis's face disappeared, replaced by a wise expression, and he said lightly, As for the matter of Dr. Strange, Ancient One could not speak casually, and everything needed to be hidden in his heart. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that Louis didn't know, he absolutely could not tell it. Is it fun to play like this? Not at all, but if you play it this way, you might come up with something interesting. Yeah, yes. After saying this, the two finally walked to the library. Gui stopped outside the door, and Louis also stopped outside the door. My last question is, do you know his identity? Yes. Very good. Let's go in. Gui's pupil shrank violently, but he did not stay any longer. He pushed open the door in front of him and walked in first. Lui followed closely behind him and also stepped into the library. The library was dark. If there were not a few light sources that could barely illuminate the library, I'm afraid the entire library would become quite dark. Is this the library? Are you sure this isn't your torture room? Louis looked at the library in front of him and asked Gui in front of him. No, this is indeed a library, but some of the magic books have magical powers and need to be kept in a dimly lit place, so this is the case. Oh. Louis showed an understanding expression. The magic books in the library were very different. There was a bit of magic in them. Even though Louis couldn't use magic now, he could feel it. You cannot take away the originals of all the magic books in the library. You can copy the magic books here. Gui pointed to a table full of paper and ink in the library and said to Louis, no need to bother. You go out first. Give me an hour. After an hour, I will return your magic book to you intact, and then I will leave. He took a quick look at the magic book in front of him, calculated secretly in his mind, and said, are you sure? Gui asked in disbelief. An hour is neither long nor short. For ordinary people, it is just the time to eat a meal. It is really not a good choice for Louis to leave after an hour. Sure. Okay. Gui agreed without hesitation, walked out of the library, came to a room next to it, tried to recover his body, and waited for an hour to pass. After Gui left, Louis had no more worries. He moved his body, rubbed his eyebrows, and his feet changed. His body turned into a light and shadow and moved forward in the library, leaving behind a series of illusory shadows. In less than a few seconds, the entire library was filled with Louis's figure. And then Louis's figure sat in front of the table that Gui had pointed at before. This time, the entire library was empty, and the full books on the bookshelf all appeared around Louis, forming a circle, surrounding Louis. After doing all this, Louis picked up he placed a magic book in front of him and began to flip through it quickly. Louis's hands and the book he was flipping through all turned into afterimages at this moment, and all that could be seen were the pages that were getting thinner and thicker. In about 2 seconds, Louis had flipped through the entire book, put the book aside, and picked up another one to continue flipping through. As time passed, Louis had flipped through more and more magic books, and there were fewer and fewer magic books left in front of him. In just over half an hour, all the magic books in front of Louis disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a wall of books behind him that was unknown how thick. Louis should have spent an hour to finish reading the book, but he only spent over half an hour. The remaining half an hour, Louis did not want to waste any time. He sat in front of the table, supported himself on the table with both hands, and closed his eyes. All the contents of the magic books he had read before appeared in Louis's mind. Louis divided them into his own part about magic. This process took a lot of time, a full 10 minutes, and only about 5 minutes were left in the end. 5 minutes is not a lot of time, but it is enough for Louis to do another thing. He first spent more than 20 seconds putting all the magic books he had read on the ground back to their original positions, and then sat cross-legged on the floor of the library. Because of the backlash just now, Louis could not use any magic. It would be very troublesome to go back now. Louis needed to use the remaining 5 minutes. Meditate to regulate your body. At least give yourself a little magic power. It can open a portal to send yourself home. 5 minutes is definitely impossible for others, but for Louis, who has built a lot of magic furnaces, it is still possible. Lui immersed in his meditation. 5 minutes passed quickly, and 5 minutes later, Gui opened the door of the library on time. Seeing Louis meditating, Gui was obviously stunned. She was a little confused about what Louis was doing. Is it necessary to do this to read? After sensing it, she did not find anything unusual about Louis. Instead, she felt that the particles around Louis's body were abnormally active, and they were frantically drilling into Louis's body. This did not seem like reading, but meditation. Are you healing? No, I'm meditating. Opening his eyes, Louis said lightly, is there any difference? Yes, the difference is that meditation is completely different from healing, and there is nothing that can hurt my body so that I can't recover now. Strictly speaking, Louis's body has actually recovered a long time ago. With his recovery ability, ordinary injuries can't stay on his body for long. He can't use magic now, on the one hand, because the previous backlash sealed his magic power, and on the other hand, because Louis has no way to recover his magic power and rush to block his magic. This is not an injury. More like a curse or something inevitable. Strictly speaking, what happened to Gui is not an injury. I'm afraid Gui himself has already expected this. An hour has passed, and it's time for me to leave, Louis said, and was about to open the space door and return to his residence. Wait a moment. Without waiting for Louis to open the space door, Gui spoke. What's wrong? Before you go, I have a question for you. What's the problem? Louis was not in a hurry to leave. He stopped opening the space door and asked Gui, what's wrong with my body? Why am I so weak? An hour ago, Gui tried to recover her body, but the result was not so perfect. She tried for an hour, trying to recover her body, but every time it was useless. Her body was still weak and there was no sign of recovery. This gave her an ominous premonition. Now, an hour later, she asked Louis the reason. It seems that you have discovered it. Although Louis did not say anything constructive, he proved her guess from the side, which made her feel cold from the bottom of her heart. That terrifying existence absorbed my time, right? Thinking of the light and shadow before, Gui was silent for a long time before he spoke. That's right. Those who fool time will be fooled by time, and your current situation is a perfect illustration of this. The guy in the cloak is the incarnation of time. Ancient One fooled time, so the punishment naturally needs to be related to time. In the end, what the guy in the cloak sucked from Ancient One was nothing else but time. The time that belonged to Ancient One. The existence of time is very mysterious. How can Ancient One's time be restored after being sucked away? Is there any way to resolve this situation? Time is not handled that way, and the damage it causes is even more so. Can lifespan offset this kind of damage? After thinking for a while, Gui asked, lifespan is lifespan. Time is time. Lifespan cannot be considered as time, and time cannot be considered as lifespan. A person only has so much time. Lifespan can be supplemented with vitality, but how can time be supplemented? Although Ancient One lived for a long time, she survived with the support of Dormammu's power. This was not her own time. Her own time was only about 100 years, the cloak being absorbed the second half of Ancient One's time. Although she still maintained her vitality and was still alive, she actually had no time left and should have been dead. It was for this reason that she felt weak. I'm a living dead now? Am I right? Yes, you are indeed a living dead now. Is it really like this? Gui fell into silence. It is not easy to be a living dead, especially a living dead who is rejected by time. After a long silence, Gui asked again, is there any way to reverse this situation? There is one way, which is to take back the time that belongs to you from that existence, but this is basically impossible, because there is basically nothing that can restrain it or even hurt it, let alone take back the time that belongs to you from her. In other words, I will just continue to be weak like this. Well, and as time goes by, the feeling of weakness in you will continue to increase, and the solution will be useless. Maybe I can give you a way to quench your thirst with poison. What method? Gui asked impatiently. Plundering other people's time. Louis said coldly, plundering other people's time? Upon hearing this, Ancient One immediately understood what this meant, even though her expression, which had never changed because she knew she would always be weak, changed at this moment. Ancient One is not a person who sticks to the rules, which can be seen from her stealing Dormammu's power. However, when she heard that she was going to steal other people's time, she couldn't help but change her expression. It was not because she thought it was not a good thing, but because she was afraid that she would not be able to resist this temptation and did it, and she didn't know what would happen in the end. Some things are addictive. The more you drink poison to quench your thirst, the more likely it is to bring some huge after effects and even become addictive. She can see this from many methods of drinking poison to quench your thirst. This method of drinking poison to quench thirst is not a good one, but it is the only way to relieve your weakness now. Whether you can do it and whether you are willing to do it depends entirely on you. I understand. He said this, but no one knew what Gui was thinking in his heart. Lui didn't know either, but he didn't care at all. Whether Gui was willing to do this or not was meaningless to Louis, and Louis didn't care. He just provided a possibility to test whether Gui would turn evil. What would happen was nothing to Louis. After doing all this, Louis didn't continue. He rotated his arms, opened a space door in front of him, and walked in. All this was commonplace in Louis's eyes, but in Gui's eyes it was a huge shock. It's only been an hour, and he's learned how to teleport, and he hasn't even used his auxiliary ring yet. Gui said worriedly, I'm fighting for my life outside, but you're living comfortably here. After returning to his residence through the space gate, the first person Louis saw was none other than Bruce Banner, who was sitting at Louis's table and eating and drinking. Bruce Banner really didn't consider himself an outsider. He had just moved into Louis's house and immediately asked Yuriko to prepare a sumptuous meal for him. Steaks, salads, and barbecue filled the entire table. He ate heartily, leaving Yuriko busy all the time. I'm a guest. It is normal for a guest to be treated with due respect and hospitality, right? Bruce Banner said. You are right, Yuriko. Prepare a pair of knife and fork for me. I am hungry after fighting for so long, so it is a good time to have a good meal. Yuriko heard this and quickly handed Louis a pair of clean knife and fork. Yuriko, you sit down and eat too. Taking the knife and fork, Louis said to Yuriko. Okay, master. Yuriko smiled sweetly, sat down at the table, took a pair of knife and fork and started eating a piece of steak. Seeing this scene, Louis didn't say anything else. He picked up the knife and fork, took a whole piece of barbecue from the plate in front of him and started eating. The three of them didn't communicate with each other in words. They all stared at the food in front of them and ate it. This situation continued until Louis finished all the barbecue in front of him, and Bruce Banner and Yuriko were full. After eating and drinking, Bruce Banner finally wanted to speak. He held his stomach and said, I haven't eaten so full in a long time. It has been a long time since he was hunted by the military, and he hasn't had a good meal for a long time since he was hunted by the military. Every time he was crushed like a dead dog. Such a comfortable life has only been experienced recently with Louis. By the way, you just said you wanted to fight to the death. What's going on? Louis suddenly teleported out of his residence without saying anything. Until now, Bruce Banner didn't know why Louis went out, and he was full of doubts about what Louis said about fighting to the death. It was because of the magicians we killed before. As the saying goes, when you beat the young, the old will come. After we killed the magicians before, their elders came and fought with them. Louis said lightly. Louis's light smile could not hide the fierceness of the battle. The trace of blood on Louis's collar did not look like someone else's blood, but Louis's own blood. And since Louis could bleed, the fierceness of the battle can be imagined. He was well aware of Louis's physical strength. Since Louis was injured, the fierceness of the battle can be imagined. How are you now? Do you need help? Bruce Banner asked. Yuriko also looked at Louis with her concerned eyes. Although she knew that she was not capable enough and could not play any role, it was okay for her to care about Louis. No need. The matter has been resolved. Salt, how did you do it? Did you uproot the opponent? Bruce Banner asked curiously. Bruce Banner was curious, but Louis was confused. Is he so cruel? He actually said that he uprooted the opponent. Although he did intend to do so, didn't he do it? I am not that cruel yet. I haven't uprooted the other party. Are you sure? Bruce Banner said with disbelief. Sometimes, I really want to rip your head open and see what is going on in your mind. This time I really didn't kill them. You can't do it. Can we still have a pleasant chat? It is possible to do it, but it will be dangerous. Is there anyone who can make you feel dangerous? Bruce Banner's disbelief deepened. There are probably not many people in this world who can make Louis feel threatened, let alone dangerous. It's not a person, it's a thing. The Time Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Time Stone? Time. Bruce Banner is indeed a smart man, and he grasped the key points of what Louis said. The other party holds the power of time, and through the time gem, the other party's power of time will become even stronger. The other party threatened that if I don't finish what happened today, then he will travel through time and kill my past self. Time travel? Time paradox. Bruce Banner's face was full of caution. As an authority, Bruce Banner also had a certain degree of knowledge of time theory. Through what Louis said, he knew the reason why Gui was able to kill Louis. That's right, a time paradox. Then aren't you also in danger now? Bruce Banner saw Louis kill 5 magicians with his own eyes. This is not just ordinary hatred. It is said that the matter is resolved now, but who knows what will happen next. After that, the other party will burst out and find a time to kill Louis. It is not impossible. Don't worry, it's not as dangerous as you think. Traveling through time is not an easy task, and it's not so simple to do it. And since there is a time paradox, there is naturally time inertia. It's not that easy to kill me. That's true. It's not that easy to travel through time and kill people. If time is really that easy to travel through, it would also be very easy to kill people by traveling through time. There would be no people left in this world. Moreover, time is an existence that cannot be fooled. What are you going to do next? Find a time to get something that can threaten me. It's best to have such a thing in your own hands. Bruce Banner showed an expression of as expected, but he didn't say anything. He held his stomach and walked towards his room. Master, is there really no danger? After Bruce Banner left, Yuriko finally spoke and asked Louis. Just now, there were outsiders around, so she couldn't speak. Now that the outsiders have left, she can ask without worry. Of course there are dangers. After Bruce Banner left, Louis no longer showed his optimism and spoke with a serious face. The timeline of the Marvel world is not rigorous. Although it is still difficult to travel through time to change the past, it is not impossible. The X-Men's reversal of future past is the best example. Although they caused a series of events later, they still succeeded. Since they can succeed, why can't the people of Kamartosh succeed? Once something like modifying the timeline succeeds, the impact will inevitably be huge. Lui may not die, but he will definitely not appear here, and even everything he knows now will change. Lui doesn't want this to happen. So, Master, what do you think we should do? Just do as I said before, get that thing. As long as you can get that thing, everything will be fine. But what should I do during this time? Yuriko was not as happy as she thought. During this time when she didn't get the Eye of Agamotto, there was danger. Yuriko didn't know if the other party would suddenly change his mind and return to the past to kill Louis. Don't worry, they don't have the courage to attack me recently. During this period of time, there will be a stronger enemy waiting for them. The name of this enemy is Dormammu. This is a powerful being from the dark dimension. It was a human before, but now it can't even be called a human. It is a twisted being. But even so, its strength is unquestionable. Whether it is Ancient One or Doctor Strange, if they don't use time magic, then they will only have one way to die when facing Dormammu, and they may be killed instantly. Ancient One is not particularly clear, but Doctor Strange must be. Facing the invasion of Dormammu, as long as they're not stupid, they will never appear at this time to deal with Louis. And Louis said that he wanted to get the Eye of Agamotto, and it was also an opportunity. What do you plan to get during this time? That's right. During this period of time, I will stay in seclusion for 2 days, and then I will monitor the other party until I get that thing. You better be careful recently. Don't go out casually, and don't let Bruce Banner go out casually. I understand. understand, Master. Yuriko said somewhat dejectedly. Not being able to help Lui and having to hide in her own house was a little hard for her to accept. Lui also knew what Yuriko was thinking. After thinking about it, he used the little magic power in his body to instill the contents of a basic magic book he got from Kamartaj into her mind through his hand on Yuriko's forehead. The magic of the three worlds of fairy tale, Harry Potter. And Sorcerer's Apprentice requires very strong qualifications, and Yuriko does not belong to these three worlds. Lui doesn't know whether she is suitable for learning the magic of these three worlds. Just give the basic magic of Kamartaj to Yuriko. The basic magic of Kamartaj also has requirements for qualifications, but they are not particularly high, and it is the magic of this world, which is more suitable for Yuriko. Master, are you going to let me learn magic? Yuriko felt the magic in her mind and said to Lui in surprise. That's right, but don't feel any psychological burden. If you can succeed in your training, then succeed. If you can't, I have other magics that are just as powerful. Lui said with a smile. Yuriko's strength does need to be strengthened, so it's a good opportunity to help her, strengthen her strength, and let her learn magic. After all, she's one of us, so it doesn't matter how much she learns. Okay, Master, I will go to practice now. After saying that, Yuriko did not stay where she was, but ran to her room, intending to practice hard. Looking at Yuriko like this, Lui knew that what he had just said was in vain. He smiled helplessly, glanced at the sumptuous meal on the table that had not been finished, and continued to eat. Lui was not full yet. After finally eating his fill and finishing the sumptuous meal on the table, Lui did not waste time. He sat on the ground nearby and began to meditate again. He planned to break through the things in his body that hindered the operation of his magic power. As meditation began, magic power began to brew in Lui's body, first a little bit, then a trickle, and finally a trickle. Later, as time passed, it turned into long rivers. The long rivers of magic power kept surging in Lui's body, crossing the meridians, breaking through the acupuncture points, flowing through his limbs and bones, and dispersing the things that hindered the operation of Lui's magic power bit by bit. Along with this process, strands of black matter were also squeezed into black weapons, slowly penetrated through Lui's pores, drifted in the sky, and disappeared without a trace. When all the magic power gathered in Lui's magic furnace, the things that hindered the operation of magic power in Lui's body had been dispersed by 20%, and the black fog also appeared by more than 20%. 20% is not much, but it is enough for Lui to perform ordinary magic. The next step is hard work. It's actually harder than I thought. Lui said without any happiness. Up to now, Lui has spent half a day to disperse about 20% of the things that hinder Lui's magic power. I don't know how long it will take. This won't work. It will take too long, and Dormammu will soon arrive, and the chance to take the Eye of Agamotto will also come. The power of magic is half useless, and Gilgamesh can't fully exert his strength due to insufficient magic. Physical strength alone is simply not enough. I must have new power. After saying this, Lui asked the system, I should have 3 more chances to draw perfectly now, right? That's right. The host does have 3 more chances to draw. Does the host want to use them? Yes. Lui said. As soon as these 2 words were spoken, the system understood Lui's plan, and without asking any more questions, it used a perfect extraction opportunity to help Lui extract perfectly. Lui himself sat cross-legged on the spot waiting for the emergence of new abilities. Facts have proved that the people Lui extracted each time were not too weak, and they were all strong people from a certain world. Worried? Lui was a little bit. He was worried that he would draw a weak world. However, he was not particularly worried. The world is very large, and there are many of them. How can he be sure to extract such a world? Thinking of this, the system's extraction finally had results. Congratulations to the host for extracting the powerful Kamajitoma from the magical index. The system's voice appeared in Lui's mind, causing his face to fall, and his eyes to show a deep look of doubt. System, can you explain what's going on? Kamajitoma is not a weakling. The Imagine Breaker in his body can wipe out all power. The power in his right arm is also very strong. As long as he is given sufficient conditions, he can even kill gods. To some extent, it is not wrong to say that he is the strongest person in a certain magical index and possesses the strongest ability. But you also said that it is only to a certain extent. If the conditions are not met, he is a weakling. Isn't this too one-sided? If the host really thinks so, the system can only say that the goods are shipped out and no returns or exchanges are allowed. Can we still have a good chat? If the host thinks about it carefully, his words are actually a huge help to the host. Not to mention anything else, the Imagine Killer alone is enough for the host to deal with all the troubles that will follow. You know, Imagine Killer has a special power that can wipe out everything. What you said is true, but you should not forget that this kind of annihilation does not distinguish between friend and foe. Lui rolled his eyes and said unhappily, yes, the Imagine Killer is really powerful. It is easy to erase other people's abilities, but when it erases other people's abilities, it will also erase your own abilities and even your own luck. Why is Kamajitoma unlucky? The Imagine Killer should take full responsibility for this. Lui does not want to become like him, nor does he want to erase all his strength for this. All of Lui's strength can be defined as the power of fantasy, and what the Imagine Killer erases is the power of fantasy, which means that once the Imagine Killer appears on Lui, all his abilities will inevitably be invalidated, and there will be no possibility of superhuman horrible abilities remaining. From one of the strongest men on Earth to a scumbag who can erase everything if the conditions are met, Lui is not mentally prepared. The system seemed to see what Lui was thinking, and said with a little contempt, host, you think too much. This time you are doing a perfect extraction, not an ordinary extraction, and your abilities will be optimized. Lui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When he heard Kamajitoma, Lui focused all his attention on the flaws of Kamajitoma's Fantasy Killer and really forgot about this. Now, when the system mentioned it, Lui immediately realized something. Have the shortcomings of Fantasy Killer been eliminated? Lui asked with his eyes wide open. The old Imagine Killer has been eliminated. It can obliterate all fantasy powers, is not under any control of the host, and always remains on, with a range of only the distance from the fingertips to the wrist. The new, optimized Imagine Killer retains the original power to obliterate all fantasy powers, but begins to be controlled by the host. The passive skill becomes an active skill, and the range is expanded to an entire arm. Is there anything else? The most important point is that the host controls the Fantasy Killer so that his power will not be wiped out. While using the Fantasy Killer, he also uses his own power of fantasy power. Damn, what an awesome look. Lui couldn't help but swear. If that was true, Lui wouldn't have to worry about some people anymore. Imagine how terrifying it would be to have a Superman who could eliminate all the abilities of his enemies, unless they were special power users who could keep their power forever. Lui would kill them all. This kind of perfection is simply too perfect. The only flaw is that up to now, Imagine Killer can only cover one arm. If it can cover the whole body, that would be really awesome. In the future, kill the Buddha if it's in the way, and kill the god if it's in the way. System, can't you cover your entire body with Imagine Breaker? No, Fantasy Breaker is a combination of a magician's fear and desire. One arm is the limit. Is there such a saying? Fantasy Breaker says that it erases everything, but in fact it is just the world's reference point and the world's repair point, a backup of the world. Its essence is to restore the distorted world to its original state, which creates the illusion of erasing everything. I know this too. It seems that even the devil cannot achieve this level. That's right. This is actually the reason why Fantasy Breaker is so powerful. It is a backup that restores everything to its original state. Okay, without further ado, does the host immediately extract everything about Kamajitoma? Extracted. Now that he knew how powerful the new Fantasy Killer was, there was no need to hesitate. Lui decisively chose to extract it. As Lui finished speaking, a very familiar warm current and an equally familiar information flow appeared in Lui's body and mind, allowing Lui to once again experience what it meant to be a world of ice and fire. Fortunately, Kamajitoma was not an old monster. He only had 10 information flow generated by the memory of the past 100 years is naturally not particularly strong. Lui's mind only produced some tingling sensations, which disappeared soon after. The only thing left was the power of the warm current in his body. After the warm current circulated in Lui's body, it was all concentrated in Lui's right arm, which deeply transformed Lui's right arm. A warm current appeared in Lui's right arm, and it was deeply transformed. However, just when the transformation was about to be completed, Lui suddenly flew up from the ground as if he had thought of something and floated in the air. Shit, I almost forgot that my right arm is not an ordinary arm now. If it touches anything on the ground, my house will be ruined. Floating in the air, Louis looked at his right hand that had been transformed and said thankfully. Luigi's house was transformed using the power of space magic, and Louis's right hand now contains the Imagine Killer, a thing that can erase all fantasy power. If Mars hits the Earth, the consequence will be that the space magic of Louis's house will be destroyed, and Louis's house will also be destroyed. Fortunately, before Mars hits the Earth, Louis realized it and floated in the air. The warm current slowly disappeared, and the transformation was successfully completed. Louis floated in the air, looking at his right hand, looking at his body. After the transformation was completed, at that moment, Louis's body suddenly became quite transparent. The substances that were blocking the operation of Louis's magic power in his body disappeared without a trace like snow under the scorching sun. It was at this moment that Louis suddenly realized that his ability could restrain all fantasy power, and the substances in his body that blocked the operation of magic power were also a kind of fantasy power. Since it was a fantasy power, it would be very easy to wipe it out. These substances were wiped out in an instant, allowing Louis's magic power to operate normally. This can really be said to be an unexpected surprise. Louis's magic can be used, and superhuman abilities can also be used. With Gilgamesh's ability and his current ability, Louis no longer has to worry about the following changes. According to Louis's current strength, he doesn't have to be particularly afraid even when facing Dormammu. If he can't beat him, it's no problem to resist Dormammu's attack and escape. He can follow up. Thinking of this, Louis didn't start immediately. It was still too early for the real start. Louis raised his left hand, palm facing up, and a dagger formed by magic power and extremely sharp appeared in Louis's palm. Then, Louis took the dagger in his hand without hesitation and stabbed his right arm with force. Louis's strength was absolutely guaranteed. A powerful stab created a huge wind pressure. The wind whistled and blew Louis's clothes, making them rustle. Puff. The dagger in Louis's hand stabbed Louis's arm. With a special sound, the dagger in Louis's hand turned into the most basic particles and dissipated. However, there was still a special feeling on Louis's arm. The feeling of being stabbed, although not particularly strong, still existed. The edge brought by Louis's power to push the magic dagger did not disappear because of the disappearance of the magic dagger. It still existed after the magic dagger disappeared, and then acted on Louis's arm. As expected, secondary physical damage cannot be immune. Louis felt the special feeling coming from his arm, but said it without any concern. Secondary physical damage is other damage caused by attacks, such as flying stones raised by explosions. Such attacks cannot be immune, and they will hurt you if they hit you. Why Kamijutoma is not so powerful even with the Imagine Killer, it is not because of this reason. Kamijutoma is almost an ordinary person without his Imagine Killer. It will be very troublesome for him to be hit by secondary physical damage. This is Kamijutoma's weakness. It will be very troublesome for him to face such a situation. But Louis is completely different. Louis's superhuman ability ensures that he will never encounter a situation like Kamijutoma. He can withstand secondary physical damage. He doesn't care about this very much, so he didn't care just now. Looking at his right arm, Louis was very satisfied. He used the Imagine Killer while maintaining his original superhuman strength. I'm afraid that many people would be dead. Driven by the terrifying speed of Louis's superhuman ability, there are very few people who can dodge his right hand and not be caught by his right hand. When Dormammu comes, maybe we can compete with him. But before that, there is one thing we need to pay attention to. A golden spear appeared on Louis's right hand behind him and was grabbed by him. But it was precisely because of this grab that the golden spear suddenly became dim, and the magic fluctuations on the spear disappeared completely, just like an ordinary spear. Then, Louis threw the spear into his left hand, and the light of the spear was restored again, as if the previous dimness was just an illusion. Louis took back the spear casually, raised his right hand, and the magic power was running. On his right hand, a small magic circle appeared, and an orange-red flame was released from the magic circle. There is no problem with fantasy and things that are related to fantasy inside, but things that are even slightly related to fantasy outside are useless, and this is something that needs attention. Louis showed a thoughtful expression and began to think about what to do in the future. This thinking took a lot of time. The final result of the thinking was that it is better not to use weapons when using fantasy killers, otherwise there is no point at all. This is also a helpless solution. After deciding the most critical thing, Louis did not continue the experiment, ended everything, disappeared from his residence, and teleported outside the Earth and into the universe. In the next few days. Louis will work hard to prepare for the battle, and he must be at the limit of his ability, that is, in the place closest to the sun. As for how to monitor Kamartaj these days, Louis is not worried at all. His eyes and ears are the best monitoring tools, and compared to monitoring them close to them, this kind of monitoring basically has no possibility of being discovered. No one would have thought that there would be a pair of eyes and a pair of ears monitoring themselves in the sky. The vast and deep universe is silent and dark. The bright light of the stars shines in the dark universe, making this dark place more lively. For tens of millions of years, no one has set foot in this starry sky for a long time. Even if someone sets foot in, it is only a short time. After a long time, they have to leave, even if they have equipment. The universe is not a place for ordinary creatures to survive. However, in the past few days, a figure appeared in this universe that no one has set foot in for a long time. This figure is like nothing in the universe. He just stays in the universe without any protection measures. And this scene was also discovered by some satellites outside the Earth, which set off a huge wave. What the hell? Are aliens going to attack the Earth? Brother, even if you're not educated, you should at least have some eyesight. Look carefully. Is that an alien? It is an Earthling, right? And he is Chinese. Oh my God. Is God really a yellow man? I don't know whether God is a yellow person, but I know that the Chinese guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Don't you find him familiar? Really, I seem to have seen him somewhere. I also wish I'd seen it somewhere. Wait, it's him. He's the superhero who saved New York and resisted the alien invasion. Many people in the space agency discussed it vividly and excitedly. After Louis fought a battle with the Chijiri army, and there was no loss of life in New York, Louis unsurprisingly became a superhero. The savior in everyone's mind. Louis now has more fans than any other superstar, and many people in the space agency are Louis's diehard fans, so they had the discussion just now. They discussed it excitedly. But as high-level officials of various countries who knew some inside information, they didn't have this intention, and saw Louis appear in the universe, so they had another discussion. What on earth does he want to do? Is he still planning some conspiracy? Regardless of whether he is planning something, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Are you planning to launch a nuclear bomb again? He is now in the universe, and the explosion of a nuclear bomb will not cause too much impact. We can just put more of them, and they will definitely kill him, and there is no need to worry about any problems. This is a good idea. Don't forget how high his reputation is now. It is no exaggeration to say that he has a lot of support. He is not a good person. He may be able to use this to bully us in the future. The American political system determines that everyone has the opportunity to run for president. It is not impossible to become president with enough voters. Louis now has enough voters. He may really become the president by making a call, just like Captain America in the comics. These American high-level officials don't want to see this scene. Just when they were about to reach a consensus, Nick Fury came out from nowhere and joined their discussion. Your idea is good, but the problem is, have you forgotten that the other party can teleport? Well, they really forgot. Nick Fury's words pulled them back to reality from the beautiful prospects they had painted, making them feel bad in order to better deal with Louis and handle matters involving Louis. They set up a special department like Nick Fury to collect and organize information about Louis and carefully analyze ways to deal with Louis. Although there were not many results, they still knew some information about Louis. It was for this reason that, with Nick Fury's reminder, they remembered the great shock that Louis's information had brought to them. The whole scene was silent. They knew what Louis had done before, because one with a nuclear bomb. Louis killed thousands of soldiers and a general. After that, all the generals involved in the incident also died. Even a fool would know who did it. They didn't want to do something that would only end up hurting the tiger instead of killing it. Seeing the sudden drop in the excitement of the people present, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to explain to them the consequences of all this. It took a lot of effort to dispel their thoughts. Louis didn't know about all this. Although the place where this group of people were discussing was not a particularly strict place, Louis, whose attention was all in Kamartaj, didn't pay attention to this place at all. But even if he noticed it, Louis wouldn't care. A bunch of country chickens and tiles a dog also wants to hurt himself. It is impossible, and there is no need to pay attention to it. Kamartaj should be the focus of attention. These days, Louis has focused his attention on Kamartaj, and finally found out what the current plot has reached. Ancient One is about to die. That's right, you are the one you imagined. Ancient One is about to be killed by her traitor disciple. Now they are about to enter the mirror space. Lui did not expect it to develop to this point so quickly. The world is changing too fast. Lui was also full of curiosity about the scene of Ancient One's death. He really wanted to know how Ancient One died so easily. It really shouldn't. Louis planned to go and see it in person. Then, Louis disappeared from everyone's sight in full view, and appeared on the streets of a bustling metropolis, behind a group of magicians chasing each other. There were Mordo, Doctor Strange, and the traitorous disciple of the Ancient One, and they were chasing each other. When Louis arrived, they didn't know how long they had been chasing each other, and they didn't know how many times they had attacked each other. However, this situation did not last long. When he arrived later, Doctor Strange opened the mirror dimension, bound everyone in it, and took away the ring of Cassius, the traitorous disciple of the Ancient One. Kamartaj, or the Marvel world, needs the help of the auxiliary equipment, the ring, to use the mirror space and related magic. Without this auxiliary equipment, they can't open the mirror space or the space door at all. The space is fragile, but it's only relatively speaking. It's not so easy for a group of magicians like them to enter and exit. They need the help of the auxiliary equipment, the ring. Doctor Strange got Caecilius' accomplices into the mirror space and took away his ring, which means that if he doesn't get the ring, he wants to be free. The mirror space, a space without any interference from reality, will become a huge cage in the eternal time of the future, hindering him, making him unable to be free, and unable to complete everything he wants to do. Caecilius is unwilling to do so, and naturally will not let Mordo and Doctor Strange go. He needs to get his ring back. When Mordo and Doctor Strange were fleeing in the mirror space, Caecilius, the traitor disciple of the Ancient One, ran out with his few remaining men, chasing the two and trying to get the ring back. The space on the ground was folded, everything in the mirror space was distorted, and the buildings collapsed one after another. The fleeing Mordo and Doctor Strange were forced into a dead end.at this time. The Ancient One appeared and rescued the two. However, because of her appearance, the things she had been hiding were exposed in front of her two disciples, and a Dormammu mark appeared between her eyebrows. The Ancient One was able to survive until now entirely because she used the power of Dormammu in the dark dimension. This time, she was finally exposed. However, this was not what he wanted to be exposed, but it was the power of Dormammu that induced her to be exposed. Under the interference of Dormammu's power, she was exposed in front of her disciples. Regarding this, Louis, who had been silently watching their battle, saw it all. From his own perception, he felt that a dark power was seeping into the body of the Ancient One from the bodies of Cassius and his few remaining men. I think I know why Ancient One died. Louis stood on a building, watching the battle of several people in the distance, muttering to himself, Ancient One will die here. Caecilius' sneak attack was the inducement. Falling from a height of several hundred meters was the process. But the real reason was Dormammu.at this moment. Dormammu used the bodies of his minions to release his power and affect Ancient One. Ancient One has been relying on Dormammu's power until now, and finally paid the price for it. And this price is her own life. This is the truth behind Ancient One's death. This truth is both unexpected and reasonable. After all, Ancient One is not someone like Caecilius who can kill him. He is just a tool belonging to Dormammu, and Dormammu used this tool to kill Ancient One. Everything is finally explained. After getting what he wanted, Louis did not continue, opened the mirror space, and walked out. As for what will happen to Ancient One now, Louis no longer cares. It is easier to die. Is there any accident? The possibility of an accident is basically infinitely close to 0. In the plot, Ancient One has not fought with Louis, and his body is not weak, and he has not died yet. Naturally, there will be no exception now, so basically Ancient One is dead. As expected, just as Louis thought in his heart, not long after Louis left the mirror space, Ancient One's figure suddenly fell from a height of several hundred meters, and landed on the bustling streets of New York with a snap, which frightened the elites on the street. Afterwards, Ancient One was sent to the hospital by Doctor Strange, and started treatment. Although he was not saved in the end, he put Doctor Strange on the right track and made him a real wizard, and then inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Of course, the Ancient One did not forget to tell him to be careful of Louis. Speaking of which, the Ancient One was still particularly worried about Louis. She was worried that Louis would attack Kamartaj after her death, so she asked Doctor Strange to pay attention to Louis at all times. She even told him, if at some point in the future, if the future feels that he is not Louis's opponent, and Louis keeps forcing him, then he can use the Eye of Agamotto to go back in time and kill Louis. The Ancient One was really worried about Louis. Louis was really speechless about this. He had been paying attention to the two of them in their conversation in the soul state. Louis also heard it. In this regard, Louis only wanted to say that there are always villains who want to harm me. Then he no longer paid attention to them, and waited for the arrival of the final decisive battle the next day, far away from the sun. That was the best time to take the Eye of Agamotto. There were opportunities before, but these opportunities were a bit troublesome. If he took it away, Dormammu would be difficult to deal with. So in the end, Louis did not do it, but wait for Doctor Strange to get rid of Dormammu, and then get him. This process will be very simple. Louis closed his eyes and floated quietly not far from the sun, ready to close his eyes and rest his mind to prepare for the next battle. Dormammu is quite powerful, and he will appear on the earth for a while. No one knows what will happen next. Louis is very worried about this. It is always good to be more prepared to know whether the enemy will attack you at a critical moment. The scorching solar radiation shines on Louis's body, and is absorbed and stored by the cells in his body, converted into strength and stored in his body. Every minute and every second, Louis feels his strength. 0.80% of the ability of Superman in the Silver Age is definitely not comparable to that of Superman in the Golden Age. The speed is much faster than before. In a few days, Louis's strength has increased by an unknown amount. Louis has every reason to believe that as long as he continues to stay here for a while, his strength will inevitably leap to a very high level in the future, and even eventually, it is only a matter of time before he can play with the Earth. And this is only 80% of the ability of Superman in the Silver Age. Time was slowly passing, and Louis's strength was getting stronger little by little. A large amount of solar radiation was absorbed and stored by Louis. Louis's strength was increasing, his speed was increasing, and everything was increasing. He was almost addicted to the feeling of increasing strength, until a certain moment, Louis suddenly felt the abnormality of his strength increasing speed and the abnormality of time. Just now, Louis felt that his strength increase had actually dropped again, and there were some problems with the time fluctuations around him. On the entire Earth, the person who can use the ability of time at this time, except Doctor Strange, Louis really didn't know who else would be. Louis used his supervision to look at the location of the only temple, but he happened to see Doctor Strange using time magic and Dormammu, who had already emerged. Louis found that he was too obsessed with the improvement of strength and forgot the passage of time. Dormammu had begun to appear, and Doctor Strange would also affect time in the future, trapping Dormammu in an infinite cycle of time, forcing him to sign a contract not to attack each other. Once, Ancient One did the same thing, but she was not dealing with Dormammu, but someone else. The only one who could or dared to deal with Dormammu in this way was Doctor Strange, who was fearless and brave. He didn't know what to say about this, but he really wanted to see this. He wanted to see Dormammu more. Yes, Dormammu. And he wanted to see what Dormammu looked like with his own eyes. Louis's body shook, and after getting rid of the influence of time magic, with the help of supervision, Louis looked beyond the heavy obstacles and looked at Dormammu, who had begun to emerge. That Dormammu's arrival was not only his own arrival, but also the dark dimension he controlled. The place where the temple was located was all controlled by the dark dimension, and the dark spheres and dark power were endless. Beyond these dark spheres and powers, Louis's sight finally fell on Dormammu, who was as big as a planet. The constantly changing body and terrifying power appeared in front of Louis without reservation. Louis had to admit that he was really shocked. Louis had no doubt that he would not have much power to resist him. He had taken it for granted before. If he faced him, without Imagine Breaker, time magic, and other special powers, Louis would be dead. Even now, the most he could do was to trap him. It would be extremely difficult, or even impossible, to inflict any harm on him. Imagine Breaker could erase his power and return him to his original appearance. But the problem was that Louis could not even touch him now. So how could he kill him? Although he did not want to admit it, this was the fact. A voice of surprise came from Dormammu's mouth, and his huge eyes immediately moved to the direction where Lui's eyes were focused on Dormammu, as if no one else was around. But he was finally discovered by Dormammu, which attracted Dormammu's attention. Dormammu cast his eyes on Lui. Who are you? How dare you spy on me? Dormammu's voice appeared in Lui's ears. He is just a small figure, not worth mentioning. Dormammu, instead of paying attention to me, you might as well pay attention to the guy in front of you. Lui said carelessly. Although he couldn't beat Dormammu, Lui didn't mean to be afraid of Dormammu. He couldn't beat Dormammu, and Dormammu might not be able to kill him. The final result was nothing. Not to mention, Dormammu is now just a grasshopper in autumn, and he will soon have to return to his dark dimension. While the two were communicating, Dr. Strange had come to Dormammu and used time magic to trap Dormammu in an infinite loop of time. For this reason, Lui had to be extremely alert and plan to see how Dr. Strange would. Death. Dr. Strange's actions towards Dormammu are different ways of Dr. Strange's death. Every time he faces Dormammu, Dr. Strange has to die, and in different ways, being stabbed to death, being whipped to death, being beaten into atomic death, being burned to death by flames, being. These times of death can be made into a movie called The Infinite Ways of Death of Dr. Strange. Maybe the box office will exceed 100 million. Lui cheered up and watched Dr. Strange die again and again. Every time, Dormammu would repeat the words that asked Dr. Strange to let him go, until Dormammu finally couldn't bear this hopeless situation. Tormented, surrendered. Dormammu didn't want to surrender, but this would never end. He had already killed Dr. Strange thousands of times, and there would be no result if he continued. He didn't want to waste time on this. Dormammu didn't know how many dimensions there were in the universe, and he couldn't stand being trapped here forever for the sake of an Earth that in the end. He surrendered. Dormammu surrendered, and everything became simple. Dr. Strange took the opportunity to put forward his own demands, and Dormammu reluctantly chose to agree. While Dormammu gained his freedom, he had to leave the dimension where the Earth was, and took away Cassius and his the only remaining subordinates. The unlucky ones never dreamed that they would end up like this, without immortality or power, and could only become part of Dormammu's body and become the opponent's power. Everything is over now. Dr. Strange appeared beside Mordo and Wong, shared the feeling of victory with them, and then parted ways, each on their own path. Finally, the second stage of the plot began. Mordo turned evil and competed with Dr. Strange. However, this was nothing, and it would take some time for the new plot to start. Everything should have ended now, but at this moment something went wrong. The Eye of Agamotto is flying. A loud shout rose in the ears of the three people who had not yet left, and Dr. Strange's Eye of Agamotto instantly escaped from his control and flew away at high speed. Whoosh! The Eye of Agamotto turned into a green light, passed through the space, and fell into Lui's hand, and was grabbed by Lui. Everything happened too fast. From the Eye of Agamotto leaving Dr. Strange's chest to falling into Lui's hand, the whole process took less than 1/100th of a second. Dr. Strange himself did not even have time to react. When Dr. Strange reacted, Lui had already grabbed the Eye of Agamotto in his hand and looked at the three of them with a smile. However, Dr. Strange could see a hint of mockery in Lui's eyes. And soon, he realized something. It's you. Dr. Strange couldn't help but exclaimed. Although foreigners are somewhat faceblind to Chinese people, with Dr. Strange's photographic memory, he still recognized Lui. He exclaimed, but Mordo and Wong didn't. They just felt that something serious had happened. They still remembered everything that happened a few days ago, and Lui's voice, appearance, and smile were all in their hearts. The moment Lui showed up, they knew it was Lui, looking at the Eye of Agamotto in Lui's hand, an ominous premonition. No, it's not an ominous premonition anymore. It should be danger. The Eye of Agamotto is already in Lui's hands, and the biggest support is gone, so naturally it is dangerous. It seems that you still remember me. Lui ignored Mordo and Wong and said to Dr. Strange, what are you going to do? Dr. Strange looked at the Eye of Agamotto in Lui's hand and said helplessly. After recognizing Lui, everything that Ancient One had told Dr. Strange appeared in his mind, making him fall into deep worry. All the words that Ancient One used to describe Lui were not good words. Now that the Eye of Agamotto fell into Lui's hands, his last support was gone, and he couldn't help but worry. Not much. I just want to see you. Lui said with a smile, could you please return the Eye of Agamotto to me? No way. After Lui finished speaking, he threw the Eye of Agamotto behind him. A ripple appeared behind him, and it entered the king's treasure and was placed together with the carriers of the other two Infinity Stones. Seeing this scene, Dr. Strange couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If he could, he really wanted to curse. Come, let's chat. What do you want to talk about? It's about some matters in the future. I don't think you want to cause any trouble in the future. Lui's words seemed to be nothing, but Dr. Strange knew that what followed might not be good words. It's just that people are the butchers and I am the meat. That's right. I don't want to cause any trouble. Let's talk. Dr. Strange replied with a wry smile, walked in front of Lui, and then planned to communicate with him. This is not the place to chat. Let's sit aside and chat, and have something to eat. Okay. Seeing that Dr. Strange agreed, Lui did not stop and walked to a small restaurant on the street. Lui had not eaten for a few days. Although there was solar radiation, Lui would not feel hungry, but the appetite still needed to be satisfied. He had to make up for the food he had not eaten for a few days. Boss, give me a plate of dry fried beef noodles and some of your specialties. After speaking to the owner of the small restaurant, Lui turned to Dr. Strange and said, would you like something to eat? After taking a look at the messy furnishings and the obviously low taste of the small restaurant, Dr. Strange waved his hand and chose to refuse. As an elite, he still had some resistance to such a dirty and messy fly restaurant. Whatever you want. Lui did not force him to eat anything. After leaving the sentence, he sat at a cleaner table and waited for the food he ordered to arrive. While Lui was waiting, Dr. Strange did not know how to start. The two looked at each other and fell into silence. This silence lasted for a long time. As time passed, Dr. Strange finally couldn't stand the silence anymore. What are you going to do? Just tell me. There is no point in wasting our time here. Dr. Strange said straight to the point. Dr. Strange was already prepared for Lui to ask for too much or make some excessive demands. It seems that you still have some misunderstandings about me. That's right. Your teacher Gui didn't instill any good things in you. All he said was how terrible and powerful I was. You know, Dr. Strange couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. On the day that Gui died, I can barely say that I was there. Are you there? Yes, I have heard everything your teacher said. What your teacher said is not entirely right. In fact, I'm also a kind person, but I am a little self-centered. People who provoke me should die, that's all. After hearing what Lui said, Dr. Strange couldn't help but roll his eyes. How is this different from what Ancient One said? He still killed people at will, without any scruples, and without any mercy in his heart. He thought so in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Maybe that's the case. Let's talk about business. What do you plan to do? In fact, I have no plans to do anything. I just hope you can do less things in the future, and think less about pitting me. Without the Eye of Agamotto, Dr. Strange has nothing for Lui to worry about, so Lui didn't care too much. Is it that simple? Dr. Strange obviously doesn't believe it. However, it is so simple. Don't you think about it? What else do you have in Kamartaj that I should worry about? Do I need to lie this time? Well, although I don't want to admit it, it is really unnecessary to say it. The current Kamartaj. Well, it's better not to say it. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Just make less trouble and stop trying to trick me. By the way, you're pretty good. I'll remind you to be careful with Mordo. He's not the same person anymore. After getting the answer he wanted, Dr. Strange did not stay in front of Lui any longer. He found an excuse and said goodbye to Lui, leaving Lui alone in such a small restaurant to continue eating and drinking. Dr. Strange, Mordo, and Wong returned to Kamartaj. Because of Lui's interruption, Mordo did not have time to leave, but stayed temporarily, intending to see what would happen next, and then came here in a daze. Do you believe what he said before? Mordo said with a cold face. Not leaving does not mean that he will be nice to Dr. Strange. He is not wrong. There is nothing he needs to worry about us, so I believe what he said. He will not do anything to us unless we want him to do something. Dr. Strange said, Humph, is that what you think? You don't plan to do anything to him. Mordo said with a nonchalant expression on his face. That's right. As long as we don't do anything, he has no reason to do anything to us, and we can live in harmony with him. Dr. Strange was unmoved and said lightly, innocent. What? You think we can't go on? Dr. Strange couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There were some things he didn't know. He had just inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme. He wanted to know what Mordo wanted to say. She told me who the other person was, but everything she said was too one-sided. How dangerous that person was definitely beyond your imagination. Killing people at will was just the most basic thing. You should use your strongest side to defeat him, but you didn't expect that you actually wanted to live in peace with him? Do you still know who you are now? Mordo's words caught Dr. Strange's attention. The sentence, "Do you know who you are now?" made him cautious. However, before he could say anything, Mordo spoke again. "You are now the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One's death is bound to spread to other dimensions in a short time. At this time, you did not show your strength, but responded with such a naive attitude. If this matter gets out, do you know what will happen? What happens? They will think you are an incompetent successor, and then they can invade here without any worries, and the Earth will suffer an unimaginable impact." Mordo's words are not without reason. As soon as Mordo's words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of Dr. Strange and Wong, especially Dr. Strange. He looked at Mordo, and he didn't know what he was thinking. This is a place that needs to be taken into consideration. Dr. Strange was silent for a long time before he finally said, "Just a concern? It seems you still don't understand. It's not that I don't understand, but I can't do it. I admit that what you said is true, and I should face it head on. But the problem is that you can't just do it casually. Without the Eye of Agamotto, facing that person, there is only one way to die. Everything you said is not true." Dr. Strange is not the kind of person who can be easily convinced. He shook his head and denied everything Mordo said. Based on the current unequal conditions of both parties, it is tough to do this, but it is tantamount to seeking death. There is no future at all, let alone resisting those powerful people who may invade the Earth in the future. Not true. That's what you think. In the future, countless powerful people are destined to invade the Earth. Lu Yi is just an insignificant one among them. You can't even be tough in front of him, let alone others. You didn't put yourself in the right position from the beginning. In fact, what the two said made sense, but their words were different because of their different concepts. It is particularly one-sided to say who is right or wrong. At this time, we should talk about which one is more in line with the current situation. The two parties involved quarreled over this. Finally, Wong, as an outsider, couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted the two people. "You two should stop arguing. It's meaningless. Instead of doing that, we might as well discuss what to do next. In the future, we will definitely be hit hard. This is your business and has nothing to do with me." After being told this by Wong, Mordo stopped his debate with Dr. Strange and spoke. After saying this, he directly opened the space door and chose to leave without looking back. After experiencing what happened with Ancient One, the dark side of his heart has erupted. Combining his ideas and Dr. Strange's attitude towards Lu Yi just now, he has no good feelings towards Kamartaj now at this critical moment. He did not choose to stand on the side of Kamartaj, but planned to do his own thing. He believes that everyone needs to pay a price for what they have done, and no one should be an exception. He wants everyone to know this and will pay the price for it. Later, he will even punish all those who use magic for this, because he thinks there are too many people using magic. But these are not the point now. The point is Dr. Strange and Wong. He just left like that? Wong was a little unconvinced. After what happened initially, he was deeply hurt, so I don't find it strange that he behaved like this. But it shouldn't be like this. Could it really be because of the dark side of his soul? The dark side? Is that the dark side he mentioned before? That's right, he had said it before, and the teacher also tacitly agreed to it. Just what? But I didn't expect it to be so serious. He has turned evil now, and to this extent, he has become cold and ruthless. Now I doubt whether he will become even worse in the future, or even. Wong did not say anything further, but Dr. Strange was very clear. What Wong wanted to say was that he would definitely become a demon-like character. Let's just take it one step at a time. I hope there won't be any big problems. Dr. Strange said with a complicated look. Time flies like water, and it is fleeting. It has been half a month since Lu Yi settled everything and got the Eye of Agamotto. During this half month, in addition to being baptized by solar radiation not far from the sun, the most he did was to help Yuriko master the magic he taught. It can be said that Yuriko really has some talent for learning magic. In half a month, she has refined her magic power and learned to draw some basic magic circles. She also learned to use her magic power to make simple weapons, such as shields and long sticks. Although these weapons are not comparable to her adamantium claws, they have new means of attack and can become stronger. This makes Yuriko very happy, and she practices harder. Bruce Banner protested countless times. Yuriko spends most of her time practicing, and she has less and less time to cook. Every time she just deals with it casually, which makes Bruce Banner extremely difficult to accept. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. After finally enjoying it, he didn't have time to enjoy it anymore, and then it turned out like this, which was really hard for him to accept. What did he eat when he first came here? Big chunks of grilled meat, all kinds of top-grade steaks, and some high-end ingredients like truffles and caviar from time to time. What are you eating now? Ordered hamburgers, pizza, and all kinds of fast food. Compared with the previous ones, these things are not much different. Bruce Banner felt that he was really miserable. The gluttonous worm that was aroused was sent away just like that. But these are still good. After that, there is another point that he thinks is more pitfall. That is, Lu Yi and Yuriko also learn magic in front of him. Although he doesn't want to learn magic, he can't help but be curious about magic and want to study it. He proposed to ask Lu Yi for a magic book to study. However, the problem is that Lu Yi did not agree and said that he could not study it, and he did not have the talent to practice magic successfully. This is obviously denying his knowledge and talent. Although this may be true, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when he heard it in the next few days. He looked at Lu Yi with resentment in his eyes. Lu Yi himself was very uncomfortable with him looking at him, and in the next period of time, he did not show up here at all. It was only in the next few days that he appeared again because he was tired of staying in the universe. Long time no see. Bruce Banner said to Lu Yi with resentment in his eyes while eating a large piece of pizza. Long time no see. How have you been recently? Not very good. Try eating pizza for a few days, and you will know how I feel now. Bruce Banner said helplessly after taking a bite of the tasteless pizza. These days, Yuriko ordered pizza for him, all kinds of pizza, and he almost vomited after eating so much. It's not like there's no top quality ingredients here. If you don't want to eat pizza, you can make it yourself. I have to learn how to cook it too. Top quality ingredients require excellent cooking methods, otherwise it would be a waste. Bruce Banner's cooking method is just to avoid making the rice mushy. His cooking is a waste of ingredients. 2. Please help me. I'm really tired of eating all kinds of fast food. Bruce Banner cast his pleading eyes towards Lu Yi's cooking level was just so. He had never learned it, but Lu Yi knew magic, and it was magic from the world of Harry Potter. With one spell, any top quality ingredients could be processed and made into delicious dishes. Bruce Banner ate it once and almost swallowed his tongue. It was not easy for Lu Yi to come back once, and he couldn't let Lu Yi leave like this. He should let Lu Yi use magic for him. Lu Yi had nothing to say about this. After a spell, all the kitchen utensils not far away were automatically moved by an invisible force, and all kinds of ingredients automatically walked out of the refrigerator and entered the kitchen utensils. Although I have seen it once, I still can't help but feel it is magical when I see it again. I've always wanted to ask, how did you do it? You obviously have never controlled it. Bruce Banner asked very curiously that if Lu Yi has been controlling the kitchen utensils, it can be explained by scientific methods. It is nothing more than the materialization of thoughts to control the kitchen utensils. But the problem is that Lu Yi has never controlled the kitchen utensils. The kitchen utensils are all running automatically without any traces. This is a bit unscientific. However, what Bruce Banner didn't know was that the magic in the Harry Potter world is known for being unscientific. This is just a piece of cake. This is the magic of magic. Not all magic can be explained by science. I said you can't research it out. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense and talk about you. You have been here for a while, and it's time for you to evolve into a human. Of course, this is just an excuse. In fact, after Lu Yi absorbed solar radiation for half a month, his strength has greatly improved, and he wants to test his strength. There is no better opponent to test strength than the Hulk. This guy's strength can be improved infinitely, and Lu Yi can also take this opportunity to test his strength to the fullest. The power of Lu Yi's excuse is still very strong. When this excuse came out, Bruce Banner didn't care about continuing to be curious. His body shook again and again, and he looked at Lu Yi with expectation. These days, he has been waiting for this opportunity to come, but he didn't expect that it would finally appear today. What should I do? After taking a deep breath and relaxing himself, Bruce Banner asked. Seeing the expected thing appear, Bruce Banner asked without any hesitation. Release your anger first. Lu Yi smiled at Bruce Banner. In the center of the Sahara Desert, there are no birds or animals. There is only a sea of death between heaven and earth. It is empty, and there is almost no breath of life. However, today, all this has changed. In this vast sea of sand, two figures appeared and fought here. One is tall and green, and the other is a normal person wearing a red cloak. The fight between the two was extremely shocking. Fists collided with each other, and flesh collided with flesh. Every punch and every kick brought a terrifying wind pressure. There were explosions at the place where the two collided from time to time, and the desert under their feet burst into flowers formed by sand. Boom, boom, boom. With the beginning of the battle, every collision and roar sounded, just like a bomb exploding at this moment. With such a strong momentum, I am afraid that if any birds or beasts enter the range of the two people's battle, they will be shaken into pieces in the first time, just like a bomb exploding next to them. This kind of battle lasted for a long time. In the entire sea of death, there was almost only a red. There were two green figures. Finally, the red figure seemed to be tired of fighting, and emitted a green light towards the green figure opposite. The green light solemnly declared the green figure's eyebrows. The green figure paused, and then the green on the figure began to slowly dissipate, and the huge body began to shrink, and finally became the size of a normal person. His legs softened, and he sat on the hot sand. Seeing this, I'm afraid everything is clear. That's right. These two people are none other than Lu Yi and Bruce Banner. The two had decided to release their anger before, and then came here, started their fierce battle, and now it ends. What did you do to me? Why didn't I faint? Bruce Banner said with a grin. The pain here was not caused by the pain after his transformation, but because he sat powerlessly on the hot sand. There was a burning sensation on his butt all the time, and this was the source of his pain. Generally speaking, he would not feel pain after his transformation, but would only faint. This time, because of Lu Yi, although he did not faint, he did not feel any pain at all. Why do you think you will faint? Lu Yi did not answer Bruce Banner's question, but asked Bruce Banner, because I often fainted before, and it happened every time after each transformation. Bruce Banner said, very good, because you often faint. So you believe that once you transform, you will faint after the transformation is lifted. Then, you who often cannot control yourself after the transformation, do you also often think that you cannot control yourself? Lu Yi said to Bruce Banner this. Bruce Banner was speechless for a moment. He really thought so and believed so. The power of inertia is infinite. As you believe this in your heart every time, over time, you will take it for granted that it is so. This certainty will create a huge obstacle for you to control your transformation. So what? So changing the existing ideas in your mind is the second step you should take. Step 2? What about step 1? Aren't you doing it? Venting your anger. Well, Bruce Banner really ignored this point. But then again, after the transformation, I really felt much better, and the accumulated things in my heart dissipated a lot. I feel much better now, and all the mental illnesses seem to have been swept away. Is it because I have vented my anger? Partly because of this reason, and partly because under my guidance, you have begun to unconsciously accept some of the concepts I have instilled in you. You are no longer particularly resistant to your transformation, and are full of confidence in your future. So that's how it is. Bruce Banner nodded in understanding, and then said, when will I be able to completely control my transformation? This will take some time. Bruce Banner's transformation problem is not that simple, not to mention that Lu Yi doesn't want him to solve it so quickly. It's not easy to find a living target that can be used repeatedly. How can you let him go so easily? Is there any way to make it faster? Don't you have magic? Can you use it on me? Magic is a good thing and can be used for auxiliary purposes, but it cannot be used to help you control your transformation. For example, I know a kind of magic that can keep you absolutely rational at all times, so you naturally don't have to worry about transformation. Is there such a way? Of course there is, but the problem is that this is not a simple magic. After using it, you will always remain in absolute rationality, without any emotional fluctuations, just like a cold robot. After hearing Louis say this, Bruce Banner was really scared. Thinking of turning into a robot in the future, it really made Bruce Banner feel creepy. No one would want to turn himself into a robot, except a madman. And obviously, Bruce Banner has never been a madman. It seems that you don't want to become like this, so it's best to proceed step by step. That's right, it's best to proceed step by step. Bruce Banner said thankfully, it seems that you understand. Looking at Bruce Banner's expression, Louis smiled and said, of course I understand, and I understand it more than I can understand. Bruce Banner's words once again made Louis laugh, but Louis knew that after this, Bruce Banner would probably always be his living target. Did you rest well? Louis suddenly asked Bruce Banner. Good rest. Then let's continue. Looking at the sand sea that was no longer the same as before, Louis said to Bruce Banner. Then, without waiting for Bruce Banner to refuse, Louis sent a red light to him. The red light was emitted, hitting Bruce Banner's forehead. Bruce Banner didn't even dodge, and he roared, and the green color that had disappeared on his body appeared again. Bruce Banner, who transformed into the Hulk again, didn't let Louis wait any longer. His body expanded rapidly, and his fist as big as a sandbag hit Louis. The red and green figures appeared again, and the battle began again. This kind of battle lasted for a long time and many times. The red and green figures intertwined and burst out with great power. The center of the desert, which had already lost its previous appearance, was even more so now. When the battle was completely over, another green light was injected into the Hulk's forehead. The sand dunes where they stood were flattened, and all they saw were sand pits, just like meteorite craters. The shallow ones were more than 10 meters, the general ones were 40 or 50 meters, and the few deep ones were hundreds of meters. In these few deep pits that could not be deeper, yellow mud and hard rocks could be seen everywhere. The battle between the two men brought out water from the sand where they stood, hitting the bottom layer of the sand, and bringing out the rock layers and water sources hidden in the sand. The two people who saw this scene sometimes even sighed that even if they were trapped in the desert in the future, they would not be afraid, as this terrifying attack power was enough for them to obtain enough water resources. Louis stood on the edge of the deep pit, looking at the rolling mud in the deep pit, and withdrew his thoughts in his heart, and began to summarize his gains from these battles and his own strength. There were several battles, because not every battle was particularly fierce, and not every battle was a perfect extraction. Up to now, Louis has had a total of 4 perfect extractions and 5 optimized extractions, which can really be said to be a huge harvest. Faced with this harvest, Louis decided to give Bruce Banner an extra meal at night. This can really be said to be a big treasure, and he can't be treated badly. He must be treated well in the future. The value created is so great. How can we not treat him well? This is the harvest of induction, and the strength of induction that Louis' strength has made a leap in the past few days. If it is quantified, it can really be said to be a leap forward. It's okay that supervision and other things are not easy to quantify. Louis' speed has reached 70 times the speed of sound, and his strength has reached a terrifying 400,000 tons, and these are just the most basic strengths. The burst of human strength is not the most basic strength. Under the coordination of human muscles, the strength can burst out at least twice the current level. In other words, under the burst of strength, he will have at least 800,000 tons of strength to burst out. The damage caused by 800,000 tons of strength is absolutely huge. The deep pit on the ground is one of the results of his burst of of strength, which is terrifying. And this is just the beginning. As time goes by, Lu Yi will become stronger and stronger. In fact, as long as he is closer to the sun, he will receive more solar radiation and become stronger faster. How long will it take to lift the planet? 1 year? 2 years? Or 3 years? Lu Yi really doesn't know this. But there is one thing Lu Yi knows. That is, this time will definitely not be too late. And Lu Yi will be able to do it soon and grow into a real strong man. With a vision for the future, Lu Yi stood facing the wind. A strong aura burst out from Lu Yi's body. No birds or beasts within 1,000 miles would be frightened. Can we leave now? I can't stand it anymore. Bruce Banner, the only living creature within 1,000 miles, obviously did not feel the aura of a strong man on Lu Yi. Instead, in a very unpleasant way. Bruce Banner actually did not have the physical experience. Although he was not tired after the transformation, the genes in his body transformed the anger into strength and endless physical strength, but he still needed to be tired after the transformation was lifted. Not to mention that this is still the size of the Sahara Desert, a sea of death. Here, the temperature is abnormally hot. Here, the water vapor is close to zero. Here, any normal person will have severe physical strength consumption, and the water in the body will also be drastically consumed. It only takes half a day to stay in this sea of sand, which is enough to make an ordinary person weak due to dehydration, and a day may cause shock or even death. When transforming, Bruce Banner was not afraid of the heat, but after the transformation, Bruce Banner was afraid. Now he has begun to feel dry mouth and dizzy, and he is eager to leave here. Want to leave? Sure. Transform again. What? Bruce Banner felt that he had heard it wrong. That wasn't it over. The battle is over, but this time it was not a battle, but a test. To test the results of this moment, you try to transform. Oh, after hearing this, Bruce Banner did not hesitate and ran barefoot on the hot sand and on the scorching sand. Even an egg could be cooked. Bruce Banner walked barefoot on it, which made him feel what pain was. In order to relieve the pain, he had to speed up, and soon his heart beat faster than the required speed for transformation, and he transformed again. Hulk. A familiar roar sounded, and the Hulk appeared again. It is said that enemies become particularly jealous when they meet. Seeing Lu Yi, who had abused him several times, Hulk rushed directly towards Lu Yi. Didn't want to fight with him this time. When he rushed towards him, Lu Yi suddenly shouted, "Bruce Banner." A loud shout reached the ears of the Hulk. A trace of human struggle appeared on the ferocious face of the Hulk, and then he rushed towards Lu Yi again. Not bad. Being able to struggle when encountering an enemy now, it finally has some effect. After shooting a green light to restore Bruce Banner, Lu Yi took him out of the desert and returned to his residence. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing in big gulps rang out in Lu Yi's house. The camera zoomed in, and Bruce Banner was seen struggling hard with a 2-liter bottle of purified water. The bottle was almost 90 degrees, and a large amount of purified water fell on him through his mouth and chin before Bruce Banner could drink it in time. However, Bruce Banner no longer cared about these. He just wanted to drink water in big gulps and didn't care about the rest. The purified water with the clothes Bruce Banner had just put on and stuck to his body tightly, which made him feel very uncomfortable. However, he didn't care about it afterwards. After drinking 2 liters of water, Bruce Banner couldn't help but shouting, "Great. There is nothing better than fighting in the desert for half a day and then drinking a lot of water." Bruce Banner threw away the water bottle and said loudly, "Yeah, what's wrong?" Bruce Banner asked in confusion. Crack. Lu Yi bit into the red flesh and green skin thing and squinted his eyes slightly, as if enjoying it. Watermelon. Iced. Would you like one? Have a piece. Bruce Banner swallowed his saliva and said he was really too superficial. Water was nothing. Iced watermelon was the best. He took a bite, and the rich water and sugar burst in his mouth. It was a real pleasure. After finishing another whole watermelon, Bruce Banner was finally satisfied and looked at Lu Yi with expectation in his eyes. "How is it?" Bruce Banner asked. Although Bruce Banner's question was incoherent, Lu Yi knew very well that Bruce Banner was not asking about anything else, but about the changes that had taken place in him during the past half day. "It's okay. I have some control over it." "Really?" Bruce Banner's eyes widened. "This is too fast." He could feel it in half a day. "Do you think it's fast?" "Yes, it is really fast. I couldn't control the trend in the past few years, but I didn't expect that I can control the trend a little bit within half a day. Are you thinking too much?" After listening to Bruce Banner's words, Lu Yi started directly, "What do you mean?" Bruce Banner was slightly stunned, but was confused by Lu Yi's words. Overthinking? Overthinking what? It didn't take half a day to control his transformation, but it took a very long time to barely control his transformation. Today's performance is all the result of the previous period of time, not the result of the previous half day, although that half day played a huge role. During this period of time, Lu Yi has intentionally or unintentionally instilled in Bruce Banner some ideas that he can control his transformation. These ideas entered his mind and were accepted by his subconscious. After accepting them, he experienced the venting of anger in the past half day. The Hulk's anger was vented, his control weakened, but Bruce Banner's control increased. Even if this improvement is very subtle, the increase and decrease also caused a change in strength. It seems that this change was achieved in half a day, but in fact it took a lot of time and effort to achieve it. So that's how it is, but isn't it too slow? It took such a long time to control it just a little bit. Since it took a while to control it just a little bit, Bruce Banner had some doubts about the progress of his own changes. This is laying the foundation. It's normal. Do you want to reach the top in one step? Lu Yi didn't care and said, "Think about it." Well, Bruce Banner must admit that he really wants to reach the sky in one step and solve his troubles in one step. I really let him have enough of not distinguishing between enemies after transformation. Since you want to, then please cooperate with me more. As long as you can cooperate with me well, then in the future, you will be able to control your transformation faster. "Yes, I understand," Bruce Banner said helplessly. There was no way to grasp it immediately, and Bruce Banner had no other choice. Fortunately, he saw hope now, so he was not too disappointed. Most people are like this. After they have hope, it is easy to hold on to the hope now, and it is difficult to despair. That's all. You are tired today, go and have a rest. Recently, you should pay attention to keeping your mood calm, but don't try to keep it calm because you are too resistant to your transformation. Just follow your heart. Lu Yi advised Bruce Banner. Although he was determined to use Bruce Banner as a living target to brush the perfect draw opportunity, he loved his job and had to do something to help Bruce Banner. Otherwise, he could not completely trust Lu Yi and help Lu Yi brush the draw opportunity wholeheartedly. The brushing of the draw opportunity is undoubtedly more effective with the cooperation of Bruce Banner, so that a lot of trouble can be saved. "I got it." Lu Yi smiled with satisfaction, but he continued. He disappeared in the house with a teleportation and appeared outside the sun again, enjoying the feeling of becoming stronger after absorbing solar radiation. Faced with this scene, Bruce Banner couldn't say anything. He shrugged and relaxed his body and mind according to the yoga he had learned before. He didn't know all this was happening. He was now wholeheartedly enjoying the special feeling of becoming stronger. He had given up paying attention to the outside world, especially Bruce Banner. This situation lasted for a long time until a powerful force erupted in a corner of the earth for a moment, and Lu Yi was awakened. What's going on? How can such a powerful force suddenly explode on Earth? Lu Yi's face showed deep confusion. Then, Lu Yi cast his sight to the place where the energy exploded. This is an academy and also a manor. There are many strange-looking humans here, and also many humans with special powers. However, at this moment, they all lost their calmness and looked in one direction. Inside the manor, everyone looked in one direction. There was a room outside this direction, and a powerful force was erupting in the room. The smooth, white-painted walls began to curl, and the decorative scrolls hanging on the walls even began to shatter. A powerful force was raging in the room. The extent of this raging attracted the attention of many people, and naturally it also attracted the attention of a bald man in a wheelchair. He rejected the kindness of a burly man who wanted to push him into the room. With a serious look on his face, he pushed his wheelchair, walked into the room, and closed the door. Outside the room, the burly man and several people around him all looked at the door worriedly. They wanted to know what happened inside. They were not like Lu Yi. Without the eyes of perspective, he could only look at the door worriedly. I didn't expect it to explode at this time, even though it has been delayed for a long time. Lu Yi stood in the universe, touching his chin, and said lightly with Lu Yi's eyesight. He naturally discovered who the power was at the first time. She was Jean, but it was probably the Dark Phoenix Jean. She originally broke out in the plot of X-Men 2. Although the plot of X-Men 2 was destroyed by Lu Yi, she still broke out unexpectedly, and the terrifying power in her body was released and then sensed by Lu Yi. This is probably inertia. The world is so big, and the Phoenix Force in Jean's body is also ranked high in the world. Lu Yi really wants to know how many people will be irritated once she completely breaks out. The outbreak of the Phoenix Force is not only Lu Yi who can sense it. There are many people who can sense it, just like those people in Kamartaj can sense it. This powerful force is probably destined to be feared by these people. Now it depends on how Professor X will deal with it, kill, or forcibly seal. However, in Lu Yi's opinion, it is more likely that Professor X will forcibly seal it. He is a good old man and will not sacrifice the life of one of his students for this. Sure enough, everything that happened next verified Lu Yi's idea. Under Lu Yi's sight, Professor X, with a face full of pain, approached Jean, who was struggling violently in her sleep, and placed his hands on both sides of Jean's temples. The power of the mind was activated. The dark personality that was about to revive in Jean's mind was suppressed once again, and was imprisoned in the seal set by Professor X by the terrifying power of the mind, temporarily controlling the runaway power of Jean to AT this time. Professor X finally breathed a sigh of relief, but his face was still solemn, because the thing he was most worried about had happened. Over the years, many things have happened that have given Professor X a headache, but Jean's matter is definitely one of the most worrying things. From the beginning, when he and Magneto went to accept Jean, he expected that this thing would definitely happen, but he didn't expect that it has finally happened now. The personality in Jean's body is very troublesome, and the power she can burst out is also extremely terrifying. Recently, it burst out again. I am afraid that with my power, it will be difficult to stop Jean's rampage in the future. We must make plans early. Professor X's words passed through the barriers of space and fell into Lu Yi's ears. After all, he is still a good guy. It is really difficult to make him have the heart to kill his students. Lu Yi shook his head in the universe, but he did not continue to pay attention. For the time being, the matter of Qin is just an episode for him. Qin, who is not yet fully exploded, is not worthy of Lu Yi's deep concern. Besides, Lu Yi does not want to take things on himself casually, especially such troublesome things that Qin's power is not strong. The power of Phoenix that she relies on in her body is very strong, ranked high in the world, and is extremely terrifying. It is one of the few powers on Earth that can hurt or even kill Lu Yi. It is naturally best not to intervene in such things. If you intervene, you should not be unprepared. Facing such a powerful thing as the Phoenix Force, you must be well prepared that if you don't ask for anything else, once you face it, at least you have to get this power. That's right, Lu Yi wants this power very much. You don't want to think about how powerful the power ranked high in the world is. With this power, Lu Yi's strength will be even more terrifying. How could Lu Yi not have some emotions of desire? Lu Yi has basically no contact with the X-Men, and naturally has no friendship. Doing such a thing, there is no psychological burden at all. However, although he said so, Lu Yi was also very clear that, in fact, he simply did not have many ways to get this powerful force from Qin. The power in Qin's body was very terrifying and very powerful. It was not so easy to get it out. Otherwise, Qin would not have become what it is now, and the power in her body had been taken out long ago. Everything Lu Yi thought of before was based on one premise. That is, there is a way to extract the power in Qin's body. Without this premise, everything he thought of was delusion. While enjoying the feeling of becoming stronger, Lu Yi also fell into a brainstorm. The magic in his mind emerged one by one, and was analyzed under the full operation of Lu Yi's brain power. Looking for a way to get power from Qin, there are many ways to extract power from others. Lu Yi has at least 100 or 8,000 in his mind, but these methods have limits. They cannot extract the terrifying power of the Phoenix Force at all, and will be directly backfired. All the magic in Lu Yi's mind is not working. He needs a new and targeted magic. It seems that in order to bring out the power of the Phoenix, a new kind of magic is needed. I am afraid that I am the only one in the world who can research a special magic for the power of the Phoenix. Lu Yi opened his eyes and said. After that, Lu Yi closed his eyes again, exerted his brain power, and began to try to come up with this new magic that is completely targeted at the power of the Phoenix. The Phoenix Force is one of the oldest known forces in the universe, symbolizing unborn life, the embodiment of the original cosmic life force and emotional power, immortal and unpredictable. Born between the chaos of the universe and the beginning of all things, it is the child of the universe, the spiritual connection point of all things that exist or will exist, and one of the most terrifying existences in the universe. It can cut or regenerate any part of the universe, or even completely destroy it. Its operating principle is to manipulate the energy of the universe and use the power of future generations of life reserves to deny their existence and produce huge destructive power. It can even create a black hole-like portal by folding the energy of space and time, and arbitrarily travel through space or time. It can also directly absorb energy, such as the energy of the entire sun, the energy of the enemy, and life energy. And as the connection point of all spiritual energy, it has psychic abilities throughout the universe, including telepathy and teleportation. Jean did not show her strength, on the one hand because it was weakened by the movie, and on the other hand because she could not bear this powerful force. Because of the special nature of the Phoenix Force, people with strong psychic abilities are often found to act as hosts so that they can bear this power, but the power of the Phoenix is too strong. Even if you get the power of the Phoenix, not everyone can control it, or even fully exert it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. In fact, it's better in the comics, but it's weakened in the plot of the movie. In the comics, Jean is a powerful existence that can resurrect the dead and manipulate the timeline. She is a boss-like character. It's like playing to crush a planet by herself. This is why Lu Yi wants to get it. Such a powerful force. Anyone who has a little idea and doesn't want to be an ant will want it. Although it is not an easy thing to control this power, it represents the possibility of ascending to heaven in one step. Lu Yi needs to try to see if he can harvest this power that Lu Yi just floated in the universe and brainstormed. Trying to develop magic that can bring out this power that Lu Yi is very clear about the essence of the power of the Phoenix, which invisibly saves Lu Yi a lot of trouble. Lu Yi only needs to develop magic based on this point. First of all, Lu Yi needs a magic circle that can trap the Phoenix power. One of the characteristics of the Phoenix power is that it is fickle and immortal, and it also has a high level of consciousness and foresight, which makes it easy for the Phoenix power to break free. The moment Lu Yi takes the Phoenix power out of Qin's body, it may break free from the constraints of Lu Yi's power. If Lu Yi wants to control it, he needs to ensure that it can be bound first. Otherwise, everything is in vain. This is easy to meet. Lu Yi has a lot of magic and magic circles in the form of binding energy in his mind. Perhaps the Phoenix power is not comparable to other energies at all, but it has sufficient reference value. Lu Yi selected a binding magic with an energy form that is very similar to the Phoenix power, and then began to use his solid magic knowledge to upgrade this magic in all aspects. Originally, this was a high-level magic, but now it has been upgraded by Lu Yi, and some new elements have been added, mixing the magic of the 4 worlds of Harry Potter, Marvel, Fairy Tale, and Sorcerers Apprentice to form a sealing magic. Because it had never been used before, even Lu Yi could not judge the grade of the sealing magic. He only knew that it was a special container that could be used to seal and restrain the power of the Phoenix. Because he did not know the grade, for safety, Lu Yi later took out an A-level bottle-shaped treasure with sealing properties from the King's treasure and engraved this magic on it. This was the limit of what Lu Yi could do. He had not tested it before, so he could only do this. After doing this, Lu Yi began to develop magic that could take out the power of the Phoenix. This magic was a little more troublesome than the previous magic. Lu Yi planned to go and see Qin before studying this magic. Qin had just been sealed by Professor X, and there was no danger at all. He could explore it carefully. This was the best time. Lu Yi was unwilling to interfere in her affairs because she was too dangerous. Now was the best time. He was not dangerous at all, so he could use this opportunity to study her. Lu Yi disappeared into the universe in a flash, and when he appeared again, he was already in Qin's room. Jean was still in a coma at this time, and had no idea what she had done in her sleep. Professor X had already left for several hours. He and the X-Men were now trying to think of a solution to Jean's problem. This force is placed here, but no one is guarding it. It is probably because of these people who don't know the truth. If they know it, I'm afraid they will regret it. After Louis made Jean sleep more deeply, he sat beside her and muttered to himself. After mumbling to himself, Louis didn't continue. He cast all his perceptions on Jean in front of him. Every inch of Jean's body was exposed to Louis without reservation. Louis is probably more familiar with her body than Jean herself. All the secrets on her body can't be concealed. If Cyclops knew about this, he would probably feel that his forehead is very green, although it is already very green. Because of the unclear relationship between Jean and Wolverine, Cyclops' forehead is already very green, and now it can be said to be even greener. Ahem. Of course, now is not the time to pay attention to these. What we should pay attention to now is the Phoenix Force in Jean's body. After scanning Jean's body, Louis didn't show how happy he was. He still underestimated the Phoenix Force a little. He didn't sense any signs of the Phoenix Force in Jean's body. It's not as simple as I thought. I should go deeper. Louis said, touching his chin as he spoke. Louis placed his hands on both sides of Jean's temples and used his mental power to invade Jean's spiritual world. This is Louis' method of going deeper. Louis' spiritual power penetrated Jean's temple and entered Jean's spiritual world. Jean's spiritual world is basically the same as that of ordinary people. If there is any difference, it is that there is an extra secret seal in Jean's spiritual world. In this seal, there is a woman with burgundy hair and red clothes sleeping inside, and this woman is no other than Jean's other personality. Why did Louis know it was her? Her iconic burgundy hair and Jean's face exposed her identity. Louis wanted to find out, but he couldn't. Louis ignored the seal left by Professor X, and the body transformed by a spiritual power directly passed through the seal and enter the seal. Professor X is still too young after all. Of course, the young here is relative to the memory age of those magicians in Louis' mind. The age of Professor X is too different from Louis' psychological age, and it is not even a fraction. So much so that he seems to be very proficient in spiritual power, but in Louis' eyes, he is full of holes. Louis directly ignored the seal he left and passed through the middle of the seal. No wonder there is no trace of the Phoenix Force. It turns out that the Phoenix Force is all in her body. The Phoenix Force is deposited in Jean's body and is combined with her other personality, the Black Phoenix, so the Phoenix Force appears directly on her body, instead of staying in Jean's body outside. The Phoenix Force is changeable and can exist in various forms. There's nothing wrong with this situation. Louis had some guesses before, and now it is true. However, this increases the difficulty for Louis. The Phoenix Force accumulated in the Black Phoenix personality is difficult to extract. After all, it is only one personality. Fortunately, I came to study it. Louis looked at Jean's sleeping personality in front of him, and the cautious expression on his face was not concealed at all. After thinking about it, Louis slowly walked to the side of Jean's personality, activated his mental power, and began to scan the situation of the Phoenix power in Jean's body. Louis' mental tentacles slowly extended to Jean's personality. Boom. Louis' mental power touched Jean's personality. Like a nuclear bomb exploding in Louis' mind. Louis was stunned at first, and then he felt a terrifying force spreading towards his spiritual entity along Louis' mental power at a terrifying speed. Louis' face changed immediately, and subconsciously used his mental power to transform into a knife and cut off his mental tentacles. After doing all this, Louis looked at his spiritual body again, but found that his mental power had been assimilated and turned into the power of Jean's personality. And the initiator of all this is the Phoenix power. It devoured his own mental power. Damn, it was almost like that. If I hadn't had time to do it just now, and she was still sleeping, with only subconscious instincts, this ball of mental power would have been wiped out of all my marks and become hers. Louis' face turned green, looking at Jean's other personality in front of him. He said with relief, the power of the Phoenix is the power of the Phoenix. It is not so easy to steal, or even so easy to touch. It is too powerful and too dangerous. But we can't just let it go like this. Louis has never been a person who is willing to suffer a loss. This time he was tricked by Jean's personality and almost suffered a huge loss. Louis said that he wanted to regain his face. You swallowed my mental power, and I will chop off your personality. Louis raised the sharp blade transformed from mental power and slashed at the personality of Jean opposite him. The mental blade fell on Jean's personality and slashed into Jean's body. However, the face of the person being slashed did not change at all, and he was still sleeping. The face of the person being slashed suddenly changed, and he quickly let go of the sharp blade in his hand. Damn, assimilated again. Louis' face turned even greener. He now understood that this personality with the power of the Phoenix could not be touched at all. Once touched, it would be assimilated. When mental power meets the power of the Phoenix, it is a pit, a huge pit. I still don't believe it. This time, Louis did not simply use mental power, but used mental power to transform into a sharp blade while vibrating at a special frequency, and once again slashed at the opposite Jean's personality. However, this time, when the mental power was about to slash at the opponent, Louis eliminated his mental power, allowing the special vibration frequency of the mental power to continue to slash at the opponent. A special sound rang out, and the vibration of the special frequency fell on Jean's personality, and violent tremors also appeared on Jean's personality with the vibration of the special frequency. Every inch of Jean's personality skin was vibrating from head to toe, as if the body had turned on the vibration mode. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Jean's personality was more resilient than Louis believed, which caused her mental body to be the same now. It's really difficult. Louis seemed to have seen something. His eyes widened, and he heard a surprised sound. Just after the surprised sound was made, Louis turned around and ran, not daring to stay here for a moment. What happened? Jean's originally sleeping personality was awakened by Louis, slowly opened her eyes, and then looked at Louis with resentment and urgency. After being tossed around by Louis, Jean's personality was finally awakened. And then she regarded Louis as an enemy and a life-saving straw. She immediately activated her mental power to control Louis' figure and let Louis take her out. But Louis was like a slippery loach. The moment he saw her wake up, he jumped out of the seal. Her mental power did not have time to control Louis, and she was run out of the seal by Louis. The control of Jean's personality was blocked by the seal. Louis had no safety issues and stopped outside the seal. Let me out, and I'll give you everything you want. Let me out, and I will give you everything you want. Jean's personality said this to Louis, hoping that Louis could take her out. This was an inducement. It sounds good, but the problem is that I don't lack anything, and I can get everything I want by myself. Louis was unmoved and said lightly, let me put it this way. If you let me out, I won't kill you, and even if you want, I'll be yours. After saying that, Jean's personality showed a charming smile on her face, and the charm in her eyes was not concealed at all. To be honest, Louis really believed that Jean's personality could do such a thing. Jean's personality, which was affected by the power of the Phoenix, was a complete greedist, and she could really do anything. But it was precisely because of this reason that Louis was quite unimpressed by this point. Louis asked himself if he could enjoy such a woman. You'd better forget about this. It's useless to me. If I want a woman, believe it or not, I can line up from here to New York, and it's all voluntary. Louis is now a superhero with a lot of fans. There is no need to waste time on her. So what do you want? Everyone has a bottom line and a price, and you should have one too. You can't really get everything. There must be something you can't get. Jin's personality's eyes darkened for a moment, and she asked calmly if Jean's personality can break through Professor X's seal, but it takes time. She doesn't have the patience to continue wasting time here. She wants to leave immediately. I do, but I feel like my bottom line is also your bottom line. What do you want? Asked the personality of Jean. You have good energy in your body. If you can give it to me, I will let you out. Are you kidding me? Jean's personality's face quickly darkened as she said to Louis. Jean's personality deeply understood that the reason for her existence was because of the terrifying power in her body. Calling this power out, this was simply asking for her death. Louis had no sincerity in the negotiation at all. He deserved to die. Thinking this way in her mind, Jean's personality did not show it on her face. She planned to hide her anger first and then explode after she got out. I can give you power, but you have to let me out first. Oh, Louis curled his lips and said without comment. In order to prevent you from not letting me out, I must make sure I get out first before I can give you my power. You are all thousand-year-old fox spirits. What kind of game are you playing with me? It's like I don't know that the basis of your existence is this power. Is it fun to play like this? But how can I guarantee that you won't regret it after I let you go? Although everyone has their own specialties, it's obvious that you are stronger. Lu, he said calmly. So what do you want? The dark color in Qin's eyes deepened. Give me your strength first. No, I have to make sure you don't regret it. This is troublesome. Lu, he showed a barely perceptible smile on his face, and then said to Qin's personality, how about this? Each of us takes a step back to show sincerity. You give me half of the power first, then I will let you out, and you give me the other half of the power. No, Qin's personality said subconsciously. She was greedy for desire and longed to survive. Half of her power was half of her life. If he agreed, it would be really strange. Are you so insincere? Don't you want to get out? I can go out later. Sincerity is relative. How about you weaken the seal by half to show your sincerity? Weaken the seal by half. Do you really think I'm a fool? If I really weaken the seal by half, I'm afraid you will break through it directly. Lu, he finally understood that she was not an easy person to deal with, just like himself. It was basically close to zero to cheat the power of the phoenix from her. It was superfluous to talk about anything else. Forget it. I won't play with you anymore. It's boring. Why don't you be a little bit stupid? After Lu Yi finished speaking, he chose to leave directly. Regardless of how angry Qin's personality was and how much she wanted to kill Lu Yi, as soon as Lu Yi's spirit body left, it immediately returned to his own body and left Qin's spiritual world. This time, it can really be said that he didn't get the fish and got into trouble. He didn't detect anything and lost a small amount of his spiritual power. It will be a bit troublesome in the future, Lu Yi said helplessly. Just when Lu Yi was helpless, Qin's door suddenly opened, and a petite girl walked in and saw Lu Yi. Who are you? The girl was startled and shouted hurriedly. After shouting, the girl seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed, and then she rushed towards Lu. The room was not big to begin with, and the girl came to Lu Yi in 2 or 3 steps, stretched out her hand to grab Lu Yi's arm, as if she wanted to give Lu Yi a reverse joint grab. Lu Yi was too lazy to pay attention to her, but seeing that the girl actually wanted to do this, he stretched out his arm and grabbed her neck as if to cooperate with her. Although Lu Yi did not use his fastest speed, it was not something the girl could resist. Before the girl's hand grabbed, his big hand was the first to resist. Before reaching the girl's neck, however, the girl rushed straight towards Lu Yi without any evasion, as if she hadn't seen it. The expected collision did not happen, and Lu Yi's hand did not touch the girl's neck. Instead, the girl's hand grabbed Lu Yi's arm. Why is this so? Did the girl's speed explode? Of course not. The girl's speed was just an ordinary speed. The reason for this is that when Lu Yi was about to grab her neck, the girl's body suddenly became fuzzy, avoiding the attack of Lu Yi's hand, and instead let her grab Lu Yi's arm. There are many people in the whole Marvel who can become virtual, but there is only one person who can appear here with such a body size. That is Phantom Cat, Katie. She is a level 3 mutant. But she is a level 3 mutant with such a powerful power that she can travel through everything in a molecular state. Her virtualization is such an ability, but this is not all the manifestations of her ability. In the future, when the Sentinels appear, Katie can even send people's consciousness to the past to achieve the purpose of traveling through time. This is really a powerful ability, reversing time. But now Katie can't do this. She is still a little tender. Katie grabbed Lu Yi's arm, twisted it hard, and then wanted to perform an anti-joint grab on Lu Yi, but she didn't really do it. Lu Yi's arm was like an iron rod. Her ordinary strength could not twist Lu Yi's arm at all, let alone do an anti-joint grab. Seeing that the joint reversal capture failed, Katie also roughly guessed that Lu Yi's strength was terrifying, just like some powerful mutants in the school, and her strength was not at all superior. So she began to take Lu Yi to virtualization, and then began to fall down as if standing in water. In a second, only Lu Yi and Katie were left with their heads. After that, Katie quickly let go of Lu Yi and slowly rose from the ground again. In a blink of an eye, she rose back to her normal height, and then used the ability of crossing again without caring about Lu Yi holding Qin sleeping on the bed. Lu saw this, but did not mean to stop her. Qin was of no use now, so let her be. Lu Yi looked at the 2 people who remained in a molecular state, and did not waste time. Only one head was left on the ground. Lu Yi's body shook, and the concrete around his body was like being bombarded by a missile. The hard concrete was directly shattered. Countless fragments flew up and fell on the wall with a crackling sound. Some fell where Katie and Qin were, passed through their bodies, and hit behind them. Although Katie had expected Lu Yi to break free, she had never expected him to break free so quickly. She thought that Lu Yi must be very powerful. Now she was eager for Professor X to come as soon as possible. Only in this way could Lu Yi be driven away. In order to intensify this process, she shouted loudly. Katie's shouting was still very useful. After that, Cyclops, who was in charge of Night Patrol, heard Katie's voice, and Professor X also came because he sensed the previous abnormality. In front of Lu Yi, Cyclops, Professor X, and several other X-Men all appeared, and then attacked Lu Yi without saying anything. They all regarded Lu Yi as a good person, although Lu Yi was indeed not a good person. When Lu Yi saw this scene, his face was calm and there was no emotional fluctuation. But Katie was not like that. The surprise on her face was not concealed at all. She looked at them as if she had seen a savior. The X-Men's attack was launched, but it failed to land on Lu Yi. Lu Yi disappeared from the spot in a flash, and the attack landed in the air. Wait a minute, I have no ill intentions. Everything I do now is for the good, Lu Yi said after dodging the attacks of these people. This sentence is the truth. It is really a good thing to get the Phoenix Force out of Jean's body. Jean will no longer have to worry about another personality, the school can be saved, and Professor X will not even have to die once. The reason why Lu Yi said this is also for his own purpose. He suddenly found that it is difficult to get the Phoenix Force out by relying on his own strength. It may be easier to rely on the power of Professor X and others. Stop it. After hearing what Lu Yi said, Professor X was slightly stunned, and then said, it's not that he believed what Lu Yi said, but he felt that this was not the place to fight. There were too many students here, and fighting would be very dangerous, so we might as well go with the flow. Professor X was the spiritual guide of everyone here, and his words were very useful. Everyone present stopped, but they still did not let down their guard. Katie, tell me what's going on. Seeing that everyone had stopped and Lu Yi had no intention of moving, Professor X said to Katie, I don't know either. I came here to take care of Professor Qin at your request, but as soon as I opened the door, I saw him standing at the head of Professor Qin's bed, and then he became like this. Is that so? Professor X fell into deep thought. In this case, it is not particularly possible to prove whether Lu Yi is a good person or bad person, and Professor X does not know what to do. At this time, Wolverine on the side suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and came to Professor X with a surprised look on his face. Professor, I know this person, Wolverine said, and deliberately glanced at Lu Yi, as if Lu Yi was a rare animal. You know? To be precise, I don't know him. I have seen his photos and videos on TV. He is the superhero Red Shadow who saved New York. Wolverine said. Speaking of Red Shadow, Lu Yi has to complain about it. Because there's no name left. Those people in New York who were saved by Lu Yi gave Lu Yi the title of Red Shadow in order to thank him better. Lu Yi is very fast. Every time he attacks, they only see a red light and shadow, so the title of Red Shadow came into being. Lu Yi was really drunk, but the good thing is that the title of Red Shadow is still nice, better than Spider-Man or something. Lu Yi did not clarify it immediately and changed the title to Superman or something else. Lu Yi complained about the title of Red Shadow, but others did not. Instead, they asked Wolverine for details with great interest. The United States has always advocated heroism and is still very curious about a hero like Lu Yi. The atmosphere instantly became much better. What Lu Yi had done was known to the people present through Wolverine's mouth. Everyone looked at Lu Yi differently. The hostility in their eyes disappeared, replaced by curiosity. They now wanted to know who Lu Yi was and what he had done. Why are you here? Professor X asked curiously. Since Lu Yi is a superhero, he must have a purpose for coming here. Although Professor X's doubts are gone, he is still very curious about this. The reason is very simple. It's because of her. Lu Yi pointed at Jean and said, what happened to Jean? Professor X's heart skipped a beat, and he changed the subject. You should know what happened to her. The power in her body is so terrifying. Once it erupts, it will be a huge threat to the whole world. So I am here. How do you know? When her energy burst just now, I sensed it, and I also tested it just now. Her personality is very terrifying. After Louis said this, everyone present was speechless and looked at Louis. Professor X had told them before that Jean's condition was very serious, but now that Louis knew about this serious situation, they really didn't know what to do next. They also didn't know what Louis would do. Since Louis was a superhero, it was really unclear what he would do next. No one knew whether Louis would kill Jean because he wanted to eliminate the danger in advance. If this was the case, what should they do? Kill relatives for the sake of justice? Or help relatives and ignore reason? Professor X just said that he could no longer control Jean's condition. If this was the case, nothing they did would be a good thing. How are you going to deal with Jean's matter? Professor X saw that everyone was looking at him, sighed, and asked Louis carefully. The personality in Jean's body comes from a powerful force in her body. I plan to extract this force. In this way, the personality in Jean's body will have no immediate support. Then it will be easy to solve. Whether it is me or you, Professor X, you can easily solve it. After hearing Louis' solution, everyone present couldn't help but feel happy. This is a good solution. With this method, Jean's hidden dangers will be eliminated. Will this method have any impact on Jean? Cyclops, who was standing aside, asked carefully. Cyclops was Jean's boyfriend in name only, and the relationship between the two was still very good, although there was a third party involved. There will be an impact. The power of the piano will be reduced to its usual performance. Is that all? Cyclops' cautious expression turned into surprise, and he asked if that was the case. He could accept it, and so could the others. That's basically it. But the problem now is that although I have made a container to store the power in her body, there is a problem when extracting the power in her body. What's the problem? Wolverine asked, unwilling to be outdone. It's like this. I originally planned to take advantage of the night to extract the power in this piano so as not to affect you, in order to prevent you from not knowing what happened in fighting with me. But now there is a problem. I found that I underestimated the power in her body. After listening to the first half of Louis' words, everyone nodded in understanding, and the doubts about why Louis appeared quietly before were also solved. But after hearing the second half, their doubts rose again. Can you finish what you were saying at once? Is it fun to spoil our appetite like this? Wolverine couldn't stand Louis' half sentences and said to Louis, okay, let me finish at once. The power within this Jean's body is somewhat special. It is a collection of emotions that can mobilize all kinds of energies. It also has the characteristics of being changeable and immortal, and it is not easy to extract. No solution. I can't think of anything in a short time. So I finally plan to meet with you, hoping to see if you have any ideas or can help me do something. I didn't plan to meet you. This is troublesome. Louis, who extracted the power from Jean's body, had no way to do it. They have been just sealing it all the time. And how can people who have no way to do it have a way? We have no choice. Professor X stood up and said helplessly, sometimes people are like this. When there is no hope, it's fine. Once they see hope and then it is broken again, they will easily become discouraged. I probably realized it, but I think it's nothing. Abilities are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Jean's body is extremely powerful, but there are many people with abilities in your school. Maybe there is someone who can slightly restrain the energy in Jean's body. In this way, I can help her extract the energy in her body. Louis' words made everyone present stunned. How could they not know that abilities are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining? Even though they are very powerful, as long as they find the right method, it will be easy for them to be stupid. In this way, it is indeed a way. Maybe they can really find someone who can solve the power in her body. I'll arrange it right away. Seeing hope, Cyclops and Wolverine said, then you guys go and make the arrangements. Professor X said to the two with a smile on his face, since there is hope, then give it a try. Maybe there is really a possibility of success. Seeing this scene, Louis showed a satisfied smile in his eyes. He just wanted to see such a scene. Let's go to another place to wait. This is where Jean rests. She still needs to rest. After saying this to the two of them, he said to Louis, okay. Louis did not mean to refuse Professor X's kindness, so he agreed and cast a repair magic on Jean's room, repairing everything in the room, and then left with the shocked Professor X. Destruction is always easy to repair. Louis used a repair magic, which directly shocked the people in Professor X and Jean's room. Such abilities are rare, as if time was flowing backwards, not to mention that Louis' ability is not an ability, but magic. Everyone present knew this very well. Wolverine had said before that Louis was proficient in magic, so you can imagine how surprised they were to see the scene. Louis followed Professor X into a living room, where he sat and chatted while waiting for Wolverine and Cyclops. After a full hour, the two finally arrived. We checked the abilities of all the students in the school and removed those whose abilities were not useful for Jean's matter. We found 3 suitable students in total who might be able to play a role. As soon as the two appeared, they couldn't wait to say what are their abilities. Louis stopped chatting with Professor X and asked them. The first student's ability is energy absorption. She can absorb the energy in a person's body, but because the level is too low, it is only the most basic energy, somewhat useful. The second student has the ability of energy transfer. He can transfer the energy emitted by a person. However, his level is too low, so the amount of energy that can be transferred is very limited. Louis nodded without comment and motioned for the other party to continue. The third student has the ability to absorb all the opponent's power, including life force. This level is not low and very dangerous. If you touch her body for too long, you will die. Louis didn't know the first two, but just based on the ability of the last one, Louis guessed that this one should be Little Naughty, a terrifying existence that can devour the opponent's power and even transform it into his own ability. The first two are pending, but the last one is okay, I think. She is dangerous. Cyclops couldn't help but say it is very dangerous, but if used well, it may not be impossible to play a very good effect. Louis had forgotten about Xiao Taoqi before. Her ability is very special and she can absorb all powers. Why is the power of the Phoenix difficult to extract? On the one hand, it is because of the power of the Phoenix itself, and on the other hand, it is because of the resistance of Qing's personality. If the power of the Phoenix is infused into Xiao Taoqi, and then Louis extracts the power of the Phoenix from Xiao Taoqi will definitely not refuse, the resistance will become very small, and the danger will be reduced. Could you bring her over to me? Yes. It is Professor X who said it himself. After that, he used his spiritual power to inform Xiao Taoqi of the situation and asked her to come. Xiao Taoqi came immediately after receiving Professor X's notice. In a few minutes, she came to Louis. Under Louis's eyes that were like X-rays, she was uneasy. Don't be afraid. I don't mean to hurt you. Saying this, Louis stretched out one of his hands. It was obvious that Louis wanted to shake hands with her. The little naughty hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. He stretched out his tightly wrapped hand and shook hands with Louis. Well, take off your gloves. Louis said as if he was asking for death after shaking hands with Xiao Taoqi. Xiao Taoqi knew the trouble with his ability and looked at Professor X and Wolverine for help. Professor X and Wolverine probably guessed that Louis wanted to test Xiao Taoqi's ability himself, and they all looked at Xiao Taoqi with encouraging eyes. Maybe it was the eyes of Professor X and Wolverine that gave her courage. After a little hesitation, she took off her gloves, revealing her little hands that had been bound for a long time and looked a little pale. Looking at this hand, Louis didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his hand, and regardless of Xiao Taoqi's struggle, he directly held Xiao Taoqi's hand again. The terrifying suction came from Xiao Taoqi's palm. Louis felt weak for the first time since he traveled through time, and his strength began to slowly decline. Xiao Taoqi formed a relationship with Louis. There was a sharp contrast. Her face was flushed, her physical strength was surging, her whole body was warm, as if she had endless power. She had never felt such a feeling before, although she was still resistant. She actually developed some attachment in her heart. This feeling was really great. However, this kind of power did not last long after all, and soon Louis loosened his hand. The source of power was blocked, and naturally there was no previous feeling. This made Xiao Taoqi feel a pity, and she even felt a little resentful when looking at Louis. Louis did not notice the resentment in her eyes. He was now thinking about whether it was possible for Xiao Taoqi to absorb the power of the Phoenix. How is it? Seeing Louis silent for a long time, Wolverine couldn't help but ask, it's okay. With my help, she can absorb the power of the Phoenix, but her body is too fragile. She can't hold on to the power in Qing's body for long. We must be fully prepared. The moment the power is drained, it should be sealed into the container I prepared. Will the little rascal be in danger? Professor X asked worriedly. He is a gentleman and a role model of morality. It is not Professor X's style to harm another student for the sake of one student. If you move faster, there will be no danger. Even if there's danger, she will not die. She can save herself. I can lend her my power when the time comes. As soon as Louis finished speaking, Wolverine did not dare to be lonely and said, I can lend her my power. Louis did not want his plan to fail, and Wolverine did not want Xiao Taochi to get into trouble. Everything began to develop in a favorable direction. Louis thought so before, but later, I think I should ask Xiao Taochi about this matter. If she agrees, it's fine. If she doesn't agree, forget it. Professor X said, therefore, Louis sometimes looked down on such moral gentlemen who were too cautious. Moral gentlemen are really annoying, which makes Louis's next plan likely to fail. Lui does not doubt whether Xiao Taochi will sacrifice himself, but he just hates Professor X's move, which will inevitably make Xiao Taochi have some special feelings, or even rejection. When a person tolerates another person without limit, and there's also a risk of life, who knows what will happen next, and rejection is not impossible. Although the possibility is very small, it is not impossible. Little rascal, what do you think? Louis asked me. I have no problem. Little Naughty said firmly. In the end, everything was moving in a favorable direction. There were no unexpected problems. Little Naughty was not affected by Professor X and was willing to devote himself to the cause. In this case, let's do it. In order to prevent Professor X from causing any more trouble, Louis said. However, Louis's move did not stop Professor X. Little Naughty, you have to think it over. This matter is still somewhat dangerous. We will not force you, and we don't want to sacrifice one person because of another. Professor X said so. Lui really wanted to hit someone now. He finally got everything done. Why are you doing so many things? Don't you know that it is a waste of time and may also cause a huge crisis? Little Naughty didn't know what Louis was thinking. After listening to Professor X's words, she fell into silence, as if she was thinking. It didn't matter that she was thinking. Not only did she affect Louis's heart, but also the hearts of Wolverine and Cyclops next to him. They were both worried, fearing that Little Naughty would refuse. Fortunately, Little Naughty did not let them down, and soon spoke again. I have decided. I am willing to do this. Xiao Taochi's words made the two of them completely relieved, and looking at Xiao Taochi's eyes, they were full of undisguised gratitude. Although Louis was not grateful, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Professor X was too good at making trouble. In order to prevent such things, Louis immediately said to Xiao Taochi, you are doing this for the human beings on this planet, and it can be regarded as a major sacrifice. In order to compensate you, I promise that I can help you control your abilities in the future. Huh. The little rascal widened his eyes. That's right, it's just what you thought. I can see that your ability is out of control. Every time you can only use gloves to protect others from yourself. I can help you control your power afterwards. You can really do it. Little Naughty really couldn't believe it. In a hurry, she directly grabbed Louis's arm. It means that she had put on her gloves. Otherwise, just this touch would be enough to absorb Louis's power again. Naturally, my ability is more like magic than ability. Magic is ever-changing, so it is not difficult to do these things. I know, I will definitely do it. Little Taochi said firmly. For such a long time, the biggest knot in Little Taochi's heart was that she had no way to control her own abilities and could hurt others at any time. She had thought of many ways to solve this problem, but in the end, it didn't work at all. Now that she met Louis and heard Louis's words so confidently, she believed it and thought it was her only chance. For this opportunity, she could give everything she had. Professor X also knew this, and he could only smile bitterly. In the end, he didn't say anything and acquiesced to it all. In that case, you come with me first. Louis said to Xiao Taochi where to go. Before extracting the power, some things need to be prepared first. I need to strengthen your ability so that you can absorb the power in her body. The level of Phoenix power is too high. Even if Xiao Taochi's ability is very special, it is not easy for her to absorb it. Louis needs to strengthen her ability in advance, and then assist from the side. I see. Can I pack a few things first? Of course, I'm not going to kidnap you. Just go pack your things. Thank you very much. After saying this, Xiao Taochi did not stay here any longer and walked out happily. How sure are you about this matter? After the little rascal left, Professor X asked again, if you're well prepared, you can get at least 70% chance. But don't worry if you fail. The little rascal won't be in any danger of life. I can save her later. There's no specific danger at all. That's better. I want you to promise that no matter what happens, you must save the little rascal's life, okay? Don't worry, I will save her life and will never let her get into trouble. If she gets into trouble, it means everything has failed. Louis doesn't want everything to fail, so he will definitely save her life. Professor X didn't know what Louis was thinking. He was very satisfied with Louis's assurance. He talked to Louis about the details and waited for the little rascal to pack up and come back. The little rascal didn't come, but the Iceman came. As soon as he appeared, he showed enough hostility to Louis, which made Louis inexplicably, what's wrong? Professor X asked puzzledly. Professor, why did you let the little rascal follow him? He's just a man of unknown origin. The Iceman pointed at Louis and said to Professor X. Louis finally understood why he was hostile to him. It was normal. It was all because of a woman. But think about it. If a man is angry with a man he doesn't know, 80% of the time it's because of a woman, and it's the woman he likes. He's jealous. Louis was too lazy to explain, but Professor X couldn't. He said to the Iceman, what you said is not without reason or purpose. We have our own considerations. Professor X didn't say the next words. He didn't want to cause trouble, especially not to let the Iceman know too much. The Iceman was obviously very dissatisfied with his perfunctory words, and he was determined to ask, but before he could ask, Xiao he rushed in angrily, carrying a suitcase bag. The Iceman also saw Little Prank coming in, so he shut his mouth and looked at the bag in Little Prank's hand. The bag made him frown. He didn't want Little Prank to leave. Why don't you stop being unreasonable? I've already said that I'm only leaving temporarily, and I have a special purpose. Little Naughty said to the Iceman angrily. You can always tell me what the purpose is. Why don't you tell me? Iceman became even more angry and said, how can he feel at ease if his girlfriend follows a man of unknown origin and doesn't tell him the reason? Don't you believe me? Little Naughty is also a woman, and women are very sensitive in this regard. It's not that I don't trust you. I'm thinking about your safety. Who knows if he's a good guy or a bad guy? What if you get cheated? After saying that, the Iceman deliberately glanced at Louis, as if he regarded Louis as a love rival with other purposes. Louis looked too threatening to him. He was about the same age, but much more handsome than him. His angular face and mysterious black eyes made him worried. He couldn't help but think more. He's a good man. You don't have to worry. Little Naughty seemed to be aware of her boyfriend's worries. She glanced at Louis, blushed, and said to her boyfriend. The more Little Naughty said this, the more Iceman couldn't let it go. He looked at Louis with fear in his eyes, but Louis didn't say anything yet. Louis was really drunk and didn't bother with him. He sat in front of Professor X, waiting for them to finish the bloody drama. How do you know he's a good person? A good person cannot be judged by his appearance alone. Who knows what he is thinking in his heart? He is really a good person. I know how to judge who is a good person and who is a bad person. Don't worry, I will be back soon. When I come back, I will give you a surprise. Xiao Taochi tried to make her tone as gentle as possible, hoping to convince her boyfriend. I don't want a surprise. I just want you to stay by my side. Iceman is obviously the kind of person who doesn't care about oil and salt, he said. In fact, it was because Xiao Taochi always gave Louis the good guy card. The more he did so, the more suspicious and worried Iceman became. If it wasn't for this, maybe nothing would happen, and Iceman might not easily agree. To put it bluntly, Iceman is a cheapskin. That's enough. Can you be more mature and stop being unreasonable? That's enough, little rascal, he said. I'm being unreasonable? When have I ever been unreasonable? The Iceman became excited. You were just being unreasonable. How am I being unreasonable? Seeing that the two were about to continue arguing, Wolverine and Cyclops standing by could not stand it anymore and could not help but scold the two. Enough, you two. It's already so late, and you're still here whining for no reason. Is it fun? The problem now is with Chin, who they have an ambiguous relationship with. They finally found a way to save her. They don't want anyone to disturb them, especially because of these trivial things. Lui is such a good person. He does things without asking for compensation, just to save the world and their girlfriends. But the two of them are just whining here for no reason, making trouble here and there. Is it fun? What if Louis gives up saving their girlfriends and saves the whole world? This is not whining. This is for my girlfriend. I can't let her follow a person of unknown origin like this. Who told you that he's a man of unknown origin? I tell you, it is a joint decision of Xiao Taoqi and all of us to go with him. It is not for your so-called love, but for a big thing. That's all I have to say. Don't stop me. Cyclops said, why? I don't agree. The Iceman, who didn't know the truth, obviously didn't take it to heart and said, what qualifications do you have to disagree? Wolverine said angrily, I'm the boyfriend of Little Naughty. Well, that's a good reason. As soon as this reason came out, Wolverine, who has lived for who knows how many years, was speechless. He really didn't know what to say about this. Enough. Seeing Wolverine speechless, Professor X finally couldn't help but said, this is indeed our joint decision. The little rascal's departure this time involves a vital matter. Don't stop him. But can't you tell me what's going on? Little Naughty is at least my girlfriend. I have the right to know the truth. No, you have no rights. This sentence was not said by Professor X and the X-Men, but by Louis. What do you mean? It's nothing special. I just want to say that although you're the naughty boyfriend, it's better for you to not know some things. But you don't have to worry. Your girlfriend's life will definitely not be in danger. Is this dangerous? The Iceman was even more worried. He didn't even care about his previous hostility towards Louis. He asked Louis anxiously, it's not very dangerous. As long as you don't mess around casually. Louis didn't want him to continue wasting time, so he said, do not lie to me. You have too many things to do. Louis turned to look at Professor X and said to him, can you erase his memory? The Iceman really had too many things to do, and the bloody drama seemed endless. Louis could only use some coercive measures. Normally I wouldn't do that. Professor X obviously didn't want to do that to his students. Then I'll do it. Professor X is unwilling to do this, but it does not mean that Louis is unwilling. It is not only Professor X who has the ability to erase memory, Louis also has it. Forget everything. A beam of white light rushed towards the Iceman's forehead, and then wiped out his memory. Louis did not hold back at all this time, and once it hit, it would be enough to wipe out all his memories. Louis really hated the Iceman's nagging, so he planned to simply clear all his memories to save trouble. Although the Iceman didn't know this, he knew that the white light spot shooting towards him was definitely not a good thing. He didn't dare to slack off. With one hand facing down, he sprayed a stream of white cold air, forming an ice path under his feet. He slid along the ice path and avoided the light spot. How can I say that the Iceman, although his personality is not very good, he still has some ability? His strength is already good, and his potential is huge, but he is facing Louis after all, not some cat or dog. The ice path formed under the Iceman's feet and helped him avoid Louis's oblivion. But it also made Louis pay a little attention to the Iceman. Don't think that being valued by Louis is a good thing. Many people died because of being valued by Louis, and the Iceman is the same. Louis glanced at the ice path under the Iceman's feet, snorted coldly, and his body flashed and appeared on the ice path, stepping down. Click, click. With a series of crisp sounds, the ice road broke, and the ice debris scattered in all directions. When the Iceman saw this scene, his face instantly became very horrified, and his hand sprayed out cold air, spraying it towards Louis, and subconsciously wanted to freeze Louis. Louis naturally would not give him a chance. With a flick of his hand, the Iceman's hands that were spewing cold air deviated in direction, and the cold air sprayed towards the ceiling, leaving a piece of ice on the ceiling. That's it. After saying that, Louis pointed his finger at the Iceman's forehead. Show mercy. Professor X was the first to react when he saw this scene and shouted. Louis hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and withdrew most of the power from his fingers, but still tapped the Iceman's brow. The Iceman groaned, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the wall behind him, and finally fell to the ground. The little rascal finally woke up at this time and ran to the side of the Iceman. The Iceman seemed to be in an exaggerated motion and was badly injured, but in fact he was not seriously injured. He just felt a little dizzy. This is Professor X's territory, and Louis still needs Professor X to cooperate with his actions next, so he did not use all his strength and controlled the power within the range that the Iceman could bear. Is he okay? Professor X asked quickly. It's okay, he will be unconscious for a while at most. As if to verify Louis's words, the groggy Iceman finally couldn't bear it anymore. His body softened, and he completely fainted. With Louis's words in front, the Iceman's coma did not attract too much attention. It was just that Xiao Taoqi was a little worried, and the others, including Professor X, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Iceman was too difficult to deal with. The more awake he was, the more troublesome it would be for them, and the more time it would take. In order to avoid such a situation, it was undoubtedly best for him to be in a coma, which was better than losing his memory. Little Naughty, don't worry about it. Just go and prepare for the next things with him. Leave the rest to us. Wolverine stood up and said to Little Naughty, whose face still showed worry. Wolverine is a father to Little Naughty, and his words are still very useful to Little Naughty. After a little hesitation, he handed the Iceman to Wolverine, walked in front of Louis, and then looked at Louis. At this time, there was no resentment in Little Naughty's eyes, but only curiosity. There was nothing wrong with Louis knocking her boyfriend unconscious, but in her opinion it was also well-intentioned, and her boyfriend was not in much trouble. What she cares about now is that Louis can easily defeat her boyfriend, and she has a curious mood towards Louis. She knows her boyfriend herself, and she is very clear about how strong he is. The strength of the younger generation in this academy is absolutely yes, she was in front, but she was still defeated by one finger. There is no woman who does not desire the protection of a strong arm. Not to mention that Xiao Taoqi had been displaced for a long time before coming to this academy, and had a special dependence on the strong. It was at that time that the Iceman, who could barely be called a strong man, took advantage of the opportunity and walked into her heart. She felt that no one was better than the Iceman. Now she seems to feel that everything has changed. They are about the same age, but one is more handsome and stronger than the other. One is as naive as a child, and the other is already saving the world. The gap is really huge. Xiao Taoqi is not attracted to Louis, but she can't help but be curious about Louis, and even has some special feelings. Little rascal, I'll take her away. Keep an eye on Sheen to prevent her from breaking free of her personality before we come back. We know what to do. Don't worry, you just need to enhance the little rascal's abilities as soon as possible. We don't think we can hold out for long. Don't worry about this. I know. I will get everything done as soon as possible. After saying that, Louis said to Xiao Taoqi again, we should go. Louis put his arm around Xiao Taoqi's waist. Xiao Taoqi was startled by Louis's sudden action. She subconsciously glanced at the Iceman on the ground, and was relieved when she saw that he showed no signs of waking up. Just now, she really felt that her boyfriend was forcing her to do something bad, but her behavior was a little strange. The first thing she thought of was not to break free, but to see her boyfriend's reaction. Louis didn't care about this. He put his arm around her waist, which was stiff at first, but now became much more relaxed, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. It's really a magical power. In just this moment, he has shown so many abilities. Compared to him, we are really weak. How many abilities can mutants master? 1 or 2. Unlike Louis, who has shown 3 abilities in this moment. Don't say these useless things. Now the problem has been solved. You can all go back and rest. Regain your energy and prepare for the next thing. Hearing Professor X say this, the X-Men are all convinced. Nodded, and then left. Time flies, and another 5 days have passed. It has been 5 days since Xiao Taoqi came to Louis's home. During these 5 days, Xiao Taoqi has experienced a different kind of life. This kind of life is completely different from college life. It may be a little quieter and not as crowded as in college, but it is more comfortable. All kinds of top-notch food and beautiful living environment really made Xiao Taoqi experience the feeling of being a superior person. In the past few days, Xiao Taoqi has been enjoying this kind of life. This is different from the difficult life she imagined. Louis disappeared during this period of time. Xiao Taoqi went from being worried and uneasy at the beginning to enjoying it now. On this day, she was at Louis's house just like before, enjoying the delicious sundae ice cream while letting her skin enjoy the sun bath. Such a life is simply too wonderful. Little Taoqi couldn't help but sit on the recliner and mutter to herself. Just as she was muttering to herself, she suddenly felt her eyes darken. When she looked up, she saw Louis appear in front of her. His tall figure blocked her sunlight. You're back. Little Naughty jumped up with a blushing face and said to Louis. She felt like she was caught in the act. Don't worry, I told you before that you can enjoy everything in this house. After hearing this, Xiao Taoqi's blushing face looked much better. After her face calmed down, she said to Louis, why are you back? No, are you ready? Xiao Taoqi guessed that Louis's departure was definitely not unintentional, and he must have his own purpose, and the purpose was more likely to prepare means to enhance his own abilities. Well, it's finally ready. Little Taoqi's guess was correct. Louis was indeed preparing. He He spent 5 days looking for a way to enhance Little Taoqi's ability and assist Little Taoqi in absorbing the power of the Phoenix. Finally, after 5 days, he finally came up with one. According to Lu Yi's estimation, the possibility of success is still quite high, with a 60% chance. Lui plans to give it a try first. If it succeeds, it will be the best. If it fails, then think of other ways. When do we start? Little Naughty asked, not knowing what Louis was thinking. Right now? No? Well, what should I do? Although I'm reluctant to give up my current life, in order to be able to suppress my ability as soon as possible, Xiao Taoqi still said, take off all your clothes first. Okay. The little naughty girl agreed subconsciously, but then she reacted. She stared at Louis with disbelief in her eyes, as if she was looking at a pervert. Lui knew that she was obviously thinking something wrong, so he said, what are you thinking? I do this all to enhance your abilities. I will carve a magic circle on your body that will enhance your abilities. Oh, the little naughty nodded in understanding, but she was still very shy and did not move. She was a girl, and her naked body had never been seen by even her boyfriend. Now she was exposed in front of a familiar stranger like Louis. It was really too bad. She could not move at all. I know what you were thinking, but this is a necessary step and cannot be omitted, Louis said to the little naughty. Upon hearing this, the little naughty paused slightly, raised his hand slowly, and began to take off his shirt with a blushing face under Louis's gaze. When the little naughty did this, Louis was relieved. With a flash of his mind, he blocked Bruce Banner's room to prevent him from walking out of the door and seeing things he shouldn't see. Then, he continued to look at the little naughty in front of him. Lui really didn't want to watch a strip show, but he wanted to measure the size of the magic circle according to the little naughty's figure, so that the magic circle could be more fully effective on the little naughty. Lui watched and gestured at the side. This scene really made the little naughty quite ashamed. A strange feeling also attacked her heart, and a warm current flowed in her lower abdomen. Can we start now? The little rascal took off all his clothes, put his hands on the key parts of his body, and asked tremblingly, let go of your hands first. You are blocking my judgment. Oh, okay. Little Taoqi's face was as red as a tomato, and it took a full minute for her 2 hands to loosen from her body. Little Taoqi let go of her hands, and her beautiful figure was fully exposed to Louis's eyes, allowing Louis to finally measure carefully and determine how to prepare the magic circle. Louis's measurement took a long time. If she hadn't seen that there was no special look in Louis's eyes, little Taoqi would have almost been unable to hold on. She finally waited until Louis said, okay, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't know that this was just the beginning, and she was relieved a little too early. Lie down on the recliner. Louis's commanding words reached her ears, making her face flushed. She finally realized that she had let go too early. However, since things had come to this point, she naturally had no chance to refuse. She gritted her teeth and followed Louis's orders, trembling as she lay down on the recliner. Next, I need to carve a magic circle on your skin. This process may damage your skin and cause intense pain, but don't worry, this process is only temporary. After everything is over, I will use other methods to help you recover and wash off the magic circle on your skin. I understand. Just do it. The little rascal closed his eyes tightly and said as if he had exhausted all his strength. Louis nodded, raised his right hand, and a faint orchid-colored magic emerged from his fingertips and touched the delicate clavicle of the little naughty. The little naughty girl couldn't help but scream out. It was so painful that she could hardly hold herself back. When preparing the magic circle, your body will tremble due to the intense pain. I need to carefully carve the magic circle on my body. Louis was doing 2 things at once. While trying to carve the magic circle, he said, I have my own way. I calm my mind, control my body, and try to reduce the amplitude of my body vibrations as much as possible. I understand. This state lasted for a long time, and finally Louis raised his finger. Just when she thought it was over, Louis suddenly said, turn over. It's not over yet. You still need to continue carving magic circles on your back. I understand. Little Taoqi resisted the trembling caused by the severe pain, turned over with all her strength, and continued to endure the pain. It was unknown how long it had passed. With her face pale, everything was finally over. At this time, she had no intact skin below her neck. Her whole body was covered in blood, and she looked very miserable. At this moment, Louis's big hand suddenly grabbed her shoulder and turned her body over. What else? Xiao Taoqi said weakly with a pale face. There's only one last step left. After Louis finished speaking, he placed his left hand on Xiao Taoqi's belly, and the magic power surged. Xiao Taoqi only felt 2 powerful warm currents drilling into the palm of Louis's hand. One was Louis's power absorbed by her ability, which made her experience the feeling she had experienced before again, and her body began to warm up. The other was the magic power that spontaneously flowed out from Louis's palm and flowed on her skin. Because of the magic power left by Louis on her skin when engraving the magic circle, it was driven by this magic power to form a complete network. The 2 forces intertwined with each other, and Xiao Taoqi's skin began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound became lighter, and finally left a series of shallow marks emitting a faint blue light. These shallow marks appeared on Xiao Taoqi's skin according to specific trajectories, forming a complex magic circle emitting a faint blue light. And it was successfully activated. Xiao Taoqi immediately felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. At this moment, she seemed to be the center of the world and the focus of everything. It was not easy for Xiao Taoqi to get rid of his feeling and regain herself. She looked at Louis and looked around, but it didn't matter if she didn't look. Once she looked, everything was different. There was a grassland where she and Louis were standing. The grassland was full of lush green grass, but now all the green grass had turned into dead grass. The green on the grass was all absorbed by her. Points of green light flew in from the grass and sank into her body, and this is only part of the vision. There are many other things around like this. The sunlight in the sky and the invisible energy particles in the air are all being absorbed. What's going on? Xiao Taoqi said in shock. Your ability has been strengthened. That's it. After saying this, Louis placed his right hand on Xiao Taoqi's shoulder, and all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the shallow marks on Xiao Taoqi's body that emitted a faint blue light also disappeared. I have temporarily erased your power, but once I release my hand, your power will be restored. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Let's leave here and solve this trouble as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid the whole earth may be swallowed by you. No way. Xiao Taoqi swallowed his saliva and said in shock. You underestimate my ability to help you improve. Hurry up and put on your clothes. Louis moved his right hand from Xiao Taoqi's shoulder to her little hand and said to her. Xiao Taoqi didn't dare to be careless when she heard Louis say that. She walked with Louis to the clothes not far away and started to put on her clothes. Xiao Taoqi didn't dare to slack off and quickly started to put on her clothes. Louis smiled, and his free left hand flashed with light. Under the control of an invisible force, the clothes on the ground were put on Xiao Taoqi's body in a flash of light. Let's go. After taking a look at her body to make sure there was no problem, she said to Louis. Although the ability she had demonstrated before was very powerful and fascinated her, she did not want to delay time, nor did she want to possess this power. All she wanted was to be an ordinary person and be with the person she loved. Thinking of the person she loved, the face of the Iceman immediately emerged in Xiao Taoqi's mind, making her smile happily. But then, Louis's face suddenly appeared out of thin air, pushing the face of the Iceman into the corner. This really scared Xiao Taoqi, and her body couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Louis, who was holding little Taoqi's hand, obviously felt little Taoqi's change and asked little Taoqi nothing. Nothing. The little rascal said in a voice that only he could hear. Lui must have very good hearing, otherwise he really couldn't hear it. It's all right. Let's go now. After helping Little Pampers put on his clothes, Lui took Little Pampers and disappeared into his house with a teleportation. After a period of pipe-like squeezing, the 2 returned to the mutant school again, and they caused some sensation as soon as they appeared. There was no way. The attitudes shown by Lui and Little Pampers after they appeared were too ambiguous. Lui held Little Pampers' hands intimately, and Little Pampers did not have any intention of resisting. Instead, his little face was flushed, just like a pair of lovers. People who don't know would think that the 2 are really lovers. Lui succeeded in poaching Little Pampers from Iceman. This scene stunned the several X-Men and Professor X present, especially Wolverine. When he looked at Lui, his eyes were full of admiration. He almost ran to Lui, bowed his head, and asked Lui how to poach someone. The entanglement between him and Cyclops lasted too long, and he really wanted to end it all. Don't get me wrong, it's not what you think. Little Taochi guessed what these people were thinking as soon as she saw their eyes, and explained quickly, but her explanation seemed to be a bit like covering one's ears and stealing the bell, and the more she explained, the worse it got. They showed a look on their faces that said, "Don't lie to me," and then pretended to know. Little Taochi saw it and was anxious in her heart. It was useless to explain. She wanted to distance herself from Lu Yi and let go of Lu Yi's hand, but she didn't dare. She could only give up dejectedly and stand aside. She felt terrible. Ahem, how are you doing? Professor X said at this time. Professor X's words made everyone present turn their attention to Lu Yi, hoping to see what Lu Yi would say. Basically, everything is ready. Next, we just need to make the final attempt. If there are no accidents, it should be solved. Lu Yi's words made everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, they really touched hope. What do we need to do next? First, you need to bring Jean to me. Second, I need Professor X and Wolverine to accompany us. Finally, just when Lu Yi wanted to say something else, Cyclops interrupted him. Wait, you only need 2 of them. Well, Professor X's mental power will be used to cooperate with me to do something next, and Wolverine's self-healing ability and my power will be used to recover the injuries of the little rascal. I only need the 2 of them. Lu Yi's words were very clear, and Cyclops could not refute anything. But, can you let me go too? I promise I won't do anything else. I'll just stand aside and watch you quietly without making any sound. Cyclops still wants to go there in person. He is very worried about his girlfriend and doesn't want to wait here. If others can go, but you can't. Why? Cyclops asked in confusion. Cyclops was still calm and wanted to see what Lu Yi would say. The reason is very simple. Actually, it is because you are Jean's boyfriend. If you promise that you will not do anything, I believe you. But you cannot guarantee that Jean and her personality will not do something. If it is not necessary, I don't even want Wolverine to go. Lu Yi does not care about Cyclops' life or death. It does not matter to him whether he lives or dies. But the problem is that, as Lu Yi said, his appearance may lead to failure. So there is no plan to let him appear. Failure is absolutely not allowed for Lu Yi. Although Cyclops wanted to say something, he couldn't say it out of concern for Jean's safety. In the end, he could only open his mouth and helplessly choose to pretend that he had said nothing. Let's get started now. Lu Yi ignored Cyclops and said to Professor X. Hearing Professor X's agreement, Lu Yi said again. Let's go find Jean first. After hearing what Lu Yi said, Professor X, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed by Storm and took Lu Yi to Jean's room. Lu Yi and several other X-Men followed closely behind. With so many people acting together, it was impossible not to attract attention. Soon, the students of this college discovered these people, and they cast their concerned eyes on them, especially Lu Yi and Xiao Taochi. Why are the 2 of them so popular? It's very simple. Many people know that Xiao Taochi's boyfriend is Iceman, but now Xiao Taochi is holding Lu Yi's hand in the crowd. Some of Iceman's friends saw this scene, and the anger on their faces was not concealed at all, and some even went to find Iceman. Xiao Taochi also saw this, and his face turned a lot paler. Lu Yi said to Xiao Taochi in a comforting way. Rumors stop at the wise. Maybe. Little Naughty was not as relieved as Lu Yi imagined. His face remained unchanged and his eyes were full of worry. Time passed slowly, and they finally reached Jean's side. Dong, dong, dong. Storm walked out from behind the wheelchair and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened with a creak, and Jean's dejected face was revealed. Because of Lu Yi, Professor X told Jean everything during these 5 days, and then Jean began to worry about gains and losses and became what she is now. Professor, you guys? Jean looked at the crowd gathered outside the door and asked curiously. It's ready, Professor X said solemnly. Then let's go. Jean breathed a sigh of relief. After Jean knew everything, she had been looking forward to this moment, and now she can finally be free. Stand by my side, Lu Yi said to Professor X, Wolverine, and Jean. After hearing what Lu Yi said, the 3 slowly walked to Lu Yi's side. Then Lu Yi didn't say anything more and took the 3 people and the little rascal and disappeared from the spot. With a teleportation that was a coincidence that just a few seconds after Lu Yi and the others disappeared, Iceman also came here with the support of several friends. Where are those bastards? The Iceman shouted angrily as he appeared. What a bunch of bastards. You are still a student. You should use polite language. Cyclops is worried now. He is not happy with anything, and now someone is willing to come up to vent his anger, so we can't let them go easily. Where are they? Iceman dared to get angry with Lu Yi, but he didn't dare to get angry with his professor. Over the years, Cyclops had accumulated a lot of prestige in Iceman's heart. Let's go, Cyclops said absentmindedly. Gone? Why didn't you stop them? Being said without thinking. Why should I stop them? I told you long ago that they are busy with something important. Don't make trouble for no reason. Cyclops frowned and said that Iceman's arrogant behavior just now made Cyclops very dissatisfied, but Iceman was furious and didn't notice it. Am I just looking for trouble? That bastard stole my girlfriend, Iceman said angrily. Although Cyclops felt that Lu Yi's behavior of stealing someone else's girlfriend was a bit unkind, this was not the time to talk about it, and he didn't care about Iceman's words at all. Hold off on stealing your girlfriend for now. The critical moment is coming. Wait until this critical moment is over, then we can talk about other things. Iceman didn't know what Cyclops was planning. After hearing what Cyclops said, Iceman felt that his cognition was refreshed. He never thought that his professor would be such a person. When he heard that his girlfriend was stolen, it turned out that he was not the one who defended him, but a person of unknown origin. What kind of magic potion did Lu Yi feed you to make you do this? Are you really my professor? The Iceman said doubtfully. Of course I am. I tell you, there are many things you don't know. This is a very critical moment. I don't want you to continue to cause trouble here. Go back, Cyclops said sternly. I won't go back. Didn't you say they left? Where did they go? Tell me. Are you talking to your teacher? Go back. Cyclops was really angry and said to Iceman sternly, I won't go back. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're a professor. Tell me where they went. Iceman was even more panicked, which made Cyclops' face turn very ugly. At this critical moment, he was confronted by a student in person, and he really felt that he had lost all his face. The fire in his heart was already there, and now it was added to the fire. It's not surprising to say that it was adding fuel to the fire. Looking at Iceman, his eyes were full of severity. Iceman also regretted saying what he had just said, but the words had already been said, and it was no use wanting to regret it. He could only stand up and look at Cyclops unyieldingly. Seeing that the atmosphere here was getting worse and worse, and there was a possibility of an outbreak at any time, Storm, who had been silent all the time, finally couldn't help but speak. All of you just say less to me, it's okay for him, but are you still a child? Storm said to Cyclops. After saying this, Storm seemed to feel that her words were a bit harsh, and said to Cyclops, I know you care about Jean, but please don't involve other people. He only became like this because of his girlfriend's affairs. So what do you think we should do? Leave it to me, Storm said, and she did not say anything to Cyclops, but wanted to take Iceman away. Iceman did not know where Louis and the others had gone, and he was not willing to leave like that. So she could only say to Iceman, we don't know where they went. Aren't you always curious about what secret things we were talking about before? Come with me, I'll tell you. Maybe this has something to do with the fact that Little Rogue has fallen in love with someone else. After hearing what Storm said, Iceman finally did not insist. After a little hesitation, he followed Storm and left, leaving only Cyclops to stay there and wait for Louis and the others to return. Cyclops was anxiously waiting for Louis and the others to return, while Louis finally began to prepare to extract the power of the Phoenix. The previous carving of the magic circle on Little Rogue by Louis was only part of the preparation, and another part of the preparation began now. In this Sahara Desert. That's right. Louis brought Professor X and the others to the Sahara Desert again. Although this place is remote and safe, it is also very difficult to do anything here because of the environment. Every minute and every second is a huge torture. We must succeed at once. Standing on the sand that had long been restored to a flat surface in the wind and sand, Louis said to the few people who were already feeling a little bit unbearable, is there any way to help us cool down? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on before we even start, said the little rascal who has now become an ordinary person under the effect of a magic breaker. Yes, but it won't last long. After Louis finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a magic circle emerged. The magic circle was shining, and the sky was suddenly overcast. Heavy rain fell from the sky and lasted for several minutes. The temperature in the Sahara Desert dropped a lot. Although everyone present was soaked, the heat dissipated a lot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Louis asked Xiao Taoqi to grab his right arm, and his hands began to gather magic power. And he began to carve a magic circle on the flat sand. Lui's hands moved slowly, and lines flashing with various colors of light appeared one after another on the ground. Everyone turned their attention to the magic circle carved by Louis, with expectation in their eyes. Among this expectation, Qin's expectation was the strongest. Looking at the magic circle on the ground, her eyes were almost sunken. The magic circle is about to be completed. I have a few things to remind you of, especially about Qin. You must strictly follow them and don't let your guard down. Otherwise, problems will easily arise. Louis's face was full of seriousness, and the other people did not dare to slack off. Their faces changed from the shock of seeing Louis making rain fall on a dry sand to solemnity. Looking at the solemn faces of the people, Louis first said to Professor X, "Professor, what I need to tell you is that you need to release Qin's other personality, and pay attention to it at all times. Once things are out of control, immediately try to seal Qin's other personality again. Our lives may be in your hands. You must do it." Hearing Louis say this, the solemnity on Professor X's face deepened, and a sense of mission floated in his heart and his face. After speaking to Professor X, Louis ignored his facial changes and turned to Wolverine and said, "Your situation is a little special. You don't need to do anything for the time being, but once you lose control, you need to stand in front of the professor to help him resist some of the pressure and buy him time. If you succeed, you need to stand in front of the little naughty immediately and let her absorb the power." Wolverine no longer had the arrogance of the past. Like a primary school student, he remembered Louis's words in his heart and moved his steps to Professor X. In the case of unclear specific situation, he planned to protect Professor X first. Louis also didn't care about Wolverine, and continued to say to the little rascal beside him, "Little rascal, it's easy for you. Wait a while, the magic circle will be completed. Qin will stand in the magic circle. You just need to let go of my right arm and stand in the magic circle." Little rascal was very nervous, but he also remembered what Louis said in his heart. After instructing the three of them, Louis turned his attention to Qin, who was the most important, and said to her, "You are the most important one. Next you will enter the magic circle first, and then we will release your personality first. The magic circle will bind and suppress your power, bind yourself, increase the power of the little rascal, and at the same time prevent you from walking out of the range of the magic circle. The little rascal will absorb my strength in here. Can she hold on? This magic circle is mainly used to assist little Taoqi and weaken you. I will personally preside over it. In the magic circle, little Taoqi's ability will be amplified, and he will be able to hold on for a short period of time. After absorbing all the power in your body, I will immediately take the power away from little Taoqi. This process will be much simpler. Little Taoqi is not the original owner of the Phoenix Force. Without merging with her, it is easy to extract the Phoenix Force. I see. When do we start? Now. At this point, Louis's hand that was carving the magic circle suddenly retracted, and at this moment, the magic circle on the ground was completed. A magnificent light suddenly bloomed, and under the gaze of everyone present, the magic circle in front of them emitted a strong light and even began to rotate slowly. Next, before they could study it carefully, Louis's voice suddenly appeared in their ears. "Do as I ask." Without any hesitation, Qin looked at them and Wolverine with lingering eyes, then stepped into the magic circle. Qin stepped into the magic circle, and the next thing was Professor X's business. Professor X put his index and middle fingers together and pressed them against his temples, releasing his spiritual power. Seeing this, Louis did not dare to be careless. He formed special seals with his hands and used all his magic power to activate the magic circle in front of him, making the magic circle rotate faster. Qin, who was now at the center of the magic circle, did not care about this. She had fallen into her own spiritual world and was suppressed by another personality in her body. She had lost control of her body, and it was impossible for her to pay attention. Boom, the magic circle turned slowly, and Qin remained calm. Finally, with a silent roar, Qin's other personality, finally began to pay attention to it all. During the passage of this period of time, Qin's other personality finally completely suppressed Qin, took control of her body, and had time to pay attention to everything Louis did. "Is it you?" Qin's other personality saw Louis and lost all the joy of freedom. "Little Taoqi, it's your turn next. Let go of my hand and go in." Louis ignored Qin and said to the little Taoqi beside him. Little Taoqi was still a little nervous. After hearing what Louis said, she took a deep breath, let go of Louis's hand, and quickly walked into the magic circle. Without the suppression of Louis's fantasy killer's power, the magic circle on the surface of her body erupted again, echoing with the huge magic circle under her feet. The vision outside the little Taoqi's body became even more terrifying. The area where the little Taoqi was located turned into a small black hole, and the light source was absorbed by her, causing this scene. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but be shocked, including Qin's personality. So scary. The voice of everyone present. Little Taoqi herself didn't have this awareness. She just felt very comfortable, like a fish in water, and indulged in this feeling. She was addicted, but Qin's personality was very upset. It was really terrifying that the little Taoqi absorbed all the power around her without distinction. Qin. Even though this personality was just standing not far from Little Pampers, she could still feel all her strength slipping away. She tried to leave here, but a powerful force bound her. Even with her strength, it was not easy to break through. I'm afraid that before she could break through, Little Pampers would suck her dry. She had only one choice, to confront Little Pampers head on. With this in mind, she activated her telekinesis, wanting to crush Little Pampers from the atomic level. But before her power could get close to Little Pampers, her power was disintegrated and then absorbed by Little Pampers, and the obsession on Little Pampers' face deepened. Seeing this, Qin's personality's face turned green. This was simply a bottomless pit, a human vacuum cleaner. If it continued like this, she would be killed sooner or later. Next, she had only one choice, to use her own power to try to blow up Little Pampers. Boiling a frog in warm water was the worst. Her power could not guarantee how long she could last out in this case. It would be better to just burst her. Qin was like a beast imprisoned in a cage, surrounded by iron bars on all sides, and Louis and others were strong humans standing outside the iron bars. Qin's strength could kill them, and could also break the iron bars. However, it could not be broken easily, and she needed time, but she had the least time. In addition to the people who were eyeing her outside the iron bars, there was also the leech Xiao Taoqi who was sucking her blood. The amount of blood in her body was limited, and if she let it suck, the final result would be weakness and death. In order to survive, she had to kill the leech Xiao Taoqi first, and then deal with the people outside. This was also specially arranged by Louis. If the power of the phoenix had been deposited in Qin's body, it might not be completely absorbed before Qin died, and she had to let her power burst out, just like now. Qin's clothes and hair moved without wind, and a terrifying force brewed, and a phoenix-shaped shockwave rushed towards Xiao Taoqi on the opposite side. The power of the phoenix was finally displayed for the first time. The phoenix-shaped shockwave gradually approached Little Pampers, but it became smaller and smaller under the power of Little Pampers. When her power completely reached Little Pampers, it had been completely swallowed up by Little Pampers. However, this was also within Qin's expectations. The power of the phoenix continued to erupt, rushing straight towards Little Pampers like a wave. Qin wanted to strangle Little Pampers to death. The wave-like phoenix power was like layers upon layers, endlessly, with no intention of stopping at all. Rushing towards Little Pampers, but Little Pampers seemed to be fine, and the whole person was very calm. "I don't believe you can keep devouring. Die." Qin shouted, and the power on her body exploded even more terrifyingly, which was noticed by Professor X and Wolverine outside the magic circle. They all looked at Little Rogue with worry. Although this terrifying power was bound by the magic circle, they still felt it, and even found sadly that if they stepped into the range of the Phoenix Force at this time, they would be directly split into atoms. Naturally, they were very worried about Little Rogue, fearing that she could not hold on. But in fact, Little Rogue was not as fragile as they imagined. She just woke up from her addiction in the more terrifying Phoenix Force, and there was no discomfort other than that. In fact, it was not just as simple as not having any discomfort. Little Rogue approached Qin little by little with a face full of desire. What's wrong with her? Wolverine realized something was wrong and asked quickly. She was controlled by her own power, longing for all this feeling. Just like now, she was no longer satisfied with the current swallowing speed, and wanted to get more, so she walked directly to Qin. Louis said with an unchanged expression. Is it dangerous? Is it beyond your control? I thought of this possibility when all this started. No problem. That's good. Wolverine was relieved. At this moment, he had to have confidence in Louis and could not have any doubts. Wolverine breathed a sigh of relief and watched Little Prank approach Chin. But Chin did not. She did not retreat. But while bursting out a stronger phoenix power from her body, she floated up from the ground, as if she was stepping on an invisible barrier, and approached Little Prank step by step. Since Chin had decided to starve Little Prank to death, she naturally had no intention of regretting. Didn't Little Prank want to get close to her? Well, let her get closer, step by step, and release a stronger power. The huge phoenix power burst her. The two stood opposite each other, one releasing the phoenix power, the other absorbing the phoenix power, and gradually approached each other. The magic circle was so big that soon, there was only one step away. The two were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. But at this time, the phoenix power between them completed the maximum conversion. The necessary waste had disappeared, and the absorption of the phoenix power was more efficient. This time, both of them moved. They each stretched out their palms and grabbed each other. In an instant of contact, they each grabbed one of the other's arms. You'll die of stuffing. Watch you dry. The two of them each shouted loudly, and the power in their bodies exploded, and they did their own things more quickly. Xiao Taoqi's momentum became stronger and stronger, and Chin's momentum became weaker and weaker. Because of the contact between Xiao Taoqi and Chin, Xiao Taoqi's absorption of the power of the phoenix became more terrifying. Xiao Taoqi became very powerful because of this. However, everyone present knew that this was just an appearance. Because she absorbed Chin's phoenix power, this looks good. But there will be a moment when Xiao Taoqi will not be able to withstand this power, because each of them knows the horror of this power in Chin. Finally, as time passed, Xiao Taoqi began to show her discomfort little by little. She first frowned slowly, and then a look of pain began to appear on her face, and even around her body. The phoenix power could no longer be completely swallowed. A trace of the remaining phoenix power appeared on her body surface, and began to try to cause some damage to her body. How is it? Wolverine saw the scene and said worriedly, wait a little longer. Louis said with a somewhat unhappy expression. Up to now, the phoenix power in Chin's body has not shown any sign of running out, and it is necessary to continue waiting. Wolverine heard Louis say this, and he said nothing more, and cast a worried look at the two people in the field. These two people can be said to be the two most important people to him now, and he really doesn't want any of them to get into trouble, but he can only watch everything happen. Another period of time passed, and seeing that all this was about to intensify, the little naughty already had wounds on his body, and the pain on his face was getting deeper and deeper. Finally, he spoke again. Isn't it possible yet? Not yet. Louis' face became even uglier, but he still said so. The phoenix power on Chin's body has not revealed any bottom line. Everything needs to continue. Even if the skin on the surface of the little naughty body has been damaged and the muscle fibers are exposed in front of everyone, it is still the same. It can't end so easily. Can you think of a solution? The little rascal looks very painful. Besides, you can also take this opportunity to maintain the magic circle you carved on the little rascal. There is a way, but it cannot be used for the time being. As for the magic circle on the little rascal, I engraved it at a deeper level and solidified it. The magic circle on the skin is just an external manifestation, and there will be no problem. Then all we can do now is watch them suffer. This is the only way to go. We have only one chance left. We can't let all our efforts go to waste. Louis said. Wolverine was choked when he heard this. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything after opening his mouth. He could only look at the two people in the middle of the magic circle and pray for them secretly. However, God did not hear Wolverine's prayers. The two women he was looking at suddenly showed painful expressions on their faces. Little Taoqi screamed even louder, and a painful wail exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone hurriedly looked towards where Little Taoqi was, only to see that Little Taoqi's body suddenly showed a tendency to collapse, and small particles flew out of Little Taoqi's body little by little. A force that could destroy the world began to emerge, brewing between Chin and Little Taoqi. What's going on? This time it was not Wolverine, but Professor X who asked. Chin saw that she hadn't managed to kill Xiao Taoqi after such a long time, so she finally gave up the idea of taking it slow, and instead used all her strength at once. Now the strength was flowing through Xiao Taoqi's body, causing Xiao Taoqi to become what he is now. Louis said without even turning his head, is the little rascal dangerous? But it is very dangerous. After all, she is not the carrier of Chin's power. Now Chin has exploded with all her strength. Although it has not been completely infused into Xiao Taoqi's body, it has also made Xiao Taoqi's body show a tendency to collapse. So what are you waiting for? Stop now. Can't stop. Now is the most critical moment. Louis said nothing more. All the remaining magic power in his body burst out and poured into the magic circle on the ground. The magic circle under Chin and Xiao Taoqi's feet glowed brightly, and a terrifying force broke out. Under this power, Xiao Taoqi clearly felt that his ability was amplified again, and on the contrary, Chin was bound. The originally terrifying suction force became even more terrifying, and there was even a powerful force that blessed her body that was about to collapse at any time. Feeling this, she no longer hesitated, first let go of Chin's hand, then broke free from Chin's hand, raised both hands, and desperately put her hands on both sides of Chin's head. Chin only had time to make a painful sound, and then she felt a terrifying suction force coming, trying to absorb everything from her. She instinctively used the power of the phoenix to resist. The original power of the phoenix emerged from her body, cleansing the suction from Xiao Taoqi's hands. However, Xiao Taoqi's power was not simply resisted because of this. The terrifying suction force seemed to be able to suck away everything from Chin, and it competed with the power of the phoenix. It is true that the power of the phoenix is very strong, but the power of the phoenix does not have a strong host to control it. Xiao Taoqi only robbed the power of the phoenix, not destroyed it, and the resistance of the power of the phoenix was not very great. In such a short period of time, an unknown amount of the power of the phoenix was absorbed. Chin had no way to deal with this, except to watch helplessly. It's not that Chin doesn't. It's not that she is strong enough, but that little prankster is too terrifying. Although little prankster has her own limits, she can absorb her phoenix power. Without fear of being choked to death, she can devour the phoenix power along with all the abilities in her body. This is the power of little prankster. It has great limitations, but it is extremely terrifying. Now with Louis' amplification and blessing, it is even more terrifying. Chin now only feels that there is a pair of invisible big hands tearing the phoenix power and all the power that belongs to her from her personality. There is a strange gap between her and the phoenix power. The phoenix power is the foundation of her existence. Seeing all this happen, she is almost crazy and desperate to make up for it. But sometimes, it is not something she can make up for if she wants to. The power of little prankster. Under the amplification of Louis' magic circle, the power exploded with terrifying force. Her idea of making up for it was like duckweed in the water, illusory. Instead, Xiao Taoqi seized the opportunity. Under the amplification of the magic circle, the power exploded and swallowed more phoenix power in the process. However, Xiao Taoqi also paid a huge price for this. More and more phoenix power accumulated in Xiao Taoqi's body. Xiao Taoqi suffered great pain, and his body, which had been stable because of the magic circle blessing, had a tendency to collapse again. If the power exploded more strongly, I'm afraid that something irreversible would happen next. Every second that Xiao Taoqi held on, he would be in danger. Louis watched these things go on, and the word on his brow had reached its limit. In the end, Louis made a decision to stop while he was ahead. Now Xiao Taoqi's body has a lot of phoenix power. Although it has not completely taken away all of Chin's phoenix power, it is not bad. Instead of continuing like this and causing irreversible losses, it is better to end it like this. These phoenix powers should be barely enough for him to use. Louis thought so in his heart, and was about to end it all, but at this moment, something unexpected happened in front of him. The phoenix power in Chin's body unexpectedly and reasonably ran wild at this moment, and the terrifying power burst out from Chin's body. Because of the previous absorption by the little phoenix, Chin's control over her phoenix power was reduced to the lowest level, and coupled with Chin's original personality constantly raging in her body, the phoenix power in her body finally ran wild. The phoenix power is a very advanced energy that Chin cannot control. Coupled with these objective conditions, everything happened naturally. The Phoenix power is out of control. Sheen completely lost control of the Phoenix power, and she lost consciousness after the Phoenix power ran wild. She no longer cared about the connection between herself and the Phoenix power, and all the Phoenix power came out of her body and rushed towards the little Phoenix opposite Sheen. A Phoenix, the power of the Phoenix itself, has no scruples. It will only do things that are beneficial to itself. What little prankster did reduced the connection between it and the host, which is not in its interest and has no benefit to it at all. It needs to kill little prankster to help its host gain freedom and let everything end. The power of the Phoenix originally has a certain intelligence, so this kind of action is very normal, but it has caused some changes to Lu E. Originally, Lu E was planning to end everything, but now seeing that the power of the Phoenix is constantly entering little prankster's body, Lu E stopped his actions. If little prankster can absorb all the power of the Phoenix without exploding and dying, then he can take all the power of the Phoenix away. For this reason, Lu E stopped his actions. Lu E stopped his actions, but Xiao Taoqi was enduring great pain. All the power of the Phoenix was infused into her body, causing great damage to her body. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of her body, and a large number of particles flew out uncontrollably. Her body has begun to disintegrate. Stop now. She can't stand it if you keep going like this. Wolverine jumped out and said to Lu E. The she mentioned by Wolverine was not someone else, but the little rascal whose body had begun to collapse and disintegrate. No, she won't. After Lu E said this, he appeared beside Wolverine in a flash. Come with me. Then, Lu E grabbed Wolverine's shoulders, took him into the magic circle, and appeared behind the little rascal. This place is already within the influence range of the Phoenix force and the devouring power of the little rascal. Lu E and Wolverine felt this as soon as they stepped in. At the same time that a terrifying force was destroying their body surface, there was also a powerful suction force that absorbed their abilities through the air. They were becoming fragile and also under attack. Lui was better off. His body was very strong, but he felt weak. Wolverine was not so good. The skin on his body was destroyed, and it had to grow back, and it had to grow back. Afterwards, it was destroyed once again, and because it stood behind Little Rogue for longer and longer periods of time, the speed was slowly decreasing. Soon, only a layer of muscle fibers remained on Wolverine's body, and the skin disappeared completely, as if the whole person had been skinned. Lui watched all this happen, but did not dare to be careless. Wolverine was also a force that could be utilized. He walked in front of Little Rogue and Wolverine and helped him resist the dissipated Phoenix force. Wolverine was able to catch his breath, and after a while, his body surface recovered. Although he was weak, he was able to continue to hold on. How long do you need to hold on? Wolverine panted. This short period of time seemed like a whole year to him. He was weak and had 2 strands of white hair on his temples. He looked very old. It will take a while, Lu E said, looking at the state of Little Taoqi. With the support of the 2 people's abilities, Little Taoqi's body barely maintained a delicate balance, and the speed of destruction became very slow. At this rate, it might really be possible to complete it. The Phoenix force seemed to realize this, and all the remaining power was infused into Little Taoqi's body at this moment. It wanted to kill Little Taoqi in an instant. All the Phoenix forces gathered together were very amazing, enough to kill Little Taoqi in a short time, and the power of Lu E and Wolverine would no longer be of any use. The Phoenix force was at this moment. It immediately emerged from Qin's body, and in front of Qin it transformed into a Phoenix shadow, sank into Xiao Taoqi's body, and began to wreak havoc inside of Xiao Taoqi's body. In just the next second, Xiao Taoqi's body began to disintegrate, and a large amount of particles flew out of Xiao Taoqi's body. Xiao Taoqi was already dying and could die at any time. At this moment, Lu E placed a hand on Xiao Taoqi's body, and the magic circle on Xiao Taoqi's surface began to twist, and in an instant it was completely unrecognizable, and another kind of light burst out. At this moment, the power of the Phoenix in Xiao Taoqi's body immediately felt a powerful force and began to restrain it. Take Qin away and let the professor get rid of her other personality. Okay, Wolverine didn't care about his weakness after hearing that. He stumbled to Jean's front, carried Jean in a princess hug, walked out of the magic circle, and walked towards Professor X. After Wolverine left, Lu E could finally let go of his hands and feet. He gently pushed Xiao Taoqi's jade back with his palm, and pushed her to the center of the magic circle on the ground. Then Lu E stepped on a special position of the magic circle on the ground. The magic power recovered in his body was infused into the magic circle on the ground along his feet. Buzz, with a buzzing sound. The magic circle on the ground also changed, and it complemented the magic circle on Xiao Taoqi's body. This time, Lu E took out the container he had prepared long ago from his king's treasure, threw it casually, and threw it on the top of Xiao Taoqi's head. The container in Lu Yi's hand flew out of his hand and was thrown over the head of the little prankster. However, strangely, it did not fall down, but just floated steadily above the head of the little prankster. Ding! A crisp sound was heard, and the ferocious and painful expression on the face of the little prankster standing in the center of the magic circle on the ground suddenly stagnated, and then the whole person floated up. His head was raised high, his eyes were dull. His hands and feet were naturally drooping, and he looked like he was being played with. Strangely enough, at this moment, the little prankster's ability disappeared without a trace, except for the fact that he seemed to be played with. The whole person was just like an ordinary person. Suddenly, the magic circle on the ground began to rotate very quickly, and the light it produced matched the light of the magic circle on the little naughty boy, and the little naughty boy let out a strange cry. The sound lasted for a long time and spread throughout the desert. Open. At this time, Louis suddenly spoke. As Louis's voice fell, the magic circle on the ground began to rise slowly, and slowly connected with the little Taoqi floating in the sky. The moment of connection. All the Phoenix power in the little Taoqi's body was expelled by an invisible force, and it turned into a Phoenix shadow above her body, making a silent Phoenix cry, rushing towards the container above the little Taoqi's head, and was absorbed by the container little by little. This situation lasted for a long time, for half an hour, until there was no more Phoenix power, and it was considered over. At this time, the little Taoqi finally slowly descended from the sky. How is Little Rogue? Just after all this was over, Wolverine, with a worried look on his face, could not help asking. Jean had confirmed it for half an hour, and there was no problem. Although she had lost a lot of strength and had a lot of white hair, she was no longer in danger thanks to Professor X's efforts. Wolverine could rest assured. The only thing Wolverine was worried about was Little Rogue. Little Rogue did not look like he was okay. There was almost no intact skin, and his muscles were broken and missing. He was unconscious. He looked like he was seriously injured and dying. It's more troublesome than I thought. Although I have taken out the power of Qin in Xiao Taoqi's body as quickly as possible, it still caused great damage to her body. The injuries inside her body are definitely more serious than the injuries you see on the outside. Her body is even at risk of breaking at any time. Xiao Taoqi's body is now like a piece of cracked glass. Any movement may cause the entire piece of glass to shatter. What should we do next? Can you save her? Wolverine panicked and asked. Since I said before that I could save her, I can save her now. You don't have to worry about it. Just what? Wolverine thought there was more trouble and continued to ask. But I can't treat her now. It's true that Qin's power has been sealed, but because Qin's power is so strong, this container may not last long. Next, I need to strengthen the seal first, and the treatment will have to wait for a while. What? The little rascal won't last long. Wolverine said angrily, don't worry, I have a way to save the little rascal's life, and this is within my expectations. As he said this, Louis opened the king's treasure once again, took out a huge capsule-like object from it, and then used his mental power to put the little rascal into it. What's the use of this? This is a special magic item I made. It can keep the injuries of the people inside the same as they were before they entered, without any changes. Does that mean that the little rascal's life is saved for the time being? Well, you take care of the little rascal first. I need to strengthen the seal on the power of the Phoenix. Okay. Xiao Taoqi's life was temporarily guaranteed, and Wolverine finally breathed a sigh of relief. His anger also disappeared a lot. He walked to Xiao Taoqi's side, looked at Louis, and quietly waited for Louis to finish reinforcing the seal. He was not a person who ignored the overall situation. He was just too worried about Xiao Taoqi before. Now that Xiao Taoqi's life was guaranteed, he naturally no longer insisted. He also knew what to do now. Besides, Louis had made so many preparations and thought of all aspects, so he couldn't blame him. Sensing Wolverine's attitude, Louis did not hesitate any longer. He drew out the magic power that was constantly recovering in his body and all the magic power related to the seal in his mind. The magic that he had prepared in advance these days were engraved on the container one by one. Lui engraved the magic very quickly, and his hands turned into phantoms. In the end, the recovery speed of magic power could not keep up with the consumption speed, so he had to slow down. Lui's magic furnace has been cultivated to a very high level. The speed of magic recovery is thousands of times faster than before. It can't keep up, which shows how fast Lui's engraving speed has reached. But even so, Lui still engraved for a full hour. After an hour, the container was completely covered with various magics, and everything was over. Is it okay? Wolverine asked when he saw Lui stop. That's it. There's no need to worry about it breaking through within 10 days. You spent so much effort, and you can only trap this power for 10 days. No, this is normal. It will take at most 10 days, and it is even possible that this power will be able to break free from the seal in the next second. The power of the Phoenix is still too strong. Wolverine was speechless. He had never expected this to happen. What was the point of doing so much? Lui saw what Wolverine was thinking and said, of course it is meaningful. If there was no such uncertain time, do you think the professor would have time to save the person you love? That's right. Wolverine said with understanding. Well, let's leave here first. This is the center of the desert after all. We can deal with all the remaining problems when we return. The desert is not a good place. Just a few hours ago, Professor X, who was in a weaker state, and Jean, who had just had her vitality and strength absorbed, could not bear it. The center of the Sahara Desert is really not a place for people like them to stay. Lui is still in a good mood now. He has a rare good intention and wants to take a few people to leave the desert first. Since Lui said so, Professor X and the others will naturally not refuse Lui's kindness. They really can't bear it anymore, so they follow Lui and disappear in the center of the desert and return to the academy. This comfortable place. As soon as Lui returned with Professor X and the others, they immediately attracted the attention of the X-Men and an outsider, especially Cyclops and the outsider Iceman. How's Jean? Fuck, you bastard. Where's the little rascal? The first sentence was said by Cyclops, and the second sentence was said by Iceman. Lui was too lazy to pay attention to Iceman, the spoiled child, and said to Cyclops, the power in Jean's body has been expelled. Although now he is still in a coma, but he is not in much danger anymore. Hearing Lui say this and ignoring him, Iceman didn't wait for Cyclops to say anything and said to himself, I'm talking to you. Shut up. This sentence was not said by Lui, but by Cyclops. When he said it, his face was very angry, just like an angry beast. He hadn't figured out the specific situation of his girlfriend yet, and Iceman suddenly stood up and interrupted him, which made him very annoyed. Iceman didn't expect Cyclops to be so angry. He was frightened and shrank his neck, but he didn't dare to say anything. After looking at Cyclops with fear, he looked at Lui angrily. What's going on with the white hair in Jean's head and the wrinkles between her brows? Seeing that Iceman had calmed down, Cyclops asked again, you should also be aware of Xiao Taoqi's power. When Xiao Taoqi absorbed the power in her body, he inevitably also absorbed the vitality in her body, so that she is now more than 10 years older. There is nothing that can be done about it. Is there any way for her to recover? Looking at Jean with pity, Cyclops asked with eyes full of regret. After all, she is not Wolverine, and she does not have a strong self-healing ability. No matter how much vitality she loses, she can replenish it by herself. However, her vitality can basically no longer be replenished, and it is difficult to recover. If this is really the case, it can only be said to be a blessing in disguise. At least the power that endangered her life was expelled, and it is acceptable to pay such a huge price. Cyclops finally admitted it. This is already very good. At least Jean's life will not be in danger anymore. After confirming this, Cyclops apologized to Lui, walked to Jean's side, picked her up, put her on the sofa on the side, helped her clean the sweat left before, and helped her put on her makeup. He probably didn't want Jean to see her face that became too old because of the loss of vitality after waking up, so he began to do these things clumsily. While Cyclops was doing this, Iceman finally seized the opportunity and shouted to Lui, I just want to ask you one thing. Where's the little rascal? Lui was too lazy to pay attention to him, but seeing him like this, an inexplicable expression appeared on his face. He pointed at the little rascal and said to him, didn't you see it? That's it. What? Little Prankster naturally came back with him, but now Little Prankster was completely unrecognizable, and the Iceman didn't recognize him at all. When he heard Lui say this, he immediately realized the problem and screamed. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Little Prankster in the capsule-shaped magic prop, his eyes full of fear. That's right, this is Little Rogue. While extracting the power from Jean's body, Little Rogue was also affected by the power in Jean's body and became what he is now. Can the little rascal recover? The Iceman looked at the little rascal with a pale face and said, no. After hearing Lui's words, before Iceman could react, Professor X and Wolverine realized something, raised their eyebrows slightly and looked at Iceman, intending to see how he would react. At this time, Iceman seemed to finally react, pointing at Lui and said tremblingly, it's all because of you. That's right, it's all because of me, so I don't plan to stay out of it. Little Rogue is not dead yet. I will help you keep Little Rogue alive. Although Little Rogue has become like this, he is still alive, and you can still live your life. After Lui said this, Professor X and Wolverine all looked at Iceman, wanting to see what he was going to do. However, to their surprise, Iceman did not show much pity. When Iceman looked at Little Rogue, there was even some disgust in the depths of his eyes. Professor X and Wolverine, who had been paying attention to him, saw all of this, and their impression of Iceman was reduced to the lowest, and they also felt some disgust. Who wants to live a life of their own with this bitch? Ever since she betrayed me and got together with you, I no longer consider her as my girlfriend. Iceman said in panic. There is nothing wrong between us. It was just some preparations before. You don't have to worry about it. Lui patted the capsule and said. Just after Lui patted it, the little rascal in the capsule-shaped magic prop woke up, slowly opened his eyes, and regained his consciousness. Do you think what you said is useful? She's your woman now. She is no longer my girlfriend. Iceman was shaken by Lui's words, and said this without disguising the panic on his face. These words were heard by Xiao Taoqi, and the panic on Iceman's face was also seen by her. A tear appeared in the corner of her eye with difficulty and slid down her temple. The actions of the Iceman disappointed Xiao Taoqi. She never thought that her boyfriend would be like this. Seeing that she was seriously injured and dying, he had no sympathy at all, and instead regarded her as a burden. Xiao Taoqi was very disappointed with the Iceman. She was really disappointed. Are you sure she's not your girlfriend? Lui seemed to think that Bingren's performance was not enough, and continued, no, she is definitely not my girlfriend now. She belongs to you. Upon hearing this, the little naughty's eyes became very dim, and at this time she was thinking that it would be better to just die. She did so much. What was the point? It was to suppress her own abilities so that she and Bingren could live a happy life that belonged to them, so that they could not even touch each other now. But what did Bingren do? When she was beautiful, he flattered her, but now, when she was seriously injured and dying, he ignored his serious injuries and said such a thing. These words seemed to be high-sounding, but the things hidden in his words frightened her. She was now full of regret for having a boyfriend like her, and she felt that she was blind. Otherwise, why would he choose Bingren, such a scumbag? So that means you no longer care about the little rascal. That's right. As if he was afraid that Lui would deny it. The Iceman said quickly, if that's the case, you should be able to say it in front of Xiao Taoqi, right? Lui used words to guide Xiao Taoqi and said to him, okay. The Iceman gritted his teeth and agreed that he now felt that the little rascal was a burden, an extremely terrifying existence. No matter what, he had to throw the little rascal away and never let her get entangled with him. He still had a bright future and a great youth. There were a lot of beautiful women, so there was no need to waste time on a burden. Then tell me, Lui didn't think too much and teased the Iceman. The Iceman hesitated for a moment, then thought about his future and thought that he shouldn't waste time on a burden. Finally, he walked to the front of the little peach without hesitation. When he walked to the front of the little peach, the Iceman happened to see the pair of gray eyes of the little peach, and his body couldn't help but tremble. How could he not know that Lui was plotting against him? However, after seeing that the little peach no longer looked like a normal person, his body was incomplete and his skin was almost completely destroyed. Even though he knew that Lui was plotting against him now, he still had no intention of turning back. As he said, his future should not be handed over to this burden. Women, as long as they have this handsome appearance, they can have as many as they want. What is the little peach? The little peach before was fine, but the little peach now is simply incomparable. The miserable appearance of the little peach now contributed to his determination. Since you have heard it, I will not waste my time. Since you dare to betray me, don't blame me for betraying you. Let's leave it at that. After saying all this with a cold face, the Iceman turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Even though you don't believe me, I still have to say it once in front of Xiao Taoqi. There is really nothing between me and Xiao Taoqi, and everything before was necessary preparation. Even so, do you still want to do this? Do you think it's useful to say these now? It's hard to collect what has been spilled. No matter how you explain, it's meaningless. Iceman turned his head away and didn't dare to look at the eyes of Little Rogue. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any intention of staying, showing his ruthlessness to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Professor X and Wolverine all shook their heads. They were really disappointed with Iceman. Storm and Cyclops, who were standing on the side, also thought so. They were also full of disappointment in him. Such a person's character was really too bad, but they didn't say anything, just watched him slowly walk away. If he had a bad character, should they persuade him to change his mind? What's the use of changing his mind? He will still abandon Little Rogue in the future, and Little Rogue will be even more painful at that time. If he wants to leave, let him leave. It doesn't matter anyway. They can take care of Little Rogue themselves. Iceman left, and everyone was happy to see it, but Little Rogue didn't. Drops of tears flowed down with difficulty. Although it was not her first love, she still couldn't bear the breakup again. It's not worth it for such a person. Lu Yi carefully wiped away the tears from the corners of the little Naughty's eyes with his mind, and said to her, "Kina, don't talk. You're too badly hurt." Little Taoqi had just used all her strength to say a word, and Lu Yi hurriedly stopped her. Little Taoqi's injuries were really too serious. She just said a word, and the sound shook her skin, causing some cracks on her skin. "I will treat your injuries now." After saying this to the little rascal, he used his mind to open the capsule-shaped magic prop, carefully took the little rascal out of it, and hovered it in front of him. "Wait, what did you say? Can the little rascal's injury be cured?" Storm seemed to have heard something special, and asked Lu Yi in surprise. "Nature can cure it. Then you just testing the Iceman." Storm and Cyclops were both speechless. Was it necessary to do this? They actually used such a thing to test a person? They couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for Iceman. If he could persist, he might have gained an unforgettable love and a lover who belonged to him. But he didn't persist in the end. Fortunately, he didn't persist. Otherwise, the little rascal would have wasted such a scumbag. Storm and Cyclops were so conflicted in their hearts. But at the same time they were conflicted, Lu Yi raised one hand and put his hand on the little rascal's chest. Buzz. A green magic circle appeared in front of the little rascal. Ring. The magic circle burst out with a strong light, and a strong vitality spread out from the magic circle and sank into the little rascal's body. Xiao Taoqi became what she is now for the sake of world peace, and even broke up with her boyfriend because of this. Although her boyfriend is a scumbag, one thing cannot be denied, that is, the teachers, did not fulfill their responsibilities, which led to all this happening. The biggest shortcoming of a good person is that they take too many things into consideration. Now, everything has changed. Xiao Taoqi's injuries have healed, and she has unexpectedly found a new love. This person looks very good and is not comparable to Iceman at all. He is powerful, has everything he needs, and seems to be dedicated to treating Xiao Taoqi well. They can finally make up, and the last bit of depression in their hearts disappears. Now it can be said to be a happy ending. It's over, let's celebrate together. At this time, Wolverine stood up at the right time and said to Lu Yi and the other X-Men. The other X-Men, including Professor X, behaved very well and were very excited about this suggestion. However, when it came to Lu Yi, something went wrong. "I'm afraid this won't work." "Why?" Wolverine asked doubtfully. "Have you forgotten the power I took from Jean?" The Phoenix power extracted from Jean was not sealed firmly at all. Louis didn't know when it would break free, so he couldn't be careless. Wolverine finally remembered it at this time, but at the same time he remembered it, a question appeared in his mind. What would happen if the power in Jean's body exploded? Louis has always said that the sealed Phoenix power would explode and break the seal, but he really didn't know what would happen after breaking the seal. In fact, it was not only him who didn't know, but other people also didn't know. Now when he heard Wolverine's question, he subconsciously looked at Louis, wanting to know what the result would be. Once the power in Jean's body explodes, it will first look for its original host Jean, and then enter her body again. The consequence is that Jean has a 50% chance of death, and the probability of the power going out of control and destroying the Earth is also 100%. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. They thought about the consequences and had some vague guesses, but they didn't expect the consequences to be so exaggerated. The worst case scenario is Jean's death, and the worst case scenario is the destruction of the Earth. This is almost the same as not extracting the power of the Phoenix from Jean, and it is even more dangerous. What are you going to do with this power? Professor X finally stopped being silent and asked, "If it can be sealed, seal it. If it can be utilized, utilize it. If it really doesn't work, find some people with spiritual power and seal it into their bodies." The first two are fine, but the last method is the one Louis least wants to use. Finding some people with spiritual power to seal the Phoenix power into their bodies can prevent the Phoenix power from escaping. But it may also cause the Phoenix power to merge into their bodies and become the new host of the Phoenix power. This means that it is possible to turn the Phoenix power into a meat bun for beating a dog. As the saying goes, a meat bun for beating a dog will never come back. So this is the method Louis least wants to use. It's best not to use the last one. Professor X said, "I think so too. So the most important ones are the first two, especially the first one." "What do you mean by the second one?" "It literally means, if there's no way to seal it, I will use it as energy or power." This is actually Louis' goal. He wants to possess the power of the Phoenix and become the master of the power of the Phoenix. However, this process is not so simple and very dangerous. It needs to be done slowly after the seal. "What are you going to do with the power of Qin?" Professor X didn't know Louis' plan, so he asked, "Do something to protect the world?" Louis said lightly. Hearing Louis say this, Professor X breathed a sigh of relief. Professor X really believed Louis' words. Sometimes it is so magical. In fact, it is not surprising that he thought so. The preconceived concept is too strong. From Louis' resistance to the Chi-Jerry army to what he has done so far, everything presented to Professor X is good. If Louis is a bad person, everyone, including Professor X, will spit at him and will not believe it. In this case, I feel relieved. There is no need to hold any celebration next. You just need to use the power you used to deal with Qin this morning. Professor X said considerately. After Professor X said this, Louis naturally did not refuse and turned to the little naughty and said, "I need to destroy the magic circle on your body. You come with me." Little Rogue was now immersed in his own world. He was startled by Louis' sudden words. He panicked for a moment, then reacted and finally chose to agree. Seeing that Little Rogue agreed, Louis did not stop. He put his arm around Little Rogue's waist and took her away directly back to his residence. The remaining X-Men were not as relaxed as before. They looked at each other worriedly, but did not say anything else and fell into silence. They were still frightened by Louis' words. The previous happiness disappeared without a trace. They thought everything was over, but who knew it was not? Everything was just the beginning. It was really too bad. Among these upset people, Cyclops and Wolverine felt the worst, because the people they liked were still in danger. Cyclops still stayed beside Jean with a face full of pity, and Wolverine was also on the side, glancing at them vaguely. "Well, it's not that we don't want them to come. It's a blessing in disguise. It's a disaster. Everyone should go to rest." After a long silence, Professor X finally broke the silence. "Okay, Professor." These X-Men didn't say anything. They also knew that if it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it's inevitable. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. So let it be. Louis brought Xiao Taoqi to his house, put her down, and said to her, "Next, I will seal the power in Qin's body. It may not appear in the next few days. The seal on your body will stay for the time being. Just like before, if you need anything, just find your Eco. She can help you solve many troubles." The little rascal hummed again. "Finally, could you please stop saying all the time and say something else? I'm leaving soon. Don't you have anything nice to say?" Pay attention. Be careful. The little naughty said to Louis with blushing cheeks. I will. Louis smiled with satisfaction and disappeared again in a flash, leaving only the blushing little naughty girl with some worries. Lui disappeared from his house, and when he appeared again, he had already appeared in the universe. In the universe. Louis paused slightly, glanced at the surrounding stars, aimed at the direction of the moon, and without any hesitation, he disappeared again and appeared on the surface of the moon. The facts proved to Louis that advanced things like the power of the Phoenix are really not something that low-level things can handle. Even though he had overestimated the power of the Phoenix as much as possible before, but in the end, he still found that he had underestimated the power of the Phoenix. For this reason, Louis appeared here. He planned to use a more advanced thing to seal the power of the Phoenix, and this thing is planet. Lui plans to use the power of a planet to seal the power of the Phoenix. Far-fetched. Yes, it is far-fetched, but it is worth a try. After arriving on the moon, Louis was not idle. He drew on his recovered magic power and began to carve magic circles on the moon. It is not a simple matter to use the power of a planet. Louis needs to carve enough magic circles on the moon and gather these magic circles into one magic circle. Otherwise, the power of a planet can be used by anyone. How is this possible? He laid out a magic circle and used a treasure as the center of the magic circle. Louis used his terrifying speed to fly in a random direction and a distance. He did the same thing and began to prepare the magic circle here, and used it. Used the treasure as the center of the magic circle. This cycle was repeated for 3 days, until the last main array was set up, and Louis finally finished setting up the magic circle on the moon. In 3 days. A total of 9,999 magic subarrays in the magic main array were finally completed. During these 3 days, Louis was so tired of setting up the magic array. A total of 10,000 magic arrays were set up in 3 days, and almost 3,333 had to be set up every day. And almost one magic array had to be set up every 20 seconds. And even so, it took 3 days without sleep and repeated the same action tens of thousands of times. It was really annoying. Fortunately, it is finally done now. However, Louis also paid a lot for this, such as the tens of thousands of treasures. You have to know that the lowest level of these tens of thousands of treasures is B level. Louis the King's treasures are all empty. It is probably only Louis. If it were someone else, they would not be able to make so many magic arrays. Who is as rich as Louis? Can he take out tens of thousands of high-level treasures? Any of these treasures are good things that can help people fight beyond their level. There may not be many of them on Earth in the entire Marvel world. After finishing all the magic arrays, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief. His face slightly straightened. He put his hand on the main magic array on the ground and mobilized his magic power to activate the main magic array on the ground. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 10,000 buzzing sounds rang out in succession, and the 10,000 magic arrays set up by Louis all burst into strong light, forming a resonance, and rotating at a fixed speed. Some forces on and outside the moon all discovered these anomalies and fell into deep shock. What happened to the moon? Who is behind this? Why are there so many magic circles on the moon? Check it out for me. I want to know what happened. There is actually a magic circle that can surround the moon. Who has such a big hand? Who did this? What are you trying to do to the moon? The moon seems to be desolate, but because of the particularity of the Marvel world, there are still some forces existing there. These forces and the national level forces outside the moon and on the Earth that can detect the Earth have all discovered these anomalies and made discussions because of shock. However, their discussions are destined to be useless. Louis did not have any intention of stopping because of their discussions. After all the magic circles reached resonance, he began to build connections between these magic circles. Countless energies drawn from the power of the moon were injected into these magic circles, and countless lines extended along the magic circles and connected with the magic circles around them. The entire moon seemed to be caught in a giant net, and the energy of the entire moon was flowing in the lines of this giant net, forming a perfect cycle. Within this cycle, energy is generated. The energy within the planet was continuously drawn out and ejected into the main array, forming a vortex that emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. Lui looked at the energy vortex in front of him, without any doubt about its power. Once this energy exploded, it would not be a problem to destroy 1% of the Earth's area. If Louis had the heart, he could completely destroy the Earth. This should be a powerful weapon. Unfortunately, this is not a powerful weapon now, but a seal. Looking at the energy vortex in front of him, Louis did not continue to feel sorry. He took out the container that had been calm recently and sealed the power of the Phoenix from the King's treasure and threw it into the energy vortex. The container entered the energy vortex, but did not sink. Instead, it was supported by the energy vortex and moved a little bit to the center of the magic main array, embedded in it, and disappeared together with the magic main array and many magic subarrays. Looking at the many magic circles that disappeared, Louis finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got it done. Lui had been worrying about the Phoenix power a lot. Now he was suppressing it with the power of a planet. Finally, he didn't have to worry about it breaking free from the seal in a short time. The suppression of the power of a planet brought a strong lock to the Phoenix power. All the power was twisted into one strand. If the Phoenix power wanted to break free from the seal, it had to burst out with the power to destroy the moon in an instant. The Phoenix power was indeed powerful, but it was also very troublesome to achieve this level. According to Louis' estimate, it would take at least half a year, and it might take more time. It depends on the specific situation. After sealing the Phoenix power, Louis did not stop there. There were some forces on the moon. So many things happened today, which would inevitably attract their attention. Since they were paying attention, they would definitely want to study it. The disappearance of the magic circle made by Louis could deceive most of them, but there was still a small part that would find out. Louis had to hide all the magic circles deeper in the next period of time. In addition, there was nothing else. As for safety, it was not within Louis' consideration at all. Louis had already made preparations. While Louis used the power of a planet to suppress the power of the Phoenix, he also used the power of a planet to protect the power of the Phoenix. At the moment when the magic circle was formed, unless Louis took action himself. Otherwise, if you want to break the formation and take away the power of the Phoenix, you can only destroy the planet. But even so, it will definitely not be good. The power generated by the explosion of the planet will stimulate the power of the Phoenix, causing the power of the Phoenix to run away. The place where the power of the Phoenix is sealed will become a piece of red soil. It is almost difficult for existence to survive, and this leads to no problem with safety. The real trouble is whether it will be discovered by others, and then always wandering here will lead to some things that you don't like. For this reason, Louis needs to prepare early. Louis' preparation is also very simple, making these magic circles hidden deeper, so that no one will find any problems. In order to achieve this level, Louis has used his mental power to hide the magic circle deep in the moon. After doing all this and leaving behind an ultra-long distance early warning magic circle, Louis left the moon and came to the sun again. In order to obtain the power of the Phoenix, Louis' strength has really dropped a lot during this period of time. The power of the little prankster is really too terrifying. Every second, it can absorb a lot of solar radiation stored in Louis' body, causing Louis' strength to decline. Louis' strength is different from that of Wolverine. His ability is always full, fixed full, and will recover immediately after being absorbed. This has advantages, such as rapid recovery, but also disadvantages, which can only remain the same, which is completely unlike Louis' short stay with the little prankster directly caused all the solar radiation he absorbed these days to be cheated. While harvesting the power of the Phoenix, Louis also paid these prices. Just when Louis stayed next to the sun and absorbed solar radiation, on the surface of the moon, a small team also embarked on the road to find the cause of the strange phenomenon on the moon. Because they all had the relationship of recording the most concentrated location of the strange phenomenon, they came to the area where Louis' magic main array was located smoothly. Of course, they just came here, and there was nothing else. Louis hid very deeply, and they didn't find anything at all. On the contrary, because of their gathering, some special things happened. Is the moon small? Not at all. So many of the organizations that built bases on the moon don't know each other, and some of the few who know each other have friction. When these people meet, well, the comet hit the Earth, and there was a violent collision, and they attacked each other in various ways. Before anything happened, several lives were left on the ground. Fortunately, these people were still relatively restrained. When they saw someone die, the leaders immediately began to discuss, find something first, and then talk about other things, so that they didn't lose the whole army. But even so, the friction between them never stopped. And various collisions intensified as time passed. Until the end, they searched for a whole day without finding anything, but some of them suffered casualties due to the intensified collisions, and they had to retreat. And everything was over. Louis saw all of this, and while he sincerely found these people's behavior ridiculous. He was also full of interest in them. He locked his eyes on them and followed them to their bases, except for some who lost their way due to teleportation. The bases of most people were exposed to Lu's eyes and recorded by Lu. He planned to do something necessary to them at some point to prevent them from going on endlessly. In addition, the bases of these people were a good place to go. As Louis stayed on Earth for a longer time, he felt that it was difficult for the Earth to satisfy Louis and accommodate him. More and more people wanted to kill Louis. Although these people were still just chickens and dogs, they were also very annoying. He was thinking that when necessary, he might be able to place his family here as a whole. It was very safe here, and many forces were preparing bases here. Of course, this was just an intention for the time being, and the specifics would depend on the future. Strictly speaking, Louis had no plans to leave immediately. The moon was safe, but too desolate. Coming to the moon was only a backup measure after all. Louis would not come here unless it was necessary. After thinking and planning, Louis turned his attention to how to become the master of the Phoenix Force. For this reason, Louis once again searched the magic in his mind, hoping to find some magic that could be used, although it was a bit difficult. Time flies, and a day passes slowly. Louis absorbed a lot of solar radiation that day and made up for his losses. However, he turned over all the magic knowledge in his mind, but he didn't really find much useful things. The only thing related to controlling the power of the Phoenix is to use himself as a host, treat the power of the Phoenix as a creature, and store it in the body, and exert its power when necessary. This is a special magic of Zeruf in the fairy tale world. He usually uses it to transform creatures. The reason why demons appear is because of this variant of magic. However, this method is not particularly good. Once this kind of transformation magic is successful, the transformed person will always be affected by the power in the body, and eventually assimilate or even be controlled by the power. He finally chose to give up. Louis wanted to control the power of the Phoenix, not to be controlled by the power of the Phoenix. This method is not good. It is okay to absorb solar radiation in one day, but he didn't find anything useful. But even so, Louis was not too discouraged. After all, the power of the Phoenix is the power of the Phoenix. How can it be so easy to control? Louis doesn't feel special at all now. After staying in the universe for a while not far from the sun, Louis disappeared in a flash and returned to his house. You're back. Little Taochi stood up from the grass and said to Louis shyly. For 4 whole days, Little Taochi seemed to have not moved. He was here before Louis left, and he was here again after he came back. Well, how was your day? Very good and comfortable. That's good. As I said before, just tell Yuriko what you need and she can help you get it. But I'm afraid I still can't help you remove the magic circle on your body. Louis said, it's okay, I don't care. After waiting for such a long time, not to mention just 1 or 2 days, Little Taochi didn't have any dissatisfaction with Louis's words and was very calm. Looking at the calm Little Taochi, Louis couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, without waiting for Little Taochi to come back to her senses, he put his 2 hands on Little Taochi's cheeks, fixed Little Taochi's cheeks, and kissed her with shame on her face. This time, because there were no spectators around, Louis kissed her longer and only let go of Little Taochi's head after a long time, allowing her to turn around and flee with shame on her face. Louis looked at Little Taochi's fleeing figure, showed a playful smile, licked his lips as if relishing the taste, and then turned and walked towards the kitchen. He hadn't eaten for 4 days. Although he didn't feel hungry due to the solar radiation, he still couldn't help wanting to eat something. This time he came back mainly to eat. After casting a spell and making all the kitchen utensils move, Louis sat at the dining table, thinking about what to do next while waiting for the food to arrive. Louis didn't think of anything, but the food was ready first, and waves of tempting aroma emanated from the food. Under the temptation of the aroma of the food, Louis's not hungry stomach couldn't help but make a gurgling sound. Without any hesitation, he put all the prepared food in front of him, filling up the entire table, and started to eat. This time, Louis prepared a king crab for himself, and Louis started to eat from this king crab. The crab meat of the king crab was taken out by Louis with his mind, filled the plate in front of him, and then enjoyed it with the sauce he prepared. I feel alive again, Louis said contentedly after putting a large piece of crab meat into his mouth with chopsticks. Sometimes, Louis thought that such a life was actually very good. He might as well give up on becoming stronger and just live like this. There was no need to mistreat himself like this. But such thoughts appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. If a person does not become stronger, what is the difference between him and a salted fish? What's more, Louis is now in Marvel, which is extremely terrifying. He may be wiped out from the timeline at any time. The feeling of life and death being out of one's control is terrible. Louis does not want to stay here for a long time. After abandoning this idea, Louis became more determined to become stronger, while eating the delicious crab meat. At the same time, the desire to become stronger in his heart became stronger. The delicious food entered his mouth and his stomach, but he could no longer deviate his will. Louis seemed to have received a small baptism. Louis continued to enjoy the food. Not long after Louis enjoyed the food, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived. Seeing this uninvited guest, Louis smiled, because this uninvited guest was none other than Bruce Banner, who had not been seen for a long time. He looked like he had not eaten for many days. He took a whole piece of barbecue, about 2 pounds, in front of him with his bare hands, and swallowed it, as if he saw a mortal enemy. How many days have you not eaten? Louis couldn't help laughing. It's not that I haven't eaten for many days, but that I haven't had good food for many days. Louis, I can't take you like this, Bruce Banner said unclearly with his mouth full. Then, in Bruce Banner's chattering, Louis finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that all this was because Bruce Banner was jealous. During the time when Louis was away and before, the little rascal got the top enjoyment. He had everything he wanted. The little rascal's words were like Louis's orders, and Yuriko tried her best to satisfy him. But when it came to Bruce Banner, it was completely different. What he said was like fart. Whether it was fast food or fast food, he could only watch the little rascal eat delicious food while he ate fast food. His resentment was so strong that it almost affected his emotions and reached the point of transformation. What did I think it was? It was just a small matter. So, you can give me the naughty treatment now. Of course no. Bruce Banner was already showing a surprised expression after hearing the first half of Louis's sentence. But when he heard the second half, his surprised expression instantly collapsed, and he felt terrible. He could almost feel the strong resentment coming towards him. If it were in a cartoon, I'm afraid Bruce Banner's back would be dark now, full of resentment. Why not? Bruce Banner asked with a face full of resentment. Yuriko is very busy and doesn't have much time. Giving you the same treatment as a little rascal is already the limit. Yuriko is busy practicing magic now. She really doesn't have much time. Giving such treatment to a little rascal is really the limit. Louis is very satisfied with Yuriko, this hard-working maid. He will not affect her unless it is necessary. How about you give me the treatment of a little rascal? Bruce Banner said with a lick on his face. How dare you compete with a little girl for treatment? It's nothing for a grown man to suffer a little. Louis glanced at Bruce Banner and said to him sarcastically. Well, as soon as Louis said this, Bruce Banner was completely speechless. Louis sealed all his excuses. If he wanted to change again, it would be bullying a little girl. He is a grown man, and it is really difficult for him to bully a little girl. Okay, you have a point, but can you let little Naughty help me? It's not good to start eating fast food. It's also very unhealthy. Look how fat I am. Louis looked at Bruce Banner carefully, and he was really fatter. A circle. This kind of fat is the phantom fat caused by eating too much junk food. Many people in the United States have this kind of fat, which is really unhealthy. If that's the case, why don't you change your taste? Although Yuriko only gave you the fast food phone number, can't you go online to find the phone numbers of some takeaway restaurants? Louis said to Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner was dumbfounded again when he heard this. He really forgot. The long escape almost made him forget that this world has such a powerful tool as the internet. On the internet, you can find anything. It's not a matter of minutes to get some food. Are you stupid? Louis's next sentence once again gave him a critical hit, making him stunned. There was only one sentence in his mind. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? I seem to be really stupid. Finally, Bruce Banner came back to his senses and couldn't help but said, I understand. Eat quickly. It won't be good if it gets cold in a while. After saying that, Louis started eating without caring about Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner also threw away his previous thoughts and started eating. The only thing in this world that cannot be wasted is food. After finally finishing all the food in front of them, Louis and Bruce Banner were so full that they slumped in their chairs, not wanting to move at all, with a look of satisfaction on their faces. I'm fine, but what's wrong with you? Why are you starving like a ghost? Bruce Banner said to Louis while sitting on a chair with nothing to do. You have been able to eat some fast food recently, but I haven't eaten or drunk water these days, and I haven't slept or rested. Although my body can bear it, my mind can't. It's already very good like this. You haven't eaten or drunk for so many days. Bruce Banner said with a strange look on his face that he felt that he was miserable enough, but he really didn't expect Louis to be even more miserable. There is really no harm without comparison. He was convinced by Louis. After comparison, thinking about it, Bruce Banner found that his life was actually the best. At least it was better than not eating or drinking for so many days. Yes, do you want to try it? No need. My body structure should be different from yours. You can hold on for a few days without food or water, but I can't that I will probably collapse in 2 or 3 days. Bruce Banner was shocked and said quickly that To say that the body structure is different. It is not necessarily true. Louis's body structure is basically the same as that of ordinary humans, but he has some more abilities. His cells have the ability to absorb solar radiation, and he has some magic power, a king's treasure, and a fantasy killer. These things will not have a transformative effect on the human body. They can only be said to be an accessory controlled by Louis. Wait, a controlled accessory? Louis seemed to have thought of something and fell into deep thought. Bruce Banner saw this. Although he was very curious, he did not mean to disturb Louis. He sat in front of Louis, watching but did not mean to disturb Louis at all. This situation lasted for a long time, and Bruce Banner was a little impatient. Finally, Louis exhaled a deep breath, woke up from deep thought, and ended his deep thought. What are you thinking about? Bruce Banner looked at Louis's almost uncontrollable smile and couldn't help asking curiously. Nothing, just thinking about a question that has troubled me for a while, and now I have the answer. Louis obviously didn't want to talk in depth. Bruce Banner was very curious, but he had to suppress his curiosity. He knew that asking at this time would not give him anything useful. Bruce Banner continued to slump in his chair, intending to digest the food in his stomach. Louis also slumped in his chair, but unlike Bruce Banner's idleness, in front of him, countless runes, magic circles, and human bodies evolved from magic appeared. These things were like building blocks, and Louis piled them on the human body evolved from magic. Bruce Banner also saw all this. He had not learned the principle of magic not to remove what Louis did, but he also knew that Louis must be deducing something. Every time the human body evolved from magic collapsed, Louis would show a thoughtful look, then change some things and start again, and the human body evolved from magic could last longer and longer. Louis's deduction lasted for a long time. The human body evolved by magic collapsed and disappeared, and reappeared again, until hundreds of times Louis didn't feel anything yet, but Bruce Banner couldn't stand it. It didn't matter if it happened once or twice, or 3 or 4 times, but hundreds of times. He was annoyed that in the end, he didn't even look at Louis. It was too bad. He was very curious now, how Louis managed to keep going, and he seemed to enjoy it. This kind of person can really stand loneliness. Bruce Banner didn't know that this was just a small witch compared to a big witch, whether it was the previous tens of thousands of magic circle settings, or the life in the universe before. These are more lonely than these hundreds of deductions, especially life in the universe. All you can see is darkness, with some stars scattered around, no sound around, and everything is silent. It's really hard to imagine how lonely it is. Louis was able to absorb solar radiation day and night, not to mention the hundreds of deductions now. It was so easy that Louis enjoyed it. Of course, this also had something to do with the hope of controlling the power of the phoenix. Seeing hope is always the best. Banner, I have something to do, and I'll leave first. You continue your life. After saying that, Louis disappeared without waiting for Bruce Banner's reaction. This time, the deduction would take a long time to succeed. He thought that instead of wasting time here, it would be better to do something meaningful while evolving, but it's like coming to a place not far from the sun to absorb some solar radiation to make up for his losses and replenish the solar radiation stored in his body. So he left. It didn't matter that Louis left. Bruce Banner instantly became tearful. Why did he have such an expression? Because he saw the messy dining table. Louis left. But in the end, Louis did not use a magic to clean up the table. All this would fall on him. Eat a big meal. Is it easy for me? Looking at Louis's seat, Bruce Banner said frustratedly. After being frustrated, Bruce Banner did not continue. With a bitter face, he began to clean up the messy table. The baby was bitter, but the baby still had to do it. Bruce Banner was cleaning up the mess here, and Louis had come to the universe, continuing to deduce while absorbing solar radiation. This situation lasted for a long time. Louis deduced countless times. Although he was making progress every time, the human body evolved by magic lasted longer and longer, but the problem was that there was no sign of success at all. Even if everything was developing in a super good direction, that's right, there was no sign of success at all. The human body evolved by magic now can last for several hours instead of only a few seconds before. It seems to be a huge improvement. But the problem is, what can a few hours do? The Phoenix Force is infused into his body, but it can only remain stable for a few hours. After a few hours, the Phoenix Force will explode and cause his body to collapse. What's the difference between this and a few seconds? What Louis wants is to maintain control for a long time, not a few hours, or even a few days, or dozens of days. What's more, it is basically certain to die afterwards. Sacrificing one's life for a moment of strength, ordinary people can do it. People with hatred can do it, but Louis can't do it. What he pursues is eternal strength. That Louis has worked hard in the universe for a long time, but he has not made any breakthrough progress for a long time. Finally, Louis temporarily gave up. This is actually the same as the magic furnace. It is all a slow and grinding process. It cannot be completed overnight. However, it is better than the magic furnace. Maybe one day, I will suddenly get it, and everything will be done. Just like me now, I didn't have any clues before, but then a flash of inspiration came, and then I immediately got the clues, and now I have a few hours. These few hours of control of the Phoenix power is complete control, not like Qin's control, which is already a huge breakthrough. It has been another 5 days since I temporarily ended the deduction of the Phoenix power control method. I have also absorbed 5 days of solar radiation. In addition to the previous period of time, the power is basically replenished. Now I have time. I can try to do some things that I have been neglecting these days. Louis returned to his house and knocked on the door of the little naughty room. It's you. The little rascal opened the door and looked at Louis. His original calmness was immediately broken, and his face suddenly turned red. Yes, it's me. I'm here to help you remove the magic circle on your body. Louis said straight to the point. Hearing Louis say this, Xiao Taoqi was slightly stunned. The thing she had been looking forward to suddenly appeared, but she seemed a little at a loss, and didn't know what to say at all. You won't let me in. Louis looked at the helpless little naughty and couldn't help laughing. Please come in. Little Taoqi finally reacted, stepped aside, and invited Louis to come in. Louis did not hesitate and strode in. After entering Little Taoqi's room and finding a place to sit down, Louis said to Little Taoqi, take off your clothes. Xiao Taoqi cried out in panic. She had taken off her clothes in front of Louis once before, but if she had to say which one was more panicky, it would definitely be this time. The relationship between the two had changed dramatically recently. Now Xiao Taoqi felt flustered just by looking at Louis, let alone taking off her clothes in front of Louis. Instead, she lost her composure. What? It's not like you haven't taken it off before. Hurry up, Louis said to Xiao Taoqi with a sly smile, as if he didn't notice this. After that, his eyes looked at Xiao Taoqi's body unscrupulously, making Xiao Taoqi's heart tremble uncontrollably, and her body felt numb under Louis's gaze.